Clang, clang, clang. On the frozen surface of the lake, Lin Shi struck vehemently with his ice pick. A meter beneath the ice, he caught a glimpse of a frozen crucian carp. Lin Shi felt his saliva instinctively pooling. He resolved that this fish would be their dinner that evening, together with Xiao. Xiao had been his companion for 14 years, steadfast through 8 years of apocalypse. He was undoubtedly the person Lin Shi trusted most in his life. Today, it was Lin Shi's turn to scavenge for food while Xiao stood guard. Suddenly, a barely discernible sound pierced the howling wind. Biff! Lin Shi's pupils constricted in horrorous silence. Gunshot. A searing pain erupted in his back, and he collapsed onto the ground, the ice pick flying 3 meters away. What was happening? How had someone approached so near without Xiao giving a warning? With great effort, he turned his head to find Xiao standing beside his longtime adversary, Jinbin, conversing with an ingratiating demeanor. He could vaguely hear words like space, unworthy, and shelter carried by the wind. In that moment, Lin Shi's mind raced faster than it ever had before. Xiao had betrayed him. Blood drained from Lin Shi's body, and he became increasingly cold. Yet more than the physical pain and chill, what he found hardest to bear was the betrayal by the person he had trusted the most. The two men approached Lin Shi. Jinbin looked down from his elevated stance, a contemptuous gaze unmasked. Lin Shi, you've fallen into my hands. Lin Shi grit his teeth, blood seeping from between them, fixing his gaze on Xiao. He felt numbness creeping from his waist down. All of this was brought upon him by his good friend and partner. Xiao barely met Lin Shi's bloodshot eyes, his own gaze shifting uncomfortably. Lin Shi, don't blame me. My ability to open the space has its merit too, but you've always treated it as your sole possession, refusing to share it so we could all reach the shelter together. We could have relied on young Master Shen, and your space could serve him, freeing you from the burden of scavenging. His tone turned condescending. This is also for your own good. The apocalypse is becoming increasingly perilous. Lin Shi clutched a broken bowl, an heirloom left by his father, which he had carried with him through the trials of the apocalypse. One day, while scavenging with Xiao, they had accidentally unearthed an ancient coin. Thinking it worthless, it was a shock to Lin Shi when picking it up activated the bowl, granting him a personal spatial realm. Since then, Xiao's attitude had shifted subtly. Meanwhile, Lin Shi was preoccupied with thoughts on how to ensure they both had enough to eat, utterly oblivious to Xiao's transformation. 8 years. A full 8 years. Lin Shi suddenly found the situation laughable. That you actually betrayed me over this? Blood filled Lin Shi's mouth, laughter teetering on madness. Xiao knew Jinbin was among the people he despised most. They had supported each other unwaveringly for 8 years, yet had allowed a spatial ability awaken for less than half a year to drive a wedge between them. So this was the sorrow of the unjust harboring treasures, but finding oneself persecuted. As Lin Shi finished laughing, he heavily closed his eyes, then opened them with a determined gaze, addressing Jinbin. I can work for you, but Xiao is of no further use, is he? Xiao's mouth fell agape, realization dawning in his eyes, terror flashing across his face as he turned pleadingly to Jinbin. Master Shen, you wouldn't. Lin Shi interjected. He will share this with you, and then he will tell others. My space has no connection to him. The more people who know, the greater the risk of exposure. At this moment, Lin Shi's eyes shone with a burning hatred. He should have been a pitiable sight, yet a sinister grin hung upon his features, instilling fear in those who laid eyes on him. Xiao regarded Lin Shi, emotions of fear and resentment flickering in his gaze, forcing out a smile that resembled a grimace. He appealed to Jinbin. Master Shen, the information about the space was provided by me, correct? I can keep an eye on Lin Shi to prevent him from being a threat to you. Indeed, you have contributed. Jinbin nodded affirmatively. Xiao's smile turned sincere. Your contributions, I shall remember eternally. Xiao's pupils constricted. His body trembling slightly, he wished to voice something more. But Jinbin had already pressed the gun against Xiao's head, had never intended for Xiao to live. Biff! A shower of red and white erupted from Xiao's skull. Swish! In that fleeting moment, while Jinbin diverted the gun and shot Xiao, Lin Shi's arm gathered strength. With one arm propping himself up, the other wielding a sharp piece of ice, he hurled it with all his might towards Jinbin. Perhaps fortune favored him. Lin Shi struck true, the ice fragment hitting Jinbin's head. Jinbin's body collapsed onto the frozen lake, the gun slipping from his grasp, landing a meter in front of Lin Shi. Desperately, Lin Shi crawled towards the handgun, almost there, closer still. That strike had not been fatal. He had to kill Shen Jinbin. End him. Hatred surged within Lin Shi's eyes. He reached the firearm. A flicker of triumph ignited within him. BFF. A sharp pain pierced the back of Lin Shi's head, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Shi jolted awake, gasping for breath. Hadn't he just died? Was there a fourth person present at that time? Who could it have been? In that instant, he realized his injuries had vanished without a trace. The warm atmosphere, the soft bed, this was not a setting typical of an apocalypse. The incessant beeping continued as Lin Shi's gaze landed on the mobile phone at his bedside. A mobile phone? One that had long been rendered useless since the onset of the apocalypse. It took him a while to calm himself and confirm that he had been reborn. He had returned to a time before the Frigid Apocalypse began. Now the date was March 1st, 2024, at 7:30 a.m. In this moment, he was merely 19, a first-year student at a local university. Instead of residing in a dormitory, Lin Shi lived at home. Standing on his bedroom balcony, he felt the gentle morning breeze of March. The sun, too, brought warmth. Looking down from the 28th floor balcony, he observed the roads outside the community bustling with vehicles, soon to be enveloped in congestion. Yet this peaceful and thriving scene would soon be engulfed by boundless white snow, obscuring it completely. The cause lay in the sun, suspended high in the sky. Lin Shi shielded his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the very sun humanity relied upon for survival. Perhaps humanity had never considered that if one day something were to go awry with the sun, what would become of them? Lin Shi knew all too well that it would bring forth disaster, heralding humanity's end. Chapter 2. The Quest for Ancient Coins. 3 months later, on June 1 ST, an unprecedented SSS-class solar flare erupted in the annals of human scientific history, marking the time calculated by scientists after the onset of the apocalypse. The solar flare's sudden emergence caught everyone off guard. It wasn't until the coronal particles were approaching the blue planet that scientists from the Bear Nation detected anomalies. By then, it was already June 3rd, leaving humanity with a mere day to react, during which the governments of various nations had yet to reach a consensus. At 10 a.m. on June 4th, a violent electromagnetic pulse obliterated all satellites surrounding the blue planet without exception. All electronic devices failed in an instant. This was swiftly followed by a global geomagnetic storm. The electricity that humanity had taken centuries to harness was annihilated in a heartbeat, plunging civilization back into a dark, primitive state. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. After the solar eruption, the sun appeared to enter a period of weakness, visibly dimming the colossal fiery orb upon which humanity depended. Within 3 days, the world descended into temperatures averaging below -50 degrees, encasing the entire blue planet in ice, ushering in an era of extreme cold. Over 90% of species faced extinction. Animals, plants, food, and even low-lying structures were all entombed beneath layers of snow and ice. Humanity confronted an unprecedented catastrophe. From that moment on, those who wished to survive would find it an arduous struggle. Lin Shi returned to his room, contemplating briefly before opening the safe and retrieving a nondescript bowl. The bowl's surface was uneven, its color a dull gray, and it bore a chip on the rim that could easily be mistaken for a begging bowl by the roadside. Initially perplexed by his father's decision to draft a will for such a trivial object, Lin Shi only came to understand its significance after activating the bowl and discovering its hidden space. This was a treasure basin. It required specific items to be unlocked or, rather, restored in his previous life. Lin Shi had only managed to restore the treasure basin in the 8th year of the extreme cold apocalypse, gaining access to its space. Regrettably, at that time, the resources he found were barely sufficient to stave off hunger, let alone store them. What was most crucial after the apocalypse? It was resources. Resources that could be carried without the fear of theft. Now, his foremost task was to unlock this treasure basin. The item required to activate it had been found in the southern antique market in his past life. Time was of the essence. That item was vital to his greatest reliance after Rebirth, and Lin Shi resolved to set out immediately. He retrieved a backpack, placed the treasure basin inside, and left his home. Upon descending the stairs, Lin Shi spotted a breakfast shop and suddenly remembered he had yet to eat. Accustomed to the pangs of hunger during the apocalypse, he often went days without food. Surviving on mere snow, he entered the breakfast shop and devoured a hearty meal with great relish. After finishing, Relying on his memories and navigational assistance, he drove to the southern antique market. Early in the day, the market was bustling with hundreds of stalls lining the street, teeming with people. It was here, in his previous life, that he and Xiao had unearthed the crucial item needed to restore the treasure basin. A coin adorned with a unique pattern. That coin had been excavated from beneath thick layers of snow, and while he could ascertain it was in this antique market, the precise location was lost to him. He would have to search each stall one by one. The antique market was replete with coins. Almost every stall was filled with countless piles of hundreds of items. After 2 hours of searching, Lin Shi had yet to locate that uniquely patterned ancient coin. A grave expression settled upon his face. He had just inquired and discovered that this antique market only gathered vendors on Saturday mornings. Moreover, the stall owners were not consistent each time. This was undoubtedly disheartening news. If the owner of the special ancient coin had only set up shop here on the day of the apocalypse, would he not have to wait 3 months before he could return to find it? His advantage from being reborn would significantly diminish. In another hour or two, the stalls along this street would begin to close, and if he failed to find it, he would have to come back next weekend and hope for luck. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi steadied himself and continued towards the next stall. Lin Shi? A familiar voice rang out from behind him. Lin Shi's gaze lifted, and a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his clear eyes. This was a voice he would never forget, even in his dreams. Xiao, a classmate and friend from middle school to high school, who had betrayed him after enduring the trials of the apocalypse for 8 years. Reining in the killing intent in his eyes, Lin Shi turned in astonishment and said, Xiao, what are you doing here? Xiao, dressed in a city management uniform, approached and patted Lin Shi on the shoulder. I was just about to ask you the same thing. What is this? The top scholar is suddenly interested in antiques. Xiao teased, glancing at Lin Shi's handsome visage and his expensive attire. A trace of barely perceptible jealousy flashing in his eyes, Lin Shi, who had lived an extra life, took note of this hint of envy. A cold glimmer crossing his gaze, it turned out that Xiao had harbored grievances against him at this point in their previous life. Xiao, a temporary worker for the City Management Bureau, was not an unusual sight here. Nonchalantly, Lin Shi brushed aside Xiao's hand resting on his shoulder and replied casually, I have some free time this weekend and heard there are many antiques here, so I came to take a look. Xiao chuckled inwardly. He had been working nearby for almost a year and knew that this street was filled with deceptive trinkets. Many came here hoping to find a hidden gem. But in reality, one could go an entire year without discovering anything genuine. Just last time, a naive young man lost over 100,000 yuan and caused a scene. However, he would not share this information with Lin Shi. He rather hoped Lin Shi would fall for the ruse, as he certainly did not lack money. Maintaining a facade of friendship was essential. Otherwise, how could he exploit Lin Shi, the easy target? Xiao smiled and said, There are indeed many fakes here, but some genuine items exist. 6 months ago, an old man picked up a genuine Han Dynasty piece for 200 yuan and sold it for 500,000. Any normal 19-year-old would feel their heart race upon hearing this. Even those who initially intended just to browse might be tempted to buy a couple of items. Lin Shi maintained a composed exterior but smirked inwardly, reflecting on how he had never realized just how insidious Xiao was. Nodding at Xiao, he remarked, Then I must take a good look at it. That moment, a commotion erupted not far away, drawing many people toward it. Curiosity piqued, Lin Shi followed suit. As the crowd became congested, Xiao shouted, Make way! Make way! City management is on duty. The crowd indeed parted to create a path. Lin Shi seized the opportunity to move to the front. A young man, around 25 or 26 years old, appeared agitated, brandishing an ancient coin and exclaiming, Old man, I had this appraised yesterday, and it's just a modern craft. It's fake. To your astonishment, you dare to sell it for 100,000 each. Refund my money. You must return it to me today. The stall owner, an elderly man in his 70s, clad in a coarse cloth shirt, bore the marks of time upon his weathered face, where wrinkles now twisted together in distress. This is truly a treasured heirloom of my family. What a worthless trinket. Will you refund or not? If you refuse, I shall report you to the authorities. Onlookers regarded the scene with a sense of amusement, including Xiao, who leaned closer to Lin Shi and whispered, Such incidents occur every few months here. In the past, this young man would undoubtedly have been beaten. There exists a rule in the realm of antiques. Once an item is purchased, even if it is a counterfeit, it cannot be returned. If one is deceived, It is merely a lesson learned through financial expenditure. Yet, evidently, this young man was either genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance, adamantly insisting on a return. Lin Shi's gaze fell upon the ancient coin in the young man's hand, and his pupils constricted suddenly. It was the coin that unlocked the treasure trove. The old man trembled, his hands shaking as he implored. This is indeed a family heirloom, passed down from my great-grandfather. Young man, I am not deceiving you. Many in the crowd cast disapproving glances at the young man. Did he not understand the rules? Simultaneously, some believed the old man was quite convincing. After all, he had sought authentication. Could one truly have a genuine item declared false? Lin Shi took a deep breath and approached the young man, curiosity lacing his voice as he inquired, "May I see the ancient coin you hold?" Chapter 3. 2 Ancient Coins. Qin Tai, upon realizing the newcomer was a student younger than himself, waved his hand dismissively. Go away, go away. Go play somewhere else." Lin Shi remained unperturbed and replied, "I have a penchant for collecting various currencies, and I am interested in the coin you possess. Would you consider selling it to me?" At this declaration, whispers erupted among the onlookers. Has this young man lost his senses? He wishes to purchase something he knows to be fake? Is he truly a student? Does he possess such wealth? Xiao was taken aback, perplexed as to why Lin Shi would seek to acquire something he was aware to be counterfeit. He knew Lin Shi was affluent. 100,000 was the sum one would accumulate through 3 years of relentless toil without sustenance as a city administrator. With such funds, why waste them on this worthless piece of copper? A flicker of envy crossed Zhao's eyes as he stood behind Lin Shi. Why is it that, despite being of the same age, Lin Shi's fortune seems so vastly superior to his own? Upon hearing Lin Shi's willingness to take over the transaction, Qin Tai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly handed the ancient coin to Lin Shi. It was a peculiar artifact, appearing almost golden. One side bore the engraving of a gold ingot, while the other displayed an array of strange characters and images. Many crowded around to take a glance before shaking their heads and retreating. Most in the gathering were seasoned scavengers in the antique market, possessing a discerning eye. The coin appeared pristine, its design unlike any currency known from historical dynasties, resembling instead a token from a child's arcade game. The crowd regarded Lin Shi with expressions akin to that of viewing a foolishly affluent individual. An elderly gentleman kindly cautioned, "Young man, do scrutinize your purchases carefully." As Lin Shi felt the warmth emanating from the treasure trove within his backpack. He confirmed that this was indeed the item he had been seeking. Regardless of the monetary value of the ancient coin, its ability to unlock a storage space renders it an invaluable treasure to Lin Shi. Casually, Lin Shi inquired, "How much are you willing to part with it for?" Qin Tai, glancing over Lin Shi's attire, replied, 150,000, and it's yours. Just moments ago, he had been clamoring for a refund. Yet now Lin Shi's willingness to acquire it prompted him to escalate the price. The surrounding onlookers cast scornful glances. 50,000, Lin Shi countered. Qin Tai snatched the coin back, exclaiming, "I acquired it for 100,000. What are you thinking?" Lin Shi smiled and turned to leave, silently counting to 3, confident that the individual would call him back. Indeed, no sooner had he taken a few steps than someone halted him, not Qin Tai, but an elderly vendor. "Young man, if you're interested in such ancient coins, I have another one here, available for 80,000. Lin Shi turned around, astonished. "You have another?" The elderly man trembled as he retrieved a cloth pouch from his bosom, presenting another ancient coin to Lin Shi with hopeful eyes. Desperate for money due to his son's battle with leukemia, he was compelled to sell this ancestral heirloom. His forebears had entrusted him with the responsibility of preserving both coins. Yet if he did not sell them now, he risked losing his lineage. The sale of these coins would secure the funds for his son's surgery. Lin Shi accepted the coin, lowering his gaze to conceal his shock and delight. It was indeed identical. The treasure basin responded as well. To his astonishment, there were not just one, but 2 such coins. "Elder, how many of these coins do you possess?" Lin Shi inquired. "Only these 2, passed down through generations. If it weren't for my urgent need for money, I would never part with them," the elder sighed. This answer was expected. The quantity of such unique coins was bound to be limited. The one in his possession must be the one he had discovered in a previous life, while the one held by Qin Tai was likely the one that had eluded him. "Very well, I shall take this one." Lin Shi nodded at the elder and promptly initiated a transfer on his phone. Observing Lin Shi's swift transaction, Qin Tai scrutinized the coin in his hand. pondering whether there was some hidden significance to it. The elder, pleased with the sale, began to pack up his stall, preparing to leave. Noticing Qin Tai's expression, Lin Shi understood that suspicion had arisen within him. He was intent on acquiring the second ancient coin. However, from their earlier exchange, he had discerned that Qin Tai was a greedy individual. Should he uncover any clues, he would undoubtedly inflate the price or refuse to sell altogether. Therefore, after completing the transaction with the elder, Lin Shi turned to depart, feigning disinterest in the coin that Qin Tai possessed. This maneuver caused Qin Tai, who had been awaiting a slip from Lin Shi, to momentarily lose his composure. Ultimately, he opted to trust his cousin, hastily blocking Lin Shi's path. "Hey, look, would you consider taking this one off my hands as well?" Lin Shi replied with displeasure, "I already possess one. This coin holds little significance for me now." Qin Tai, casting a glance at the departing elder, refrained from pressing him further, well aware that the chances of a refund were slim. After all, the antiquities trade had its unwritten rules, and initially, he had relied on his youth to attempt deceit. He quickly added, "I'll sell it to you for 100,000. I acquired it for the same price. Not making a profit off you. Is that acceptable?" Lin Shi gave him a dispassionate glance and said, 50,000. After a series of negotiations, Lin Shi ultimately spent 80,000 to procure the second ancient coin from Qin Tai. Gazing at the two coins nestled in his palm, a faint smile graced his lips. Had he not come today, this coin would have slipped through his fingers. He was eager to witness the transformations that this lifetime's treasure basin would unveil. Disposing of the enviously sour Xiao, Lin Shi hastily returned home. Xiao would eventually need to be dealt with, but not at this moment. Upon arriving home, Lin Shi securely locked the door and stepped into the windowless storage room, ensuring that door was closed as well. The activation of the treasure basin was no small affair. It must not be discovered. He retrieved the gently warmed treasure basin and placed one ancient coin within. The basin levitated, suddenly emitting a dazzling light. Layers of grime and patina shed away, revealing the true nature of the treasure basin. Subsequently, a stream of golden light surged into Lin Shi's forehead, as his vision momentarily blurred. A game-like interface materialized before him. Treasure basin, function, storage space 333, upgrade required currency points, 1,000. The space had manifested, in his previous life. The activation of the treasure basin had also revealed such a digital interface. At that time, Lin Shi had failed to discern its meaning. This time, he chose not to squander his time in analysis. Existence implies reason. With the space now at his disposal, Lin Shi clenched his fists, unable to conceal his delight. The space was equivalent to a small room. Aside from living beings, any object that could fit could be accessed through thought. Time within the space stood still, preserving items in their original state upon entry. Most importantly, this space could be upgraded using gold, silver, and jewels in his past life. Lin Shi had attempted to enhance the space with gold and silver, but regrettably, by the 8th year of the apocalypse, those treasures had been buried beneath thick snow, preventing him from completing even a single upgrade. He pondered whether the addition of another ancient coin in this lifetime would invoke some other change within the treasure basin. Lin Shi picked up the second ancient coin and placed it upon his forehead. Instantly, he felt a warmth at his brow, and the coin vanished from his hand. The treasure basin interface momentarily glitched, becoming indistinct. After a brief interval, clarity returned, revealing significant alterations. Treasure basin, function, storage space 333, upgrade required currency points, 1,000, function, item duplication 3, upgrade required currency points, 10,000, chapter 4, item duplication and additional function for item duplication. Lin Shi's eyes brightened. Could it be the duplication he had hoped for? He immediately set about preparing an experiment. With only 3 duplication attempts available, he could not afford to waste them. After a moment of contemplation, he returned to his bedroom, opened the safe, and retrieved the most valuable item in his possession, a 500G gold bar left by his father. Holding it in his hand, Lin Shi softly uttered, item duplication, and a flash of golden light. 5 gold bars materialized out of thin air, descending and landing with a crisp sound on the floor. Lin Shi quickly crouched down to gather the gold bars, arranging them on the table for comparison with the original. The size and weight of the duplicated gold bars were identical to the one in his hand, including a small flaw on one bar. Perfectly replicated, Lin Shi cast a glance at the interface of the treasure basin. The item duplication section had transformed into Item duplication 2. The current international gold price stood at 430 yuan per gram, while the pawnshop's buyback price was 10 yuan lower than the market rate. The gold bars in his possession were all inherited from his father. The 5 bars could now be sold for 1.05 million. With the item duplication feature, the treasure basin had instantly augmented his assets by 1.05 million. The treasure basin, indeed, is a genuine treasure basin, Lin Shi murmured. This extraordinary ability to amass wealth was undoubtedly akin to the legendary treasure basin. There was once a tale in Xiao country about a treasure basin, with various versions of the story circulating. The most renowned figure was a man named Shen San. According to legend, Shen San stumbled upon a treasure basin, wherein whatever he placed inside would yield a bountiful return. Consequently, he became a prominent tycoon during the Ming dynasty, with wealth rivaling that of nations. If his own treasure basin had no restrictions on the number of duplications, achieving wealth beyond measure would merely be a matter of time. Was this not its complete form? Lin Shi gazed intently at the 10 gold bars before him, striving to calm his fervent heart. Although he was aware that activating the duplication feature again could potentially double his 10 gold bars to 20, the duplication count on the treasure basin interface had dwindled to 2. He was uncertain whether the total of 3 duplications was a finite resource or could be replenished. If it were limited to 3 activations, he must reserve the remaining 2 for more crucial moments. Furthermore, the legendary Shen San had attracted the emperor's jealousy due to his immense wealth, ultimately leading to his demise. A commoner is innocent, but possessing wealth is a crime. If he were to suddenly acquire such a fortune, it was highly probable that the state would take notice. With this thought in mind, Lin Shi decided to utilize the 5 duplicated gold bars to upgrade the treasure basin. He picked up one of the bars and silently uttered, "Upgrade space." Suddenly, several red characters flashed on the treasure basin interface. Duplicated items cannot be used for upgrades. To his astonishment, they could not be used for upgrading. Lin Shi carefully examined the gold bar in his hand, which appeared no different from an ordinary gold bar. Confirming that there were no loopholes, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, this was to be expected. He then took the gold bar he had originally retrieved from the safe and silently intoned, "Upgrade space." The numbers on the interface danced momentarily before transforming into treasure basin, function, storage space 333, funds required for upgrade, 500, function, item duplication 2, funds required for upgrade, 10,000. A 500G gold bar could be exchanged for 500 funds, and 1 gram of gold could be converted into 1 fund. This was knowledge Lin Shi had possessed from his previous life. In contrast, 4 silver, 100G could only be exchanged for 1 fund. Lin Shi consumed another gold bar, and the interface shimmered, indicating the space had been upgraded. Treasure basin, function, storage space 666, funds required for upgrade 2,000, function, item duplication 2, funds required for upgrade 10,000. The space had expanded. Though the numbers had merely doubled, the actual volume had increased 8-fold. Additionally, the funds required for the upgrade had also doubled. The value of 2 gold bars, amounting to 420,000, was suddenly depleted. Were it to be 3 years prior, he would not have even qualified for an upgrade to the wealth-accumulating basin point 3 years ago. Lin Shi's father tragically passed away, leaving behind a considerable inheritance alongside a substantial death compensation of 10 million. The wealth-accumulating basin was a legacy bestowed upon him by his father. Presently, aside from his residence and a few gold bars, he possesses cash amounting to 14.52 million. While this sum may appear insignificant amidst the throng of affluent individuals in Heist, for a 19-year-old, it constitutes a considerable fortune. Yet, for Lin Shi, this amount is far from sufficient. Ascending to the next tier of space necessitates 4 gold bars, which translates to 860,000 in cash, while upgrading the item replication demands 4.24 million. Additionally, he needs to stockpile numerous resources and construct a shelter, which also requires substantial funds. After contemplating for a while, Lin Shi formulated a plan. He retrieved his mobile phone and rummaged through to find several real estate agents' contact numbers, dialing them one by one. First and foremost, Lin Shi intended to sell his apartment situated near the city center. His past experiences had taught him that in a frigid post-apocalyptic world, such high-rise complexes were ill-suited for habitation. Heist's flat terrain, coupled with its economic prosperity and dense skyscrapers, would not ensure the survival of its millions of inhabitants. Most southern buildings are designed for effective heat dissipation but offer little in terms of insulation against the cold. Consequently, when the apocalypse struck, it was common for a significant number of individuals in southern cities to succumb to the freezing temperatures. The onset of the extreme cold occurred in June, causing Heishi's average temperature to plummet from 20°C, 27°C to a chilling -50°C to -80°C. The concrete and steel structures of the high-rises would warp and crack under such extreme conditions, while the beautiful, well-lit glass windows would be shattered by the blizzards. Within merely a year or two, the majority of these skyscrapers would collapse. Many did not perish from the cold but rather met their end beneath the rubble of fallen buildings. In his previous life, Lin Shi's building remained standing, but the adjacent one collapsed, taking his down with it. Fortunately, Lin Shi had the foresight to escape unharmed in this lifetime. Residing there was simply out of the question. The apartment is ideally located, close to the city center. Over the years, the property market in Xiao has soared, and Heishi's real estate prices have remained exorbitantly high. Even Lin Shi's 128-square-meter-old apartment has appreciated to an astounding 80,000 per square meter, thereby reaching a value of 10 million. Lin Shi has two primary stipulations regarding the sale of his apartment: a swift transaction and full cash payment. Although these requirements may seem challenging, Heishi is not lacking in wealthy individuals. Lin Shi set a bottom-line price of 9 million and candidly informed the agents that he had contacted multiple agencies. He would accept no less than 9 million. Whoever proves most capable of selling it sooner would receive any commission above that amount. These real estate agents, motivated by the prospect of substantial commissions, would exert every effort to facilitate Lin Shi's sale. Despite the urgency, even if they managed to sell it for 9.1 million, they would still earn a tidy sum of 100,000. Having gathered the property details, these agents speculated whether Lin Shi might be a typical wealthy heir squandering his fortune. Regardless of the price, selling the property would require time, which is why this became Lin Shi's foremost task. The funds required for his subsequent plans would be most advantageous if maximized. His next course of action involves utilizing all his assets to purchase gold bars from the bank, employing his replication skills to double the quantity, and then selling the replicated bars back to the bank to recoup his investment. The remaining gold bars would then be entirely dedicated to upgrading the wealth-accumulating basin. Chapter 5. Accumulating Interest. After listing his apartment for sale, Lin Shi made a phone call to his counselor, explaining that he had an urgent matter at home and needed to take a leave of absence. The apocalypse was imminent, and continuing to attend school seemed like a futile endeavor. However, the prospect of not attending at all would only result in a barrage of phone calls from the counselor. Thus, requesting a leave seemed the most convenient option. After all, being alone meant that no one would challenge his excuse. Lin Shi contemplated whether he should inform the authorities about the impending SS-level solar flare set to erupt in 3 months. Such a warning might minimize human casualties and national losses. Yet, he quickly dismissed this thought. Not only was he a mere civilian with no access to high-ranking officials, but even if he reported it, the law enforcement officers would hardly believe his claims. He had no means to substantiate the truth of his assertions, and would likely be dismissed as a madman. Sharing apocalyptic news online would be equally futile. Over the past few years, the climate and environment of Blue Star had deteriorated significantly, and many had speculated about various end-of-the-world scenarios. Even if he spoke with conviction, he would merely be regarded as another alarmist, potentially placing himself in danger. Ultimately, he was just a selfish mortal. Lin Shi drove to a pawn shop. The gold bars in his family's safe were purchased by his father from a gold store over a decade ago, and could only be sold to gold shops or pawn shops. He sold 5 replicated gold bars, resulting in a deposit of 1.05 million into his account. After completing this transaction, nightfall had descended. Satisfied after enjoying a grilled fish dinner, Lin Shi returned home. That evening, he also devised an exercise plan for himself over the next 3 months. In the face of a frigid apocalypse, the most vulnerable would be the elderly and children. While the physically fit young adults would have the highest survival rates, a robust physique would enable one to endure the cold, increase survival chances, protect oneself, and deal with the mutations that might arise in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Just as he finished writing the plan, his phone chimed with a message. Upon checking, he discovered a notification from his high school classmates' chat group. This was a small group of only 6 members, and Lin Shi had pinned the conversation, indicating its significance to him in the past. The top message was from Xiao. "Hey guys, are you free tomorrow evening? Let us get together. Everyone Huang Miao. I'm available. Where are we going? Lin Go, take us out." Manual comical face. Xiao. Let us go to the Huachao Club. I've spent my salary from the past few months, and I want to treat you all to a good meal since you're my best brothers. Sun Xiaodong, Zhao Gu, that S-bold, but I want to be in Haisher these days. Crying emoji, Su Feifei. I'll go. Cute expression, Zhao Xiao. Feifei, places like this aren't suitable for girls. Su Qin. Alas, I'm studying at another city. Enjoy yourselves and eat well. Let us gather during the summer vacation. Lin Shi gazed at the messages, recalling many overlooked details from his previous life. Although he and Zhao Xiao had been classmates in middle school, Zhao Xiao had always maintained his own circle, and their interactions had been merely cordial nods. In retrospect, the shift in Zhao Xiao's demeanor coincided precisely with the time of Lin Shi's father's passing. The exorbitant compensation for his father's death had made headlines in Haisher. Subsequently, Zhao Xiao and a few of his close associates began to treat Lin Shi as a brother, frequently inviting him out for meals and entertainment under various pretexts. Considering that they were all students with limited finances, Lin Shi often insisted on footing the bill during their outings. Reflecting upon the past 3 years, during which countless expenditures have transpired, it becomes apparent that these individuals have never once contributed financially. Particularly, Zhao Xiao has feigned poverty both overtly and covertly, eliciting sympathy from Lin Shi. He has indoctrinated Lin Shi with the notion that brothers should share both fortunes and misfortunes alike. Although he verbally claims to be treating, he invariably concocts schemes to ensure that he himself does not bear the cost. The expenses incurred at the Huaqiao Club far exceed Zhao Zhao's monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. After his rebirth, Lin Shi is no longer the naive version of himself from his previous life. He comprehends these dynamics instantly. It seems that Zhao Xiao was provoked by the incident involving the ancient coins today, eagerly seeking to exploit Lin Shi. Observing Lin Shi's silence, several members in the group began to tag him. A cold smile crept upon Lin Shi's lips. If that is the case, he might as well collect some interest first. Lin Shi: Sure, but I am only available after 8 this evening. The following day, accustomed to rising early, Lin Shi awoke naturally at 5 o'clock. The interface of his treasure basin had not changed, and the items he had used had not been restored. Lin Shi remained unperturbed. If he could only utilize the new ability conferred by the ancient coin 3 times, its practicality would pale in comparison to that of his spatial abilities. Moreover, the financial points required to upgrade the item duplication ability are 10-fold that of the spatial one. This indicates that this ability must be far more precious and powerful than the spatial capabilities. He resolved not to dwell on it further. When the time comes for him to upgrade with gold, everything will become clear. After completing his morning routine, Lin Shi descended to engage in a warm-up jog. Followed by a systematic workout for his entire body, he avoided intense, prolonged exertion, opting instead for a balanced regimen of stretching and exercising. This approach not only strengthened his muscles but also enhanced the flexibility of both his muscles and joints. Having devised an optimal exercise method during the apocalypse, he now merely needed to progress gradually. The intensity of training on the first day should not be excessive, and by 8 o'clock, Lin Shi returned home. After showering and having breakfast, he began to compile a list of necessary supplies. In this frigid apocalypse, there are numerous essentials. Drawing from his previous life's experiences, he meticulously enumerated everything he would require. In the afternoon, Lin Shi contacted a real estate agent and rented a 1,000 square meter warehouse for 1 month, with a total cost of 60,000 yuan, paying 1 month's rent in advance and a security deposit. They agreed to sign the contract the following day, and Lin Shi hung up the phone. The warehouse served as a means of discretion. Subsequently, the supplies he acquired would be delivered there before being transferred to his spatial realm. The warehouse also contained a small night watch compartment, and Lin Shi had already resolved to reside there in a few days until the supplies were fully prepared. As night fell, Zhao Xiao and others in the group began urging each other to head out early. Lin Shi, however, was in no rush. He only changed into a fresh outfit as the clock approached 8 before driving to the Huaqiao Club. Upon his arrival, he found Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei already considerably inebriated within the private room. Su Feifei's eyes sparkled upon seeing Lin Shi enter. Her cheeks flushed as she approached and playfully linked her arm with his, saying, "Lin Shi, why did you take so long to arrive? It's been ages. Did you miss me?" Su Feifei possessed a sweet visage, fair skin, and large, fluttering eyes. When she gazed at someone, it gave the impression that her eyes were filled with that person, creating the illusion that she held a particular interest in them. In truth, she treated everyone in her social circle in a similar fashion. In her previous life during the apocalypse, Su Feifei had fared far better than she had in this one. Lin Shi, seizing the opportunity to wave at others, extricated his arm, Su Feifei was momentarily taken aback. Before she could contemplate the peculiarities of Lin Shi's demeanor today, Huang Miao had already summoned him over. Lin Gu, hurry over. We must indulge ourselves to the point of inebriation tonight. Zhao's gaze flicked over Lin Shi's arm, which Su Feifei had linked with, and the mirth on her face visibly dimmed. Lin Shi, Miao, I have prepared an exceptional surprise for you today, Xiao remarked with a playful smile. Huang Miao, intrigued, inquired, what kind of surprise? Before long, 4 voluptuous women sauntered into the private room. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. They had actually summoned companions for drinks, albeit of questionable attractiveness, yet they sure knew how to revel. Lin Shi glanced at the array of alcoholic beverages on the table, estimating that it would cost at least 20,000. He was keen to see if Xiao could truly muster such funds today. Xiao, casting a playful glance at Lin Shi, said, Lin Shi, this is all for you and Miao. Thank you for being my brothers. Now, let us toast to this. Chapter 6. You wouldn't dare treat us without bringing any money, would you? Lin Shi did not reach for a cup, but instead replied, I'm feeling a bit under the weather today. Having taken some antibiotics, I can't drink, but you all enjoy yourselves. The 3 paid him no mind. The trio then engaged in singing and drinking within the room. Before they knew it, it was already 1 in the morning, and the table was littered with empty bottles. Everyone, save for Lin Shi, had succumbed to inebriation. Su Feifei, her eyes hazy with intoxication, expressed her desire to return home. Xiao immediately offered to escort her. Huang Miao, with a glint in his eye, chimed in, I'll join you both. It's on my way. Then let us settle the bill and leave together, Lin Shi replied with a grin. The waiter was dispatched to fetch the bill. Xiao leaned closer to Lin Shi, draping her arm over his shoulder, her gaze a blend of dazed affection and shrewd calculation. Lin Shi, come over for dinner at my place tomorrow. My parents have been eager to see you. Last time, my mom wanted to adopt you as her godson. Have you given it any thought? Lin Shi pondered for a few moments before recalling Xiao's words. When he had visited her home last month, her parents had expressed a profound fondness for him, proposing to adopt him and intertwine their families. Lin Shi's father had relocated from another city to settle in High City, and throughout his life, Lin Shi had never engaged with relatives from his father's side. After his father's death, his mother remarried, severing ties with her own relatives as well. The presence of Xiao and her family had timely filled the void in Lin Shi's heart, fostering a sense of trust. Although he had never acquiesced to becoming Zhao's family godson in his previous life, he had grown closer to Xiao. She had even lent them $1 million when they purchased a new home. Unfortunately, when the apocalypse struck, Xiao's parents perished in its early days, and the money was never reclaimed. Calculating the time, it was nearly the moment Xiao would ask him for a loan again. No, I'm not accustomed to being someone's son, Lin Shi said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. From the outset, Xiao had always approached him with ulterior motives. In his past life, he had regarded her as his closest friend, overlooking many things. Now, without the lens of friendship clouding his judgment, Lin Shi discerned that Xiao's schemes were rather transparent, a realization shaped by the treachery he had witnessed during the apocalypse. Xiao, taken aback by Lin Shi's refusal, momentarily froze as the waiter entered with the bill. The total expenditure amounted to over 38,000. Rounded down to 38. The waiter presented the bill to the group. Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei turned their gazes towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow and remarked, Why do you all look at me? Xiao stated that he was treating it. Seemed as though Xiao only just grasped the situation, as he awkwardly patted his pocket and sheepishly exclaimed, Oh no, my phone is dead. He cast a pleading glance towards Lin Shi. In a previous life, Lin Shi would have unhesitatingly risen to settle the bill. However, at this moment, Lin Shi wore a half-smile, with a glint of mockery in his eyes, and addressed the waiter, saying, Fetch him a charger. The waiter's expression soured as he shot Xiao a disdainful look before departing the private room to retrieve the charger. Upon exiting, he instructed those outside, Keep an eye out. The individuals outside immediately understood. The atmosphere inside the room grew somewhat tense. Huang Miao and Su Feifei exchanged glances. They had grown accustomed to Lin Shi insisting on paying, and this scene was beyond their imagination. Although Xiao had persistently claimed he would treat, they were all aware of who would ultimately foot the bill. Could it be that Lin Shi and Xiao were at odds? Huang Miao discreetly signaled Xiao, asking, What is going on? Xiao, equally perplexed, felt a flash of irritation cross his face. Lin Shi's behavior left him utterly embarrassed. His phone had battery life. He had merely turned it off earlier to provide Lin Shi with a reasonable excuse for paying. Did Lin Shi intend for him to beg? Xiao felt a growing resentment towards Lin Shi, yet managed to force a smile, saying, "Lin Shi, why don't you settle this one, and I'll treat next time." Lin Shi, however, showed no inclination to grant Xiao any leniency, replying with a look of confusion, "Xiao, wasn't it you who insisted on treating and gathered everyone here? Don't tell me you came without any money?" The smile on Xiao's face faltered. Huang Miao and Su Feifei gazed incredulously at Lin Shi. They had witnessed how well Lin Shi treated Xiao over the past 3 years. They had never seen him behave in such a manner. Moreover, there were still 4 hostesses in the room, who had not even received a tip, and here they were witnessing a scene akin to a dine and dash. Xiao had confidently declared his intention to treat, and the hostesses had all heard him, now casting various looks of disdain, scorn, and surprise in his direction. At that moment, the waiter returned with the charger, placing it in front of Xiao and gesturing for him to proceed. Xiao stared at the charger, feeling caught in a dilemma. The waiter, with a stern face, urged, "Please charge it, sir. We will be closing in an hour." Xiao's expression shifted like a spilled palette of colors, alternating between red, white, and black. No matter how cunning he might be, he was merely a 19-year-old just beginning to navigate the world. At this moment, Xiao could no longer contain his fury. "Enough!" Xiao gritted his teeth, forcing out each word directed at Lin Shi. "Lin Shi, I beg you, please settle the bill first. Can we discuss matters later?" He still believed he had inadvertently offended Lin Shi and thought that if he merely appeased him like before, Lin Shi would obediently do as he wished. However, how could Lin Shi, having endured the betrayal of Xiao, still resemble the naive fool he once was in a previous life? Lin Shi's expression turned icy as he remarked, "So, are you truly saying that you came to treat us without any money?" Xiao felt his pride being ruthlessly trampled, his eyes reddening with indignation as he replied, "Yes." Lin Shi chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the others. "If that is the case, let us split the bill evenly." "What? Split the bill?" At this, Huang Miao and Su Feifei also lost their composure. Su Feifei frowned and protested, "You can't expect me, as a girl, to cover the entire bill for our outing, can you?" Huang Miao, his eyes darting nervously, added, "I had no idea we were going Dutch today. I didn't bring any money." He nudged the now sullen Xiao, whose face was as dark as a pot bottom. "Zhao Gu, what have you done to offend Lin Gu? You ought to apologize to him." Xiao glared at Lin Shi, whose expression was a mixture of amusement and disdain, wishing he could strike Lin Shi dead. He could hardly recall what had provoked Lin Shi's ire. Ignoring the trio, Lin Shi paid for his own share, 30 yuan for a glass of lemonade. Xiao incredulously exclaimed, "Didn't you say we were going Dutch?" His mind was racing, struggling to comprehend the situation. Lin Shi smirked, deriving genuine pleasure from Xiao's dismay. "Indeed, we are going Dutch. Each person pays for their own expenses. I only had one juice tonight. Feel free to check the surveillance cameras." As events unfolded, the establishment had no choice but to review the footage, confirming Lin Shi's account. After settling his 30 yuan, Lin Shi was allowed to leave, departing under the furious glares of Xiao and his companions. Left behind, the 3 faced the unfriendly waiter, who coldly urged, "You still owe 37,970 yuan. Please settle the bill." Chapter 7. Liaopeng. Could it be that Lin Shi simply walked away? The trio could hardly believe that the usually affable Lin Shi had turned so callous. By the time they processed the situation, Lin Shi had already distanced himself. "Lin Shi, wait for me." Su Feifei attempted to follow, but the waiter blocked her path. "Why are you stopping me?" "That man ahead is my boyfriend." Su Feifei glared at the waiter, her tone sharp. The waiter replied with a cold smile, "Then perhaps you should call your boyfriend and ask him to cover your share." Fuming, Su Feifei felt her chest heave with anger but dared not confront the seemingly formidable waiter. She turned to Xiao and shot him a venomous look. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and pay." I don't have that much money." In front of the girl he admired, Xiao felt utterly humiliated, his resentment towards Lin Shi growing. Having worked for less than a year, his savings had yet to surpass 4 digits. How could he possibly afford 38,000? Lin Shi had accurately guessed that after witnessing him spend over 100,000 in mere minutes the day before. Xiao had concocted the idea of treating Lin Shi today in a vengeful act. Xiao believed Lin Shi would undoubtedly cover the bill, as he was tied to them as their sole good friend. Even if it pained him, he would relent. It had always been this way before. Why had Lin Shi suddenly transformed into a different person today? Unwilling to accept defeat, Xiao dialed Lin Shi's number. Stepping out of the establishment feeling refreshed, Lin Shi ended the call from Xiao, blocking him and the others from his contacts, and returned home. Xiao's call was abruptly terminated, and upon attempting to reach out once more, he found himself unable to connect at all. It was then that he truly realized that Lin Shi would no longer concern himself with their affairs. Confronted by the watchful eyes of the waitstaff and several security personnel from the establishment, Xiao muttered softly, "Let us go, Dutch." Huang Miao and Su Feifei, however, were unwilling to comply. One was merely a novice in the workforce, while the other was still a student, both lacking sufficient funds. The idea of visiting the club had originated with Xiao, who had also insisted on treating them, and even arranged for the company of hostesses. After a heated exchange among the three, the club ultimately called the authorities, leading to the arrival of the police, prompting the trio to contact their families for financial assistance to settle the bill. Xiao, in his attempt to outsmart Lin Shi, had indulged excessively in both drinks and expenses, resulting in a debt of 18,000. Huang Miao had also consumed a considerable amount, owing 13,000. Su Feifei, albeit reluctantly, managed to pay 7,000. As the three emerged from the Huaqiao Club, they parted ways in discontent. A fierce argument erupted between Huang Miao and Xiao, with mutual accusations flying, nearly severing their bond. Su Feifei, too, did not afford Xiao a pleasant demeanor, as she blocked him on social media upon returning home. What had begun as a simple gathering culminated in the dissolution of friendships, and the beloved girl he cherished had cast him out of her life. Xiao harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Lin Shi. However, upon returning home, instead of solace, he was met with a scathing reprimand from his father, who struck him across the face in anger. Xiao's father berated him for his lack of wisdom, lamenting that the family was preparing to purchase a home and seek financial assistance from Lin Shi. Yet this debacle had ensued. He ordered Xiao to promptly apologize to Lin Shi, believing that Xiao's evident intent to exploit Lin Shi had led to the latter's displeasure. Lin Shi was unaware of any of this. Even if he were, it would not concern him. The following day, Lin Shi arose early for his workout, and shortly after breakfast, he received a call from a real estate agent. The agent, a young woman named Chen Qingqing, inquired, "Mr. Lin, I have a client interested in viewing a property. When would you be available?" Taken aback by the promptness, Lin Shi responded, "I am available now. You may bring them over." Within a mere 15 minutes, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, a middle-aged man clad in a jacket entered, accompanied by the attractive Chen Qingqing. She began to elaborate on the merits of the property in detail. Lin Shi stepped aside, recognizing that the agents were the professionals in selling houses. His role was merely to wait. After inspecting the property, the middle-aged man expressed his willingness to make a cash purchase. Chen Qingqing successfully negotiated the price at 9,450,000. Lin Shi was somewhat astonished, as this transaction was progressing far quicker than he had anticipated. However, as the two were leaving, he witnessed the middle-aged man making an inappropriate advance towards Chen Qingqing, instantly illuminating the situation for him. Not long after their departure, Chen Qingqing returned, "Mr. Lin, I have negotiated with the client, and we shall proceed with the transfer formalities tomorrow. Please prepare the necessary documents in advance." Given the significance of this transaction, Chen Qingqing was clearly pulling out all the stops. All right. Although Lin Shi was taken aback by her tactics, he found himself quite satisfied with the outcome. The sooner the property sold, the sooner he could embark on his next venture. Chen Qingqing proceeded to detail the preparations required for the transfer, gradually leaning closer as she spoke. Lin Shi took a few steps back, casting a cold glance towards her. Chen Qingqing, at the age of 25 or 26, was in the prime of her youth, possessing an admirable physique. However, she felt no attraction towards a man of such unscrupulous disposition. When Lin Shi cast a cold glance her way, she felt a chill settle in her heart. She had never encountered a boy's gaze so devoid of warmth. Yet, contemplating the substantial commission, she mustered her most enchanting smile and remarked, "Mr. Lin, you previously mentioned that any amount exceeding 9 million would be counted as commission. I am a woman of my word. The funds will be transferred to you upon the completion of the transaction. I must take my leave shortly, so I will not keep Miss Chen any longer." It was a testament to her capabilities that someone could secure a contract worth 450,000. Lin Shi would naturally not retract his words. With this money, he could initiate his next plan. Upon hearing this, Chun Qingqing felt a sense of relief and departed. Lin Shi also prepared to leave, as he had arranged to sign a contract for the warehouse rental that day. After inspecting the warehouse, he was quite pleased. Having set forth several requirements prior to its rental, he requested a location with minimal foot traffic, excellent confidentiality, and an inability for outsiders to view the interior. The agent, being meticulous, had adhered to Lin Shi's specifications and had even visited the site beforehand. The contract was signed without a hitch. Once he received the keys to his apartment the following day, Lin Shi would be able to move into the warehouse. As he was leaving, he stopped the agent, a man nearing 30, named Liao Peng. Lin Shi regarded him as attentive and composed. With less than 3 months remaining until the impending apocalypse, he needed to amass vast resources and upgrade his treasury, a task that could not be accomplished in mere days. Constructing a sanctuary was labor-intensive, and he required assistance. Mr. Liao, would you be interested in working for me? I can offer you an annual salary of 500,000. Lin Shi painted an enticing picture. Liao Peng was momentarily taken aback. An annual salary of 500,000? This was significantly more than the 20 to 30,000 he earned at the real estate agency. However, a sense of doubt crept in, leaving him to ponder whether Lin Shi was jesting. Cautiously, he inquired, "What exactly would you require me to do?" "I cannot engage in any illicit activities." Chapter 8. Preparing to purchase gold, Lin Shi organized his thoughts and replied, "I am an enthusiast of survivalism and wish to construct an independent safe house in Shushi. However, I am currently tied up in heist and hope to find someone who can assist me." The notion of a survivalist and a safe house caused even the composed Liao Peng to falter slightly. As a real estate agent, he had encountered various properties. He was well aware that some affluent individuals held peculiar ideas. Rumors of a potential Third World War or natural disasters had led some wealthy individuals, fearful of their mortality, to create extreme survival systems in the basements of their villas. Yet, those were typically men well past their 40s. The request for assistance in constructing a safe house was unprecedented for him. Had it not been for the recent transaction he completed for the young man before him, Liao Peng might have dismissed him as a fraud and walked away. Lin Shi understood that words alone would not suffice. He gestured for Liao Peng to present his phone for a payment code and proceeded to transfer 100,000. This sum represented over 2 months of salary. With this, Liao Peng became convinced of Lin Shi's sincerity. Who would jest with such a considerable amount of money? Nevertheless, his cautious nature compelled him to insist on drafting a formal contract with Lin Shi. Lin Shi was indeed of the same mind. The shelter was intimately connected to his future survival. He could not expect Liao Peng to wholeheartedly serve him after merely exchanging a few words. Following a discussion regarding the details of the contract, they formalized an agreement. The essence of the contract stipulated that Lin Shi would employ Liao Peng as his private steward with an annual salary of 500,000. Entrusting him with the oversight and acceptance of the construction of a new residence in Shushi, as well as managing various errands for Lin Shi. In return, Lin Shi guaranteed Liao Peng's wages and other rightful entitlements. With time being of the essence, Liao Peng promptly resigned from his previous position and accepted the role. With this employment, he envisioned being able to purchase a home in the suburbs of Heist after just a few years of work. A far more favorable prospect than laboring at a real estate agency. He silently resolved to demonstrate his capabilities to boss Lin, unaware that this job would conclude within 3 months. Lin Shi had no intention of retaining him for long. Once the shelter was completed, Liao Peng's duties would cease. Lin Shi commanded, "Liao Peng, head to Shushi first and locate a parcel of land that is willing to sell, as per my specifications." His requirements were clear. The land should be elevated, flat, devoid of towering structures in the vicinity, situated in a remote area, and of substantial size, ready for immediate development. This was Liao Peng's area of expertise, thus it should pose no challenge for him. "Understood, boss," Liao Peng responded eagerly, swiftly assuming his new role and booking the earliest flight. Shushi, located in the southern province, is renowned for its scenic beauty and is the city closest to the equator, enjoying a winterless climate year-round. Following the onset of the extreme cold apocalypse, humanity's habitable zone shrank drastically. The northern regions became inhospitable due to severe temperatures. Though northern constructions were more resilient to cold, the natural gas pipelines quickly succumbed to freezing. Without heating, outdoor temperatures plummeted to an average of -70 degrees, nearly severing the food supply and compelling northern inhabitants to migrate southward. This was merely the situation during summer. Only a few regions with state granaries managed to survive, establishing survivor shelters. Although the equator could not entirely shield against the harsh cold, its temperatures were still 30 to 40 degrees higher than those of the north, averaging between -30 and -50 degrees Celsius. Moreover, Shushi's coastal position allowed the authorities to periodically break the ice to retrieve trapped fish, resulting in a relatively lesser food scarcity compared to the north. Lin Shi's preparations were not motivated by a desire for official supplies. With a space that could transport vast quantities of resources, safety became his paramount concern. In an apocalypse, the most fearsome adversary was not the extreme weather, but humanity itself. In the absence of food, famished individuals resorted to desperate measures, and incidents of murder and theft for resources became commonplace. Ino City maintained a stable order. Shushi boasted the largest official shelter in the Xiao kingdom, where a significant number of high-ranking officials, scientific researchers, and military personnel congregated, ensuring a far better order than in other locales. Additionally, he had heard in his previous life that Shushi had developed crops capable of thriving in extreme cold. In this life, he aimed to excel in establishing his shelter directly in Shushi. After imparting relevant precautions regarding the construction of the shelter to Liao Pong, he returned home. The following morning, after completing his usual morning exercises, Lin Shi gathered all the items in his home that could be transported into his space, discarding the unnecessary ones downstairs. Before stepping out, Lin Shi cast a final glance at the desolate house. Turning away without a trace of longing, it was merely a structure. For him, home was wherever he found himself alone. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, shortly after his departure, Xiao had gone to his home in search of him. Unable to locate Lin Shi, she endured a torrent of scolding from Zhao's parents over the next few days. Lin Shi proceeded to complete the property transfer formalities at the appointed time. Once the funds were deposited, he transferred 450,000 to Chengqing and then headed straight to the bank. The Summer Country Bank, the largest branch in High City, was situated in the heart of the city. Anticipating the substantial amount of gold he would require and fearing the bank might not have it all at once, Lin Shi had already contacted his account manager the previous day to make a reservation upon confirming the property transfer. By the time he arrived at the bank, it was already afternoon. He took the opportunity to purchase a suitcase to store the gold. Lin Shi's savings had now reached 25.4 million, after accounting for his original savings and the sale of 3 gold bars. Deducting warehouse rental fees and expenses for Liao Pong and miscellaneous costs, he was left with 15.4 million. The sale of his house brought in another 9 million, and he had secured a loan of 1 million through various online lending apps. Had it not been for the regulation limiting an individual to borrowing no more than 1 million from different legitimate platforms, Lin Shi would have borrowed even more. Presently, his total funds amounted to 25.4 million, sufficient to purchase 60 kilograms of gold. According to the principle that wealth doubles with each level of the treasure pot, 60 kilograms of gold could elevate the space 4 times and subsequently allow for the duplication of items twice. Simply upgrading the space 5 times or duplicating items 3 times would not suffice. Currently, the volume of the space measured 6x6x6, totaling 216 cubic meters. After 4 upgrades, it would be nearly adequate. Lin Shi was curious about the changes that would occur in the item duplication ability upon upgrading. The bank was bustling with activity, and Lin Shi, carrying a suitcase, stood out prominently. Immediately, a bank employee approached him, inquiring, "May I assist you with your business today?" Lin Shi replied, "I am here to purchase gold. I made a reservation yesterday. May I ask which manager you are in contact with?" "Ms. Chu." Shortly thereafter, Lin Shi was escorted to the door of an office. Chu Xiaodai, the account manager at the Summer Country Bank's headquarters in High City, had received a call the previous day from a client with a deposit of 10 million, expressing a desire to purchase 60 kilograms of gold. Chu Xiaodai was taken aback. What did 60 kilograms of gold signify? Although the international gold price had dipped slightly in recent days, each gram of gold still commanded 413 yuan, with an additional minimum bank service fee of 5 yuan, totaling 25.08 million for 60 kilograms. Typically, wealthy investors opted for gold stocks or futures, rarely purchasing such a substantial amount of physical gold. Moreover, given the current unstable geopolitical climate, gold prices had remained high, making the acquisition of such a large quantity of physical gold potentially perilous. Curious, Chu Xiaodai examined the client's profile. The records indicated that this individual was named Lin Shi and was only 19 years old. Chu Xiaodai had a vivid recollection of this young man. 3 years prior, a tragic incident had occurred at Tianqi New Energy Company, the largest renewable energy firm in High City, where an electronic power engineer had lost his life while working. The company had made headlines for compensating the bereaved with a sum of 10 million, garnering widespread acclaim at the time. Not long after, the son of the electrical engineer received his compensation, and it was none other than Chu Xiaodai who assisted him with the transaction. She recalled that the boy was named Lin Shi. After verifying the physical gold inventory stored at the bank, Chu Xiaodai informed Lin Shi that he could come at any time to complete the purchase formalities. She waited throughout the morning, occasionally glancing towards the entrance. However, despite her long wait, no one arrived. As noon approached, she decided to rest for a while when a knock echoed from outside. "Manager, the client here to purchase gold has arrived." Chapter 9. Encountering an unexpected situation, Lin Shi waited in the lobby for a while until a woman, graceful and clad in a uniform, emerged. He quickly glanced at her name tag, which read, "Client Manager Chu Xiaodai." "Are you Mr. Lin?" Chu Xiaodai inquired with a polite and composed smile. "Please, follow me." Lin Shi nodded and followed Chu Xiaodai to the VIP room. She first explained the process for purchasing physical gold bars. When buying physical gold, if the price does not rise by at least 10 yuan, it equates to a loss, she elaborated, as additional processing and service fees are applied at the time of purchase. However, Lin Shi was not investing for profit, and losing a few yuan was not a significant issue for him. "I'm already aware of that. Let us proceed with the formalities, selecting specifications, opening an account, and filling out forms." All steps progressed smoothly, aside from the client manager's gaze, which made Lin Shi somewhat uncomfortable. With a deposit of 25.4 million and today's instantaneous international gold price of 412 yuan per gram, after deducting processing and service fees, he could purchase 60 bars of 1,000 grams each. Lin Shi opted for the 1,000-gram bars, knowing that he would eventually sell them back, thereby not needing to select any particular style. The convenience of upgrading with just 2 bars was also a factor. After purchasing the gold bars, he could choose to store them in the bank or take them home. Naturally, Lin Shi preferred to bring them back with him. Chu Xiaodai retrieved 60 gold bars from the safe, laying them out one by one on the counter. Lin Shi's gaze grew increasingly fervent. The ability to invest such a significant amount in gold marked him as a valuable client. The thought of earning a commission equivalent to 2 months' salary for finalizing this deal made Chu Xiaodai view this young man with increasing fondness. Lin Shi diverted his gaze elsewhere, considering that once he returned with the replicated gold bars tomorrow, this woman would likely be eager to claim him as her own. The VIP room and the lobby were separated by a large frosted glass panel, with slight striped gaps allowing a glimpse into the lobby. Bored, Lin Shi scanned the bank's lobby, when suddenly, his attention sharpened. He noticed an unusual presence among the crowd. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not just one person, but 4. Dressed inconspicuously, they seemed to loiter in various corners of the bank, casually waiting in line. Even the bank security guards failed to perceive anything amiss. Yet Lin Shi, having survived amidst the corpses in a post-apocalyptic world, had encountered many villains and had taken countless lives over the past 8 years. He could sense the murderous intent emanating from these 4 individuals. In times of peace, how could ordinary people possess such a demeanor? Could it be that he, having ventured out, was now stumbling upon a bank robbery? Lin Shi quietly pondered whether there had been any reports of bank robberies in High City prior to the apocalyptic events of his past life, but after a moment's reflection, he could not recall any. Could it be that his return had triggered some sort of butterfly effect? Sensing Lin Shi's gaze upon him, one of the individuals turned his head, prompting Lin Shi to hastily avert his eyes. High City is renowned as one of the safest cities in Xiao country, and the audacity of anyone attempting to rob the largest bank here seemed tantamount to seeking death. It is common knowledge that the rewards of bank robbery are grossly disproportionate to the risks involved. Perhaps he was overthinking the situation. With the obstruction present, the others could not discern what was unfolding in his vicinity. Nevertheless, an undercurrent of unease lingered within Lin Shi. It's not the fear of 1,000 possibilities that troubles one, but rather the anxiety of that 1 in 1,000 chance. This was his entire fortune and life at stake. If he were to be robbed, he would have nowhere to lament his loss. He turned to the still counting gold bars and whispered to Chu Xiaodai, "Hold on, I want to be purchasing today." The arrival of the 4 individuals had gone unnoticed until now. He had been quite conspicuous dragging his suitcase into the VIP lounge. If this group had ulterior motives, he might very well have already drawn their attention. "What?" Chu Xiaodai thought she must have misheard. "I said, I want to be purchasing today. I will come back another day." Lin Shi lowered his voice further. However, Upon hearing Lin Shi's change of heart, Chu Xiaodai felt as though he was toying with her. After all her effort, with the gold bars already presented, he was now saying he wouldn't buy. What about her commission? Anger surged within her, causing her voice to rise. Sir, your transaction has already been successfully processed, and the amount has been deducted. If you wish to return. Lin Shi interrupted Chu Xiaodai, desperately wishing for the client manager to swiftly put away the gold bars. Chu Xiaodai's face turned pale with frustration, yet she forced a smile. Rather than retracting the gold bars, she attempted to continue her argument with Lin Shi. Mr. Lin, these gold bars are now yours. If you wish to return them, it would mean initiating a buyback process, resulting in a loss of processing and service fees. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Shi noticed one of the four approaching the VIP room. The man, approximately 30 years old, donned a black casual outfit and had a buzz cut. Though his appearance was unremarkable, a closer look revealed a glint of malice hidden within his gaze. A man who had witnessed bloodshed. Despite being of Asian descent, there was something about his features that gave Lin Shi the impression he was not a native. This realization deepened Lin Shi's conviction that his suspicions might indeed hold merit. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaodai continued to prattle on, attempting to reason with him. Lin Shi inwardly cursed, this foolish woman. He lowered his voice urgently. Quickly put away the gold bars. Otherwise, the consequences of a robbery will be yours to bear. Chu Xiaodai, incensed by Lin Shi's stubbornness, felt her chest heave with frustration. Mr. Lin, these gold bars are still on my counter. Even if they are stolen, it is my bank's responsibility. Please refrain from digressing. Lin Shi's focus shifted. Are you implying that if they are stolen now, it won't count as my loss? At that moment, the security guard also sensed something amiss and approached. The VIP room is typically reserved for substantial transactions, and the sight of an individual suddenly approaching triggered the guard's instinctive alertness. He stepped in front of the buzzcut man, blocking his path. Hello, ordinary transactions should take place in the lobby. I apologize, I was unaware. The man with a buzz cut displayed an expression of apology, seemingly preparing to bow in contrition. However, Lin's pupils abruptly constricted, in a swift motion. A black handgun was drawn from the man's pocket and pressed against the security guard's abdomen, followed by the deafening crack of a gunshot. The guard fell to the ground in disbelief, blood gushing from his midsection, staining the once pristine uniform. In the next moment, the remaining three assailants also brandished their firearms, each aiming at the security guard who had pulled out an electric baton. The sound of gunfire and screams reverberated throughout the lobby, soon accompanied by the shrill wail of alarms. A bank employee seated at the counter immediately activated the alarm. Meanwhile, the buzzcut man had already shot his way through the VIP room's door. Lin's gaze locked with that of the buzzcut man. Upon witnessing the avarice and murderous intent in his eyes, Lin instinctively crouched on the floor, covering his head with his hands, and maneuvered himself into a corner. If one were to inquire how to respond in the face of danger, Lin would confidently assert, if you can fight, then fight. If you cannot, then flee. And if escape is impossible, then surrender. They wielded 4 guns. While he was unarmed, Zhao stepped forward. Don't be absurd. Isn't it better to stay alive? Chapter 10. Fame comes unexpectedly. Lin quietly crouched in the corner. The other patrons in the lobby had already been subdued by the robbers. These 4 criminals had evidently come well prepared, with clearly defined roles. Point 1 was tasked with observing the outside situation, another with guarding the hostages, while a third approached the buzzcut man with a handbag in hand. Chu Xiaodai at the counter was paralyzed with fear. Could it be that someone truly dared to rob the central bank of Xiao country? The buzzcut man strode directly to the counter, aiming his gun at Chu Xiaodai behind the bulletproof glass, threatening, hand over the gold bars. Quickly! Chu Xiaodai did not comply. Instead, she began to pack the gold bars away to lock them back in the safe. Although terrified, she was trained, and the bank's bulletproof glass would not yield to an ordinary handgun. Situated in the city center, the bank's alarm system was linked to the nearest police station, and within mere minutes, law enforcement would arrive. However, there were other bank employees outside the counter. Point 1 robber thrust his gun against an employee's head, dragging them to the VIP room entrance. The employee was so frightened that they nearly lost control of their bladder. Get the gold bars out as quickly as possible. If you hesitate for 10 seconds, I will kill someone. Chu Xiaodai had no choice but to comply. Lin remained hidden in the corner, silently observing the scene unfold. He noted that none of the robbers were attempting to seize cash from the other counters. Their focus was singularly on the gold within the VIP room. Indeed, Any robber with a modicum of intelligence would not venture into a bank to steal cash. Each bill was meticulously recorded, making it virtually impossible to spend stolen money. Conversely, once gold was taken, it could be melted down and circulated in the market. Yet, a perplexing question lingered. The gold reserves at the counter were limited. The bank's substantial gold bars were stored in the vault. If they failed to secure a significant amount of gold, the risks of robbing the bank would outweigh the potential rewards. How could these robbers be so certain that a large quantity of gold would be present at the counter today? Individuals like Lin, who had spent 25 million on physical gold, were certainly few and far between. Lin's gaze shifted to the visibly trembling Xiao, who was handing over the gold bars to the assailants. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. It was possible that someone had leaked the information regarding his intention to purchase a substantial amount of gold at the bank today. Upon reflection, everything became strikingly clear. They had been eagerly awaiting the emergence of this batch of gold bars. Lin Shi felt a chill deep within, while a coldness that was almost terrifying flickered in his gaze. Fortunately, he had refrained from seizing the gold bars, and the security personnel's discovery of the anomaly allowed him to narrowly escape disaster. Had he attempted to stow the gold bars into his suitcase, he would have been utterly defenseless and unlikely to leave alive. 60 gold bars were swiftly handed out of the window by Xiao, only to be stowed away in the robber's satchel. While the gold bars appeared relatively small, their weight of 120 pounds was undeniably substantial, making it a struggle for one of the robbers to lift them. At that moment, the man with a buzz cut noticed the suitcase beside the counter. Lin Shi inwardly cursed his misfortune. Indeed, the buzzcut man had turned his attention to Lin Shi. Due to the need to accommodate the gold bars, Lin Shi had purchased a compact black suitcase equipped with a combination lock. The buzzcut man menacingly commanded Lin Shi, "Come here. Open that suitcase." Lin Shi's face betrayed his fear as he approached and obediently unlocked the suitcase. The robber placed the bag containing the gold bars inside the suitcase. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Shi maintained a vigilant watch on the robber's movements. 25 million in gold was contained within that small suitcase. If he were to utilize his spatial abilities to conceal the gold bars. No, he immediately dismissed the thought. The bank's surveillance equipment was still operational. The sudden disappearance of a suitcase under the watchful eyes of numerous individuals would be far too conspicuous. The vanishing of 25 million in gold would undoubtedly provoke an exhaustive investigation. If the existence of his treasure trove were to be exposed, the consequences would be dire. In the distance, the faint sound of police sirens began to echo. The robbers were swift in their actions, yet the response from the Summer Nation's police was even quicker. Upon hearing the sirens, the robbers displayed a visible sense of panic. They prepared to flee. Before departing, the buzzcut man shot Lin Shi a glance. Suddenly, he lunged towards Lin Shi, grabbing him. Instinctively, Lin Shi attempted to evade and retaliate. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he forcibly suppressed his instincts, remaining still. The buzzcut man seized Lin Shi, pressing a gun against his back, and barked, "Move!" Lin Shi complied and followed the robber out of the bank. Outside, a getaway vehicle awaited. Lin Shi was shoved into the car. It turned out that there were 5 robbers in total. The vehicle was an SUV, and the 4 burly men in the back seat were crammed together, yet not a single robber voiced a complaint. They accepted the buzzcut man's decision to bring Lin Shi along. Just as Lin Shi was being forcibly ushered into the vehicle, a nearby journalist, who had been working in the vicinity, captured footage of Lin Shi's abduction. The headquarters of Heist Summer Nation Bank is under siege by robbers, and a young man has tragically been taken hostage. This brief video clip quickly propelled the news into the trending spotlight. Countless netizens witnessed the moment Lin Shi was ushered into the car. Wow, in my lifetime, I actually get to see some idiot robbing a bank? Incredible! Someone dared to rob the headquarters. They must have some serious guts. I bet these robbers won't escape for more than a day. They even have guns. I have full faith in our nation's law enforcement. The poor fellow being held hostage is likely in grave danger. Wait, that hostage looks like my high school classmate. Isn't that Lin Shi? My university classmate? To my astonishment, a high school classmate of mine also bears the name Lin Shi. It did not take long for people to realize that the Lin Shi they knew was indeed the very same individual. Consequently, another short video emerged, titled 985 Scholar Held Hostage by Bank Robbers, Life Uncertain. This video was promptly produced and ascended to the trending charts. It featured a clear frontal photo of Lin Shi, whose youthful yet strikingly handsome visage stirred the hearts of countless older women and sisters who fervently prayed for his safe rescue while tagging the authorities to ensure the successful liberation of the hostage. As a result, Lin Shi's university classmate, who shared the video, garnered an abundance of followers. Meanwhile, Lin Shi remained blissfully unaware of his newfound fame. Shortly after the vehicle commenced its journey, the sound of police sirens grew increasingly closer. The 5 individuals in the car visibly struggled to control their breathing. One of them began to chatter incessantly, and it dawned on Lin Shi that these 5 may not be citizens of Xiao country. At that moment, a golden suitcase lay at the feet of one of the robbers, within easy reach of Lin Shi's foot. If he could manage to touch the suitcase with his hand, he could transfer its contents into his space. Indeed, Lin Shi was intent on acquiring that suitcase full of gold. Chapter 11. Playing the fool. The gold had been stolen while still within the confines of the counter, never having passed through his hands. Thus, its loss would naturally be accounted to the bank. He would still be entitled to the bank's compensation for 60 kilograms of gold bars, should he manage to claim the gold that had been seized by the robbers into his space. Regardless of whether they managed to escape, the loss of the gold would rest squarely upon their shoulders. This would grant him a total of 120 kilograms of gold. Once duplicated, that would amount to a staggering 240 kilograms. Upgrading his treasure basin with 120 kilograms of gold would yield a bounty twice that of his original plan. Wealth often comes with peril, as long as these 5 robbers remained safe. So too would he at that moment. Lin Shi sat closely among the 3 robbers in the back seat, mere inches from the suitcase. Yet, bending down to touch the suitcase would be too conspicuous. He awaited the opportune moment. The robber driving the SUV exhibited impressive driving skills, weaving through traffic at speeds around 80 miles per hour, narrowly avoiding other vehicles and distancing themselves from the police. However, it soon became apparent to the robbers that 2 helicopters were tailing them from above. Lin Shi heard a buzzcut man utter a string of expletives. Before long, a roadblock appeared ahead, a row of sharp spikes that even an off-road vehicle could not breach. A contingent of SWAT officers stood poised behind the barricade. The screeching sound of emergency brakes resonated, causing everyone in the SUV to lurch forward. Lin Shi's eyes gleamed with opportunity, just as everyone struggled to regain their balance. Fixated on the roadblock and the SWAT officers ahead, Lin Shi seized the moment, bending down to swiftly touch the suitcase before straightening up again. None of the robbers detected anything amiss. Unbeknownst to them, the gold they had toiled to procure had vanished entirely, all siphoned away into Lin Shi's space. Now, he needed to devise a plan for his escape. The SUV abruptly reversed, making a U-turn and veering onto a narrow road. With the helicopters in pursuit, one of the helicopters had a camera trained on the robber's vehicle. The SUV seemed to circle around, and after several minutes, a highway overpass came into view. Beneath the overpass, vehicles flowed in both directions, but Lin Shi's body tensed with unease. A seemingly ordinary black sedan was parked below, yet Lin Shi noticed something was amiss. Ordinary individuals, even when faced with pressing matters, would typically opt to halt on the roadside outside an overpass rather than beneath it. The area directly beneath the overpass conveniently falls within the blind spot monitored by helicopters. It is highly probable that these assailants had meticulously planned this maneuver to elude pursuing vehicles. Should this group of robbers disembark, they would discover that the gold bars concealed within their trunk had vanished, thereby placing themselves in a precarious position. The reality validated Lin Shi's astute deductions. As the SUV entered the underpass, it executed a sudden brake. Had it not been for a vehicle change, there would have been no need for such an abrupt stop, especially with no cars ahead. At the moment the SUV braked sharply, Lin Shi, seated between 2 robbers, inadvertently brushed against the hands of the assailants gripping their firearms. Just as the 2 robbers were about to react, their hands were suddenly empty. Their pistols had disappeared. Stunned, they were taken aback in an instant. Lin Shi brandished one of the robbers' guns and aimed it at the 3rd armed assailant in the back row, pulling the trigger and delivering a fatal shot to his head. He subsequently fired 2 more shots, executing the 2 unarmed robbers in the rear. Given the proximity, Lin Shi did not need to aim meticulously. Upon hearing the gunfire from the back, the buzzcut man in the front instinctively turned his head, his body leaning forward due to inertia, and before he could react, Lin Shi's gun was already pointed at his head. The buzzcut man's pupils dilated in shock. He never anticipated that what he presumed to be a defenseless rich heir could seize a weapon from his comrade. The seamless execution of the action, the speed and precision of the shots, coupled with the chilling composure that belied his youthful appearance, left him momentarily speechless, as if he intended to utter something. Yet, Lin Shi had already squeezed the trigger. Although this sequence of events may seem lengthy when recounted, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The robber at the wheel had kept both hands firmly on the steering wheel. Upon sensing something amiss, he hastily reached for his sidearm, but before he could disengage the safety, his head was obliterated. Thus, all 5 robbers lay defeated. Remarkably, the SUV was equipped with bulletproof glass, which also dampened sound. And with no vehicles passing nearby, the commotion went unnoticed. After eliminating the robber in the driver's seat, Lin Shi swiftly exited the vehicle, evading the gaze of passing cars, placing his hand on the car's body, and simultaneously transporting both the vehicle and the corpse into his space. He then hastened towards a black sedan, yanked open the door, and took a seat inside. As anticipated, the car was unlocked, and the keys were still in the ignition. With a press of the accelerator, the vehicle sped away. After a brief span of minutes, confirming that no helicopter had locked onto his position, Lin Shi drove the car into a secluded woodland. The rapidity of the vehicle change had caught the helicopter off guard, and since the underpass had been traversed by other vehicles, he quickly evaded official surveillance. Ensuring that the surroundings were clear of both people and cameras, Lin Shi concealed the black sedan within his space and retrieved the SUV to begin collecting his spoils. He acquired 5 handguns and a total of 10 magazines from the 5 robbers. Grasping one of the pistols, he deftly replaced the emptied magazine in his previous life. He had handled firearms, but due to the stringent gun control in Xiao country, obtaining a handgun was exceedingly challenging. Regardless of the pre-apocalyptic or post-apocalyptic era, firearms remained a highly coveted resource. His willingness to take such considerable risks stemmed not only from his desire for the gold bars, but also from the acquisition of handguns as a vital objective. With a firearm in his possession, his survival capabilities during the early days of the apocalypse would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Lin Shi continued to rummage through the vehicle's interior, discovering a modest sum of cash and 2 daggers. Gather all these items and the gold bars. Although the bank's acquisition of the gold bars this time was fraught with unforeseen complications, the rewards exceeded his expectations. After confirming that nothing was overlooked, Lin Shi stowed the off-road vehicle back into his space. When the apocalypse arrives, he would casually dispose of these individuals into the sea, allowing them to be entombed beneath thick layers of ice, never to be discovered by anyone. Having settled everything, Lin Shi walked a short distance to hail a cab and proceeded to the Public Security Bureau. Meanwhile, police vehicles arrived at the underpass where the off-road vehicle had vanished, only to find it deserted. The robbers and the vehicle seemed to have evaporated into thin air. The surveillance cameras beneath the overpass had long been sabotaged by the robbers, who had come prepared. All the security personnel returned empty-handed. Half an hour later, at the Public Security Bureau in the city center. Are you saying that after they drove the vehicle into the mountains, they released you? Then they drove away? The officers continued their relentless questioning. The Summer Country Bank had been robbed of gold bars worth $25 million, and 1 hostage had been taken. This incident garnered widespread attention throughout Heist and even the entire nation. Although the hostage was unharmed, the disappearance of both the robbers and the gold bars left the leadership of the city center's Public Security Bureau in a state of considerable distress. In response to the inquiries from the officers across the table, Lin Shi answered all he could with the utmost honesty. For questions he could not address, he feigned ignorance, expressing that he did not know, was unclear, or had not paid attention. With both the robbers and the vehicle having seemingly vanished from existence, the more lies he fabricated, the more loopholes would emerge. Lin Shi merely needed to play the fool. Although he himself was a suspect, any investigation would reveal that he had had no contact with the robbers prior to this day. It is worth noting that just a few days ago, he had been an earnest university student. There was no need for a perfectly crafted lie. An official investigation would exonerate Lin Shi from suspicion. Chapter 12. Threat Officer, will the gold bars be recovered? If they cannot be retrieved, will the bank compensate me? After the questioning concluded, Lin Shi's concern turned to his gold bars. The officer was about to respond. Xiao and a middle-aged man in a suit hurried into the police station. The moment the middle-aged man entered, he asked, "Has the hostage been found? Where is he? What about the gold bars?" The officer informed Lin Shi, "The bank representatives have arrived. The elder gentleman is the vice president of the bank. You may communicate directly with him." Soon, Li Chongbin, the vice president of Summer Country Bank, took a seat opposite Lin Shi. The officers had already departed, leaving only Lin Shi, Chu Xiaodai, and Li Chongbin in the room. You are the hostage? You have returned? The gold bars are lost? Li Chongbin's tone carried an accusatory edge, causing a slight unease within Lin Shi, though he did not let it show on his face. You may direct those questions to the officers. I would like to inquire when you will return my gold bars. Li Chongbin furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with Chu Xiaodai. Chu Xiaodai produced a document and presented it to Lin Shi, stating, Mr. Lin, your gold bars were taken by the robbers. If these bars cannot be recovered, our bank is willing to compensate you for 50 of your loss. Please sign this document if you have no objections. Currently, the incident of gold bars being robbed has stirred considerable commotion online. If we wish to avert any damage to the bank's reputation, it is imperative that this matter be resolved with utmost urgency. 50%? Lin Shi turned his head, regarding Chu Xiaodai with a smile that was more mockery than mirth. Isn't it what you said? If they are stolen, does that implicate your bank? Chu Xiaodai's gaze faltered, yet recalling the deputy president's instructions prior to her departure, she maintained a facade of righteous indignation as she replied, the loss of the gold bars is a consequence of actions taken by a third party. Our bank security personnel suffered 4 fatalities and 2 serious injuries during this incident, fulfilling our obligations to the best of our ability. We lament the occurrence of such an event. Should the gold bars be recovered, we will certainly return the full amount to you. Lin Shi cast a cursory glance at the documents handed to him by Chu Xiaodai, which were densely packed with technical jargon. The gist was that if the gold bars could not be retrieved, the bank would compensate Lin Shi for half the value of the gold bars, and he would forfeit any further claims against the bank. Lin Shi nearly laughed. How self-serving, as if they regarded him as a mere child of 3. He surveyed the deputy president, who appeared utterly unperturbed, as though offering half compensation was an act of magnanimity on their part. I recall those gold bars were taken directly from the counter by the robbers. Since I did not receive the gold bars, the transaction between the bank and myself remains incomplete. Your bank's misplacement of the gold bars has absolutely no bearing on me. Li Chongbin was somewhat taken aback by Lin Shi's composure, especially for a 19-year-old who had just been held captive by criminals. He spoke earnestly, Lin Shi, the loss of the gold bars is not solely our bank's fault. How about this? We will compensate you with 60%. Additionally, I have a good relationship with a professor at your university and can secure a spot for you in a graduate program. What do you think? Not at all, Lin Shi replied with unwavering decisiveness. Observing Lin Shi's obstinacy, Li Chongbin's expression soured, and his tone turned harsh. Young man, do not be overly greedy. I've heard you have no adult in your family, just yourself. You are still young and unacquainted with the world. The youth of today must learn to compromise. Otherwise, offending the wrong people could jeopardize your future. Ha! Are you threatening me? A glint of cold steel flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. Chu Xiaodai interjected diplomatically. Mr. Lin, we are sincerely attempting to discuss compensation with you. However, we are curious as to how you knew these individuals were planning to rob the bank. These criminals are ruthless, yet they spared you. Mr. Lin, do you truly not know them? Are you suggesting that I am in cahoots with the robbers? Lin Shi laughed in disbelief. The silence between the two was palpable, clearly indicating mutual acknowledgement of the insinuation. With negotiations having reached an impasse, Lin Shi decided against wasting further time. He rose and strode towards the exit. You two can assist the police in gathering evidence. I shall take my leave. From here on, I will reclaim what is rightfully mine through legal channels. Pursuing a lawsuit against the bank would likely yield a favorable outcome, albeit it would entail a lengthy process. However, with the gold bars already in his possession, he felt he had nothing to lose. As for the threats posed by the bank's deputy president, he chuckled inwardly, hoping he would still be standing to converse with him 3 months hence. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Shi's eyes just then, when suddenly, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. Assuming it to be some form of advertisement, Lin Shi activated the speakerphone without hesitation. Once the call connected, a woman's voice emanated from the device. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin Shi? I am a reporter from XX News in this city, and I would like to conduct a special interview with you. Do you have a moment? Lin Shi was taken aback. A local reporter? What could she possibly want to interview him about? Just as he was about to decline, another call came in, yet another unfamiliar number. Apologies, I must take this call first, he said before disconnecting and answering the second call. Hello, Mr. Lin Shi. We are XX New Media, and we would like to. Before the speaker could finish, yet another call interrupted. Lin Shi, perplexed, ended this call and continued, May I ask if this is Lin Shi? I am a reporter from the Central News Agency of Xiao Country. The Central News Agency of Xiao Country was reaching out to him? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, choosing not to terminate the call but instead engaging with the CCTV reporter. I am Lin Shi. What is it you wish to discuss? Do you have time for an interview? The online community is eager to understand how you escaped from the clutches of the robbers. Lin Shi hesitated, not wishing to gain notoriety. The internet users of the 21st century could be quite terrifying. Should his minor missteps come to light, it would spell disaster. Although he had acted in self-defense when he dispatched the robber, the fact that he had swallowed a gold bar remained undeniable. A glance to the side revealed that Chu Xiaodai and the vice president were watching him intently, seemingly anxious. The refusal that had been on the tip of his tongue transformed into agreement. Very well. After arranging a time and place, Lin Shi ended the call and continued on his way. Li Chongbin's eyes flickered with regret, having intended to act preemptively before the reporter arrived. Who would have thought that Lin Shi would be so unyielding? Wait, we need to discuss this further. Chu Xiaodai attempted to grasp Lin Shi's arm, but he deftly evaded her touch. Turning to face her, Lin Shi raised an eyebrow as if recalling something and remarked, "By the way, I provided the police with a lead regarding the robbers' motives." "What lead?" Chu Xiaodai instinctively inquired. "When I was taken hostage, I overheard the robbers mention that a bank employee had leaked information about my gold purchase, which led them to target this shipment of gold bars. This statement was, in fact, a fabrication." Lin Shi had been unable to comprehend the robbers' dialogue. However, he saw an opportunity to deceive this woman. If anyone had disclosed his information, she was the prime suspect. A chill ran through Chu Xiaodai's heart as she seemingly grasped the implication, a flicker of panic crossing her face. Chapter 13. The gold bars in hand, observing the growing alarm etched upon Chu Xiaodai's features, Lin Shi, who had originally possessed a mere 50% confidence, now felt entirely assured. TSK. For security personnel had perished, and the bank had incurred losses exceeding 20 million. The leaker was likely facing a lengthy prison sentence. Witnessing Chu Xiaodai's disoriented state, Lin Shi smirked maliciously before turning to leave. It was no wonder that a bank robbery, absent in his previous life, had manifested in this one. It was indeed a consequence of the butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth and subsequent gold purchase. Li Chongbin glared furiously, shouting at Lin Shi's retreating figure. "Stop!" Seeing Lin Shi continue to walk away, Li Chongbin firmly grasped Chu Xiaodai's arm. "What is going on here?" In the absence of the bank's full responsibility, he only approached Lin Shi to negotiate. Little did he expect that even the robbers were brought in by his own people. What was there even to negotiate? "It wasn't me," Chuchio exclaimed sharply. Upon witnessing Chuchio's guilty demeanor, Li Chongbin could no longer be oblivious. The informant Lin Shi referred to was indeed Chuchio. Now that Lin Shi had already contacted the television station, he had to resolve this matter before it was exposed. Li Chongbin cast one last glance at Chuchio before departing, leaving her collapsed on the ground, repeatedly murmuring, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me." After receiving a call from Lin Shi about purchasing a batch of 25 million worth of gold, Chuchio had felt elated. That evening, while dining with her boyfriend at a restaurant, in her pride, she mentioned that a client was looking to purchase 25 million in gold. Previously, whenever clients made substantial deposits, she would boast to her boyfriend, but she had never revealed any client names. This hardly constituted a breach of client confidentiality. How could she have attracted the attention of robbers? Yet sometimes, fate presents such ironic coincidences. At the very restaurant where Chuchio was dining, two of the robbers were seated right behind her booth. As the saying goes, frequenting the night path inevitably leads one to encounter ghosts. By the time Lin Shi left the Public Security Bureau, it was already dusk. He located his car and drove to the warehouse he had rented. Shortly after, Lin Shi received several calls, this time from advertising collaborators. Upon checking his phone, he realized he had gained some notoriety. Numerous messages from university, high school, and even elementary school classmates, whom he rarely contacted, flooded his inbox. Lin Shi deleted all the messages. He had no desire for fame. Had he known that the apocalypse would arrive in 3 months, he might have leveraged this newfound popularity to create short videos and earn some money through advertisements. However, the impending end of the world left him with little energy for such endeavors. The current online populace was frightful. Should any trace of evidence be uncovered, his game would be over. After carelessly tidying up the warehouse's partition and consuming some bread stored in his space, Lin Shi collapsed into sleep. After a day of wits and strategy, he fell asleep the moment he lay down. Awakening refreshed in the morning, Lin Shi completed his morning exercises and went out for breakfast, only to receive a call from the bank. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Your gold transaction from yesterday has not yet been completed. When will you be able to come and collect the gold?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Surprised at the promptness, he had initially planned to use Chuchio's situation to generate public discourse through his newfound online visibility, thereby compelling the bank to expedite the interrupted transaction. To his astonishment, the bank's response was even swifter. Lin Shi replied, in 30 minutes. After finishing breakfast, Lin Shi arrived at the bank, anticipating some negotiation. However, everything unfolded seamlessly. The bank president personally attended to him, offering sincere apologies and handing over the gold bars himself. Additionally, he presented several gifts, graciously termed as compensation for mental distress. Lin Shi reciprocated by acquiescing to the president's request for a photo, posing with the gold bars alongside the bank staff for a picture. As Lin Shi departed, the bank staff and security personnel proactively assisted him in transporting his belongings, escorting him to his vehicle. With an unwavering smile and a wave, he continued until Lin Shi's vehicle vanished from sight. This scene was naturally captured by journalists who had long been attentive to the bank's movements. The photograph swiftly made its way onto news websites, where netizens lauded the bank's exemplary service. However, these accolades had little relevance to Lin Shi. Initially, he had intended to participate in an interview, revealing the vice president's recordings and matters concerning Xiao. Now, having achieved his goals in the briefest of times, he deemed such trivialities a waste. The uncertainty of survival in 3 months rendered it unnecessary to squander time on those doomed to perish. At this juncture, Lin Shi's focus was solely on the gold bars. In the modest confines of his cubicle, 2 neat piles of resplendent gold bars lay arranged upon the bed. One pile consisted of the gold bars just withdrawn from the bank that day, while the other had been seized from the hands of robbers the previous day. 3 smaller bars remained from his prior stash, a staggering sum of 50 million in gold. The thought that these bars could potentially double to 100 million quickened Lin Shi's heartbeat. Naturally, he could not hoist the 120 kilograms of gold as he had done the first time. Instead, he placed his hands upon the gold bars, invoking the item duplication. As his words fell, a brilliant golden light illuminated the small compartment. Gold bars began to materialize out of thin air before him, the sound of heavy objects thudding onto the bed resonating repeatedly. The iron-framed bed creaked under the strain, clearly unable to bear the weight. Nevertheless, Lin Shi was unconcerned about whether he would have to sleep on the floor that night. He counted the duplicated gold bars. 123 in total, 120 bars of 1,000 grams each, and 3 of 500 grams. Not a single one was amiss. Lin Shi exhaled gently, a wave of ecstatic joy washing over him. 25 million had transformed into 100 million within 2 days. Anyone would be driven to madness with delight. Initially uncertain of success, he had contemplated the possibility of the treasure pot having a duplication limit, or that it might only be able to replicate gold bars that he physically touched, or that other limiting factors could lead to failure. Fortunately, his concerns proved unfounded. The item duplication function was even more potent than he had imagined. At this moment, the treasure pot interface underwent a transformation. Treasure pot, function, storage space 666, funds required for upgrade, 2,000, function, item duplication 1, funds required for upgrade, 10,000. Only one opportunity for item duplication remained. He pondered whether the number would change upon upgrading. Lin Shi proceeded to organize the gold bars. Each gold bar from the bank bore a unique identification number. He meticulously sorted the 60 bars he had withdrawn today, setting their duplicates aside, intended for resale back to the bank. The remaining 63 duplicates were designated for melting down and selling through other channels. Lin Shi picked up 2 original gold bars of 1,000 grams each and silently intoned, "Upgrade the space." Chapter 14. Upgrading the treasure pot. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Shi followed his original plan to upgrade the space. As he opened his palm, the treasure pot interface began to shift. In the blink of an eye, the dimensions of the space within his consciousness doubled in length, width, and height, expanding its volume 8-fold. Treasure basin, storage space. 12. Required wealth points for upgrade, 4,000. Function, item duplication 1. Required wealth points for upgrade, 10,000. The wealth points needed for the next level of upgrade have doubled. Unwavering, Lin Shi proceeded to grasp 4 gold bars to further enhance the storage capacity. Then, He took 8, followed by 16, a total of 30 gold bars, each weighing 1,000 G, were expended. After 4 consecutive upgrades, the storage capacity transformed to treasure basin, storage space, 96, 96, 96, required wealth points for upgrade, 32,000, function. Item duplication 1. Required wealth points for upgrade, 10,000. The area of the space increased to over 9,000 square meters. With a volume nearing 900,000 cubic meters, equivalent to the size of a museum in terms of ordinary shipping containers, it amounted to the equivalent of over 29,000 containers stacked together. Such an expansive space was more than sufficient for current needs. Presently, Lin Shi had 90 gold bars weighing 1 kilogram each, along with 3 bars of 500 grams remaining for upgrades. This time, he picked up 10 gold bars, filled with anticipation for the duplication upgrade. No sooner had he spoken than the gold bars in his hand vanished. The numbers on the interface danced rapidly before coming to a halt. Treasure basin, storage space, 96, 96, 96. Required wealth points for upgrade, 32,000. Function. Item duplication 4. Required wealth points for upgrade, 20,000. The duplication count had indeed increased. Moreover, it had risen by 3 at once. This indicated that further upgrades would yield additional duplication opportunities. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled. If he could replicate this method of purchasing gold from the bank a few more times, he could potentially achieve limitless upgrades for the treasure basin. However, he swiftly regained his composure. The act of buying gold bars from the bank only to sell them back would initially be deemed a youthful folly, leading to losses. Attempting it again would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Furthermore, the duplicated gold bars could not be utilized for upgrades, nor could they be easily liquidated. In the current climate, every citizen's account in Xiao country was under governmental scrutiny, and substantial influxes of unexplained funds would quickly attract investigations from the relevant authorities. Beyond the original 25 million, any additional funds would be impossible to display openly, let alone spend. His purpose in upgrading the treasure basin was to prepare for the impending arrival of a frigid apocalypse. Squandering precious accumulated resources and time for the sake of upgrading the treasure basin would entirely contradict his initial intentions. Moreover, the onset of the apocalypse would present the optimal opportunity for collecting gold. Within a month of its arrival, vast numbers of plants and animals would perish, leading to a drastic reduction in human food supplies. At that juncture, a mere few loaves of bread could procure a kilogram of gold. No one would care for the gold and jewels when faced with hunger and cold. Having contemplated this, Lin Shi placed his hand upon all the remaining gold bars, resolutely continuing to upgrade the item duplication. As the gold bars swiftly disappeared beneath his touch, the numbers on the treasure basin interface surged and fluctuated incessantly. Until the gold bars had completely vanished, the interface of the treasure basin transformed into treasure basin, storage space, 96, 96, 96. Wealth points required for upgrade, 32. 000. If function. Item duplication 22. Wealth points required for upgrade, 58,500. Lin Shi's heart surged with joy, and a smile graced his face. Each upgrade provided a duplication count that was double that of the previous level, plus the remaining count from the last upgrade, equating to 13612, a total of 22 duplication instances. According to the current upgrading pattern, for the next item duplication enhancement, he would receive 24 duplication instances. However, that was a matter for the post-apocalyptic future. The most pressing concern now was to hoard supplies. At this moment, Lin Shi still had 320,000 in funds at his disposal. He needed to sell the gold bars and withdraw the duplicated gold bars from the bank to replenish his resources. Given that the gold bars had only just arrived, Lin Shi resolved to wait 2 days before selling them at the bank, ensuring a more secure transaction. With that in mind, he decided to dispose of another batch of illicit gold bars. Lin Shi first sought out an individual in heist online, one of those reclusive men who idled away their days on the internet. Luring him with a reward of 20,000, he instructed him to visit a manufacturer in the outskirts of Heist to purchase a small-scale gold melting machine. He then found another person to acquire several crucibles from a different factory, and a third individual to buy molds. He directed these 3 to place their items in 3 relatively secluded locations with minimal surveillance before disguising himself to retrieve them. He understood that the authorities were likely still monitoring him, but so what? Even if someone discovered his purchases, there would be no evidence linking him to the robbers. Moreover, the situation concerning Xiao should have begun to unfold by now. He believed that the authorities would be able to trace the robbers' origins and motives through this lead. With Lin Shi's meticulousness, it was unlikely he would be implicated anytime soon. After bringing the items back to the warehouse, Lin Shi commenced his operations. Melting, pouring, and shaping the gold, he toiled until 3 in the morning, successfully transforming 61 kilogram bars into a total of 180 bars of varying sizes. Lin Shi had already devised a plan for disposing of these gold bars. In the eastern outskirts of Heist, there was a pawn shop that, on the surface, appeared to be just that, a pawn shop. However, beneath its facade lay a group engaged in the trafficking of various contraband items. They accepted anything and sold everything. Lin Shi was aware of this because the pawn shop had continued to operate even after the onset of the apocalypse. It was rumored that someone had once exchanged hundreds of pounds of rice for a 54 caliber pistol. Lin Shi decided to take 5 kilograms of gold bars tomorrow to investigate further. If it turned out to be mere gossip, he could still exchange these bars for cash. After securing the gold bars and tools within his space, Lin Shi concluded his day's labor and drifted into a deep slumber. With rhythmic breaths, Lin Shi gradually stretched and relaxed his body, and in the next moment, he suddenly struck out with a palm, only to gently retract it. Time still as a maiden, at others swift as a hare, his movements flowed like water, reminiscent of Tai Chi yet distinct in its own right. This was an exercise method devised by scientists from the Xiao kingdom in his previous life to enhance human survival in extreme cold. It required a certain level of physical fitness to commence practice. After several days of fundamental training, Lin Shi distinctly felt a significant enhancement in his physical agility, along with a notable increase in strength and endurance. He began to experiment with a set of exercises known as resonance in his previous life. Scientists speculated that after the eruption of geomagnetic storms, a mysterious substance emerged in the atmosphere due to changes in the Earth's magnetic field. This substance, once absorbed by living organisms, could greatly improve their physical constitution. The evidence lay in the fact that any flora and fauna that survived the initial 3 years of the apocalypse began to exhibit mutations. Their blood and muscles contained this enigmatic material. The surviving animals grew increasingly colossal, while a few plants managed to thrive in sub-zero temperatures beneath layers of snow. However, the effects of this substance on humans were rather minimal. Aside from enhancing their cold resistance, no other significant alterations were apparent. Thus, in the 6th year of the apocalypse, scientists and martial artists collaboratively developed this exercise regimen, which became widespread among survivors in the 7th year. This series of movements facilitated the accelerated absorption of this mysterious substance by humans, in his past life. After practicing for over a year, Lin Shi found that he could endure outdoor conditions for 2 to 3 hours without wearing a down jacket. Even in extreme cold, he had heard rumors that some individuals in the military had managed to unlock their genetic potential, though the veracity of such claims remained uncertain. As he completed a set of movements, Lin Shi felt a warmth spreading through his body. After taking a shower and enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, he drove towards the eastern suburbs. Chapter 15. The intercepting crossbow Lin Shi arrived at the eastern suburbs and, after searching for over an hour, finally located the pawn shop next to a dilapidated apartment. The sign read Sincere Pawn Shop, albeit somewhat faded, and the entrance was small and opaque. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a handgun from his spatial storage, checked the ammunition, and concealed it within the inner pocket of his clothing before exiting the vehicle. Caution was paramount. With a backpack containing 5 pounds of gold securely fastened to his back, he stepped into the shop. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to a large screen adorned with the character for pawn. Beyond the screen, a man was engrossed in tinkering with something at the counter, so absorbed that he seemed oblivious to Lin Shi's arrival. Knocking on the counter, Lin Shi attracted the man's attention. Upon seeing a stranger, the man's demeanor shifted to one of wariness. It was then that Lin Shi noticed the man was holding a crossbow, sleek and entirely black. Its streamlined form exuded an air of tension. On the counter lay an unassembled scope and various components. Judging by its general shape, this appeared to be an intercepting crossbow produced in the land of the lighthouse. A formidable weapon far more powerful than a handgun, reputed to be capable of penetrating an elephant's skull from a distance of up to 150 meters. With a firing rate comparable to that of a pistol, high precision, ease of operation, and the ability to be disassembled and reassembled as needed, it was quieter than a handgun, and the bolts could be reused in his previous life. Possessing such a crossbow would have allowed him to traverse the wilderness of the apocalypse with ease. He had indeed come to the right place. Noticing Lin Shi's gaze, Jinbin hastily draped a cloth over the unassembled crossbow. Although he doubted that the young man could discern its significance, Jinbin still felt compelled to explain. My child enjoys playing with these toys. Do you require assistance, young man? Lin Shi chose not to expose the ruse and set his backpack down on the counter, unzipping it to reveal the gold within. Jinbin's eyes lit up as he picked up a gold bar for inspection. Shall we proceed with a sale or a trade? Cash or transfer? I seek to exchange some items, Lin Shi remarked. Upon hearing this, Jinbin ceased his nonchalance and regarded Lin Shi with newfound seriousness. Typically, individuals would not be aware that they could barter here. Only acquaintances or those referred by acquaintances would come seeking such exchanges. As the apocalypse had yet to arrive, Jinbin had naturally refrained from fully opening his business. Who sent you? What do you wish to exchange? Jinbin inquired. Lin Shi tactfully sidestepped the more delicate matters. Could that crossbow you possess be traded? Jinbin appraised Lin Shi from head to toe, seemingly assessing his age, and replied, Do you even understand what that is? Just as Lin Shi was about to respond, the door behind him was abruptly pushed open. Without seeing the individual, they heard a voice. Old Xiao, has my shipment arrived? A tall and robust man stepped around the screen and into the room. It was only then that he noticed another presence inside, and he immediately scrutinized Lin Shi with caution. Jinbin addressed the burly man, saying, The items have arrived, but they are not yet assembled. Please wait inside for a moment. I have a transaction to conduct here first. This. The muscular man's gaze fell upon a bag of gold resting on the counter, his eyes briefly glinting with avarice. After the man entered through the small door behind the counter, Jinbin continued, What do you wish to exchange? Speak quickly. I still have a customer. I wish to trade for that intercept crossbow or the elite crossbow. The invisibility model, along with compatible arrows. Additionally, I require .54 caliber bullets. The more, the better, Lin Shi stated. Jinbin's pupils constricted as he scrutinized Lin Shi once more. In their line of work, possessing keen discernment was paramount. Jinbin could usually ascertain, with just a few glances, who was suitable for trade and who was not. He would never barter with desperate individuals to avoid attracting troublesome complications, nor would he exchange with ordinary folk who had no use for his wares. His clientele consisted of those who frequently traversed the borders or mercenaries, individuals who often placed their lives on the line and would express gratitude after acquiring the equipment they desired. Having conducted business for many years, Jinbin relied heavily on his sharp instincts. However, when he assessed Lin Shi, he found himself perplexed. At first glance, Lin Shi appeared to be a student, likely seeking to pawn something. Upon further observation, he noted Lin Shi's demeanor was calm yet penetratingly sharp. The young man's body was taut, his limbs seemingly relaxed yet poised for action at any moment. Such vigilance was something Jinbin had only witnessed in seasoned veterans who danced on the edge of life and death. Yet, this young man's skin and hands bore no resemblance to those of one who lived perilously. They were too fair and devoid of calluses, lacking the aura of a desperate outlaw. Nevertheless, he had immediately recognized the unassembled intercept crossbow. In a moment of indecision, Jinbin ultimately chose to trust his instincts. Young man, the gold bars you offer are insufficient for what you seek, as long as you possess what I desire. Money is not an issue. Nodding, Jinbin gestured, Follow me. He then turned and pushed open the door behind the counter. The robust man from earlier seemed to have lingered nearby. Upon pushing the door open, Lin Shi found him standing at the threshold. Lao Xia, why have you brought this young lad in? Lao Jin inquired. Lao Jin, please hold on a moment. I shall allow this young brother to make his selection first. It was then that Lin Shi discerned the fierce aura radiating from the man, whose name was Lao Jin. Lao Jin cast a disdainful glance at Lin Shi, his tone dripping with contempt as he remarked, Lao Xia, have you fallen so low that you're willing to entertain any business, even with a mere child? Selling goods to him? Aren't you afraid that your den will be raided in a matter of days? Jinbin narrowed his eyes slightly, the smile on his face fading. I am well aware of my own affairs. There is no need for you to meddle in his heart. Lin Shi silently completed Jinbin's unspoken words. Humph. I merely fear that our years of business will be disrupted by this young lad. Lao Jin huffed in displeasure, his eyes narrowing as they fell upon Lin Shi, revealing a glint of menace. Lin Shi met his gaze calmly. When confronted by a ferocious beast, one must exhibit composure to avoid becoming prey. Jinbin, unwilling to engage further, waved his hand, signaling Lin Shi to follow. They traversed a pitch-black corridor, arriving at a sturdy aluminum alloy door. Jinbin produced a key to unlock it and, after a moment of feeling along the inner wall, the lights within flickered to life. Lin Shi glimpsed through the crack of the door, spotting rows of wooden shelves. "Come in," Jinbin beckoned, stepping inside. Indeed, the room contained an array of wooden shelves, stacked high to low, adorned with wooden boxes of varying sizes, all tightly sealed, concealing their contents. Lin Shi approached a shelf, and Jinbin retrieved a box, deftly removing the metal seal with a screwdriver. He opened the box and removed the straw from the top. It revealed an unassembled intercept crossbow. "This is the intercept crossbow. The price is set firmly at 200,000. Jinbin fixed his gaze upon Lin Shi, scrutinizing his every expression. Though the price was steep, should this young man lack knowledge, an opportunity for profit presented itself. Lin Shi remained unmoved, his expression sour as he replied, "A sniper rifle costs only a few tens of thousands. How dare you demand 200,000 for a crossbow? I recall that the market price for an interceptor in Lighthouse country is merely around $8,000. Present a sincere offer. I seek many items and I assure you, it won't diminish your earnings." He needed to acquire numerous goods without being treated as an easy target. "Heh, Lao Xie chuckled, his face devoid of embarrassment. "Where on earth did you spring from? Fine. I'll give you a fair price of 100,000. I had to pull many strings to bring this in, and it cannot be sold at Lighthouse country prices." Lin Shi gestured a number with his hand. 60,000.90,000. No lower. Lao Jin counterpoint 65,000. In the end, they settled at 80,000, and Lin Shi requested 50 arrows to accompany the crossbow. As arrows could be reused. Jinbin had not prepared an ample supply. Otherwise, Lin Shi would have requested more. Next came the ammunition for the Type 54 pistol. Lin Shi requested all of Jinbin's stock, amounting to 2,000 rounds. The assortment of items here was indeed comprehensive, showcasing a dazzling array of various models of sniper rifles, handguns, and other firearms. However, apart from the 5.4 pistol, Lin Shi only requested 2 AK-47s, along with their corresponding ammunition. Initially, Lin Shi contemplated acquiring several rifles from Xiao country, renowned for their resilience in harsh environments. Yet, Jinbin informed him that procuring Xiao country's firearms was exceedingly difficult. Lin Shi did not express interest in any other firearms. Precision weapons such as sniper rifles had become mere heaps of scrap metal in extreme cold in such frigid conditions. The principle of thermal expansion and contraction increases the resistance of firearm components, causing gun oil to thicken, thereby making finely tuned weapons more prone to jamming. Some even risked cracking under the intense cold. Sniper rifles, precision rifles, and high-caliber handguns were similarly rendered inoperative. Ironically, the simple and robust 5.4 pistol could still function, while the AK-47, designed for optimal performance in extreme conditions, was even less susceptible to failure. Nevertheless, even if these firearms did not jam, their operational lifespan was significantly reduced. After a few discharges, they required maintenance to continue functioning. Otherwise, the heat generated in the barrel could swiftly freeze the weapon, and snowflakes could easily infiltrate the barrel amidst a blizzard. The deterrent effect of these weapons far outweighed their practicality. If it were merely for self-defense, a handgun would suffice, especially since Lin Shi possessed more than one. However, for hunting and resource gathering, cold weapons proved far more effective. The post-apocalyptic era marked the resurgence of cold weaponry. Ultimately, Lin Shi settled on 3 Nepalese military knives and 3 daggers. When confronted with Jinbin's promotion of the Tang Dao, Lin Shi declined, remarking, "I thought young people preferred such blades." Jinbin mumbled a few words in response. Indeed, Tang Dao had gained considerable popularity online in recent years. While they were sharp, the blade of the Tang Dao was too straight and lengthy, making it prone to breaking upon collision with hard objects or weapons in extremely low temperatures. Lin Shi chuckled without elaborating further and inquired, "Do you accept pre-orders here?" Jinbin confidently replied, "Just tell me what you want. As long as it's not a large item, I can procure it for you. I require the finest military-grade cold weather gear, along with matching cold-resistant boots, combat gloves, and a helmet. It must be top-notch, the most cold-resistant available. Can you manage that?" Jinbin's eyes widened in surprise. The premier military cold-weather combat suit consists of over a dozen pieces, capable of functioning in environments of minus several dozen degrees, and comes at a steep price. Each set costs at least several $100,000. Lin Shi then added a number behind it. I want 50 sets. All tailored to my measurements. 50 sets. Jinbin's eyes grew round with astonishment, exclaiming, "Are you going to war? How can this fellow be so wealthy?" Lin Shi maintained a serious facade while fabricating an explanation. "I plan to stay in Antarctica for a few years." Naturally, Jinbin found such an implausible tale hard to believe. However, after hearing Lin Shi's subsequent requests, he began to entertain the possibility that Lin Shi's claims might hold some truth. 5 night vision goggles, 20 military walkie-talkies, 20 individual integrated tents capable of withstanding low temperatures, and 50 military-grade sleeping bags. Furthermore, he requested a few military crossbows, along with a substantial number of arrows. Procure as many bullets as possible. Jinbin roughly calculated the total value of these items, which had already surpassed 10 million. To place such a large order, you'll need to provide at least 1 million as a deposit. I desire nothing but cash and gold. Jinbin's request is entirely reasonable. Lin Shi nodded. I will come back later tonight. There are still plenty of gold bars in the space, but they cannot be taken out directly. After agreeing on a time, Lin Shi left the pawn shop, carrying a mountaineering bag provided by Jinbin. Once Lin Shi departed, Jinbin continued to assemble the crossbow for Old Jin. With a meaningful glance, Old Jin inquired, "Old Xie, is this sheep fat?" "Old Jin, don't entertain such thoughts." To his surprise, Jinbin defended Lin Shi. He found it difficult to fathom this young man and wished to avoid any trouble. Just moments ago, when he requested a deposit, the young man showed no hesitation whatsoever. Someone capable of effortlessly producing such a large sum of cash or gold, as well as purchasing numerous items, could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Most importantly, he had never witnessed such composure and tranquility in a person of merely 20 years. After hearing Jinbin's words, Old Jin fell silent, his eyes shadowed with a brooding intensity. Upon leaving the pawn shop and returning to the car, Lin Shi took advantage of the absence of surveillance to stow the items away in the space. After dinner that evening, Lin Shi retrieved 5 pounds of gold from the space and made his way to Jinbin's pawn shop. The night was particularly tranquil in the already secluded outskirts. Lin Shi walked directly into the pawn shop, presenting the gold bars for Old Xie to count. Jinbin examined the gold and stated, "All right, when the goods arrive, just settle the remaining balance. Then I shall take my leave." Lin Shi was unperturbed by the thought of Old Jin absconding. Firstly, this man had gained a notorious reputation in the apocalypse due to his excellent standing. While his prices were steep, he delivered substantial goods once paid. Secondly, he had no use for the gold himself, and if it were to vanish, the loss would not significantly affect him. As Lin Shi turned to leave, he was halted by Jinbin's voice, "Wait." After a brief moment of hesitation, Jinbin prudently advised, "Be careful tonight." Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. "Thank you. What should a grown man be cautious of at night?" Naturally, he should remain wary of people. Someone had set their sights on him. As the vehicle traversed the somewhat quiet streets, Lin Shi remained alert, driving at a moderate pace. Before long, he came to an abrupt stop as a row of nails appeared on the road ahead. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, shifted the gear into reverse, and pressed the accelerator to retreat. He reversed back to the intersection he had just passed, swiftly changed gears, and took another route. This unexpected maneuver caught the ambushers completely off guard. A typical person would either have to pull over to repair a flat tire or exit the vehicle to clear the nails away, who would simply turn and run without a second thought. Not far from where the nails were scattered, Old Jin, clad entirely in black and wearing a motorcycle helmet, awaited his prey. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Old Jin let out an expletive, twisting his hand as he pursued the fleeing Lin Shi. Chapter 17. Erasing evidence. Having driven a few hundred meters, Lin Shi heard the roar of a motorcycle engine behind him. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed a figure clad in black, helmet obscuring their face, barely visible under the dim streetlight. Lin Shi steered toward a more secluded road, with the motorcycle closely tailing him. Old Jin's face was shrouded, save for his eyes, which gleamed with a feral light. He had been risking his life in the outside world for months, barely scraping together a meager living. If one could ensnare this lucrative target and extract several 100,000 or even millions from him, he could indulge in a life of leisure for quite some time. Such privileged offspring are particularly terrified of death. With just a modicum of intimidation and the capture of some compromising photographs, they would readily part with their wealth to secure their lives. This was not the first time Lao Jin had engaged in such endeavors. He had successfully executed similar schemes on multiple occasions in the past. The ostentatious display of wealth and the youthful countenance of Lin Shi ignited a spark of ambition within Lao Jin. After traversing a residential area, he abruptly pressed the accelerator, positioning his vehicle directly in front of Lin Shi's, executing a drift that effectively blocked his path. Simultaneously, he stealthily gripped the dagger concealed upon his thigh. The moment Lin Shi exited his vehicle, he intended to subdue the young man without delay. It was only 8 o'clock in the evening. Although the outskirts were desolate, a few scattered pedestrians could still be seen in the distance. This hour was one where vigilance could easily wane. And typically, a wealthy scion would have already emerged from his vehicle, hurling curses. The surveillance cameras along the route had been sabotaged by Lao Jin, and all he needed was a swift maneuver to abduct both the man and his vehicle before anyone could trace the incident back to him. Unfortunately for Lao Jin, Lin Shi was no ordinary youth. He was a reincarnated individual who had endured the harshest realities of a post-apocalyptic world and witnessed the darkest facets of humanity. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he gripped the steering wheel. With a sudden press of the accelerator, he charged forward. What began as a speed of 60 miles per hour surged past 100 in an instant. At a distance of merely a few meters, how long would it take to cover that at a speed of 100? In the next moment, Lao Jin's pupils dilated in shock. He attempted to evade, but it was far too late. A thunderous crash ensued, followed by the muffled sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. The tremendous impact sent both Lao Jin and his motorcycle flying several meters. The front of the car was rendered unrecognizable from the collision. Shards of the headlights scattered across the ground, and the bumper was heavily indented. In contrast, Lao Jin's motorcycle was even more severely damaged, with twisted parts strewn about. What was intended to be a vehicle for agility and a swift escape had become the primary cause of Lao Jin's failure. Had he been driving a car, Lin Shi might have taken some care to maneuver to a deserted area before striking. However, Lao Jin had chosen to block the road on a motorcycle, courting disaster. Upon hearing the deafening noise, individuals in the distance began to investigate the source of the commotion, but due to the considerable distance, they could discern nothing. Lin Shi calmly exited his vehicle and approached Lao Jin. The helmeted figure lay on the ground, conscious yet bloodied, his limbs contorted in agony, directing a venomous glare at Lin Shi, yet unable to articulate a single word. Having spent his days hunting, he was now caught off guard by a young man who appeared to be in his 20s but displayed such ruthless ferocity. Unaware of the circumstances, how could this youth dare to collide with him? Lin Shi stepped within a meter of Lao Jin, speaking softly, "Isn't it curious why I dared to strike you, Lao Jin?" The calmness and indifference in Lin Shi's demeanor caused Lao Jin's pupils to constrict. He had misjudged the situation. The figure before him was not merely a lamb for slaughter but a fellow predator, equally devoid of remorse. Lao Jin still struggled feebly against the impending darkness. The recent collision had shattered his left thigh, a rib piercing his internal organs, and his right hand, which had struck the ground, lay twisted and deformed, rendering him immobile. If he still had the strength to retaliate, he vowed silently to himself that he would ensure the demise of the wretched youth before him. Old Jin was resolute that once his injuries healed, he would make Lin Shi suffer a fate worse than death. However, Lin Shi did not grant him that opportunity. He crouched down, seized a steel pipe that had fallen from a motorcycle nearby, and, in a swift motion, plunged it into Old Jin's throat, much to the horror in Old Jin's eyes. The man's eyeballs nearly bulged from their sockets as he gasped, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water, the murderous glint in his eyes seemingly threatening to flay Lin Shi alive. Old Jin could not comprehend, even in his dying moments, how Lin Shi had the audacity to kill in such a location when he himself had never dared to do so. Lin Shi murmured softly, "As I drove here, I noticed several surveillance cameras along the way were out of order. You handled that, didn't you? I must thank you for preparing your own grave." "Ha, ha." Old Jin struggled to articulate a response, but the fatal wound soon dulled the light in his eyes. With a mere thought, Lin Shi summoned Old Jin's corpse along with all the scattered debris of the scene, including his own vehicle, into his spatial realm on the deserted road. When passers-by arrived upon hearing the commotion, they were met with a shocking sight of blood. A vigilant resident reported the incident to the police, who collected the blood samples only to confirm they were human. Yet, there was no evidence to substantiate that a crime had occurred. The surveillance cameras had all been destroyed, and there were no victims or witnesses. The case could not even be registered. It simply ended there. After walking for some time, Lin Shi hailed a taxi back home. This was not his first act of murder, and thus, there was little to fear. In a world on the brink of collapse, everyone was both hunter and prey. He was no saint. Those who dared to cross him should not be surprised by his ruthless nature. Lin Shi returned to the warehouse, took a shower, and fell into a deep slumber. The next day, Lin Shi glanced at the time and noted that it was already March 17th, the 7th day since his rebirth. He checked the international gold prices and was astonished to find that they had risen by $5 over the past couple of days. He decided to sell his gold today to cash out and continue with his stockpiling plan. After completing his morning exercises and having breakfast, Lin Shi took a taxi to the bank. Just days ago, he had been quite the celebrity there. As he entered the bank with his suitcase, he was immediately recognized. "Mr. Lin, how may I assist you today?" Since the incident involving Xiao leaking client information had been exposed by Lin Shi, the bank had discreetly dismissed her to preserve its reputation. Now, Lin Shi's customer service manager was a man in his 30s named Fengjian. After realizing Lin Shi's potential, Fengjian had even procured a cigarette from his superior to curry favor. Initially assisting a client with a credit card application, Fengjian's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Shi. Upon noticing the suitcase he carried, Fengjian could hardly contain his excitement, as it bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Lin Shi had used when he furiously purchased 25 million in gold bars. Back then, he and the other customer managers had been envious and jealous when they heard that a client was to buy such a substantial amount through Xiao. Who would have thought such fortune would soon befall him? Chapter 18. Selling the gold bars. Fengjian promptly abandoned the client he was assisting to attend to Lin Shi. Comparison to the commission earned from selling 25 million worth of gold. The small commission from processing a credit card seems trivial. Fengjian swiftly approached Lin Shi, wearing the most sincere smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am your new account manager, Xiao Feng. What business do you wish to conduct today?" Lin Shi replied, "Let us discuss this inside." "Certainly, right this way." Fengjian eagerly ushered Lin Shi into the VIP room, secretly relishing the envious glances from his colleagues, feeling a sense of pride swelling within him. Lin Shi casually spent 25 million on gold. He must have even more deposits at other banks. If he could manage to secure those funds, his performance would soar. The other bank staff shared similar thoughts. For them, performance equated to salary, and high-value clients represented their lifeline. However, Fengjian acted too swiftly, leaving them to mutter in quiet disdain, "That scoundrel." As Lin Shi approached the VIP counter, he was about to speak when Fengjian interjected hastily, "Mr. Lin, please have a seat and wait for a moment." With that, he quickly departed. Lin Shi had no choice but to sit and wait. Soon, Fengjian returned, carrying an exquisite gift box. Each year, the bank prepared gifts for esteemed clients, with varying tiers of gifts based on client status. This year, the bank had prepared 2 bottles of Maodai for its top-tier clients. Although Lin Shi was not initially classified as the bank's highest-tier client, Fengjian, eager to retain this significant client, personally funded a portion of the gift. As long as Lin Shi returned to the bank for another substantial investment, Fengjian would not only recoup his expenses but also enhance his performance. Resulting in a rapid salary increase, he had originally planned to call Lin Shi to deliver the gifts in the next few days. But to his surprise, Lin Shi appeared in person. "Mr. Lin, this is your gift for the year. And I have also included a personal token of my appreciation." Lin Shi paid little attention to the gesture, nodding slightly before getting straight to the point. "Please assist me in processing the repurchase of these gold bars." With that, he opened his suitcase, revealing an entire case of 60 kilograms of gold bars. Fengjian was taken aback, his expression a masterpiece of astonishment. He confirmed, "Are you saying you wish to repurchase these gold bars?" Lin Shi nodded. Fengjian glanced at the current international gold price, forcing a smile as he said, "Mr. Lin, if you were to sell these gold bars now, you would incur a loss." Lin Shi had already prepared his reasoning on the way. "I am aware. I have done my research. My previous impulse purchase of such a large quantity of gold bars was a mistake. I have come to realize that investing in gold bars is not wise, and I intend to use this money for other investments." Despite several attempts to dissuade Lin Shi from his decision, Fengjian only succeeded in irritating him further. Reluctantly, Fengjian began the process for the repurchase of the gold bars. The procedure for repurchase was far more cumbersome than the initial purchase, requiring verification of each gold bar's certification codes, ensuring the packaging was intact, and checking for any scratches or damaged IT was not a task that could be completed in a hurry. Feng Jian promptly summoned a counter-staff member to assist him. Upon learning that Lin Shi intended to sell the gold bars he had just purchased, the staff member regarded Feng Jian with a hint of schadenfreude. Feng Jian's expression darkened further. He would not receive any commission for the sale, yet he was burdened with the labor of the repurchase process. Had it not been for the belief that Lin Shi was a potential client, Feng Jian would have already shot him several disdainful glances. After spending an entire morning, he finally managed to repurchase all the gold bars. Lin Shi's account reflected a sum of 24.78 million, incurring a loss of over 600,000. With the goal achieved, Lin Shi was indifferent to such a trifling amount. After rejecting all of Feng Jian's financial projects, Lin Shi departed, while Feng Jian forced a smile as he watched him take away 2 bottles of Maotai, already regretting his actions deep down. He had even forked out over 1,000 yuan for this gift, not to mention spending on a pack of cigarettes. What infuriated Feng Jian further was the impending ridicule he would face from his colleagues, who would mock him behind his back as a fool. Naturally, Lin Shi was oblivious to these concerns. Upon leaving the bank, Lin Shi headed directly to the grain and oil wholesale market. He ordered 100 tons of rice, which amounted to 2,000 bags. For flour, he requested 1,000 bags, and for cooking oil 100 boxes. The reason Lin Shi stockpiled such an excessive amount of salt was due to the drastic increase in difficulty of extracting it once the seawater froze. Currently, salt was inexpensive and took up little space, so he decided to hoard a bit more. He also ordered 100 boxes each of monosodium glutamate, chicken essence, soy sauce, vinegar, and various other seasonings. For instant noodles, sausages, ham, luncheon meat, and noodles, he requested 1,000 boxes of each. He also ordered 100 boxes of hot pot base and assorted spice packets, in the bitter cold. Indulging in hot pot with boiled meat daily would be pure delight. Lin Shi perused and purchased various miscellaneous items, filling 7 shipping containers with supplies, costing him over 1,000,000 yuan. The wholesale market owners treated Lin Shi as if he were a large supermarket buyer, slashing prices to the lowest possible, eagerly anticipating his next purchase. Even with the swift loading of these goods, it took several hours. Lin Shi requested them to dispatch additional workers for loading and unloading. After paying a deposit and leaving his address, he rushed to the adjacent agricultural market. He ordered several thousand pounds of live fish, insisting they be gutted and scaled. He also procured a ton each of chicken and duck, a ton of fresh pork, beef, mutton, and 1 to 2 tons of eggs. It was already afternoon, so these would have to be delivered the next day. Particularly for the live fish, since Lin Shi demanded they be killed on the spot. They would cost an extra yuan per pound and would take several days to deliver in full. Next, he ordered dried seaweed, various dried seafood, and several hundred pounds of ginger, scallions, and garlic. The unique property of the storage space allowed items to retain their state when stored, remaining unchanged upon retrieval. Were it not for the restriction against storing live creatures, Lin Shi would have also considered ordering fresh shrimp and crabs. He then reserved 3 tons of assorted vegetables and melons, as well as 3 tons of fruit, requesting that they be delivered first thing in the morning. Following this, Lin Shi made his way to a pharmacy to begin purchasing medicines. Unlike food, individuals cannot buy too much medication. He spent the evening visiting over a dozen pharmacies, finally acquiring 50 boxes of antibiotics, 72 boxes of cold medicine, and various antiviral powders and oral solutions. He purchased 126 bottles of vitamins, priced at 2 yuan for 100 pills. Yet, it still wasn't sufficient. In an apocalyptic scenario, medicine was in extreme scarcity, and a mere cold could prove fatal in such frigid temperatures. Lin Shi planned to place additional orders online. At this moment, the first batch of goods from the grain and oil wholesale market had already arrived near the warehouse Lin Shi rented. Upon receiving the call, Lin Shi hurried back. Just as he arrived at the warehouse entrance, his phone rang again. It was Liao Peng who called. Considering the time, Liao Peng had already been in Shushi for 4 days. It seemed he had made some significant progress. Chapter 19. Procurement of supplies. Lin Shi answered the phone. Liao Peng's voice resonated through the receiver. Boss, I have traversed Shushi these past few days and have discovered 3 locations that align perfectly with your requirements. I have sent the detailed information to your WeChat. Please take a look. All right, I have other matters to attend to, and I shall call you back later. Lin Shi proceeded to unlock the warehouse doors and, alongside a dozen laborers, began unloading the goods. It took more than 3 hours to transfer the contents of 7 containers into the warehouse. Once the workers had departed, Lin Shi placed his hands on the pile of supplies, meticulously organizing everything into the available space. Observing that the materials only occupied a mere fraction of the total capacity, he recognized that this was merely the beginning. After taking a shower, Lin Shi reviewed the information sent by Liao Peng. It was undeniable that he had chosen wisely. The 3 locations provided by Liao Peng were indeed in accordance with Lin Shi's specifications. They were situated on elevated ground, in secluded areas devoid of towering buildings, allowing for immediate construction activities. One particular site was exceptionally spacious, located in the eastern suburbs of Shushi. It was more than sufficient for establishing a private sanctuary, let alone an entire community. Lin Shi speculated that the official shelters from his previous life might have been constructed in this very location. Should that prove true, and the government were to requisition it in the future, his losses would be considerable. This location, however, passed his scrutiny. As for the remaining 2 sites, one was situated on the back mountain of a village in the western suburbs, with an elevation of merely a few meters, located several kilometers from the first site. There had once been a temple on this mountain. Although it had collapsed, the foundation remained intact. The final location was in a fishing village along the coast of Shushi, known as Shidao, where a series of cliffs stood at a height of several meters, offering a spacious plot of land above, previously inhabited by a few households that had since relocated. Lin Shi sent a text to Liao Peng, requesting him to find someone to survey the mountain where the temple was located, as well as the cliff, to assess the geological conditions. He wished to avoid any scenarios where the foundation of his dwelling might collapse. Although the cliffs were primarily composed of rock layers, prolonged exposure to wind and waves could have caused erosion, rendering them unsuitable for constructing a shelter. In contrast, the mountain that had once housed the temple seemed to align more closely with his aspirations. Nevertheless, he would have to wait for the results to determine the viability of the sites. Having completed these tasks, Lin Shi succumbed to slumber. Over the next 3 days, the deliveries to the warehouse consisted of fresh produce that Lin Shi had purchased at the local market. He directly employed 4 individuals nearby to manage the receiving and transporting of goods, while he ventured to the lumber market on the 8th day in the aftermath of the extreme cold. As humanity lost access to electricity, the natural gas pipelines across various nations had ruptured and leaked. The demand for fire sources became immense. Without fire, the ability to consume cooked food and warm meals was lost, plunging the majority of survivors into a life of raw sustenance. Countless individuals succumbed to the cold in their sleep. Consequently, timber became an invaluable commodity. Lin Shi procured 500 tons of firewood, which was significantly cheaper than standard lumber, consisting mainly of scrap wood and offcuts. The sheer quantity of timber required the loading of 25 containers. Fortunately, due to his large order, the lumber market was willing to accommodate his loading and unloading needs. Next, he purchased as many gas canisters and coal as possible, acquiring a total of 800 tons of coal. Following this, he proceeded to purchase windproof lighters, flint, windproof matches, and other similar items. Additionally, he placed an online order for cold medicine, antibiotics, disinfectants, emergency bandages, and various medical supplies. Furthermore, he acquired respiratory devices, oxygen tanks, tactical axes, jungle knives, and bomb-proof clothing, among other survival gear. On the 9th, Lin Shi visited the largest generator factory in Heist, procuring 10 portable generators, 10 household generators, and 2 industrial generators. Except for the industrial generator, which was selected solely for backup purposes requiring substantial power and operated on diesel despite its considerable noise, all others were the quietest gasoline models available. The household generators sufficed for normal operations. Next on his list were electrical wires. In the wake of the extreme cold apocalypse, even if the circuits were not obliterated by electromagnetic storms, the exposed wires outdoors had largely succumbed to freezing. Consequently, Lin Shi had already devised a plan to connect the wires indoors, allowing the power supply of the shelter to form a self-sustaining loop. To avert power outages caused by aging circuits or short circuits, he purchased tens of thousands of meters of various electrical wires as spares. Following this, he turned his attention to diesel and gasoline. To utilized generators, it was imperative to stockpile both diesel and gasoline. However, the trade of oil was prohibited for private individuals, and employing the method of filling the tank and then siphoning off the excess would be an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor to gather a sufficient supply. Thus, Lin Shi found himself once again at the Chengxin pawn shop. "You want 100 tons of diesel? 100 tons of gasoline? Do you think I run a gas station?" Jinbin remarked with a bemused expression directed at Lin Shi. Lin Shi could only offer a wry smile. 100 tons was hardly excessive. A large SUV's fuel tank could hold 100 liters, and filling it up a dozen times would amount to a ton. Naturally, one would need to stockpile substantially more. One could predict when the apocalypse would conclude, and in the 8th year of the extreme cold, there were no signs of an end in sight. If Jinbin was at a loss, Lin Shi would have to consider acquiring a vehicle with a sufficiently large tank to gather fuel from various gas stations. Just as Lin Shi prepared to depart, Jinbin pondered for a moment and said, "However, I can manage up to 10 tons for you." A flicker of joy sparkled in Lin Shi's eyes, but he quickly concealed it upon noticing Jinbin's probing gaze. "What price?" 10 tons of gasoline and 10 tons of diesel in exchange for 2 kilograms of gold. 2 kilograms of gold amounted to over 800,000. Goodness. The price of diesel is barely under 10,000 per ton, and gasoline is slightly over 10,000. Even for both, it would only total around 200,000, yet you've inflated the price over fourfold. Don't complain about the price. I am not in this line of business and am taking considerable risks. If you don't want it, so be it, Jinbin replied. Lin Shi, naturally, was not someone easily manipulated. He still had some gold bars replicated in his space, but the terms of the trade were his to dictate. 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel, and I will give you 5 kilograms of gold. Fortune favors the bold. Jinbin gritted his teeth and agreed. Seeing Jinbin's swift acceptance, Lin Shi's eyes gleamed, and he inquired, "Could you procure some pharmaceuticals for me?" "The price is negotiable. You tell me, what exactly do you intend to do with these items?" Jinbin asked, curiosity piqued. Lin Shi's request had grown increasingly peculiar, although inquiring into a client's purpose was generally deemed taboo. He was genuinely intrigued. With cold weapons, winter clothing, oil, and medicine all on the list, what could this possibly entail? Is it truly as this young man claims, that one should settle in Antarctica? Jinbin began to ponder the absurdity of such a possibility. Lin Shi, naturally, would not divulge his true intentions. Did I not mention it? To establish a residence in Antarctica. Subsequently, Lin Shi provided Jinbin with an array of antibiotics, cold medications, and remedies for both external and internal injuries. Jinbin, filled with skepticism, negotiated a price with Lin Shi. After departing from the pawn shop, Lin Shi contemplated his next move and decided to visit the electronics market to procure various appliances. In this post-apocalyptic world, he would require an abundance of essential devices for many years to come. Soon, Lin Shi arrived at the largest electronics mall in Heist. Chapter 20. A chance encounter with Su Feifei. Upon entering the electronics store, he purchased 20 rice cookers, 20 induction cookers, 20 washing machines, 20 dryers, 20 hair dryers, 20 air purifiers, and 20 electric kettles. He also acquired 30 electric heaters, 30 electric blankets, and 30 warm air fans. Next, he ventured into a neighboring store to buy pots, bowls, and utensils, ensuring that all were made of alloy or stainless steel. On the 10th, Lin Shi made his way to the largest mall in Heist. Although he already possessed winter clothing, it was intended for hunting excursions in search of supplies. He needed to acquire some everyday attire and additional warm clothing. His first stop was a home goods store, where he purchased 20 sets of down comforters, 20 sets of cotton quilts, 20 blankets, and 20 sets of bedding. He then proceeded to a well-regarded brand store, known for its down jackets and windbreakers, reportedly designed for Antarctic expedition teams. These garments were crafted from the most advanced insulating materials, boasting thermal performance second only to military-grade cold weather geared. As spring approached, winter apparel was being promoted at discounted prices, and most racks had been replaced with spring collections. Lin Shi navigated to the winter clothing section. Inside the store, 2 sales assistants were engaged in casual conversation. Given that this brand specialized in high-end products, with a single coat priced in the thousands, foot traffic was typically sparse. Upon seeing Lin Shi head directly for the discount section, both sales assistants exchanged skeptical glances, returning to their idle chatter. After observing for a while and unable to discern which item offered the best warmth, Lin Shi inquired of the sales assistant, "Which of your garments provides the utmost warmth?" The sales assistant, with her back turned to Lin Shi, rolled her eyes and replied, "These down jackets and windbreakers are quite warm." This was not the answer Lin Shi sought. He clarified, "I wish to know which one is the warmest, capable of providing warmth in temperatures as low as -50 degrees. Internally cursing the audacity of such a question, the sales assistant casually gestured toward a few items. Lin Shi pointed to one of the jackets she indicated, stating, "Bring me the XL size. I would like to try it on." The sales assistant was clearly growing impatient, thinking to herself that a frugal customer seeking discounted items should not be so demanding. Examining the jacket on the rack, she said, "Try this size L first. If you like it, I will fetch you the other at tea." That moment, Lin Shi sensed the assistant's evident annoyance. With a slight furrow of his brow, he was about to express his frustration when two individuals entered the store. To his surprise, it was Su Feifei, accompanied by a tall, slender man. They appeared to be frequent patrons, as another sales assistant greeted them with evident delight. "Hello, Mr. Li. We have recently added many new styles to our collection. Do take a look." This warm reception stood in stark contrast to the demeanor of the surly sales assistant beside Lin Shi. Especially upon witnessing her colleague receiving a substantial commission, the expression on Lin Shi's accompanying sales assistant grew increasingly sullen. At that moment, Su Feifei also spotted Lin Shi and called out, "Lin Shi, is that you here?" Lin Shi merely nodded, choosing not to engage further, and requested the sales assistant to fetch an XL size for him. Reluctantly, the assistant complied. Noticing Su Feifei's unwavering gaze fixed upon Lin Shi, Li Duayu, who had accompanied her, grew displeased and inquired, "Feifei, who is that?" Su Feifei seemed to snap back to reality, replying, "He is my high school classmate." Despite Lin Shi having left the three of them behind at the last gathering, Su Feifei remained convinced that it was Zhao's offense that had prompted Lin Shi's ire towards them. In Su Feifei's eyes, a man who was both wealthy and handsome deserved a measure of tolerance, irrespective of his actions. The incident of Lin Shi being abducted by robbers during his visit to the bank had long circulated among their classmates, as had the news of his purchase of 25 million in gold bars. Everyone assumed that someone capable of investing such a sum in financial assets must possess a fortune nearing 100 million. Su Feifei gazed at Lin Shi with eyes aglow. The sales assistant returned with the garments Lin Shi had requested, and he promptly removed his jacket to try them on. Su Feifei stole a few more glances at Lin Shi, noting with surprise that his physique had seemingly improved. Beneath a thin base layer, his chest muscles were subtly discernible, causing Su Feifei's cheeks to flush involuntarily. A glance at the wiry Li Duayu beside her made her feel that Lin Shi was undoubtedly the more suitable choice for herself. She approached Lin Shi and complimented, "Lin Shi, that outfit looks splendid on you." Li Duayu's expression darkened. Lin Shi nodded, pointing to several items the sales assistant had just mentioned. He instructed, "Please bring me that one in XL as well. And that one, and that one, and that one." The sales assistant wore an irritated expression, suppressing her annoyance as she retrieved 3 more items for Lin Shi. He meticulously tried each one on, wishing to ascertain the fit and comfort, as these garments would serve him well for the coming years, if not decades. The sales assistant, however, held a different perspective. She regarded Lin Shi as a bothersome customer, perceiving him as someone who, despite his apparent wealth, was overly concerned with the details of purchasing discounted items. Had there not been other customers present, she might have expressed her disdain more openly. Su Feifei continued to lavish praise on Lin Shi's appearance. Yet Lin Shi found the woman beside him rather tiresome. Just as he was about to dismiss her, Li Duayu, feeling neglected, could no longer contain himself. "Feifei, if your classmate can't afford clothes, I'll cover the bill. Let us not make things difficult for the sales assistant." The sales assistant cast a grateful look at Li Duayu. Su Feifei's expression turned complicated. Lin Shi was short on money? Hadn't he just invested 25 million in gold? While she couldn't fathom why Lin Shi was so fixated on discounted items, she viewed this as a testament to his admirable virtue of thrift. Li Duayu, "Don't speak nonsense," Su Feifei retorted. As she continued to defend Lin Shi, Li Duayu regarded him with disdain, his words lacking any measure of restraint. "Nonsense? He's merely a pauper who can only afford discounted goods. Is he going to flaunt his discounted attire?" Su Feifei furrowed her brow, pondering the situation. Lin Shi was not one to be easily deterred, as he directly interrupted Su Feifei's thoughts and addressed the disdainful Li Duayu. "Are you suggesting that you would be willing to cover my expenses?" It was evident to Lin Shi that this man, Li Duayu, was mocking and provoking him, revealing himself to be yet another suitor vying for Su Feifei's attention. The contempt on Li Duayu's face intensified as he shot Su Feifei a look that seemed to say, "See, I told you so." He then condescendingly remarked, "Indeed, I've purchased the discounted items you have your eye on." Lin Shi scrutinized Li Duayu from head to toe and queried, "Do you possess sufficient funds? Let us settle this matter with honesty." Li Duayu, appearing as if someone had stepped on his tail, raised his voice slightly. "Of course, even if you choose several more items, I shall cover the costs." Li Duayu lacked nothing, save for humility. He received a monthly allowance of 300,000, rendering the 2,000 for a few discounted garments an insignificant expense, in order to maintain his image as a wealthy heir before the girl he fancied. He could easily afford such a sum. Perceiving Lin Shi's intention to have this regular patron, the affluent heir, foot the bill, the sales clerk regarded Lin Shi with a gaze filled with disdain. Chapter 21. The bet. Lin Shi chuckled lightly. He had no intention of merely purchasing a few items. He aimed to acquire dozens, if not hundreds. With a willing target presented before him, he felt no compunction. Addressing the nearby sales assistant, he declared, "For each of the items I just tried on, I would like 50 of each. Please wrap them all up for me." "Pardon?" The sales assistant believed she had misheard. Lin Shi reiterated his request, stating, "Ensure that these items are all paid for." The two sales associates were left astounded by Lin Shi's audacious demand, their expressions clearly reflecting disbelief at the audacity of such a shameless individual. The sales assistant remained motionless, casting a glance towards Li Duayu. Lin Shi turned to the dumbfounded Li Duayu, a mocking smile adorning his face. "I inquired earlier, and you assured me that you could cover the costs of multiple selections. Surely you would not now claim that you are unable to do so." This statement effectively returned Li Duayu's earlier words to him. Having tried on 4 garments, each with a request for 50 pieces, that amounted to 200 items. Even at discounted prices, each piece averaged around 3,000, totaling approximately 600,000. With a monthly allowance of 300,000, Li Duayu struggled to meet his own needs. Lin Shi's opening gambit threatened to deplete 2 months' worth of his allowance. "Are you toying with me?" Li Duayu's anger flared, convinced that Lin Shi was attempting to humiliate him before Su Feifei. It was not that he could not produce 600,000. Rather, he refused to spend such a sum for the sake of another man. What sane individual would purchase 50 of the same garment? What I referred to were the items you intended to buy. Even Su Feifei perceived Lin Shi as deliberately testing Li Duayu's patience. Who would require 200 winter coats, capable of lasting a decade or two? And after so many years, would they not be out of style? Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts, as Lin Shi was the man she admired, and she naturally would not contradict him publicly. Lin Shi asserted, "What I desire is indeed 200 pieces, Li Duayu." In a fit of rage, retorted with a mocking laugh, "You, a mere pauper buying discounted goods, believe you can afford 200 pieces? Should you manage to do so, I shall kneel and call you grandfather." Lin Shi chuckled lightly, her face adorned with unabashed mockery. "Call me grandpa. Who knows if your words will dissipate like the last one? Akin to a mere fart, I don't know. At least a fart makes a sound. Your words are even less significant than that." Upon hearing Lin Shi's vivid metaphor, Su Feifei couldn't help but burst into laughter. The laughter of the girl he admired struck a blow to Li Duayu's pride, causing him to erupt, raising his voice significantly. "That's absurd. I am a man of my word. Yet, how can you prove that you are not merely trying to deceive me by claiming you wish to purchase 200 items?" Li Duayu's raised voice drew the attention of a couple nearby. Lin Shi replied, "It's quite simple. I will buy these 200 items first, and if I can afford them, all my expenditures in this mall today will be on your tab. And if you cannot afford it..." The stakes had risen between them, and Li Duayu was determined not to lose. Lin Shi remarked, "If I am unable to purchase them, you may do as you wish." Unbeknownst to them, the crowd gathered outside the store began to swell, whispers circulating amongst the onlookers. In the presence of so many, Li Duayu was even less inclined to relent. He raised his chin and looked down his nose at Lin Shi, declaring, "Very well, I agree. If you cannot afford them, you shall bow to me 3 times and call me grandpa." Li Duayu doubted that this impoverished wretch could truly afford garments worth hundreds of thousands. Today, he would strip away this pauper's facade and trample it underfoot. Lin Shi turned to the sales associate and said, 50 pieces of each style. Pack them up immediately." The sales associate rolled her eyes, displeased, and replied, "Sir, these garments total approximately 600,000. The implication was clear. If Lin Shi was broke, he should refrain from making unreasonable demands. 200 items were no trivial matter. If they summoned someone from the warehouse and Lin Shi failed to follow through, they would face reprimands or even punishment. Lin Shi withdrew a card from his pocket. "Calculate the total. I will pay by card." The sales associate's eyes widened as she beheld Lin Shi's black card. She dared not be negligent, taking it with both hands to examine it closely. Indeed, only those with deposits exceeding 10 million could possess such a card. Having worked in this field for so long, she recognized the significance. Instantly realizing her earlier misjudgment, she quickly donned her most professional smile. "Please have a seat. I will fetch the merchandise from the warehouse right away." She guided Lin Shi to sit and offered him tea, her demeanor transforming entirely. 200 items. Even at discounted prices, such a quantity would yield her a substantial commission. Another sales associate immediately contacted the warehouse. Lin Shi then stated, "There's no need to deliver them here. Send them directly to my residence." The sales associate nodded vigorously, noting the address Lin Shi provided. Soon, the total was calculated, 582, 366. The sales associate bent down to present the card machine to Lin Shi. He entered his PIN, printed the receipt, signed it, and completed the entire process seamlessly. The associate felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of a generous commission, but Lin Shi's next words plunged her into an icy abyss. "Now, call your manager. I wish to file a complaint against you." The previously surly sales associate, who had always exhibited a disdainful attitude towards Lin, suddenly panicked, hurriedly offering apologies and promising an array of gifts. Li Duayu, who had long been prepared to revel in Lin's embarrassment, was rendered dumbfounded in disbelief. He pulled over the flustered sales associate who had been bustling about to serve Lin. Did he really purchase 200 items? "Show me the receipt." After examining the receipt, Li Duayu remained incredulous. If he could wager 580,000, why would he shop in the clearance discount section? Was there something amiss in his mind? Li Duayu believed that Lin's purchase of 200 identical garments was a direct affront to him, rather than a genuine necessity. However, Lin indeed had a true need. The wager was merely a response to the incessant prattling of this irritating fellow. "Though you see clearly now, can we fulfill the bet?" Lin gazed at Li Duayu with a half-smile, as Li Duayu repeatedly scrutinized the receipt. Gritting his teeth, Li Duayu weighed his losses and gains in his mind. Should he back out now, Su Feifei would undoubtedly be left with no chance. Yet if he did not, he would inevitably face a hefty bill today. Just as Li Duayu wrestled with his dilemma, two young women entered the store, making a beeline for the trio. More precisely, they were heading straight for Lin. The two girls were tall, exquisitely made up, and their beauty rivaled that of Su Feifei. Even in his turmoil, Li Duayu could not help but be captivated by their presence. One of the girls with cascading curls flashed a radiant smile and addressed Lin. "Excuse me, are you Lin?" "I am." Lin nodded, not recognizing either of them. The girls' faces lit up with delight, with the straight-haired girl exclaiming, "I'm your fan. You're even more handsome in person than in photos. It's such a pleasure to meet you." It took Lin a moment to comprehend that the aftermath of the bank heist incident had kept his fame alive. The two girls settled on either side of Lin, engaging him in conversation. Shortly thereafter, several more girls entered the store, all gravitating towards Lin. It turned out that most of those who had been observing from outside had recognized him but were initially uncertain. Under Lin's intentional promotion, the crowd quickly became aware of the details of his wager with Li Duayu. Some girls even began recording short videos to capitalize on Lin's popularity, which only served to infuriate Li Duayu, who was still contemplating evasion. With so many people now aware of the wager, if he attempted to renege, he would surely become a laughingstock in the city by tomorrow. Chapter 22. A bet is a bet in the glaring spotlight of public scrutiny. While Li Duayu could afford to lose money, he could not afford to lose face. Resolutely, he produced his card and tossed it onto Lin's lap. "A bet is a bet. From here on, all your expenditures in this mall will be on my tab." Although he uttered these words, his heart seethed with hatred for Lin. "Oh." The girls surrounding Lin erupted in cheers. "Then I shall not hold back." Lin waved goodbye to the group. "Ladies, I have a few more items to purchase. Farewell." He then made his way towards the exit, with Li Duayu and Su Feifei trailing behind. Lin's first stop was a men's underwear store, where he procured 1,000 thermal sets, 1,000 pairs of thermal socks, and 2,000 pairs of underwear, totaling over 260,000. Originally, Lin Shi intended to purchase these items at the wholesale market, but now, using someone else's money, he sees no reason not to indulge. The sheer volume of his purchases startled the staff, who, after multiple confirmations, finally contacted the manufacturer to arrange for delivery. The store's inventory was insufficient to accommodate such a demand. Naturally, the delivery address was Lin Shi's warehouse. Observing Lin Shi squander his funds, Li Duayu approached him with fiery eyes, gritting his teeth as he murmured, "Isn't that enough? Allow me to remind you to know when to stop." He was increasingly convinced that Lin Shi was merely toying with him. After all, What would a sane person do with such an excessive quantity of underwear? Li Duayu's card not only contained his allowance for the month, but also had a credit limit of 500,000. Now, Lin Shi had depleted his living expenses for the month, leaving him to survive on air. Dismissing Li Duayu's warning, Lin Shi squinted, revealing a bright smile that was particularly radiant. As you said, today's expenditures at the mall are all on you. What's this? Having second thoughts? Lin Shi's voice was loud enough to draw Su Feifei's attention, who cast a look of disdain and contempt towards Li Duayu. Such a man, devoid of integrity, was the very type she detested. Li Duayu, taken aback by Lin Shi's blatant disregard while using his card, felt his expression contort. He jabbed a finger at Lin Shi, exclaiming, "All right, you've got guts. Just you wait," with a fierce glare directed at Lin Shi. He abandoned his card and stormed off, his expression suggesting he would not let this go lightly. As he departed, Su Feifei interjected, "I've heard that Li Duayu's father is a shareholder in a publicly listed company." "Oh," Lin Shi replied nonchalantly, indicating he was aware. Having witnessed unimaginable darkness in a post-apocalyptic world, the antics of these young people in a peaceful society seemed trivial to him. With firearms still at his disposal, he had little to fear, especially since in 2 months, Li Duayu would no longer be a wealthy heir. Lin Shi chuckled indifferently and resumed his shopping spree. 100 pairs of snow boots, 50 thermos cups, 100 mountaineering backpacks, winter hats, gloves, and more. It was only when Li Duayu's card reached its limit that Lin Shi finally ceased. He tossed the card to Su Feifei, who had been trailing him. Saying, "Stop following me." With that, he exited the mall, leaving Su Feifei fuming in place. After spending an entire afternoon at the mall with Lin Shi, her high heels had rubbed her feet raw, and yet he didn't even treat her to a meal. He was never like this before. Su Feifei stomped her feet in frustration. Upon returning to the warehouse, Lin Shi found it brimming with purchased appliances and the last batch of fish. The owner had thoughtfully placed ice packs in every box of fish. There were also several boxes of medications Lin Shi had ordered online a few days prior. After dismissing the movers, he stored all the goods in his space. He now possessed over 200 boxes of cold medicine, hundreds of antibiotics for viral and bacterial infections, and thousands of bandages and wound dressings. Additionally, he had purchased 200 boxes of frostbite cream. Pulling out his meticulously prepared shopping list, he crossed off the items he had already acquired. Next, he needed to order some windproof lamps, sleds, and various bathing supplies, which he proceeded to order online as well. Shampoo, body wash, toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, and the like. These items have become luxuries in a post-apocalyptic world. Initially, Lin Shi did not consider purchasing them. Survivors in such extreme cold typically refrain from bathing, as the natural oils and grime on their bodies serve to enhance insulation and protect their skin. Moreover, in such frigid conditions, where is the hot water for bathing? Even a sip of warm water is a luxury. In his previous life, Lin Shi had only managed to wash himself with snow a few times during 8 years of survival. However, now things are different. He has been reborn and has the time to prepare in advance, so why not allow himself a better quality of life? Subsequently, Lin Shi made additional purchases online from an outdoor sports brand, acquiring a kerosene lamp, wind-resistant lantern, moisture-proof mat, sled, skis, batteries, a radio, and water purification tablets. The skis are a crucial mode of transport in this extreme cold. As the harsh winter descends, relentless blizzards blanket the land, covering the entire blue star in a thick layer of snow. Initially, the freshly fallen snow is particularly soft and loose, causing anyone who steps on it to sink in, let alone vehicles. Travel becomes nearly impossible, as the snow gradually compacts. Most vehicles have long been buried beneath the accumulating layers. Even those that remain are rendered inoperable by the extreme cold or may skid uncontrollably, leading to disastrous consequences. The arrival of this apocalyptic winter has caused humanity's technological progress to regress by centuries. In addition to ordinary skis, Lin Shi also purchased 20 snowmobiles, which are the best means of transportation in such frigid conditions. Nowadays, they are primarily rented out as toys for those venturing into snowy landscapes. A high-quality snowmobile can reach speeds of up to 200 kilometers per hour in the snow, and they are quite affordable, only a few tens of thousands for a decent model. The sole drawback is their conspicuousness, coupled with the buzzing noise akin to that of regular motorcycles. Lin Shi would refrain from using them unless he was in a hurry. Having completed these arrangements, he casually washed up before retiring for the night. In the dead of night, Lin Shi suddenly opened his eyes. Reaching for his phone, He glanced at the time. Past 2 in the morning. It was then that he heard the sound of truck wheels rolling, growing increasingly closer. In the darkness, Lin Shi moved stealthily to the warehouse door, akin to a cat on the prowl. Bathed in moonlight, he indeed spotted a large truck approaching from the distance, coming to a halt right at his warehouse entrance. Lin Shi squinted instinctively, brimming with caution. Although he had ordered numerous items in recent days, what could possibly be delivered at such an hour? The visage of old Xiao flashed through his mind. Could it be the diesel and gasoline he had ordered a few days prior? Just as this thought crossed his mind, 2 figures leaped from the truck, dressed entirely in black and wearing masks. One of them bore a striking resemblance to Jinbin. Lin Shi remained vigilant, retrieving a handgun from his storage space. As Jinbin emerged from the vehicle, he checked the address on the warehouse door. Confirming it was correct, he gently tapped on the heavy iron gate. Chapter 23. Jinbin arrives. Knock, knock, knock. Jinbin softly tapped at the door. The small door beside the main entrance opened silently. What is it? Lin Shi, half concealed in the shadows, coldly fixed his gaze on the newcomer. Oh, my goodness, you nearly scared me to death in the dead of night. Jinbin patted his chest and proclaimed, Your goods have been delivered. Open the door. Noticing the 2 did not move, Lin Shi closed the small door again and opened the main entrance. The truck drove directly into the warehouse. Jinbin remarked, patting the truck's body, Everything is right here. A man named Xiao, the truck driver, who was robust and tall, opened the truck's rear door, revealing a cargo hold filled to the brim with barrels of oil. Brother, inspect the goods. Jinbin gestured to Lin Shi. No need. I trust you, Lin Shi replied, refraining from stepping into the dimly lit cargo area. Jinbin smiled and waved at Xiao, who then entered the truck alone, pulled out a loading ramp, and rolled the barrels down. Jinbin caught them below and arranged them neatly. Lin Shi stood by, observing with arms crossed. He would never expose his back to someone he did not trust. He had conducted transactions worth over 10 million in gold with Jinbin. Wealth can stir the hearts of men. When faced with sufficient temptation, anyone could become a devil. Naturally, Lin Shi would not entrust his safety to Jinbin's character. It was not until 3 hours later that the 2 men, panting, had unloaded all the barrels. Jinbin said his farewells to Lin Shi and climbed back into the truck with Xiao, who drove off into the distance. Lin Shi continued to watch until the vehicle disappeared from sight before retracting his gaze. It appeared Lin Shi had underestimated his counterpart, yet caution bore no grave errors. He did not believe he had acted inappropriately. Meanwhile, in the truck, Jinbin, who had been stealing glances at the rearview mirror, only shifted his gaze once Lin Shi's figure was no longer visible. Xiao, driving, expressed his dissatisfaction. Old Xiao, are you being overly cautious? We clearly had the chance to strike just now. Having been in this line of work for years, Jinbin was no saint. He would seize opportunities for underhanded dealings, but only when he had a significant advantage. Maintaining a good reputation required 2 conditions. First, to sincerely complete transactions. Second, to conduct any illicit dealings with utmost cleanliness. Jinbin chuckled, It's not that I'm too cautious. It's that the young man is exceedingly wary. Did you not notice how alert he was throughout our encounter? Xiao glanced at the now empty rearview mirror and scoffed. He's merely a sprout. I could crush him with ease. Jinbin leisurely pulled out a cigarette and lit it, seemingly relaxed, yet his eyes betrayed a sense of gravity. I do not share your opinion. When I stood beside him, I felt that any movement on my part could lead to my immediate demise. Xiao's expression grew serious. Really? I saw he was unarmed. Even if he were to draw a gun, he couldn't be quicker than you. Could he? Having spent many years in this trade, encountering buyers who would rather shoot than pay their dues, Jinbin had relied on his swift and stable draw to remain unharmed. Yet, to suggest that this young man could outdraw him was astonishing to Xiao, who had known Jinbin for years. You should understand that my instincts have saved me many times. Jinbin exhaled a puff of smoke. Have you forgotten about old Jin's disappearance? On that day, I sensed that Lao Jin intended to take action against that individual, and I even casually mentioned it. However, since that day, Lao Jin has vanished, while the other remains unscathed. This speaks volumes, doesn't it? To handle matters in heist so decisively is no small feat. It's not that I overestimate this young man. Rather, I believe I may have underestimated him. Before we set out today, we agreed to merely test the waters and leave if there were no opportunities. As it turns out, Our decision to refrain from intervening was indeed wise. Had we acted, at least one person would have had to account for their actions there. Xiao opened his mouth as if to speak but ultimately remained silent. Xiao extinguished his cigarette and glanced at Xiao, whose face still bore traces of disbelief, saying, "Having known each other for so many years, you are aware of my keen judgment of character. Trust me. Do not provoke this young man again. I have a premonition that as long as he survives, he will never fade into obscurity. By the way, we should also stock up on some diesel and gasoline. It would be wise to prepare more supplies lately. I can't shake the feeling of unease, as if something is about to happen." After securing the warehouse doors and ensuring that all the oil drums were intact and devoid of any surveillance devices, Lin Shi finally felt a sense of relief. He opened a few barrels to check, and indeed, all the oil was in perfect condition. A total of 400 oil drums stood meticulously arranged in a square formation. After confirming that no one was outside the warehouse, Lin Shi placed his hand on one of the oil barrels, silently reciting, "Item duplication." Before his eyes, the quantity of items on the golden interface shifted from 22 to 21. With a flash of golden light, 400 additional barrels materialized out of thin air. Lin Shi inspected the duplicates, finding that both the barrels and their contents had been flawlessly replicated. 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel had transformed into 40 tons of each. Excitement shimmered in his bright eyes. Merely 20 tons of diesel and gasoline would not suffice. What he required was fuel capable of sustaining usage for decades amidst the impending frigid conditions. The shelter would rely on this oil to power the generator, and his snowmobile also needed fuel to operate. Thus, when proposing a trade with Xiao, Lin Shi had already envisioned utilizing his item duplication ability to generate more oil. Now possessing 40 tons of gasoline and 40 tons of diesel still left him unsatisfied. Once duplicated, gold could be replicated again, but what about the duplicates? Could the duplicates themselves be duplicated? Previously, Lin Shi refrained from using the duplicated gold for further replication due to its circulation difficulties. Yet, oil, even if it were a duplicate of a duplicate, would remain entirely functional as long as the items were identical. Lin Shi connected the two piles of oil together. After some contemplation, he also retrieved a generator and some supplies from his space, placing them alongside the barrels. Once more, he invoked item duplication. A flash of golden light illuminated the warehouse, and the original 800 oil barrels were augmented by another 400. However, it became evident that only the original 400 barrels could be duplicated. The replicated barrels could not undergo further duplication. Lin Shi felt a twinge of disappointment. Had the duplicates been capable of replication, he would have acquired 800 barrels this time, and the next round would yield 3,200 barrels. With several rounds of duplication, he could amass an inexhaustible supply of oil. Moreover, different materials cannot be replicated simultaneously. He has now discerned the limitations of the treasure basin's item replication function. Firstly, replicas cannot be utilized for spatial upgrades. Secondly, only one type of item can be replicated at a time. Thirdly, items that have already been replicated once can be replicated again. However, the resulting replicas cannot be replicated further. Although they appear to be identical, the replicated items fail to gain the treasure basin's approval. There must be some intrinsic difference between the two. Chapter 24. Purchasing land with a wave of his hand, he placed the replicated oil drums alongside the original ones in the space. Since replicas cannot be replicated again, he must first use the replicas and, upon their depletion, employ the replication function to continue using them. It seems that the current number of item replications may still be insufficient. The current treasure basin interface displays treasure basin, storage space, 969696. Funds required for upgrade, 32,000. Function. Item replication 20. Funds required for upgrade, 58,500. As the apocalypse approaches, he must seek out gold, silver, and jewels to upgrade the treasure basin. After returning to take a brief nap, Lin Shi received a call from Liaopeng early the next morning while engaged in his usual morning exercises. Liaopeng brought news about the geological survey of two locations. As Lin Shi had suspected, the rocks at the cliff showed signs of sandification. Living there for decades under the current climatic conditions posed no issue. However, it was uncertain how long they would withstand extreme cold. Conversely, the old temple site contained a substantial amount of granite, indicating remarkable stability. Consequently, Lin Shi decisively chose the old temple site. He instructed Liaopeng to negotiate the price while he booked a flight online to Shushi for the following morning. He felt it necessary to personally inspect the site before meticulously designing a shelter based on the terrain. The warehouse required supervision, and Lin Shi ordered numerous items online that would need to be signed for upon delivery. Additionally, some merchandise yet to arrive also required unloading and storage. After careful consideration, he hired someone entirely unfamiliar to the group of movers to oversee the warehouse. Simultaneously, he reminded the movers to pay close attention to the quantity of goods. With all these arrangements in place, Lin Shi felt at ease as he boarded the flight to Shushi. Shushi truly lived up to its reputation as the hottest city in Xiao, despite it being only March. The streets were alive with girls donning light t-shirts and shorts, unabashedly flaunting their youthful figures. Upon disembarking from the plane, Lin Shi shed his outer jacket, revealing a loose-fitting short-sleeve shirt underneath. The contours of muscles were subtly visible on his arms and chest. Though not overtly pronounced, to the casual observer, he merely appeared to have a commendable physique. However, Lin Shi knew that after weeks of rigorous training, his body had transformed significantly from the time of his rebirth. He maintained a strict regimen, increasing his training intensity daily. Presently, his strength rivaled that of individuals who had diligently worked out in gyms for years. His training was not merely aimed at physical fitness but was geared towards combat. He endeavored to ensure that every inch of his muscle and bone could unleash its utmost power with the slightest thought. This required his muscles to remain remarkably resilient, enhancing strength without compromising agility. With just over 2 months remaining, it is by no means an excessive amount of time. He must cherish each passing day to fortify himself. The harsh realities of the apocalypse dictate that mere possession of ample resources does not guarantee a comfortable existence. Rather, possessing resources without strength can render one's plight far more tragic than lacking both. Liaopeng arrived early at the airport exit to await Lin Shi's arrival. Spotting Lin Shi amidst the throng, Liaopeng eagerly raised and waved the sign he held. Upon meeting, the two departed the airport and entered a vehicle in pursuit of a suitable residential plot. Liaopeng had even rented a car for convenience. Taking the initiative to foster rapport, he broached the subject. "Boss, after your arduous journey, shall I first escort you to a place of rest?" "There's no need for that. Simply inform me about the situation regarding the old dojo site," Lin Shi replied. Liaopeng, adopting a serious tone, responded, "I have conversed with the owner of that land. It is situated on a mountain in a rather remote location, and the asking price is not exorbitant, only 500,000. I have managed to negotiate it down to 480,000. This price was even more affordable than Lin Shi had anticipated. In truth, the real estate prices in Sha City were relatively low, with the city center averaging just over 20,000 per square meter, a stark contrast to High City. The dojo site, being in the mountainous region, was naturally less expensive. "I noticed from your documentation that it spans over 300 square meters, Lin Shi inquired. "Indeed, in fact, the perimeter of the residential plot encompasses several hundred additional square meters. While it cannot accommodate a house, it would serve excellently as a yard for cultivating vegetables." Lin Shi nodded in agreement. After nearly an hour of driving, they finally arrived at the foot of the dojo site. As Liaopeng had indicated, the area below was indeed a village, characterized by modest dwellings. The tallest structures barely reached 5 stories. Surrounded predominantly by mountains, the village nestled within a natural embrace, revealing only a single opening. This topography offered exceptional protection against wind and snow. As the vehicle entered the village, several villagers emerged from their homes to observe. The village, though not large, housed just over 100 families, a detail that pleased Lin Shi, as fewer inhabitants often equated to fewer disputes. Liaopeng, having frequented the area over the past few days, was already recognized by the villagers. However, Lin Shi was a newcomer, prompting a group of women to whisper and point at them from a distance. "Boss, those are the villagers. I took note that there are a total of 96 households in this village, with a population not exceeding 400, Liaopeng informed. Lin Shi acknowledged this with a nod. After a brief ascent along a narrow cement road, they reached their destination within a mere 10 minutes. The mountain, not particularly high, loomed only a few meters above the ground, allowing them to arrive swiftly. Contrary to expectations, the summit was remarkably flat, covering an area of approximately an acre. The previously constructed temple had collapsed, leaving behind a scattering of timber, bricks, and remnants of crumbling walls. These issues posed no significant concern, as rebuilding would be relatively straightforward. Lin Shi surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. "It's quite decent. When shall we finalize the paperwork?" The owner of this plot is currently out of town. I exerted considerable effort to acquire his contact information. After agreeing on the price yesterday, he indicated he would return promptly to handle the formalities. When I reached out to him this morning, he was already on the train, expected to arrive this afternoon, Liao Peng explained. Very well. Let us descend the mountain for now. The construction of the shelter is a monumental endeavor, fraught with time constraints and heavy responsibilities. In order to complete the shelter within just over 2 months, it is imperative to allocate sufficient manpower, for many hands indeed make light work. Lin Shi has already formulated a preliminary concept for the shelter in his mind and is contemplating the number of workers required. The two individuals return to the foot of the mountain. The process of land transfer necessitates a trip to the city. Liao Peng and his companion arranged to handle the matter directly at the relevant municipal department in the afternoon, opting not to linger in the village. The proceedings for the land transfer went remarkably smoothly. The previous owner was a middle-aged Taoist priest, lacking any ethereal aura, appearing rather plump. After signing the transfer contract, he hesitated to speak but ultimately remained silent, hastily departing after receiving the payment. This left Lin Shi with an inkling of unease. Liao Peng, have you inquired why that Taoist temple became abandoned? Chapter 25. Poverty breeds deception. Liao Peng was momentarily taken aback by Lin Shi's question, as he had not considered it. Being a person of considerable social acumen, Liao Peng quickly recalled something and promptly retrieved his phone to call the aforementioned Taoist priest. 30 minutes later, Lin Shi, Liao Peng, and the portly priest found themselves seated in a restaurant. The plump Taoist, while earnestly stuffing his mouth with meat, mumbled indistinctly, "That's how it is. I didn't intend to conceal anything, but I've been rather short on funds lately." He cast a furtive glance at Lin Shi, betraying a hint of guilt. Lin Shi maintained a serene expression, revealing no signs of pleasure or anger. It turned out that the priest had purchased the land 5 years prior, intending to find an auspicious site to establish a temple. He had set his sights on that particular hill, initially investing a significant sum to construct a concrete road, followed by the temple itself. Everything had proceeded smoothly, and the priest had envisioned spending his twilight years in the temple. However, unexpectedly, shortly after the temple's completion, villagers from the foot of the mountain approached him, asserting that the mountain below was their village's dragon vein, claiming that the temple was suppressing it. The land had originally been acquired from the villagers, and the priest had made it abundantly clear that he intended to build a temple. That time, the villagers had not objected to the construction. It was only after the temple was completed that they raised their concerns. The financial resources that the priest had painstakingly accumulated over the years had been nearly depleted in the construction of the temple, making demolition out of the question. Initially, the priest paid little heed to the villagers. As his temple was legitimate and compliant with regulations, it was impossible for the villagers to forcibly demolish it. However, matters were not as straightforward as he had imagined. From that point onward, villagers began to congregate daily at the entrance of the concrete road, obstructing any vehicles attempting to ascend the mountain. The priest had established the temple to attract worshippers, and without them, he faced a significant loss of income. Furthermore, there were elderly women who came daily to berate him at the temple's entrance. Unable to drive them away or quell their tirades, the priest found himself increasingly beleaguered. After several negotiations with the villagers, he ultimately paid them 20,000 yuan to resolve the issue. He had thought the matter concluded, only for another group of villagers to block the road a month later. Enraged, the priest confronted the village chief, who shamelessly declared that the previous 20,000 yuan was merely a fee for the prior month and that henceforth, he would need to pay them 20,000 each month. This infuriated the priest, prompting him to immediately report the situation to the authorities. However, as soon as the security personnel arrived, the entire village, comprising approximately 400 individuals ranging from octogenarian elders to 3-year-old toddlers, stood forth to testify that the money was bestowed upon them by the rotund Taoist for the benefit of the entire community. This situation indicates that such antics are not new to the villagers. The sum of 20,000 yuan, being tied to extortion, was sufficient to warrant legal action. Once the money was received, each household distributed it among their members, with every individual receiving 50 yuan. Even more infuriating was the fact that the village predominantly consisted of elderly individuals in their 60s and 70s, with some even surpassing 80, alongside a mere handful of young children. The security personnel found themselves unable to contend with these elders and could only apprehend a few of the village's able-bodied men, who would soon be released. Subsequently, the villagers became even more brazen. with several elderly women, aged 70 or 80, daily occupying tricycles at the entrance of the temple, vociferously demanding 100 yuan each before they would depart. Reporting to the authorities, they would merely weep, claiming they had sustained injuries within the temple, demanding accountability from the rotund Taoist. In desperation, the Taoists shut the temple's doors, retreating from public view. Yet this did not deter the unruly villagers. Periodically, the temple would experience power and water outages, either due to severed electrical wires or obstructed water pipes. It goes without saying that the villagers were responsible. Eventually, the rotund Taoist invested in surveillance cameras, which enabled him to identify the individual responsible for cutting the electrical wires. After turning this person over to the security agency, the Taoist, expecting to regain some semblance of control, found himself in a veritable hornet's nest. From that point onward, the villagers escalated their antics. Their strategies were incessantly inventive, and he found himself overwhelmed, battling against 400 individuals, both mentally and physically drained. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon the temple and seek an alternative path. Upon hearing the rotund Taoist's account, Liaopeng felt a mix of anger and guilt, even finding it difficult to meet Lin Shi's gaze. "I am truly sorry, boss. It is entirely my fault for not inquiring thoroughly." He received a salary comparable to Lin Shi's, yet managed to mismanage the situation. Leaving him deeply ashamed, "I will look elsewhere for a suitable location. Even if I purchase this land myself, let the boss deduct it from my salary." Lin Shi glanced sideways, and this prompted him to regard Liaopeng with newfound respect. Although the annual salary he offered Liaopeng was 500,000, it was merely a promise on paper. The funds had yet to materialize, yet he was willing to use that salary to rectify this blunder, a proposition not often made by the average person. Lin Shi waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for that. It's this piece of land, it's getting late. You should first contact a reliable construction team and commence work tomorrow." At this, both Liaopeng and the rotund Taoist were left astonished. "Boss, this..." Liaopeng stammered, "I have a solution. Just follow my instructions," Lin Shi asserted as he rose, signaling the conclusion of their meal. This matter, in truth, required no resolution. Would Lin Shi fear potential issues once the shelter was constructed? The answer was a resounding no. By the time the shelter was completed, it would be at least 2 months later. With the arrival of extreme cold, these villagers would be preoccupied with their own survival. Furthermore, Lin Shi was no stranger to dealing with nefarious individuals. All it took was to be more ruthless than they were. Suddenly, the rotund Taoist forcefully swallowed the mouthful of food he had been chewing, extracting a yellowed booklet from within his clothing with his greasy hands. "Young brother, you are a good person. I admit my actions in this matter were less than honorable. This booklet was previously employed by me for the purpose of strengthening my body. Now that the temple has vanished, I have made up my mind to return to secular life, rendering this booklet less significant to me. Thus, I shall bestow it upon you. I have always felt a certain affinity towards you." Lin Shi furrowed his brow as he observed the yellowed pages of the booklet, which bore clear grease stains. Yet, upon witnessing the sincerity in the portly Taoist's eyes, he ultimately accepted it. "Thank you." After exiting the restaurant, Lin Shi proceeded to the hotel where he was staying, dedicating an entire night to sketching the design for the sanctuary he had previously envisioned in his mind. The upper half of the design featured a semicircular structure, exposed above ground, while the lower half comprised a square basement. From an architectural standpoint, circular edifices are advantageous in reducing wind resistance and possess greater sturdiness. In terms of thermodynamics, circular shapes minimize heat dissipation, thus enhancing insulation. This principle is also why those who once dwelled in the Arctic constructed semicircular igloos. The outermost layer of the structure would be welded from alloys, while Lin Shi intended to utilize explosion-proof steel plate walls, commonly employed by banks, for the interior, with a thickness of at least 1 meter. Within these steel walls, he planned to integrate a layer of the most thermally resistant materials, followed by standard 3-proof materials. Lin Shi contemplated placing a fireplace in the center of the circular building, allowing for warmth in the absence of electricity. Above, a flue would be installed for ventilation. Each level of the structure would possess its own electrical circuit. However, Lin Shi had not yet considered the issue of water. The water purifier he purchased was not merely for show. The finer details of the design would require the expertise of professionals for refinement. Nevertheless, the general concept was established. After completing the design, Lin Shi, ready to retire for the night, caught sight of the booklet he had carelessly set aside. the very one given to him by the rotund Taoist. Out of curiosity, he picked it up and began to leaf through its pages. Chapter 26. The warehouse ignites. Casually flipping through the booklet, Lin Shi discovered it to be an illustrated manual, showcasing a small figure performing various stances reminiscent of martial arts scriptures. Intrigued, he began to read from the beginning. The more he perused, the more serious his expression became, bordering on disbelief. The movements depicted in the booklet bore a striking resemblance to the resonance techniques he practiced. This revelation astounded Lin Shi. He immediately leaped from his bed and began to practice the movements as outlined in the booklet. In the course of practice, he realized that while the sequence was indeed similar to resonance, it was far more intricate and challenging to master. Fortunately, his previous experiences with resonance had bestowed him with a foundational understanding, and after a period of rigorous training, he was able to execute the movements, albeit with some difficulty. With each inhalation and exhalation, the motions flowed rhythmically, seemingly imbued with an enigmatic cadence. As he completed the first round of movements, Lin Shi found himself drenched in perspiration, yet his breath remained unperturbed, and he felt a profound sense of comfort and warmth enveloping him. The effects surpassed even those of resonance by several folds. While resonance also warmed the body, its effects were not as pronounced. Lin Shi solemnly picked up the soiled booklet once more, flipping to its cover. The phrase "Nourishing Secrets" was clearly a later addition, as the original title appeared to have been eroded away. This was undoubtedly no ordinary wellness manual. Had he not experienced the apocalypse, he might have dismissed it as just another martial arts tome available for a few coins at a street stall. However, now aware of the miraculous nature of resonance in the post-apocalyptic world, Lin Shi recognized this as a priceless compendium. It is only after the advent of that miraculous substance, heralding the end of days, that this particular technique will truly manifest its utmost potential. Simultaneously, Lin Shi found himself engulfed in confusion. The phenomenon of resonance was said to have emerged only in the 6th year of the apocalypse, purportedly the result of collaborative endeavors between scientists and martial artists. Could the rumors be erroneous, or perhaps this gossip was merely a fabrication disseminated by the official shelters? Yet Lin Shi harbored a premonition that the emergence of resonance was inextricably linked to this very manual. Now that this tome had come into his possession, could it possibly alter the course of the future? After contemplating for a moment, Lin Shi decided to cast aside his musings. Even if the future were to be altered, it was not a burden he needed to bear at this moment. Moreover, he was not the sole individual privy to this technique. There was also the rotund Taoist. Upon awakening from a restful slumber and concluding his practice of the health-preserving technique, Lin Shi discovered that Liao Peng had already gathered a team early in the morning to commence work at the site of the old Taoist temple. After enjoying breakfast, Lin Shi made his way to the scene. 2 excavators were diligently clearing the remnants of the temple's original structure. Lin Shi approached Liao Peng, presenting the blueprints he had devised the previous night, elucidating the crucial details. Liao Peng, thumping his chest, assured him, "Rest assured, boss, I will consult with the engineers to refine the design. Furthermore, regarding the well you mentioned, there is indeed an existing well buried beneath the rubble, which I only just discovered through the workers on site." Lin Shi was somewhat taken aback. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. In the ensuing days, Lin Shi remained in Shushi, pre-ordering various construction materials and discussing the design plans for the shelter with the engineers. During his leisure moments, he practiced the health-preserving technique, and after just a few days, Lin Shi felt that his physical resilience had significantly surpassed that of the preceding weeks. With Lin Shi's unrestrained investment, the remnants of the Taoist temple had vanished, replaced by a large, deep pit. The basement of the shelter had been excavated, and it was time to commence construction. Everything was progressing in an orderly fashion. However, in the early hours of March 22, a phone call prompted Lin Shi to abandon his plans to remain in Shushi and oversee the project. It was the warehouse supervisor on the line, his voice laced with panic. "Boss, the warehouse is on fire." Lin Shi furrowed his brow. "How did the fire start? What about the goods?" "I don't know. I was asleep and didn't hear anything. Somehow, it caught fire. Fortunately, I discovered it early. Only a small portion of the goods was burned." Lin Shi had no choice but to set aside his work there, entrusting everything to Liao Peng. He then boarded the same day's flight back to Heist. Upon his arrival in Heist, rain poured down incessantly. As Lin Shi stepped off the plane and opened his phone, he noticed a flurry of missed calls, all from the warehouse supervisor. He promptly returned one call, but it went unanswered. Checking the weather in Heisher over the past couple of days, he found it had been rainy. If it was indeed raining, how could there be a fire? Just as he reached the warehouse, he heard a loud voice from within. Throw everything outside. You can't do this. My boss will be back soon. It was the warehouse supervisor's voice. Lin Shi observed several individuals hurling boxes of goods outside. The rain was pouring heavily, and some of these items were not meant to be exposed to moisture. If they were soaked, they could easily be ruined. What on earth are you doing? Lin Shi stood resolutely at the entrance of the warehouse, his piercing gaze sweeping over several individuals who were preparing to hurl boxes outside. The group, intimidated by Lin Shi's commanding presence, halted in their tracks. What do you think you're doing? A gaunt middle-aged man approached, his eyes narrowing upon seeing Lin Shi, who also regarded him in turn, though he was unacquainted with this individual. Who is this brat? Step aside and don't block the way. The emaciated man wore a menacing expression. Who are you? Who authorized you to touch my belongings? Lin Shi questioned coldly. The warehouse manager, upon hearing the commotion, hurried over to Lin Shi, his face a mask of distress. Boss, you have finally returned. I was just directing the unloading when these people barged in, claiming the warehouse belonged to them, demanding we vacate our items immediately. I couldn't stop them. The gaunt man wore a knowing expression as he scrutinized Lin Shi from head to toe. Oh, you are Lin Shi? Well, from this day forward, this warehouse is leased to me. You've burned the landlord's warehouse. Naturally, he is unwilling to rent to you, so pack your things and get lost. The warehouse manager, indignant, retorted, even if we must move our belongings, we deserve some time, right? I told them our boss would arrive shortly, yet they refuse to wait and want to throw our things out. Is there no sense of reason here? This is your problem. The warehouse is mine now, and since your items occupy my space, what wrong is there in tossing them out? The gaunt man casually dug into his ear, exuding an air of indifference that further enraged the warehouse manager. It was evident to any onlooker that he was being targeted. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of danger flashing within his elongated pupils. I have signed a contract, and the rent is not yet due. Whether the landlord chooses to rent to me is not for you to decide. Tell the landlord to bring the breach of contract penalty and discuss it with me. I am giving you 1 minute to vacate my premises. Oh? You haven't even grown hair yet you think you can intimidate me. When I was navigating the streets, you were still in diapers. Get out of my way. The gaunt man attempted to shove Lin Shi aside as if dismissing a mere nuisance. However, Lin Shi seized the man's hand and twisted it forcefully, with a resounding crack and a pained scream. Ah! The gaunt man's hand was dislocated. Despite the pain rendering his face pale, he was no pushover. Ignoring his incapacitated right hand, he swung a punch at Lin Shi, spewing curses. You bastard, you're finished. Lin Shi effortlessly caught the punch, perceiving it as feeble. While the gaunt man possessed a fierce spirit, it reached its limit here. With a swift motion, Lin Shi twisted the gaunt man's left hand, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. Without the support of his arms, the gaunt man fell flat on his face, his teeth meeting the ground, drawing blood. Lying on the floor, he roared, "Are you all blind? Get him dead." The events unfolded too rapidly. The group that had accompanied the gaunt man, laden with boxes, finally cast aside their burdens and surged forward. However, how could they possibly be the opponents of Lin Shi, who had undergone countless real battles? With a swift kick, Lin Shi sent one man flying, caught two incoming fists with ease, and forcefully yanked. The two immediately staggered, losing their balance, only to be seized by Lin Shi, who slammed them together, silencing their cries abruptly. As soon as he released them, they crumpled to the ground. Unconscious, he effortlessly sidestepped a punch aimed at him, retaliating with an elbow strike that left the assailant hunched over on the floor like a shrimp. With just a few simple maneuvers, and without even breaking a sweat, for men lay incapacitated at his feet. This was Lin Shi's restraint, as he had no desire to escalate the situation. Had it been the apocalypse, these men would have met their demise. The gaunt man, who had just turned over, witnessed this scene and realized he had hit a brick wall. He had initially thought it would be a simple task to deal with a university student, expecting to complete the job with little effort, and had even been pleased at the prospect of easy money. He never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. The last remaining man, catching a glimpse of the murderous intent in Lin Shi's eyes, fearfully retreated a few steps. Terrified, he turned and fled into the rain. Lin Shi made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he approached the now sitting gaunt man and inquired, Who sent you? Did you set fire to my warehouse? Though Lin Shi harbored suspicions, he sought confirmation. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, the gaunt man seemed unfazed, retorting defiantly, "If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he directed the warehouse manager, who was frozen in shock, "Call the police." The order of a peaceful era had spared these scoundrels. The warehouse manager snapped back to reality, trembling as he retrieved his phone to summon the authorities. His gaze toward Lin Shi filled with both awe and fear. Soon, law enforcement arrived at the warehouse, accompanied by an ambulance. Upon their arrival, the gaunt man quickly turned the tables, exclaiming, "Officer, this man barged into my warehouse and assaulted me for no reason. He dislocated both my arms. Who called the police?" Lin Shi raised his hand. "I did." "Please explain the situation." The officer produced a recording device. Lin Shi recounted how the men had invaded his warehouse, discarded his goods, and initiated the violence. Several boxes of merchandise lay in the rain at the warehouse entrance. The warehouse manager corroborated Lin Shi's account. Lin Shi had not struck with excessive force. Aside from superficial injuries and minor concussions, the assailants were soon recovering. The gaunt man's dislocated arms were also reset by the paramedics. Feigning to retrieve something from his backpack, Lin Shi instead produced a rental agreement, stating, "This is the contract for my warehouse rental." The officer glanced at it and confirmed its validity. The situation had become exceedingly clear. One of the officers remarked, "Take these men into custody." "Wait." Even at this juncture, the gaunt man remained unperturbed, pulling out his phone to make a call. To Lin Shi's astonishment, the ringtone echoed from outside the warehouse. Moments later, a middle-aged man and a young man entered. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, recognizing one of them, Li Duayu. Upon spotting Lin Shi, Li Duayu's lips curled into a smug smile. A middle-aged man, suspected to be Li Duayu's father, pulled one of the security personnel aside. After exchanging a few words, he made a phone call, holding the device to the security officer's ear. Lin Shi furrowed his brow as he observed this scene. That moment, Lin Shi's phone rang. It was the landlord calling. "Lin Shi, your worker nearly set my warehouse ablaze. I will no longer rent the space to you, and I will refund the remaining rent and deposit. Please vacate at your earliest convenience." Lin Shi frowned and replied, "There is no such clause in the contract. Moreover, the investigation into the fire has yet to be completed." The landlord's voice on the phone was filled with exasperation and urgency. "Stop the investigation? This mess is your doing. Just move out, I beg you. I will refund you the entire month's rent." With that, he hung up the call and promptly returned the sum of 60,000 yuan to Lin Shi. It appeared that the warehouse was indeed no longer available for rent. Now, with Lin Shi's belongings nearly packed, moving out was of little concern to him. However, being forced out in such a manner was undeniably displeasing. Li Duayu approached Lin Shi, a cold smile on his face, and spoke in a tone audible only to the two of them. "This is the consequence of crossing me. The real show is just beginning. I will ensure you cannot survive in heist." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, looking at Li Duayu in astonishment, and exclaimed, "What did you say? Are you not your father's biological child?" His voice rang out, drawing the attention of those nearby. They all stared at Li Duayu in disbelief. Li Duayu's face turned the color of a liver, and he quickly retorted, "I never said that. He's just spouting nonsense." With a glare filled with malice, Li Duayu looked at Lin Shi, wishing he could eliminate him with a single glance. Soon, the security officer who had been pulled away by Li Duayu's father returned, pointing at Lin Shi and stating, "Take this person back." "Wait." Lin Shi frowned, finding the situation before him less than surprising. From the outset, the gaunt man had exuded an air of confidence, and with the subsequent developments, Lin Shi had surmised that these individuals must possess some form of backing. Yet, he was no pushover. "May I inquire why I am to be taken back?" The security officer's expression turned grave. "You are suspected of arson and intentional bodily harm. You must come with me to the precinct for questioning." Li Duayu looked on with a self-satisfied expression, clearly relishing the moment. "This is the outcome of your defiance. Once you reach the security bureau, it will be the end for you." Lin Shi remained unperturbed, continuing to defend himself. "I already stated that they struck first. That is merely your word against theirs and cannot be considered evidence." A smirk flickered across Lin Shi's face. "Yet you did not say that just now." Anger flashed in the security officer's eyes. "They have more witnesses than you do. We have the right to reopen the investigation." You must accompany us, but I possess evidence, Lin Shi retorted, his expression icy as he brandished his phone. When I moved in, I installed several surveillance cameras in the warehouse. What you just discussed in the corner should have been recorded. Chapter 28. The approach of the apocalypse. When Lin Shi was angry, the smile on his face grew only more radiant, yet the chill in his eyes had the power to freeze one to the core. He suddenly found himself yearning for the arrival of the apocalypse. At least in the end times, evil was unequivocally evil. The security officer standing before him was momentarily taken aback by Lin Shi's manic grin, a visage typically associated with a deranged killer. What had he just mentioned? A recording? The officer's expression shifted dramatically as he reached out to seize the phone from Lin Shi's grasp. However, Lin Shi appeared to possess an uncanny foresight, retreating 2 steps with an air of nonchalance before the officer could act. "Let me show you," he stated, lowering his head to operate his phone. Observing this, the officer lunged forward to grab Lin Shi. Yet, it seemed as if Lin Shi had eyes atop his head, deftly dodging the grasp. Once could be deemed a coincidence, but twice left everyone present astounded. Just how skilled was this individual? No wonder he could single-handedly take down 5 men. Why was he so suddenly intent on snatching my phone? I was so startled that I inadvertently uploaded the recording online. Lin Shi displayed an innocent expression as he showcased the screen to the onlookers. Li Duoyu's father, Li Duokai, was so enraged that his face turned an alarming shade of green. Prior to this, he had confirmed with the landlord that there were no surveillance devices in the warehouse. It was only after this that he had reluctantly come to handle matters personally. They had merely rented the space for a month, and yet the landlord had unexpectedly installed cameras. Had the conversation between the two in the corner been captured? And if the situation escalated, not only would both of them suffer, but several others would be implicated as well. The call Li Duokai had made moments ago was to the director of the Heist Security Bureau. If this trivial matter were to ensnare the director, it could trigger a chain reaction. The intricate network of relationships Li Duokai had painstakingly built over the years in Heist could be severely jeopardized. Li Duokai shot a fierce glare at Li Duoyu, but now was not the time to discipline this wayward son. He needed to intercept the video before it spread further online. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Lin Shi's hundreds of thousands of followers had already viewed the inadvertently uploaded recording and were beginning to share it wildly. It was far too late for Li Duokai to intervene. The gaunt man, evidently realizing something, displayed a visibly shifting expression. If there were indeed surveillance, then the scene of him setting the fire in the early hours would have been captured as well. The earlier confrontation had also been recorded. The gaunt man glared at Lin Shi, fury radiating from his eyes, his earlier composure dissipating. He hurried after Li Duokai. "Take him away," the security officer barked, as the others swiftly advanced to apprehend Lin Shi. Lin Shi offered no resistance, smiling pleasantly as he complied. His phone seized from him. "I can walk myself. Lao Huang, tidy up the things in the warehouse, find a large truck to load them, and park it in the lot next door. Wait for my return." The warehouse manager, Lao Huang, nodded vigorously. Lin Shi was escorted into the police vehicle, leaving only Lao Huang behind in the warehouse. The scene of the day had utterly shattered his worldview. He had never witnessed such audacity in a boss. Yet now, with his employer taken away by the security officers, Lao Huang wore a pained expression, uncertain if he would ever see his wages again. Sandwiched between 2 officers as he was led to the car, Lin Shi displayed not a trace of anxiety. The vehicle had scarcely traveled a short distance when a security officer seated beside Lin Shi received a phone call. Moments later, he cast Lin Shi a peculiar glance before handing the phone to the officer who had previously confronted Lin Shi. "Captain, they are looking for you." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn that the officer was indeed a captain. Upon receiving the call, the captain's complexion oscillated from pale to red, then to a deep shade of black, as he fervently nodded, replying with yes, indeed. "All right, yes." After disconnecting, he promptly commanded, "Pull over." The vehicle swiftly came to a halt by the roadside. "You may leave now," the captain glared at Lin Shi with a look of resentment, seemingly unwilling to relent yet entirely powerless to act. Lin Shi smiled, extending his hand. "My phone, please?" "Your phone contains evidence and is required for further investigation." Lin Shi shrugged and exited the vehicle. Walking away, Liu Ting observed Lin Shi's retreat until his gaze finally shifted. Lin Shi then turned to acquire a new card and subsequently purchased a new phone. The video he had disseminated had evidently made quite an impact. Indeed, a substantial one, Had the apocalypse not yet arrived, Lin Shi would have been oblivious to the multitude of individuals he had offended through this maneuver. As a person devoid of any influential background, he could easily vanish into the vast sea of humanity at any moment. Yet, at present, he harbored no fears. Lin Shi took down the video and deactivated his social media accounts. His objective had been achieved, and he had no desire for further notoriety. Upon returning to the warehouse, he found Lao Huang still engaged in hailing a vehicle, taken aback by Lin Shi's swift return. After settling his wages and sending Lao Huang on his way, Lin Shi closed the warehouse doors and proceeded to inventory the contents within. A small portion of the sleds he had ordered online had been consumed by the fire, 10 in total. Initially, Lin Shi had intended to rear a few sled dogs for survival in the impending apocalypse. Now that they had been destroyed, he dismissed the matter. Some equipment, having been tossed into the rain, sustained minimal damage. After storing the salvaged items, Lin Shi promptly booked a flight to Xia City, departing from Hai City. Soon after, news broke regarding a prominent shareholder of a well-known enterprise being implicated in a scandal involving power and sexual transactions with government officials. That shareholder was none other than Li Duayu's father. Clearly, the apocalypse had not yet arrived, thwarting this wealthy heir's ambitions. The incident ensnared numerous individuals, resulting in the dismissal of a security officer among them. However, Lin Shi's focus was not on this affair, but rather fixated on the words Tianqi New Energy Company, a renowned enterprise. A flicker of deeply concealed hatred flashed in his eyes. Within a few days, the school abruptly contacted Lin Shi, notifying him of his expulsion due to prolonged absences. Lin Shi recognized that someone had taken action against him, yet such tactics were ineffectual and insignificant in his eyes. Over the course of the following 2 months, he remained in Xia City, overseeing the construction of a shelter. Most of his time was devoted to practicing a health regimen. He made occasional trips back to Hai City to collect goods ordered from Lao Xie, never lingering, but swiftly departing. This allowed him to evade a conspiracy directed against him. On May 25th, the shelter was finally completed. The construction spanned over 2 months, costing Lin Shi more than 9 million, all spent on materials and labor. The semicircular shelter featured only a chimney and an entrance, devoid of any windows. The entire shelter, when viewed from the rear, resembled an iron sphere embedded in the earth. It featured 2 doors, an outer door and an inner door, both formidable blast-resistant barriers. Passage in and out necessitated traversing these 2 doors. A worker jested that this shelter could withstand the aftermath of a nuclear weapon unscathed. Inside the shelter, provisions were made for squat toilets, heated platforms, cooking stoves, and furnaces, all designed to function without electricity. All wiring was concealed within, which, while detracting from aesthetics, facilitated easier maintenance when necessary. Moreover, a water pipe was extended from a well to supply the shelter, with Lin Shi instructing that the well cover be completely sealed to prevent the water from freezing too easily. Once essential living supplies were placed inside, it would be ready for occupancy. With only 6 days remaining until the solar flare erupted, Chapter 29, luring Xiao unfolded. Lin Shi spent an entire day preparing the shelter. Apart from the electrical appliances, all other necessities were in order. He procured several carpets to adorn the living room of the shelter. The electrical devices would remain stored until after the geomagnetic storm had subsided, to avoid potential damage. After the shelter's completion, Liao Peng lingered by Lin Shi's side, having little to occupy his time. Lin Shi pondered for a moment before suggesting, "You should gather some supplies and store them in your rental apartment. The apocalypse is imminent." He didn't mind extending a helping hand to Liao Peng as a reward for his diligent efforts over the past 2 months. Future wages were no longer feasible, and naturally, if Liao Peng refused to comply, Lin Shi would not offer further reminders. After sending Liao Peng on his way, Lin Shi took out his phone and retrieved a number from his blacklist, Xiao. He dialed the number. "Lin Shi, is that really you? Where have you been lately? The last time I saw you, security personnel were taking you away in a short video. Are you all right?" Zhao's voice was filled with genuine surprise. After 2 months of enduring his parents' complaints, the plan to purchase a new home had stalled due to his inability to borrow money from Lin Shi. "I'm fine. I've just been feeling down lately and took a trip to Xia City. Would you like to come and spend a few days with me?" Lin Shi replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao agreed, "Sure. I'll request a few days off right away to keep you company." After a brief exchange, Lin Shi ended the call. How could he possibly forget Xiao, the person who had caused his demise in a previous life? He had no intention of returning to Hai City, but that did not mean he would spare Xiao. Luring Xiao to Sha City for resolution was equally viable. Lin Shi procured an additional 10 tons of bottled water and some of his favorite foods in Sha City. In the extreme cold, water was the most abundant resource, with snow blanketing the surroundings. When thirsty, one could simply consume snow, though it would exacerbate the chill. Yet compared to the scarcity of food, water was a relief for survivors. Viruses and bacteria lurked everywhere. The consumption of snow had little bearing on potential illness. Most survivors, after a few years of the apocalypse, had developed antibodies. Eating raw meat, consuming snow, and donning animal pelts, humanity gradually adapted to the harsh survival conditions. Those who could not adapt had perished. Lin Shi prepared a small supply of water as a precaution. Additionally, he purchased 2 computers and downloaded countless resources, along with various films, animations, and games from the internet. Among the materials are documents pertaining to the creation of various tools, the maintenance of electrical systems, and generators. These resources may prove invaluable in the future. Aside from the gold bars I have managed to replicate, my cash reserves dwindle to less than 100,000. Everything is in readiness. With merely 3 days remaining until the impending SSS-class solar flare, Xiao hastily arrived from the coastal city. It was evident that Xiao had endured a difficult couple of months, visibly thinner than before. Upon meeting Lin Shi, Xiao engaged in a flurry of pleasantries and apologies, adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor. While apologizing, he scrutinized Lin Shi's expression. Lin Shi, I truly considered you as my own brother, which is why I failed to contemplate the consequences. Can you ever find it in your heart to forgive me? I promise to do more for you in the future. Lin Shi displayed a cryptic smile, nodding dismissively. Let us stay here for a week before departing. I shall cover all expenses. Xiao's face illuminated with evident delight. Indeed, Lin Shi remained the same naive person he had always been. It seemed that Xiao's previous actions had indeed provoked Lin Shi's ire. Excellent. Xiao readily acquiesced, eager to find an opportunity to broach the subject of borrowing money. By the way, when did you venture to Sha City alone? I heard online that you were expelled from school. Is that true? Xiao feigned concern, yet a glimmer of schadenfreude lingered in his eyes. It is true, Lin Shi nodded, pretending not to notice. Xiao went through the motions of offering consolation, then shifted the conversation to their plans for the coming days. Lin Shi genuinely wished to unwind during this time. With risks heightened before the apocalypse, he could not afford to wait. His intention was to keep Xiao in Sha City, allowing him to experience the despair of the impending apocalypse before meeting his end. Lin Shi never considered himself a virtuous person in his past life. After losing the affection of his parents, he had invested all his emotions in a few close friends, including Xiao. During the early days of the apocalypse, when wealth still held some value, he had shared the gold bars left by his father with them, granting them a glimmer of hope for survival. In those dire times, he often took on dangerous tasks for the sake of their companionship. However, all his sacrifices merely culminated in betrayal. This was partly due to his own weakness and inability to discern character. Thus, in this life, he vowed never to show weakness again, nor to believe in the farcical nature of emotions. Although many events from his past, including betrayals, had yet to unfold, Xiao's inherent nature remained unchanged. Even if given another chance, he would still be thoroughly exploited. Lin Shi cast his gaze downward to conceal the chill in his eyes. Oh? Isn't Su Qin also studying at a university in Sha City? Should we not invite her to join us for some fun? Xiao raised an eyebrow at Lin Shi, conveying a knowing glance that any man would understand. Su Qin was the second female member of their group, aside from Su Feifei. Lin Shi's impression of her was still rooted in their high school days, 8 years prior, when their peers often attempted to pair him with Su Qin, leaving them to converse together. As he was subjected to such arrangements repeatedly, Lin Shi developed a different sentiment towards her. However, to him, she was a stranger he had not seen in 8 years, and he could scarcely recall her face. With the mention of her name, Lin Shi felt no particular emotion, but under Zhao's relentless encouragement, he casually agreed. Having secured accommodation at a hotel, Xiao settled in, while Lin Shi found himself lodged next to her. True to expectation, Xiao arranged a meeting with Su Qin. The following day, May 29th, marked a mere 2 days before the impending SSS-class solar flare. Lin Shi and Xiao ventured to the seaside of Sha City, where they reunited with Su Qin after an 8-year hiatus. Su Qin, a student of the dance department at the Art College of Sha City University, naturally possessed an exquisite figure. Given their seaside escapade, she boldly donned a bikini, which captivated Xiao's gaze. Lin Shi, clad in swim trunks beneath his attire, revealed a solid yet not overly muscular physique. Dazzling Su Qin's eyes. Lin Shi, when did you sculpt your body to such perfection? Su Qin completely disregarded the ordinarily built Xiao, frequently admiring Lin Shi's abdominal muscles. I've recently developed a penchant for physical fitness, Lin Shi casually remarked, arranging a beach chair, donning sunglasses, and embarking on a sunbathing session. In just 2 days, the populace would no longer require sunglasses to gaze upon the fiery orb in the sky. Seizing the fleeting warmth before the impending cataclysm, Lin Shi prepared to relish the last 2 days of soothing sunlight. Allowing his perpetually tense demeanor to relax, Su Qin reclined beside Lin Shi, basking in the sun's rays. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, leaving Xiao utterly overlooked. A shadow flickered in Xiao's eyes, yet she managed to muster a smile, interjecting into their dialogue. The trio lingered until the sun dipped below the horizon, before departing the beach to find a place for a meal, dispersing thereafter. On the final day, Lin Shi continued to enjoy the company of Xiao and Su Qin throughout Sha City. Finally, June 1st arrived, coinciding with Children's Day, a day marked by the SSS-class solar flare explosion. On the morning of June 1st, Lin Shi diligently practiced his health regimen outside the shelter as per his routine. Xiao had invited him to go diving that day, but he declined, citing other obligations. He wished to remain at the shelter to observe any peculiarities in the sun during the solar flare. Following the solar explosion, the fierce solar storm would not reach Earth until June 4th, rendering Blue Star temporarily secure until then. What rendered this solar flare's occurrence particularly strange was the fact that no nation had detected any anomalies. Given Blue Star's current technological capabilities, such an oversight was exceedingly bizarre. At that moment, Lin Shi, adorned with sunglasses, maintained his focus on the sun above, despite his body executing a series of movements. This posture appeared somewhat comical to a few villagers observing from a distance. What is that young man doing? Practicing some sort of ritual? It seems rather eerie. That structure he built, doesn't he resemble anything normal? They mused. Should we still demand payment? Yes, absolutely. What do we have to fear? We'll go demand it tomorrow. I'll consult Uncle Li on how to approach this matter. As Lin Shi completed the 5th set of his health regimen and commenced the 6th, he suddenly halted. The sun he had been intently observing showed no signs of change, yet the cause for his pause lay in the fact that the treasure basin interface, which had not exhibited significant alterations since his upgrade, had inexplicably transformed into a jumble of garbled characters. What could this mean? In shock, Lin Shi immediately ceased his practice and began scrutinizing the treasure basin. The discovery that not only had the interface of the treasure basin transformed into an incomprehensible jumble of characters, but the space itself also ceased to respond, was profoundly alarming for Lin Shi. His pupils constricted in shock. The implications were grave. Within that space lay all the supplies he had hoarded over the past 3 months. If that space were to suddenly become ineffective, the advantages he had gained from his rebirth would be significantly diminished. In that moment, Lin Shi realized the extent of his overwhelming reliance on the space. After a fleeting few seconds, the chaos of characters before him coalesced into coherent Chinese text. The reset of the Blue Star Apocalypse has commenced for the 3rd time. This process will accelerate the evolution of species. The treasure basin has recognized intelligent life forms as its primary entity and has initiated the host protection plan. Lin Shi's pupils quaked with astonishment. The weight of this information was staggering. The apocalypse reset? For the 3rd time. Having lived through the last apocalypse in his previous life and now returning to the period before it, would this count as 2 experiences? Why, then, did the treasure basin indicate this was the 3rd occurrence? Had the apocalypse already reset once prior to his rebirth? There was no time to ponder the implications of the subsequent text, as the interface reassembled itself to display another message. The first wave of danger will arrive in 71 hours. Please prepare yourself. Lin Shi's heart raced. Was this a warning? Was the treasure basin sentient? Moments later, the text vanished, and the treasure basin's interface returned to normal. The countdown in the upper right corner, now reading 71 hours and 43 minutes, confirmed to Lin Shi that what he had witnessed was no mere illusion. Turning back to the shelter, he brewed himself a cup of coffee, taking a few sips to steady his nerves. He recalled the anomalies that had previously manifested on the treasure basin's interface. He speculated that this latest disruption was likely linked to the so-called SSS-level solar flare. The solar flare had marked the onset of this apocalypse, and the earlier message from the treasure basin, The reset of the blue star apocalypse has commenced for the third time. This process will accelerate the evolution of species. The treasure basin has recognized intelligent life forms as its primary entity and has initiated the Spark Protection Plan. Also proclaimed that the apocalypse had indeed begun. Lin Shi was particularly fixated on the numeral 3. Upon reflection, he realized that apart from himself, perhaps no one in this world was aware that he was destined to relive the apocalypse. The notion of rebirth remained astonishing to Lin Shi. He had died yet found himself returned to 8 years prior. All of humanity, indeed the entire blue star, had reverted to a state it occupied 8 years ago. Was this a reversal of time, or a complete restart? In the realm of human comprehension, time was immutable, save for a divine perspective. The Mandela effect? The work of deities? The machinations of a higher civilization? Or merely the rectification of the natural order itself? Such occurrences, astonishingly, could have transpired 3 times already. Before he acquired the treasure basin, had time already reversed, and had humanity previously endured the impending apocalypse. When the first apocalypse was reset, had he, like the other billions of humans and countless beings, been utterly oblivious? Why had there been 3 resets? Was it because life on Blue Star had been extinguished in the prior 2 instances? This hypothesis was both alarming and terrifying. What exactly was the treasure basin? Why had such information manifested? It was no wonder that knowing too much was often considered a perilous burden. At this moment, Lin Shi found himself overwhelmed by a multitude of questions, each thought intensifying his anxiety. His breath quickened, his mind buzzing to the point of near explosion. His heart raced uncontrollably, rendering him incapable of achieving calm. He was gripped by fear. As he pondered further, Lin Shi began to doubt whether the universe, as understood by humanity, was perhaps under the control of some superior civilization, reducing them to mere lab rats subjected to one experiment after another. To divert his attention, he closed his eyes and began to hum a tune. Upon completing the melody, he managed to cast aside these bizarre thoughts. He retrieved his computer and commenced a search for information regarding the Ice Age. The blue planet had experienced several glacial epochs. Prior to the onset of this severe apocalyptic era, humanity's ancestors endured an ice age that lasted over 2 million years, concluding merely 10,000 years ago. This period is referred to as the Quaternary Glaciation. Lin Shi had only skimmed through the details regarding the earlier 3 glacial periods and whether humanity had any involvement. Focusing solely on the Quaternary, it became evident that it led to the extinction of nearly all non-cold-resistant species. Those that survived in the frigid wilderness were predominantly large, fur-covered creatures. Yet, remarkably, humanity managed to endure. Scientists speculate that this survival can be attributed to humans' remarkable creativity and adaptability. However, Lin Shi felt this explanation lacked a solid foundation. Those who have never experienced extreme cold cannot fathom its terror. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, fewer than 1 million of the world's 7.8 billion people remained. This stark reality illustrates the horror of the catastrophe. 2 million years ago, in a time devoid of any technological advancements and suffering from severe resource scarcity, with a lack of flora and no medicines, numerous formidable carnivorous mammals, such as saber-toothed tigers, short-faced bears, and dire wolves, roamed the earth. These creatures were colossal and ferocious, and a human of ordinary size and speed would have been reduced to mere prey for these predators. Even if one could endure the frigid temperatures, survival would still prove exceedingly difficult. Strangely, after the Ice Age concluded, these fearsome giants became extinct, while humanity continued to thrive. Such a phenomenon cannot be easily explained through adaptability and creativity alone. Yet, if the involvement and assistance of a higher civilization were indeed a factor, then the entire situation would become considerably more rational. However, these notions were merely conjectures on Lin Shi's part. His primary intention was simply to survive in this apocalyptic world. Regardless of the reasons behind it, having been granted a second chance at life, he resolved to live fully. Survival would enable him to uncover more clues regarding this catastrophe. If his suspicions held true, that the apocalypse resets itself after each mass extinction, then, as the only individual privy to this knowledge, he might indeed need to take action. For no one could predict how many times such a reset could occur. If this were to be the final opportunity, would Blue Planet, like other celestial bodies in the solar system, eventually become a lifeless orb? Lin Shi opened his computer, connected the wireless card, and began to surf the internet. He anonymously published news about the impending eruption of an SSS-level solar flare. 3 months prior, had he claimed that such an event would transpire today, he would have undoubtedly been dismissed as a madman or a charlatan, with no one believing in his prophetic abilities. Yet today, based on the occurrence of actual events, he was able to publicly forecast this development while adding his conjectures about the imminent arrival of another ice age, making it far easier to gain people's trust. Perhaps a certain scientist will discover the anomalies of the sun, allowing various nations to prepare in advance. Yet, after a mere 71 hours, all electronic devices will lose signal and become inoperative. The risk of exposure will no longer exist. One can only wonder if one's post will be noticed by those who care. Lin Shi shut his computer, disconnected the network card, and retracted his space. The remaining matters were left to fate. Lin Shi attempted to establish communication with the treasure pot, but to no avail. To prevent a recurrence of the inability to sense the space, he took a portion of each type of material from his storage and placed it in the shelter's basement. The next day, the countdown in the upper right corner had already dropped to 47 hours. Watching the impending apocalypse unfold was an excruciating ordeal. Lin Shi could only continuously practice his health-preserving techniques to maintain his composure. However, before long, a group of uninvited guests disrupted Lin Shi's tranquility. A tractor arrived outside his shelter. The shelter, devoid of windows, had a camera installed at the peephole of the blast-proof door to observe the external situation. For individuals disembarked from the tractor, circling the shelter with scrutinizing gazes. They were debating who would approach and knock on the door of this large metal sphere, but Lin Shi had already opened the door and stepped outside. A middle-aged woman among the four peered eagerly through the gap of the door Lin Shi had opened, as if she wished to cast her eyes inside. However, there was still another door. No matter how wide she opened her eyes, she would not catch a glimpse of what lay beyond. "What do you want?" Lin Shi surveyed the four newcomers, a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, an elderly man in his 60s leaning on a cane, a 30-year-old farmer, and a woman in her 20s. The four were also examining Lin Shi with varying expressions. Since a villager had inquired about the construction of this spherical structure, which cost several million, the villagers had come to know that Lin Shi was quite wealthy, a veritable cash cow. The first to speak was the farmer, Li Chong. "Young man, your sphere has disrupted the feng shui of our village. Recently, several of our chickens and ducks have died. What do you intend to do about this?" Lin Shi's gaze drifted toward a nearby grove. "What does the death of your chickens and ducks have to do with me?" Aunt Li, hands on her hips, glared at Lin Shi. "How can it not concern you? Ever since this sphere was erected, our chickens and ducks have begun to perish. Who knows, we might soon face human casualties." Lin Shi scoffed. These villagers were adept at fabricating excuses. They were not entirely wrong. In a few days, it wouldn't be merely a few lives at stake. Then why don't you hurry and move away? If you delay, your entire village may face extinction. The rural folk were particularly superstitious about such matters, and Lin Shi's words incited considerable ire among the four. "Hey, how can you be so malicious? You little brat? Are you cursing us?" Aunt Li pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Shi. "You insolent boy, what did you say? If you don't know how to speak properly, I'll teach you." A fierce glint flashed in Li Chang's eyes as he swung a palm towards Lin Shi's face. Though it appeared reckless, this was a scheme they had devised prior to ascending the mountain. Youngsters were easily intimidated. A single slap would render them docile. With the presence of the elderly and women among them, they could easily fabricate a charge against Lin Shi, confident he wouldn't dare report them. The other three seemed to envision Lin Shi's stunned expression as the slap landed. Slap! A resounding slap echoed through the air, far louder than they had anticipated. What truly astonished them was that the recipient of the slap was not Lin Shi, but rather Li Chang. Lin Shi swiftly seized Li Chang's hand and retaliated with a sharp slap to his face. Li Chang was left dazed, his mind buzzing, as his cheek swelled visibly. The four were clearly taken aback by Lin Shi's audacity to fight back against four opponents. Moreover, he was astonishingly young yet possessed such formidable strength. Witnessing his son being struck, the elderly Li, leaning on his cane, swung it at Lin Shi. Relying on his age, Lin Shi nimbly sidestepped, evading the cane. In a twist of fate, the old man feigned a fall, exclaiming in pain, as he collapsed to the ground and closed his eyes. This was the signal to initiate their second plan. "Dad? What's wrong?" "Dad?" Li Chui immediately reacted, glaring at Lin Shi in fury. "You hit my dad?" "I didn't even touch him," Lin Shi replied coolly, casting a glance at the elderly man lying on the ground. His eyelids twitching. "We all saw it here. Don't you dare play tricks." Li Dinyang knelt before her husband, cradling him in her arms, wailing dramatically. "Oh dear! Those city folks are bullying us country folk. If you leave me, my dear, I'll throw myself at this iron ball and end it all." Li Chui joined in the lamentation. "My father's health has always been poor. What are we to do now? Compensation? Hand over 50,000 yuan, and we'll consider the matter settled." Li Chong clutched his face, fists clenched tightly, as if ready to fight Lin Shi if he uttered a single refusal. Li Dunyang threatened, "If you dare not compensate us, we'll call the security officers and expose you to the press." "Fine," Lin Shi replied. The three of them brightened at the prospect, believing Lin Shi had acquiesced. Little did they know, he continued, "Go ahead and call the police." The notion of actually calling the authorities was, of course, out of the question. Seeing that Lin Shi was impervious to their threats, Li Chong glared menacingly and declared, "If you don't compensate, you'll pay for my father's life." That slap could not go unpunished. With that, he rushed to the tractor to retrieve a chopping knife. "Wait." Lin Shi feigned contemplation, circling around the elderly man as if assessing his condition. In truth, Lin Shi could have called the police, given that there were surveillance cameras at his door, and these individuals could do little to him. However, the recent incident involving Li Duoyu had left him with a poor impression of the security bureau. He had several methods to dispatch these four, but he opted for the most stress-relieving one. Li Dunyang, Li Chong, and Li Chui exchanged victorious glances, believing Lin Shi had succumbed to fear. Li Chong felt a surge of satisfaction. "See? He is merely a 20-something novice. A little intimidation will suffice." Suddenly, Lin Shi stepped down forcefully on the back of the elderly man's hand that hung limply towards the ground. The old man cried out in agony, his eyes snapping open. Lin Shi turned to the still-dazed Li Chong and remarked, "I've revived your father. Now you 1T need to pay for his life, will you?" Until the anguished cries of elderly echoed through the air, the three individuals were jolted back to reality. "Oh dear, my hand is broken." Elderly trembled, clutching his injured hand, his face contorted in pain, the wrinkles on his forehead knitting together in distress. What had initially been a mere act of feigning injury had now turned into genuine harm. Courtesy of Lin Shi's heavy kick, the other three were seething with rage, ready to unleash their fury. Suddenly, Lin Shi interjected, "Why don't you take this old gentleman to the hospital first? I will reimburse you for the medical expenses later." This unexpected concession left the three momentarily stunned, as if a lump had lodged in their throats. Elder Li's wife nearly gasped in disbelief. She had been prepared to unleash a torrent of insults upon Lin Shi. However, with the agreement now in place, what would happen if they continued to press the issue and he later reneged? "You will have to compensate for medical expenses, nutritional support, and for emotional distress. Not to mention lost wages." Elder Li's wife panted between breaths, cautiously probing. Lin Shi nodded, surprisingly accommodating. "Very well. You may proceed. My house isn't going anywhere, and treatment is of utmost importance." Despite achieving their objective, an inexplicable sense of frustration loomed over them. The lamentations of Elder Li persisted. Li Chong, unwilling to delay further, pointed a finger at Lin Shi. "You, boy, if you dare to refuse compensation, I will ensure you regret it." After exchanging a few harsh words, the three assisted Elder Li onto the tractor and set off down the mountain. Lin Shi watched as the tractor departed. He had no intention of paying any medical fees. He merely wished to send the quartet on their way. If, in a few days, a snowstorm were to strike and they managed to return to the mountain, he would consider it a personal defeat. Lin Shi then strolled toward a grove of trees. The moment he exited the shelter, he sensed a gaze upon him from within the thicket. Ever since his rebirth, he had become acutely aware of being watched. So much so that he could detect a scrutinizing gaze from as far as 50 meters away. As he stepped into the woods, his phone suddenly rang, followed by a cacophony of hurried footsteps retreating swiftly in the distance. He glimpsed a shadowy figure vanish amidst the dense underbrush. Lin Shi pulled out his phone, the caller ID reading Xiao. Annoyed, he answered, "What do you want?" He surmised that after leaving Xiao hanging for 2 days, the latter could no longer contain himself. "Lin Shi, guess who I ran into here?" Xiao's voice dripped with intrigue. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Xiao's tone grew animated. "The son of the richest man in High City. Shen Jinbin." Lin Shi's grip on the phone tightened. "Shen Jinbin? Yes, he even approached me first. He knew I was in Sha City and wants to go diving with me tomorrow. He asked me to invite you along." "You actually know such a super rich heir? You've been hiding it too well. That's really inconsiderate." Xiao rambled on. but Lin Shi's mind was consumed by the thought of Shen Jinbin being in Sha City, rendering the rest of the conversation inaudible. Shen Jinbin, one of the culprits responsible for his demise in his past life. In truth, the animosity between Lin Shi and Shen Jinbin had been brewing for quite some time. Lin Shi's father had once been an employee of Tianqi New Energy Company. On the day of the incident involving Lin Shi's father, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy had come to the factory with his son to assess the situation. Upon arriving at the power sector overseen by Lin Shi's father, an unfortunate incident transpired during his father's operations. The chairman's son unexpectedly splashed his beverage onto the circuit equipment, resulting in a catastrophic short-circuit explosion that claimed Lin Shi's father's life on the spot. In an effort to quell the ensuing uproar, Shen Fanren, the chairman of the weather company, distributed substantial hush money to everyone present and required them to sign confidentiality agreements. He subsequently settled the matter with an exorbitant death compensation. However, an employee who shared a close bond with Lin Shi discreetly informed him of the truth. It was then that Lin Shi learned his father did not perish due to a work-related error, but was instead a victim of foul play. That very chairman's son was Shen Jinbin. Lin Shi confided in his mother about the incident, and he would forever remember the look she cast upon him. An amalgamation of conflict, hesitation, disdain, and sympathy. Ultimately, his mother vowed to investigate the matter and urged Lin Shi to focus on his studies. From that point onward, the employee who had revealed the truth to Lin Shi mysteriously vanished. Within months, his mother remarried, astonishingly, to Shen Fanren, the chairman of the very company involved. Lin Shi felt ensnared in a vast conspiracy. To avoid potential peril, he refrained from speaking of this matter to anyone, only mentioning it to Xiao when the apocalypse loomed. He sought to gather evidence covertly, yet discovered that the Shen family wielded immense power in Heist and had already obliterated all traces of wrongdoing. The survivor shelter in Heist, established by the Shen family, left him with no opportunity for vengeance. The singular chance he had before facing death was abruptly thwarted. Now, with Shen Jinbin and Shushi, Lin Shi contemplated taking his life, believing no one could save him this time. His fingers whitened from pressure until the sharp crack of his phone screen jolted him back to reality. Lin Shi, will you give a definitive answer? Zhao's voice urged from the other end. Unaware that Shen Jinbin was Lin Shi's father's murderer, Zhao pressed on. Of course, I will go, Lin Shi replied resolutely. Regardless of Shen Jinbin's intentions for appearing in Shushi, he was determined to kill him. Lin Shi lowered his gaze, his eyes shrouded in darkness, a chilling smile gracing his lips that sent shivers down the spine of any who beheld it. The birds in the forest sensed the murderous aura and took flight. At 1 p.m. on June 3 RD, the countdown in the upper right corner of the gathering pot indicated 21 hours remaining. Lin Shi arrived at a dock where private yachts were moored. From a distance, he spotted Xiao animatedly conversing with a white-haired young man whose back was turned to him. Lin Shi instantly recognized the silhouette, Shen Jinbin. Suppressing the murderous intent within, he approached the two. Lin Shi, what took you so long? Young Master Shen has been waiting for quite a while. Xiao scolded. Standing beside Shen Jinbin. It seemed the focus had shifted entirely to Shen Jinbin. Lin Shi couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Regardless of past or present, Xiao would always side with Shen Jinbin. Maintaining his composure, Lin Shi replied, I was caught in traffic and arrived late. Shen Jinbin turned to reveal a pallid face marred by excessive indulgence. His short, white hair exuded a rakish charm. The gaze remained as lofty as in a past life, scrutinizing Lin Shi as if he were a mere trinket. At that moment, Shen Jinbin did not yet exude the brutality characteristic of the apocalypse. In his previous life, he would often resort to lethal violence over a mere unpalatable remark. He claimed any girl he fancied without hesitation, treating himself like the local emperor of Heist. Shen Jinbin waved his hand dismissively, saying, no worries, as long as you have arrived. Let us board the yacht. Chapter 33. The uninhabited sea. Shen Jinbin stepped aboard the yacht first, with Xiao closely following. Lin Shi squinted slightly, trailing behind the two onto the vessel. Just as he set foot on the yacht, a burly man in black halted him. Sir, I must check for any dangerous items you may possess. Xiao was already being examined by another man ahead. Appearing to comply without issue, Lin Shi frowned, retorting, I was invited here for leisure. Is this how you treat your guests? This is merely a standard procedure to ensure the safety of everyone aboard the yacht. The man in black replied, his gaze unwavering. Lin Shi scoffed, if that's the case, then I shall take my leave. He turned to depart. but the bodyguard moved swiftly to obstruct his path. "What? You want to let me leave?" Lin Shi's expression darkened. "Sir, if you have no dangerous items, allowing me to search would suffice. This is young Master Shen's private yacht. Please cooperate for his sake." It dawned on Lin Shi that these individuals were indeed Shen Jinbin's personal bodyguards. A smile graced Lin Shi's lips as he cast a cold glance at Shen Jinbin, who was observing the scene from a few meters away. "Who is he to deserve my deference? Do I even know him? You." The bodyguard glared, a formidable aura emanating from him, pressing down on Lin Shi. Meanwhile, the yacht had already departed from the dock. Lin Shi furrowed his brow. "What? Do you intend to resort to violence in broad daylight?" It was at this juncture that Shen Jinbin stepped forward, his expression inscrutable as he remarked, "Ah Biao, this is my half-brother. Why are you being so oblivious?" "Half-brother? Lin Shi is Shen Jinbin's brother?" All present were taken aback, their gazes fixed on Lin Shi. The bodyguard's expressions were a mix of shock and disdain, while Xiao, the most astonished, was left reeling. How could he have known Lin Shi for so many years without realizing the connection to Heishi's wealthiest man? However, this revelation felt like an affront to Lin Shi. His mother had married the father of her husband's murderer. What brotherhood was this? It was their first encounter in this lifetime, merely a humiliating remark from Shen Jinbin for reasons unknown. Lin Shi clenched his teeth, suppressing the urge to unleash his wrath. He reminded himself to remain composed. To Shen Jinbin, he was but an inconspicuous insect, someone who had never crossed paths with him before the apocalypse. This sudden approach must harbor some ulterior motive. He could not afford to reveal his anger. Lin Shi looked at Shen Jinbin in confusion. "What are you talking about? I don't know you at all." Shen Jinbin feigned enlightenment, pointing at Lin Shi and declaring, "Ah, right? You weren't present on the day your mother married my father. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Shen Jinbin, and I am the stepson of your mother. She is an exceptional mother, treating me with greater kindness than her own biological son." Lin Shi clenched his fists tightly. A bodyguard clad in black, named Biao, positioned himself protectively in front of Shen Jinbin, poised to neutralize Lin Shi at a moment's notice. Lin Shi's fists tightened and then relaxed, his gaze lowered to conceal the murderous intent lurking in his eyes, as a brilliant smile graced his face. "Oh? Is that so? It seems you have a penchant for playing the role of someone else's son." Shen Jinbin's expression immediately darkened, his eyes brimming with a savage intensity. "You repeat that." Sensing the tense atmosphere, Xiao hastily intervened. "Ha ha ha, aren't we here to have some fun? A day out should be filled with joy. Look at how beautiful the ocean is today." Xiao's intent was not merely to ease Lin Shi's discomfort. Rather, the atmosphere aboard the yacht had grown increasingly peculiar. Apart from Lin Shi and Xiao, the vessel was occupied solely by Shen Jinbin and 8 imposing men in black, all of whom were casting vigilant glances at the two of them. This was hardly an auspicious sign. Shen Jinbin suppressed his wrath, donning a chilling smile as he turned and retreated into the cabin. The remaining black-clad figures followed suit, leaving only Lin Shi, Xiao, and the aforementioned bodyguard, Biao, on the deck. "Mr. Lin, may I conduct a search?" Biao reiterated his request. Xiao gently nudged Lin Shi and whispered in his ear, "Lin Shi, a wise man avoids unnecessary conflict. He is a young master from a wealthy family, and it wouldn't tarnish our dignity to yield a little." Lin Shi shot him a cold glance, then extended his arms toward the black-clad bodyguard. "Go ahead." Biao regarded Lin Shi with disdain, and after a thorough search confirmed that Lin Shi bore no dangerous items, he proceeded into the cabin. Inside the yacht's quarters, Shen Jinbin violently swept the last cup from the table to the floor. A nearby bodyguard was diligently cleaning up the shards of glass, wincing as his hand was cut yet enduring the pain in silence. Biao entered the room, stating, "Young master, I have confirmed that he carries nothing of concern. However, the individual named Lin Shi has evidently engaged in long-term physical training and may possess some skills. Once we are in the water, I shall take matters into my own hands and deal with him." Shen Jinbin slammed his hand onto the table, a look of malice etched across his face. To simply kill him would be too merciful. How dare he provoke me? I shall make him rue ever having set foot in this world. Biao seemed to recall an unpleasant memory, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. "Young master, we are, after all, still within our own country," he cautioned. Shen Jinbin, unwilling to relent, struck the table once more, casting a cold glance at Biao. "Eliminate him along with the one accompanying him." "Understood." Meanwhile, Lin Shi and Xiao were on the deck, enjoying the view of the sea, while a servant brought them drinks. Before long, Jinbin emerged once more, adopting a carefree demeanor, engaging in light-hearted banter with the two. This time, we shall venture to a more distant location for diving. I know of a small island where few people roam, and the underwater scenery is exceptionally beautiful, I assure you. You have never witnessed anything so breathtaking. Jinbin exaggeratedly extolled the beauty of that marine area. Xiao nodded enthusiastically, expressing, I will follow whatever arrangements you make. Young Master Shen. Lin Shi offered no objections either. Approximately 2 hours later, the yacht arrived at the vicinity of a deserted island. No vessels were in sight, nor was there a soul to be found. The sunlight danced upon the cerulean surface of the sea, sparkling like a myriad of diamonds, and a few thousand meters ahead lay a pristine sandy beach, bordered by the lush greenery of the island's hills. Presenting a truly picturesque scene, a bodyguard informed them that the diving equipment was ready, guiding them to the other end of the yacht. As the three approached, Biao had already donned his gear. Jinbin directly seized a wetsuit and began to put it on. Biao laid out the remaining 2 suits before Lin Shi and Xiao. Xiao looked at Biao, rubbing his hands together, and said, I've never been diving before. Perhaps I should just sit this one out. Lin Shi cast a surprised glance at Xiao. Biao is an expert diver and can protect us underwater. We agreed to dive together. Are you refusing to give me face, Jinbin? Jinbin furrowed his brows, glaring at Xiao. Xiao waved his hands repeatedly, and upon turning, he saw Lin Shi had already picked up a wetsuit, compelling him to don one as well. Observing the two as they gradually completed their preparations, Jinbin turned away, a flicker of scorn and malice flashing in his eyes. Chapter 34. Underwater murder. Once everyone was dressed and had donned their breathing apparatuses, Xiao, standing behind Lin Shi, suddenly tugged at him, his eyes behind the diving mask squinting at Lin Shi. Lin Shi chuckled, What are you squinting for? Did you get sand in your eyes? It appeared Xiao was not entirely foolish. He had sensed something amiss. Setting aside Jinbin's status as a wealthy heir, it was indeed suspicious for a stranger to invite one out for a day of leisure, accompanied by 8 burly men, to a desolate location. This scenario sounded exceedingly perilous. Initially, Xiao had sought to cling to Jinbin's coattails, failing to recognize the abnormality. It is common for ordinary individuals to instinctively revere and trust those of considerable power and influence, overlooking many warning signs. Lin Shi naturally had no intention of exposing the truth. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Biao cast a scrutinizing glance at Xiao. Xiao inwardly cursed, forcing an awkward smile. My eyes are just a bit uncomfortable, that's nothing, really. The 4 checked their equipment, and Biao explained several underwater signals and precautions to Lin Shi and Xiao before taking the lead into the water. As Lin Shi submerged, Xiao turned to glance at the several bodyguards watching them intently and reluctantly followed suit. A wave of anxiety washed over Xiao as he reassured himself that things likely weren't as dire as he feared. The underwater world was breathtaking. Lin Shi swam ahead, marveling at the surroundings. If it weren't for the lingering sense of surveillance and malice behind him, this would have been an exquisite excursion. As they swam near a patch of coral reefs, Jinbin signaled Biao to take action. Upon receiving the directive, Biao nodded, drew a dagger from his thigh, and glided towards Lin Shi. Watching Biao draw nearer, Jinbin's eyes behind the diving mask sparkled with frenzied excitement. Being a novice diver, Xiao had been trailing behind the group, and upon witnessing this scene, he was struck with sheer terror. He wanted to warn Lin Shi, but as he opened his mouth, his breathing apparatus nearly slipped out, prompting him to quickly close his mouth. As Biao approached Lin Shi from behind, raising the glinting dagger, Xiao felt his legs turn to jelly with fear. Xiao swiftly turned his head towards Jinbin, only to discover an expression of excitement illuminating Jinbin's countenance. It was over. A sense of despair enveloped Xiao. This was a prelude to murder. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao immediately pivoted and swam towards the surface. As for Lin Shi, Xiao had already resigned himself to the belief that Lin Shi was doomed. There was no way Lin Shi's physique could contend with that of a bodyguard. He had to escape without delay. If he hesitated, he would meet a grim fate. Xiao attempted to rise to the surface. Yet in his panic as a first-time diver, he forgot to release the weights attached to him, flailing helplessly in place. Lin Shi sensed an unusual current of water swirling behind him. Without a second thought, he swiftly turned around. A glinting dagger whizzed past his side. Biao was equally taken aback by Lin Shi's evasion. With a flick of his flippers, he lunged forward again with another strike. This time, Lin Shi discerned the target of the attack. It was aimed at his breathing apparatus. Indeed, in the peaceful nation of Xiao, even those intent on murder adhered to a semblance of restraint. Their goal was to induce asphyxiation, thereby creating the fate of an accidental death. Impeded by the resistance of the water, Lin Shi had nowhere to evade. He grasped Biao's hand that wielded the dagger. Preventing his breathing apparatus from being slashed, Biao's other hand reached for Lin Shi's breathing device. But Lin Shi seized it as well. The two engaged in a struggle beneath the water surface. Biao's face was a mask of ferocity, tinged with shock and disbelief. He exerted every ounce of strength to free himself from Lin Shi's grip, but it felt as though he were ensnared by an iron vice, making no headway whatsoever. This lad possessed an astonishing amount of strength. Lin Shi planted his foot forcefully against Biao, propelling himself more than a meter away. Just as Biao prepared to lunge forward again, Lin Shi reached behind him and then brought his hand back to the front, now brandishing a handgun. Biao's body, previously poised to charge, froze in place, his eyes wide with incredulity and terror. When had the lad concealed a firearm? Impossible. He had thoroughly searched Lin Shi and confirmed that he bore no weapon. Moreover, during the change into diving suits, there had been no opportunity to hide a handgun. This was inconceivable. Biao even wondered if he was hallucinating underwater, for the mere presence of the gun seemed more surreal than any illusion. However, the explosive spray of blood from his chest jolted Biao back to reality. The bullet's velocity was significantly reduced underwater due to resistance, traveling at a speed 772 times slower than on land. Nevertheless, the sluggishness of one's limbs in water rendered it nearly impossible to evade, even for a seasoned fighter like Biao at such close range. 3 consecutive shots struck vital points. Until his last breath, Biao could not fathom how Lin Shi had managed to bring a gun into the depths. Xiao, too, gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, feeling as though his experiences that day were nothing short of fantastical. How could Lin Shi possibly possess a firearm? The Lin Shi he knew, so composed, decisive, and capable of wielding a gun. Was he truly the same Lin Shi he had always recognized? The situation, once seemingly fatal for Lin Shi, had undergone an unexpected reversal. Among the three, the quickest to react was surprisingly Shen Jinbin. As Lin Shi drew the handgun, Shen Jinbin deftly swam towards the floundering Xiao. Just as Lin Shi aimed his weapon, Shen Jinbin reached Zhao's side, seizing the terrified Xiao and shielding himself in front of him. Simultaneously, he pressed the deflation button on his diving suit. Xiao, terrified beyond measure, shook his head vigorously as he ascended, watching the barrel of Lin Shi's gun rise ominously. The handgun's effective range underwater would not exceed 1.5 meters. As the distance between them began to widen, Lin Shi's eyes turned icy, and without a moment's hesitation, he fired his weapon. The bullet sliced through the flowing water, but the myriad of distractions beneath the surface caused it to veer off course, striking Xiao in the neck instead of its intended target, Shen Jinbin. Zhao's eyes widened in terror behind his diving mask, and his breathing apparatus slipped from his mouth as blood gushed from his mouth, nose, and neck. Lin Shi prepared to fire a second shot. That moment, a school of fish swam between the two and by the time the fish had passed and visibility was restored, the distance between Lin Shi and Shen Jinbin had exceeded 2 meters. Lin Shi fired again, but the bullet faltered midway, losing its momentum and falling short. Realizing that Lin Shi's handgun posed no threat, Shen Jinbin released the now wide-eyed Xiao and swiftly propelled himself towards the surface. Lin Shi, a tempest of rage, surged in Shen Jinbin's eyes as he cast a venomous glare at Lin Shi, even making a throat-slitting gesture during his ascent. Never had anyone made him feel so utterly humiliated. He was determined to kill Lin Shi. As Shen Jinbin drew closer to the water's surface, the gap between them widened to 3 meters. Lin Shi's gaze deepened, maxing out the air supply in his diving apparatus and shedding his weights, propelling himself upwards with a speed that surpassed Shen Jinbin's. He surged towards Shen Jinbin with alarming velocity. Chapter 35. The cruel truth. Those familiar with diving understand that ascending too rapidly can lead to severe bodily strain and oxygen deprivation. As Lin Shi approached with remarkable speed, Shen Jinbin, still several meters from the surface, visibly panicked. Ignoring the strain on his body, he swam upward with all his might. Unbeknownst to the fleeing Shan Jinbin, who dared not look back, Lin Shi had halted his pursuit, casting a mocking glance at the frantic Shan Jinbin. This time, he no longer concealed his intentions. With a swift motion, he retracted his handgun into his space and produced a black killing device, a crossbow. Methodically, he tied a rope to the arrow's tail, aiming it at the increasingly close figure of Shan Jinbin. The arrow was released. As Shan Jinbin ascended rapidly, his complexion grew ever paler, yet his eyes sparkled with determination. The surface was within reach, closer than ever at last. Shan Jinbin's head broke the water's surface. Removing his breathing apparatus, he was about to call for his bodyguard to pull him up. However, at that moment, his body jolted violently. Looking down, he saw a sharp arrowhead protruding from his abdomen, blood quickly staining the surrounding waters crimson. The bodyguard, having spotted Shan Jinbin, leaped into the water to rescue him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a tremendous force emanating from the arrow yanked Shan Jinbin back beneath the surface. Suddenly submerged, the excruciating pain in his abdomen caused Shan Jinbin to lose consciousness. Lin Shi, now devoid of the crossbow, grasped the rope tightly, dragging Shan Jinbin downwards. The bodyguard, realizing the gravity of the situation, plunged into the water in a desperate attempt to save Shan Jinbin. However, without a breathing apparatus, he could only descend a few meters before being compelled to surface due to oxygen deprivation. By the time the bodyguard donned his diving gear and entered the water, Lin Shi and Shan Jinbin had long since vanished from sight below the surface. Lin Shi dragged the unconscious Shan Jinbin as though he were a lifeless dog, casting him onto the sandy beach of a small island. Having ascended too hastily, Shan Jinbin's sizable form exhibited symptoms of decompression sickness, his upper body grotesquely swollen. The wound in his abdomen was not only pierced but also had turned pale from being soaked in seawater, and infection was merely a matter of time. Coupled with the water he had swallowed, he was nearly breathless. Lin Shi swiftly removed his diving suit and administered several first-aid measures to Shan Jinbin. He refrained from extracting the arrow, for doing so would likely result in Shan Jinbin's immediate demise. There were still questions unanswered. He could not allow Shan Jinbin to perish so soon. Cough, 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 hiss. Shan Jinbin expelled a mouthful of water, coughing violently, which aggravated the wound in his abdomen, causing him to convulse in pain on the ground. Upon seeing Lin Shi again, the once cruel and disdainful expression on Shan Jinbin's face vanished, replaced by a plea. "Spare me, I can offer you a substantial sum of money." "Why do you wish to kill me?" Shan Jinbin's eyes flickered. "I do not wish to kill you." Lin Shi's gaze suddenly turned icy as he pressed his hand against Shan Jinbin's abdominal wound, digging in forcefully. The excruciating pain contorted Shan Jinbin's features, and he writhed in agony, screaming. Once Shan Jinbin regained his composure, Lin Shi inquired once more, "Why do you want me dead? My patience is limited." This time, Shan Jinbin dared not resort to tricks. You exposed Li Duokai online last time, dragging my father's company down with it, causing the stock to plummet for an entire week. I just wanted to teach you a lesson." He refrained from directly stating his desire to kill Lin Shi. "Then why did you kill my father?" Shan Jinbin's expression shifted. "What are you talking about? What father of yours? 3 years ago, during your visit to the factory, you caused a beverage to spill into the machinery, resulting in an explosion that killed an electrical engineer on the spot. Dio, I need to jog your memory." Lin Shi's voice was as chilling as the frost of December as he placed his hand back on Shan Jinbin's abdomen. Shan Jinbin trembled in fear. No, no, no. I'll talk. I don't know your father. It was my father who ordered me to do this. There's a reason for every grievance. You should go after my father. Please, spare me." Lin Shi squinted slightly. "You're saying your father ordered you to do this? Why would he do such a thing?" Shan Jinbin swallowed hard and replied. "Because he has long had his sights set on your mother, wanting to possess her. But that wretched woman claimed that an affair would ruin her reputation and refused to consent, so my father commanded me to eliminate that engineer." The truth was shockingly cruel. His own mother was the architect of his father's demise. The true mastermind behind his father's murder was the chairman of Tianqi New Energy Company Limited, the man who had once ruled the entire city during the apocalypse. As Lin Shi's gaze grew increasingly terrifying, Shan Jinbin defended himself. "I was coerced. If I hadn't done this, my father would have stripped me of my inheritance. He has several other sons outside. At that moment, the distant sound of a yacht's engine reached them, and a flicker of hope, mixed with a hint of ruthlessness, crossed Shen Jinbin's eyes. One last question. Lin Shi leaned closer to Shen Jinbin. Ask away. I promise to tell you everything. The overwhelming desire to survive filled Shen Jinbin's eyes with anticipation. He fervently hoped Lin Shi would pose more questions, granting his subordinates time to rescue him. What does hell look like? Why don't you go and take a look for me? The murderous intent filled Lin Shi's eyes as he forcefully extracted the arrow that had pierced Shen Jinbin's abdomen and plunged it fiercely into his heart. Listening to the increasingly close sound of engines, Shen Jinbin's eyes were filled with resentment and malice. No, he could not die. He still had a glorious life ahead, endless wealth to spend, and women to enjoy. How could he possibly accept dying at the hands of an ant he wished to toy with and exact revenge upon? The intense will to survive momentarily restored clarity to Shen Jinbin's otherwise dazed gaze. Sensing Shen Jinbin's look, Lin Shi prepared to deliver another blow, but at that moment, he felt a prickling sensation at his back. Lin Shi swiftly rolled to the ground, just as a thunderous gunshot echoed. The bullet struck the sand where Lin Shi had just been standing, sending dust flying. It was a sniper rifle. Had he not dodged in time, that bullet would have found its mark in his head. A chill ran down Lin Shi's spine as he turned to see the yacht had appeared within 200 meters. 7 ominous gun barrels were aimed at him, unleashing a series of fiery flashes. Lin Shi dodged left and right, but was still struck by a bullet from a handgun in his arm. Not daring to linger, he sprinted towards the forest ahead. Once he plunged into the woods, the overwhelming sense of danger began to fade. His limbs were scratched by thorns and underbrush, leaving trails of blood. Yet, he did not falter in his pace, continuing deeper into the dense foliage. Author's note: a little spoiler here. Shen Jinbin does not die, but he will in 4 chapters. This is meant to introduce an important setting, and I hope readers don't criticize this point. I assure you he will soon meet his end. Chapter 36. Ambush on the Island. It was only when he could no longer hear any sounds behind him that Lin Shi leaned against a large tree, gasping for breath. After an underwater battle and swimming several kilometers with Shen Jinbin, Lin Shi's stamina was nearly depleted. His hands and feet trembled involuntarily, a sign of exhaustion. Had it not been for 3 months of training, he would have lacked the strength to escape. Nevertheless, it was all worth it. He had uncovered the truth behind his father's death and personally avenged him, with a fatal wound alongside a penetrating injury to his abdomen, as well as decompression sickness and infection. He could hardly believe that Shen Jinbin could still be alive under such circumstances. However, he had not anticipated that the Shen family's bodyguards would be equipped with such heavy weaponry. Lin Shi had always believed he had not underestimated the Shen family's power, yet he realized he had still done so. Even in a peaceful society, bodyguards were armed with such formidable weapons. These guards could not possibly be ordinary veterans. No wonder the Shen family could directly control the entire coastal city even in the harshest of apocalyptic conditions. Confirming that no one was pursuing him for the time being, Lin Shi sought a concealed hollow in the mountains. From his spatial storage, he retrieved bandages, disinfectant, hemostatic spray, and a dagger. After sterilizing the dagger with disinfectant, Lin Shi gritted his teeth and extracted the bullet from his left arm, applying the hemostatic spray and bandaging the wound. Once he completed these tasks, Lin Shi was drenched in sweat by in his previous life during the apocalypse. He had sustained even more severe injuries, and back then, he had no medication. He had endured it all. This time, it was nothing. He swallowed 2 anti-inflammatory pills intended to the wound inflicted by a branch. Lin Shi changed into a clean set of clothes from his surroundings, retrieving water and a can of luncheon meat to replenish his strength. After such a long duration, no one had pursued him. Either the bodyguards had already taken Shen Jinbin's corpse away, or they were lying in wait somewhere, preparing to ambush him. After resting for a moment, Lin Shi continued deeper into the dense forest. Half an hour later, standing at the highest point of a small island, he surveyed the movements of the entire isle. Shen Jinbin's yacht had vanished, along with the body from the beach. However, on the opposite side of the island, a lifeboat had been dragged onto the edge of the woods by the shore. The bright orange-yellow, though partially obscured by tree shadows, remained remarkably conspicuous. Of course, had he not been positioned at the high point, Lin Shi would not have noticed this lifeboat. The presence of a lifeboat indicated that someone had remained on the earlier. It seemed they were indeed preparing to ambush him. Originally, Lin Shi contemplated how to return to Shushi. This uninhabited island was not far from Shushi, yet traversing it on foot was impossible. In this situation, it suited him perfectly. As the sun set, the countdown in the upper right corner of the gathering treasure basin displayed only 17 hours remaining. Lin Shi no longer delayed, taking out his combat suit and swiftly donning it. This was a military-grade cold-weather outfit he had ordered at great expense from Jinbin. The full name of the military cold-weather attire was Cold Climate Special Forces Combat Uniform. Comprising a total of 16 pieces, it boasted exceptional warmth and waterproof qualities, providing insulation without hindering combat in such weather. Lin Shi naturally did not wear it all. Instead, he removed a few inner thermal layers, putting on the bulletproof vest beneath the outer clothing, donning a tactical helmet and thermal night vision goggles. Fully armed, he then awaited the onset of nightfall. Nightfall would mark the optimal moment for slaughter. The forest at night was pitch black, teeming with mosquitoes. 5 figures clad in black crouched behind bushes in 5 different positions, poised for action. Their exposed necks and hands were covered in mosquito bites, yet they grimaced in silence, enduring the discomfort. Originally, they had accompanied Shen Jinbin for leisure, and their preparation of firearms had already reached their limit, lacking any additional equipment. The only sniper rifle was concealed beneath the yacht, reserved for emergencies. After all, this was the safest domestic territory in the world, not a region plagued by rampant gun violence like the Middle East. They had never anticipated that what was supposed to be an ordinary dive would lead to a significant blunder in their operation. A soft sound startled 2 bodyguards, causing them to tense up. Tap, tap, tap. One bodyguard looked up as the large raindrops fell upon the surrounding leaves of the bushes, transforming the initial tapping into the gentle patter of rain. Number 2, it's raining. Should we continue waiting? One bodyguard whispered into the intercom. Wait. This island is vast. With only 5 of us, we could never find a person hiding in a short amount of time. If we disperse into the dense forest and face the assassin one-on-one, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Wait. He will surely find a way to leave here, and then we shall test our patience against his. If we fail to eliminate this individual and redeem ourselves, we will face dire consequences. The bodyguards, having examined Shen Jinbin's injuries, speculated that Lin Shi had meticulously prepared for the assassination of Shen Jinbin, coming with premeditated intent, a flawless disguise, a ruthless attack. How could an ordinary person possibly achieve such a feat? Moreover, knowing their destination in advance and concealing items underwater, waiting for the opportune moment, is undoubtedly a skill reserved for professional assassins or spies. They would never suspect that Lin Shi, who appears to be an ordinary individual, is, in reality, a survivor who has returned from the apocalypse, having endured countless crises. There were no weapons hidden underwater in advance. Instead, he possesses a space from which he can retrieve items at will. However, among the bodyguards, some sensed something amiss. I believe that person does not resemble an assassin, and didn't young Master Shen mention that this individual is the son of his stepmother? The man referred to as number 2 paused for a moment before stating, Lin Shi's information was investigated by the young master prior to its release. He is merely an ordinary university student. Do you think Shen Laoi would believe that an ordinary university student somehow produced a crossbow to kill Biao and nearly take down young Master Shen? Are we 8 individuals who have danced on the edge of death, unable to guard against a single university student? It would be more logical to suggest that an assassin is disguised as Lin Shi, providing a convenient excuse for our negligence. Number 2 continued. This time, we have administered all the gene repair medications to the young master, allowing him to cling to life. Whether he can be saved remains uncertain. If the young master dies, consider the consequences. The bodyguards fell into a heavy silence. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, the seemingly doomed Shen Jinbin was still alive. At that moment, he had cautiously made his way into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. The sudden sound of rain startled him at first, but then filled him with joy. Even the heavens were aiding him. The dense sound of rain would easily mask his footsteps. The hulking figures of several men were clearly visible under night vision goggles. Lin Shi lay in ambush 300 meters away, retrieving a crossbow from his possession. The intercepting crossbow is powerful, but its sound is not discreet. The crossbow in Lin Shi's hands, known as the crossbow, produces very little noise upon firing, making it suitable for close-range combat. It was a recent acquisition during his last procurement. Carefully placing several crossbow bolts into the quiver, Lin Shi cautiously approached the position where the 5 men lay in wait. The incessant sound of rain pattering against the leaves enveloped his ears, and he endeavored to tread upon exposed stones and soil to avoid attracting any undue attention. When he was within 200 meters, Lin Shi halted, fully alert. At this distance, if the opposition possessed infrared detection equipment, they would undoubtedly discover his presence. After waiting a moment without any reaction from the other side, he realized that this distance also fell within the effective range of the crossbow. He braced the weapon, aiming at a figure that was unobscured by trees, and released an arrow. Chapter 37. Rainy Night Sniper. Although his practice with the crossbow had been brief, the inherent accuracy and ease of use of such weapons made it manageable. As someone familiar with firearms, he found himself adept with the crossbow as well. Whoosh! Though the arrow released from the crossbow made little sound, it still produced a distinct noise as it sliced through the underbrush. Amidst the dense sounds of rain, this unusual noise caught Number Two's attention. Something was amiss. The alert from Number Two coincided with a muffled grunt from another bodyguard. The arrow struck one of the bodyguards directly. Through the thermal imaging night vision goggles, the positions and movements of the 5 individuals concealed behind the bushes were vividly displayed to Lin Shi. Get down! The bodyguards reacted swiftly, immediately dropping to the muddy ground. The 4 of them lay still in the muck, not daring to move. With no moon tonight, the dense rainforest enveloped them in darkness, leaving them oblivious to the enemy's whereabouts and the source of the attack. Be cautious, the adversary possesses thermal imaging equipment. Number 2 whispered urgently. If the enemy had approached, they would have sensed it, leaving only the possibility that they were being sniped from a distance. Among them were sharpshooters, but in such dense jungle, a sniper rifle was rendered ineffective. It must be a crossbow. Number 2 crawled forward, reaching the comrade who had been struck by an arrow. Upon seeing the projectile embedded in the teammate's head, his conviction strengthened. They had indeed fallen into a predicament. Advancing meant risking exposure to an unknown enemy, while retreating to the beach would make them sitting ducks. The remaining bodyguards were filled with despair, shocked by the assassin's meticulous preparation, having laid out equipment on this small island in advance. Their initial skepticism about Lin Shi being a disguised killer had wavered. In the torrential downpour of the night, Lin Shi's piercing gaze focused on the scope, his expression icy, lips pressed tightly together. With a pull of the trigger, the black arrow sliced through the curtain of rain, darting past several blades of grass at an extraordinary speed towards a bodyguard. Thud! The barely audible sound of the arrow embedding itself in flesh was followed by a muffled groan. Another had been struck, however. After a brief wait, Lin Shi noted that the thermal night vision scope did not register a rapid loss of body heat. The individual had not succumbed. It appeared he had not been hit in a vital area. The remaining 4 bodyguards remained prone in the underbrush. The island's dense vegetation severely hampered the crossbow's accuracy. Lin Shi scanned his surroundings and fixated on a pine tree to his right. Retracting the crossbow into his space, he nimbly ascended the tree, moving with the grace of a lithe mountain cat. Finding a secure foothold and concealing his form, he readied a crossbow once more, aimed, and fired. A sharp, brief scream pierced the air as a bodyguard was struck in the chest by a razor-sharp arrow. "He got black!" exclaimed another bodyguard beside the one who had been hit. Yet another arrow came slicing through the rain, striking the forehead of the bodyguard who had dared to check on his fallen comrade. Number 2 furrowed his brow and barked, northwest direction, in the tree. Without hesitation, he sprang upright, weaving in a zigzag pattern as he advanced several meters, taking cover behind a tree before drawing his weapon and firing. Bang! His aim was remarkably precise, hitting the spot where Lin Shi had just concealed himself. Unfortunately, the location was now devoid of Lin Shi's presence. After releasing 2 arrows, the crossbow vanished from Lin Shi's grasp as he swiftly leapt from the tree trunk, landing on the ground. There is a saying among snipers: fire a shot and change your position. He would not foolishly remain in the same spot to shoot again. Just as Number 2 fired, Lin Shi had already climbed to another tree a few meters away from his previous position. The astonishing precision of that shot startled him. This individual was likely the sniper who had targeted him from the yacht. Upon hearing Number 2 report the position, another bodyguard stood up, mimicking Number 2's movements to flank behind a tree for an attack. However, just as he rose, he heard Number 2's thunderous shout, "Don't get up!" But it was too late. Swish! The last scene witnessed by the bodyguard was that of a pitch-black, chilling arrow. Thud! The arrow struck true, piercing the eye, delivering a fatal blow. Thus, of the 5 bodyguards, only one remained. Number 2 concealed himself behind a tree, the icy rain cascading down his resolute visage. Once, he had been a somewhat renowned international mercenary, a skilled sniper. It was he who had fired the sniper rifle on the beach. However, disheartened by the betrayal of a comrade during a mission, he withdrew from that world and took up the mantle of a bodyguard. Among the 8 bodyguards, he was the most solitary, accustomed to solitude, and often silent. In contrast, Xiao was adept at ingratiating himself, earning the trust of Shen Jinbin, thereby securing his position as the leader of the group. From the moment he first tasted blood, Number 2 had recognized that the day would come when he would meet his demise at the hands of another. Now, that day had finally arrived. He understood that it was unlikely he would escape this island. At this moment, an arrow was lodged in his right arm, having pierced through it, the sharp, barbed tip still clinging to a shred of his flesh. The loss of his dominant hand, skilled in marksmanship, meant a significant reduction in his combat efficacy. Yet, there was no flicker of emotion in his eyes, nor any fear of impending death. The rain intensified, and with his left hand grasping the gun, he noticed that the enemy had changed positions. He attempted to alert his comrades, but it was already too late. A faint sound sliced through the air, and the death of a teammate revealed the location of Lin Shi. Number 2 took a deep breath, his gaze turning as placid as a still pond, as his mind rapidly calculated Lin Shi's position. He deftly maneuvered out from behind cover and resolutely fired his weapon. As Lin Shi released an arrow from the tree, an overwhelming sense of peril engulfed him. The danger was far greater than that posed by the sniper on the beach. His grip faltered, and he leaned back just in time to narrowly evade a bullet. However, the tree was slick with rain, and he found himself precariously falling. This situation was exceedingly perilous. Once airborne, the enemy could easily predict his location and, by lowering their weapon, could strike him down in midair. Evasion was impossible. Yet, Lin Shi had prepared for this moment. He executed a flip and returned to the tree. Remarkably, he had been holding onto a rope. The rope had already been secured to the tree. At this moment, Lin Shi felt an immense shock within. The enemy's marksmanship was astonishingly precise, capable of detecting his position from over 200 meters away in the pitch-black, rain-drenched night. Once could be deemed coincidence, but twice indicated a level of skill beyond comprehension. Thus, after being spotted the first time, he had readied himself for evasion. Without night vision equipment, Lin Shi had believed the enemy could not possibly locate him again. However, he was mistaken. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and at the very instant Lin Shi returned to the branch, a bullet struck his left shoulder. Even as he defied the laws of physics to ascend the tree, the enemy still discerned his position. How could this be? Lin Shi was astonished. Was it merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? Although the bullet was halted by his bulletproof vest, the impact sent Lin Shi tumbling towards the ground once more. At that moment, an acute sense of danger enveloped him. Chapter 38. Lock. The intense life-and-death crisis compelled Lin Shi to relinquish his grip on the rope. Yet, that was insufficient. Suddenly, an object appeared before him. A riot shield. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets, with a mere fraction of a moment's difference, almost simultaneously struck the riot shield. What filled Lin Shi with trepidation was the realization that these 3 shots were aimed at 3 lethal points on his body. Did the enemy anticipate that he would eventually relent? How could this be possible? With a dull thud, Lin Shi fell onto the ground. Littered with decaying leaves and weeds, he rolled over, seeking refuge behind a tree as thick as a man's girth. His heart raced violently in his chest, a testament to the gravity of having narrowly evaded a fatal blow. Were it not for his possession of spatial abilities, his capacity to retrieve items at will, and his quick reflexes, those 3 bullets would have undoubtedly struck his head, neck, and heart. Fortunately, the other 2 locations were less critical, but his neck was completely unprotected. Had he been hit there, he might have met his demise today. Such a terrifying marksmanship. Leaning against the tree, Lin Shi attempted to steady his heartbeat. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from 200 meters away. Lin Shi's heart jolted at the sound, and he cautiously employed his thermal imaging night vision goggles to assess the situation. He discovered that the only surviving bodyguard lay convulsing on the ground, surrounded by an eerie silence devoid of any other life forms. Suspecting a ruse, Lin Shi refrained from approaching and instead retrieved his crossbow, shooting an arrow at the man. Upon being struck, Lin Shi noted that the individual continued to convulse, showing no sign of evasion. Only then did Lin Shi cautiously advance. Upon closer inspection, he found the bodyguard bleeding from his mouth and nose. His expression twisted in agony, as if enduring immense suffering. His body spasmed uncontrollably, and Lin Shi realized that the arrow had pierced the man's thigh. There was another arrow lodged in his arm, yet it seemed he could no longer concern himself with such injuries. Upon glimpsing Lin Shi's figure, the second bodyguard's eyes widened in shock, seemingly unable to believe Lin Shi had survived. He struggled to articulate. How could you still be alive? Lin Shi picked up the handgun that the second bodyguard had dropped and aimed it at his head. What is happening to you? It's genetic collapse. Genetic collapse? Lin Shi furrowed his brow. The after effects of unlocking the genetic lock. The second bodyguard attempted to say more, but abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. A genetic lock? Is it possible to unlock such a thing even in times of peace? Lin Shi, shaken to his core, inquired, How can I save you? His intention was not genuinely to rescue this man, but rather to uncover the secrets surrounding the genetic lock. This was the first human Lin Shi had encountered who had unlocked such a phenomenon. With the apocalypse imminent and danger lurking everywhere, if he could extract any information from this individual, it would grant him greater self-preservation capabilities. The pocket. The second bodyguard's eyes began to roll back in his head. Lin Shi crouched down, rummaging through the man's coat lining until he unearthed a small box. Is this it? The second bodyguard nodded weakly. Lin Shi opened the box to reveal a blue pill. Glancing sideways at the man, who was fixated on the pill in Lin Shi's hand, Lin Shi broke the pill in half, placing one half into the man's mouth. He stepped back a couple of paces and aimed his gun at the second bodyguard once more. The man swallowed the pill along with his blood, and gradually, his body began to stabilize. He lay still, not moving. You have anything you wish to ask? Go ahead. My time is limited. The second bodyguard's voice was hoarse, fully aware of Lin Shi's ulterior motive for assisting him. Lin Shi then asked, How do you unlock the genetic lock? Allow me to present you with this half-tablet, Number 2 remarked with a smile. Before posing a question, are you familiar with the concept of a gene lock? Lin Shi shook his head, aware only of the surface of the matter. In his previous life, he had merely been an ordinary individual. Even after enduring 8 years into the apocalypse, he had accumulated nothing more than a modicum of combat experience. As for the origin of the term gene lock, I am unaware. It was only through activating the gene lock that I was able to acquire certain intelligence. The human body contains a total of 5 gene locks. Upon unlocking the first tier, your brain shields itself from all external distractions, allowing you to recall information that you would otherwise forget with a single glance. In such a state of combat, you can utilize everything around you, with your mind operating as a computer, calculating with unparalleled calmness. Upon reaching the second tier, you gain perfect control over every ounce of your strength, managing each muscle with precision. Even if you possess only 50 pounds of force, you could defeat a champion boxer. I am not well versed in the subsequent stages, as I have only unlocked the first tier. To unravel the first tier of the gene lock, one must endure pain. Extreme pain. Lin Shi furrowed his brow. Pain? Could you elaborate? The specifics elude me. When I first activated the gene lock, I fell into a state of shock and have no recollection of how I persevered. Number 2's eyes glazed over, seemingly lost in memory. So, the shots you just fired were a result of entering the state of the gene lock. Has your current condition anything to do with unlocking the gene lock? Lin Shi inquired swiftly. Number 2's complexion noticeably paled, becoming increasingly ashen. Indeed, I had just entered the gene lock state, yet my body cannot withstand the aftereffects of unlocking it. This is my 5th attempt. My genes are on the brink of collapse. Had I not activated this gene lock, I might have survived for some time longer, but now, even with medication to sustain me. Suddenly, Number 2 coughed up a copious amount of blackened blood, exuding a foul odor. What is the medication you just ingested? Lin Shi asked, still holding the half-tablet. This medication is designed to mitigate the aftereffects of unlocking the gene lock and has healing properties, though it is of little use to me now. Number 2 revealed, baring his blood-stained teeth in a grimace. You wish to know its origin, do you not? Answer me one question, and I shall disclose that information. Ask away. How did you evade my shot just now? I calculated all your possible reactions, and by all accounts, you should not have been able to dodge it. Lin Shi's eyes flickered, as this pertained to his greatest secret. Yet, confronted with the increasingly vacant gaze of the man before him, he spoke up, eager to learn the source of the medication. I deflected the bullet with an object, Number two's eyes narrowed in confusion, pondering what Lin Shi had used for protection. Nevertheless, having obtained the answer he sought, understanding that it was not a matter of his own failure, a hint of a smile graced number two's face. It matters little. This was manufactured by the Shen family. The outside world perceives the Shen family merely as a company focused on energy research, yet they have ventured into numerous fields, far exceeding your expectations. Number two spoke slowly. Why do you feel the need to disclose this to me? Lin Shi fixed his gaze upon the individual before him, whose life was swiftly nearing its end, as he assessed the veracity of the man's words. Chapter 39. Return to Shushi. Number two managed a bitter smile. I am but a solitary figure, not a member of the Shen family. They provide me with compensation, and in return, I offer my services. That is the extent of our relationship. After my demise, what becomes of the Shen family is of no consequence to me. You have succeeded in evading the 3 shots that would unlock my genetic code, which is commendable. However, it is regrettable that once you exit from here, your survival will not extend far. The Shen family will not spare you, and you shall inevitably fall victim to their eradication. Blood began to seep from number two's nostrils, yet his countenance appeared to brighten, for he understood that his time was drawing near. Allow me to share one more piece of information. Shen Jinbin is not dead. Sustained by the Shen family's pharmaceuticals, he will not perish so easily. Number two's lips quivered slightly, but Lin Shi could not discern his subsequent words. Shen Jinbin is still alive? At last, a shift in Lin Shi's expression emerged. Shen Jinbin remains among the living? I distinctly pierced his heart. How could he possibly survive? Lin Shi yearned for further details, yet at that moment, number two's head tilted, and he fell silent. Lin Shi furrowed his brow, crouching down to check number two's pulse. He was already deceased. Searching the body, Lin Shi discovered a satellite phone, a walkie-talkie, several magazines, and an identification card. Xiao. That was the name of this man. Perhaps aware of his impending demise, Xiao never implored Lin Shi to administer the remaining half of the pill to him. Xiao mentioned that the Shen family was involved not only in the energy sector but also in various other fields, even in the cultivation of individuals capable of unlocking genetic codes. This revelation elucidated the reason for the Shen family's formidable power in the post-apocalyptic world. In his previous life, Lin Shi had been akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, utterly oblivious. The notion that Shen Jinbin was alive had never crossed Lin Shi's mind. He opened his palm to behold the half of a blue pill resting within. He meticulously stored the pill in his spatial compartment. Despite the severe injuries Shen Jinbin had sustained, even if the Shen family possessed miraculous healing methods, it would be implausible for him to recuperate swiftly. The tumult of travel could exacerbate his condition, suggesting that Shen Jinbin might still be in Shushi. Rising to his feet, Lin Shi advanced toward the other corpses. He swiftly reclaimed all the arrows from the bodies and, having gathered his spoils of war, set out to locate the lifeboat. At this juncture, it was nearly 1 a.m, and the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin indicated there were still over 9 hours remaining. He must hasten his return. Before the solar storm reached Earth, he needed to find Shen Jinbin and eliminate him. Yet upon arriving at the beach, he discovered that escape was impossible. Heavy rain poured down, the sea churned with waves, and the moonless night rendered the waters an impenetrable abyss, making direction discernment nearly impossible. Venturing out into the ocean in a small lifeboat under such conditions would be tantamount to seeking death. Lin Shi had no choice but to retreat back into the woods. By the time dawn broke and the rain ceased, he would return to Shushi, endeavoring to ascertain which hospital housed Shen Jinbin. Though time might prove insufficient, he had to return to his safe house before the solar storm reached Blue Star. Lin Shi recalled the satellite phone he had recovered from Xiao. He took it out and dialed a number. Suchin, there is a matter in which I require your assistance. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shi sought a slightly elevated spot to pitch a tent. Closing his eyes to rest for the night in such a place, he dared not succumb to a deep slumber as the faint light of dawn broke. He packed away the tent and retrieved some water and food from his supplies. Consuming a modest amount, the rain had ceased. It was now 5 a.m., and the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin indicated 5 hours remaining. Lin Shi changed into a fresh set of clothes. On his way to the beach, he happened upon the battlefield from the previous day and cast a glance at the corpse of Xiao. To his astonishment, the body had undergone significant decomposition. Merely a night had passed. More accurately, just about 4 hours. Much of the skin had sloughed off, revealing the underlying muscle, and in certain areas, faint glimpses of white bone were visible, an utterly horrifying sight. Was this the consequence of genetic collapse? He recalled the precise gunfire exchanged with Xiao just yesterday. Exceptional predictive skills, impeccable marksmanship, and extraordinary computational ability. Without external aid, such prowess is nearly unattainable for humanity. The genetic lock, a fearsome double-edged sword. Lin Shi proceeded toward the beach. The sea had calmed, and he launched the lifeboat into the water, starting the engine as he set his course for Shushi. Over 3 hours later, Lin Shi finally approached the coastline of Shushi. This moment, the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin indicated that there was just over an hour until the solar storm reached Earth. Lin Shi took out his phone to contact Su Qin. Su Qin, have you found that person? Lin Shi informed her that a friend was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Unable to reach him and currently at sea, he was rushing back to see him one last time. He requested Su Qin's assistance in searching various hospitals in Shushi, promising her a generous monetary reward. Lin Shi provided Su Qin with Shen Jinbin's name, age, and other distinguishing features, instructing her to start with the most well-equipped hospital. Initially reluctant, Su Qin decided against ignoring him upon hearing the promise of a substantial reward of 20,000 yuan. She forwent sleep and took a taxi throughout the night to search for him. She found him at the first hospital of Shushi, in room 1 of the intensive care unit on the 8th floor. There are indeed many experts here for consultations. Who is your friend? He seems to be quite extraordinary, Su Qin yawned. Her voice wearied. In truth, she had located him at the first hospital but feared that if she found him too easily, Lin Shi might reconsider. Thank you. I will transfer the reward to you. Lin Shi hung up the phone, sought a secluded spot along the shore to disembark, and stored the lifeboat back in his supplies. At this moment, the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin showed 1 hour and 26 minutes remaining. Lin Shi donned a cap and a mask, then flagged down a passing vehicle, directing it toward the first hospital of Shushi. The first hospital of Shushi, outside room 1 of the intensive care unit on the 8th floor, stood a throng of over a dozen doctors accompanied by a middle-aged woman. Astonishingly, these physicians were renowned specialists frequently featured in major news publications. They ought to have been at High City or Kyoto Hospital, waiting for patients to queue for appointments. Yet, here they were, convened to discuss treatment options for a single individual's ailment. Beep, beep, beep. The sound echoed from within the ward, where Shen Jinbin lay on the hospital bed, his body swathed in bandages and connected to numerous tubes, his breath faint. Doctors, how is my son? Is there any chance of saving him? The speaker is a middle-aged woman, clad in a bespoke suit dress, exuding an air of efficiency. Her strikingly beautiful face bears traces of fatigue, and a flicker of resentment glimmers in her eyes. Last night, Shun Fanren, who had not been in contact for years since their divorce, suddenly called her, stating that their son was in trouble and that he was unable to leave his commitments in Heist, urging her to come and take care of the situation. Upon arriving at Shushi, Li Huilan discovered the extent of her son's injuries, realizing that the ungrateful man, that beast, had abandoned his own flesh and blood. He was only concerned with that vixen. Chapter 40. Shen Jinbin's demise. The experts exchanged glances, all shaking their heads with a sigh. Shen Xiao's injuries were too severe, although it was unclear what had kept him clinging to life. His will to survive remained remarkably steadfast, yet the severity of his injuries was such that, for an ordinary person, it would have already been. We can only do our utmost. The collective sentiments of the group were delicately expressed, yet the implication was unmistakable. It was a miracle that he had not succumbed until now. How could they possibly save him? Li Huilan, overwhelmed with despair, cried out in anguish. I implore you, are you not esteemed experts? You must save my son, one of them cautiously inquired. We have detected a peculiar substance within Shen Xiao's system, which seems to be sustaining his last vestige of vitality. Do you have any knowledge of what he might have ingested prior? The eyes of the experts sparkled with curiosity. They too were eager to uncover the truth. What? I do not know. Li Huilan turned to the bodyguard who had brought Shen Jinbin to the hospital, clutching at him as if he were a lifeline. What did you give Jinbin? Is there any left? Quickly, bring it forth. The two bodyguards exchanged glances, responding, there is none left. That was a life-saving medication entrusted to us by Shenzong. And there was only a single pill. However, the person delivering the medication is already en route. At that moment, one of the bodyguards answered a phone call. Hello? Yes, on the 8th floor. After hanging up, the bodyguard turned to Li Huilan. The person delivering the medication has arrived. They are downstairs. Li Huelan's expression transformed to one of elation. Wonderful. Jinbin is going to be saved. Countdown. 48 minutes. Lin Shi arrived outside the first hospital, making his way towards the inpatient department. The hospital was filled with individuals wearing masks, and Lin Shi's attire garnered no attention. The intensive care unit and the general wards were housed in separate buildings, and there were not many people around. Before long, Lin Shi reached the elevator entrance of the inpatient department and pressed the button. A figure approached, seemingly also waiting for the elevator. Just as the elevator doors opened with a chime, Lin Shi was about to step inside when he caught sight of a reflection in the elevator's mirror. Momentarily taken aback by the reflective surface of the elevator, a figure stood behind him. Dressed in black, with a robust physique and a cold demeanor, he held a box in his hand. The man's aura bore a striking resemblance to that of Shen Jinbin's bodyguard. Unperturbed, Lin Shi continued into the elevator, and the man followed suit. The doors closed slowly, and Lin Shi pressed the button for the 7th floor. If this person was connected to Shen Jinbin, he would likely be heading to the 8th floor. Indeed, the very next moment, the man stepped forward and pressed the button for the 8th floor as well. A glint of determination sparkled in Lin Shi's eyes beneath his cap. Now, he was certain that this individual was associated with Shen Jinbin. The elevator ascended steadily, unimpeded, directly to the 7th floor. Suddenly, Lin Shi clutched his chest, bending over as if struck by an ailment. The man in black glanced at him but offered no assistance, instead stepping aside. Ding! The elevator doors opened on the 7th floor. Typically, the area outside the inpatient department's elevator was deserted. To visit a patient, one had to exit the elevator and pass through a door, thereby entering the ward. At that moment, Lin Shi had collapsed on the floor, face down, caught in the elevator doors, preventing them from closing. Aside from the man in black, it seemed no one was available to assist him. Unless Lin Shi was lifted, the elevator could not resume its normal operation. The man in black furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on the briefcase. Ultimately, he approached Lin Shi, bending down to extend a hand, intending to pull him up and toss him out of the elevator. However, just as his hand made contact with Lin Shi, the latter suddenly lunged into the man in black's arms, a dagger appearing in his grasp. Driving it into the man's abdomen, he twisted it savagely. The man in black's eyes widened in disbelief as he slumped into Lin Shi's embrace, utterly astonished that someone would dare to commit murder in such a surveillance-laden location. Lin Shi refrained from withdrawing the dagger to avoid splattering blood. Uncertain of how many of Shen Jinbin's men were above, he decided to eliminate at least one. At this juncture, he was no longer concerned about being discovered. In less than an hour, the entire world would plunge into chaos. He merely needed to deal with Shen Jinbin before the hospital security responded. After incapacitating the man in black, he placed him outside the 7th floor inpatient department. Lin Shi's eyes caught sight of the briefcase tightly clutched in the man's hand, and he swiftly seized it before darting into the elevator just as the doors were about to close. Ding! The elevator opened on the 8th floor, and Lin Shi hastened into the inpatient department. Li Huilan, upon seeing Lin Shi clad in black, rushed forward, extending her hand. You must be delivering medication, right? Where is it? Lin Shi scrutinized the woman, who bore a resemblance to Shen Jinbin, confirming her identity. Without responding, he strode directly toward Shen Jinbin's hospital room. Wait! A bodyguard of Shen Jinbin's sensed something amiss and blocked Lin Shi's path. I haven't seen you before. Another bodyguard positioned himself behind Lin Shi, effectively sealing his escape routes. These two were the same bodyguards who had escorted Shen Jinbin back from the yacht. Lin Shi lowered his gaze and spoke in a hushed tone. I am responsible for guarding the medication. This time, Mr. Shen was in a rush, so I was sent to deliver it. This statement was ambiguous. It could imply that Lin Shi was typically the one guarding the medication and had been sent out to deliver other items, or it could be interpreted as him being there to deliver the medication itself. How it was understood depended on the listener. Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards visibly relaxed slightly, yet still insisted. Open the briefcase and let us take a look. Lin Shi's lowered gaze flickered. He had not yet seen the contents of the briefcase. In the elevator, he had already replaced its contents with a handgun using his spatial abilities. Without hesitation, Lin Shi placed the briefcase on the ground and unfastened the clasp. A crowd of experts gathered around, eager to see what miraculous item could potentially save a doomed individual. Lin Shi slowly lifted the lid of the briefcase with one hand while reaching inside with the other. With swift precision, he drew a handgun from within, aiming it directly at the bodyguard obstructing his path, and fired. The muted sound of the silenced weapon echoed, as crimson blood erupted from the chest of the bodyguard before Lin Shi. All present widened their eyes in horror, transfixed by the scene unfolding before them. Ordinary individuals, who had only ever seen a gun on television, were rendered speechless by such a grim spectacle. The quickest to react was the bodyguard standing behind Lin Shi, who instinctively reached for his sidearm. Yet, even with his intention, Lin Shi's reflexes surpassed his, and in a swift motion, he pulled the trigger. The bullet, propelled from below, pierced through the bodyguard's chin and into his brain, a gory spray of blood erupting from the back of his head. At that moment, the experts and Li Huilan finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Li Huilan fainted in sheer terror. Murder, murder, run. Seizing the chaos, Lin Shi pushed open Shen Jinbin's hospital room, confirming his identity before directing the gun at Shen Jinbin's head. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots erupted, spraying Shen Jinbin's blood mixed with brain matter across the pristine white pillow. The heart monitor emitted a piercing beep, signaling that Shen Jinbin was irrevocably dead. Lin Shi holstered his weapon and departed. Meanwhile, a group of hospital security personnel, alerted by the surveillance footage of Lin Shi's lethal act, armed themselves with batons and riot shields, hastening towards his location. The countdown to the apocalypse stood at 35 minutes. Chapter 41. Escape from the hospital. 5 minutes had elapsed since Lin Shi had taken the life of a Shen family bodyguard on the 7th floor. Security personnel in the monitoring room had assembled and were en route to the building, having already called the authorities, though it would take them several minutes to arrive. Lin Shi briskly exited the hospital room, intending to enter the safety passage of the building and escape via the stairs. However, at that moment, a hand grasped his pant. Li Huilan, having regained consciousness unbeknownst to him, lay on the ground, clutching his trousers tightly. Overcome by fear, she had fainted earlier, but the sound of gunfire from the hospital room jolted her awake. With tear-filled, reddened eyes, she fixed her desperate and furious gaze on Lin Shi, her voice trembling with anguish. "You killed my son, didn't you? You killed my son, didn't you?" Lin Shi attempted to shake her off, but found himself unable to break free. He glanced down at the despairing mother, feeling no pity within. "Your son has taken many lives. You are aware of that, are you not? He deserved his fate. If you must place blame, direct it at your failure to raise him properly." Li Huilan cried out in anguish. He could have faced the law for his crimes. "By what right did you take his life? By what right? Even if my son has killed, they were merely wretched commoners. My son was born of noble blood. To slay a few lowly individuals and bestow gifts upon their families is a privilege for them. You, executioner, return my son to me." Were it not for her venomous words, the anguish of a mother mourning her lost child might have evoked sympathy. Lin Shi chuckled coldly, his eyes filled with derision. "If that is the case, then let the law deal with me as well." With that, he kicked the woman aside and sprinted towards the emergency exit. Li Huilan's expression contorted with rage as she glared at Lin Shi's retreating figure, her voice hoarse with fury. "You have slain my son, and I shall ensure that your parents, brothers, and all your relatives and friends accompany him in death. No matter where you flee, I will make certain that you endure torment until your last breath." Lin Shi abruptly turned around, his eyes transforming into icy orbs brimming with murderous intent. He should have foreseen that a person like Shen Jinbin would have such a background, irrevocably linked to his family. Shen Fanren was no saint. Shen Jinbin's mother was nothing more than a wolf clad in human skin. Wrongs have their origins, and debts have their sources. He had never intended to take more lives than necessary. Upon noticing Lin Shi's halt, a dawning realization struck Li Huilan, causing her to retreat in terror. "No, no, no. I was merely jesting." Before she could finish her desperate plea, Lin Shi had already pulled the trigger without hesitation. The deafening gunshot echoed as a crimson hole appeared in Li Huilan's forehead. Her eyes widened in shock before she collapsed to the ground with a thud. After firing a single shot, Lin Shi did not spare her a glance and swiftly descended the corridor like a gust of wind. No sooner had Lin Shi departed than the elevator doors on the 8th floor swung open. 5 hospital security guards poured out, stunned by the gruesome scene before them. The corridor was awash with blood. "Oh my heavens! What vendetta is this? They say the victim is the son of the wealthiest man. Hurry, check if he still breathes. Dead. He is dead." These are all gunshot victims. What do we do? Should we pursue? At that moment, a voice crackled over the intercom. The assailant has fled via the emergency exit. Pursue, but do not run too fast. Just hold him back as Lin Shi raced down to the second floor. He heard the rapid footsteps approaching from below. They were closing in quickly, he muttered softly, pulled open the window in the corridor, glanced outside, and leapt down. Rolling upon landing to mitigate the impact, he quickly dashed into the registration hall. The assailant has jumped out the window and is heading for the registration hall. Surround him quickly! The registration hall was bustling with people, and the few security guards present were utterly incapable of containing him. Lin Shi deftly evaded their grasp and slipped into the restroom. When he emerged, he was clad in casual attire, having removed his mask and hat, allowing him to exit the hospital with unassuming ease. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, the security personnel could have utilized surveillance footage to identify those entering and exiting the hospital, thereby pinpointing Lin Shi. The world-renowned Tianyan of Xiao was not merely a concept. However, screening suspicious individuals via surveillance required time, and time was a luxury they no longer possessed. Lin Shi hailed a taxi, casting a glance at the upper right corner of his device. The first wave of danger will descend in 28 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Through the taxi window, he observed the oblivious ordinary citizens on the street, entirely unaware of the impending peril. The end of the world was nigh. This should be the final moment of tranquility. It appeared that his previous post had failed to make an impact. The era of peace was about to vanish. Lin Shi remained fixated on the countdown timer displayed on his device as the taxi traversed nearly 4 kilometers towards his safe house when, suddenly, a crackling noise emanated from the radio. Zzz. Attention all vehicles, this is the National Security Bureau. At 10:05 a.m. local time. A wave of solar storms will reach the blue planet. For the sake of driving safety, all vehicles are required to immediately pull over and park for 10 minutes. There will be no traffic penalties for any violations committed during this 10-minute period. Attention all vehicles, this is the National Security Bureau. The broadcast repeated this message over and over again. Lin Shi was left in a daze. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Let us rewind 15 minutes prior, on the highest floor of the Tianqi New Energy Office building in Heist. In the office of Chairman Shen Fanren. Shen Fanren stood by the window, his expression grave as he listened to his subordinate's report. Mr. Shen, we have discovered that in the past 2 days, all export materials from Xiao country have been intercepted by higher authorities. Moreover, orders from abroad have astonishingly surged by several dozen times during this period. Additionally, we have learned that the military has suddenly received a Level 1 combat readiness order. The mayor received a call early this morning, and the entire Heist will experience a power outage starting at 10 a.m. for a day. We still haven't ascertained the specific reasons behind this. Oh? Shen Fanren's brow furrowed. He refrained from glancing at his son, whose life was in jeopardy, and remained in Heist due to the perplexing movements from above in recent days. In recent years, tensions among nations had been escalating. Could it be that war was imminent? Yet, why would there be a power outage before war? Shen Fanren felt a growing anxiety regarding the inscrutable actions of the state. At that moment, his private phone rang unexpectedly. The display showed a number exclusive to the Public Security Bureau, causing Shen Fanren's heart to skip a beat. He answered the call, and a grave voice came through. Mr. Shen, this is the Shushi Public Security Bureau. We regret to inform you that your son, Shen Jinbin, along with your ex-wife Li Huilan and 3 bodyguards, were killed just moments ago. Shen Fanren's body trembled. What did you say? The voice on the other end continued. Furthermore, we found handguns, daggers, and other illegal weapons on these 3 bodyguards. We have notified the Heist Public Security Bureau. Please do not leave Heist for the next 2 days and cooperate with our investigation. Chapter 42. LVCUA. Upon concluding the call with the Public Security Bureau, Shen Fanren's expression morphed into a terrifying snarl. He slammed his phone onto the ground and turned to his ever-reliable subordinate, forcing himself to suppress his rage. You mentioned that it was Lin Shi who put Jinbin in a critical condition? Yes. However, the report from Number 2 indicated that this Lin Shi is a disguised assassin. Number 2 informed us yesterday afternoon that they would handle this individual, but we have yet to receive any updates. Wang Ji was perplexed by Shen Fanren's sudden outburst of fury and spoke candidly. Disguised assassin? Then why was Lin Shi coincidentally in Shushi? Have you not verified whether he is indeed the same person throughout the night? Now, an assassin has entered the hospital and killed my son, and the security personnel found firearms on our people. This is truly remarkable. Shen Fanren's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes radiating a terrifying murderous intent. What? Could it be that number 2 has failed? Wang Ji hastily retrieved his phone to contact number 2. Yet, minutes passed, and he still could not reach them. Time has passed for an entire night. Had the second plan succeeded, he would have long since reported back. Even if it were not yet accomplished, he would have been the first to receive a call. The inability to reach him speaks volumes. Wang Ji, realizing the gravity of the situation, spoke in a hushed tone. I will immediately attend to the matters concerning the Public Security Bureau and personally bring Lin Shi back from Sha City for your handling. Shen Fanren's voice was cold as ice. Find Lin Shi and bring him back to the research lab alive. Regardless of whether he is the one who killed Bin, I want him to regret ever stepping foot in this world. Understood, he replied. Also, have someone bring back my several illegitimate children? Yes. After Wang Ji departed, Shen Fanren swept all the documents off the table onto the floor. Useless. They are all utterly useless. Shen Fanren's chest heaved with rage. Visibly infuriated, yet there was not a trace of sorrow for the loss of his son. A beautiful woman entered the room. Her gentle face bore no marks of age, and her floral dress exuded a serene elegance. Had Lin Shi been present, he would have recognized this woman as his mother, Xiao, who had remarried. Xiao approached Shen Fanren, her delicate hands gently kneading his shoulders, and softly inquired, "What has you so angry? If you harm your health, what will become of my happiness in the years to come?" Shen Fanren usually responded well to such sentiments. However, today he seized Xiao's hand and forcefully flung her to the ground. "What is it?" "Your precious son has killed my son, and now the Public Security Bureau is after me. If this matter draws unwanted attention from above, I will deal with you as well." Xiao, momentarily taken aback by her fall, was stunned into silence. "What? Jinbin is dead? Lin Shi killed him? How could this be possible?" Even in the face of Shen Fanren's menacing expression, Xiao found it hard to believe. Having raised Lin Shi for over a decade, she considered herself one of the few who truly understood him. Lin Shi was easygoing, obedient, sentimental, clever in a naive way, and too trusting of others. He had never even killed a fish in his life. How could he possibly take a life? Furthermore, Jinbin was always surrounded by agile bodyguards. How could an ordinary university student like Lin Shi manage to kill him amidst such protection? Cautiously, Xiao addressed the furious Shen Fanren. "Isn't there a whole group of Southeast Asian mercenary bodyguards around Jinbin? How could Lin Shi, being just an ordinary person, have killed him? It seems your son has kept his true self well concealed, even from you, his mother." Shen Fanren's face darkened as he scrutinized Xiao with piercing eyes. "Call him now and ask where he is. Tell him to return to High City immediately." Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Xiao panicked. "All right, I will call him right away." Lin Shi's phone rang, and he merely glanced at it before casually hanging up. Xiao in his previous life. From the moment Xiao remarried until Lin Shi's demise, this woman had not contacted him even once. It had been a full 11 years since Lin Shi last laid eyes on her. In scattered whispers, Lin Shi's name has reached my ears. She resides in her lofty position as the wife of the director of the Heishi shelter, while I scavenge for scraps alongside stray dogs outside its gates. It was only through the trials of the apocalypse that I came to realize the existence of such a heartless mother in this world. Now, I am further burdened with the knowledge that this woman bears the responsibility for my father's demise. Even though she is my mother, I have unequivocally severed all ties with her in the depths of my heart. Just after I had slain Shen Jinbin, Lu Siwei reached out to me unexpectedly. The motive was all too evident. A bitter, sardonic smile unexpectedly graced Lin's face. Indeed, as Shen Jinbin had remarked, this mother of mine treats him with greater favor than her own flesh and blood. However, Lin was unaware that, due to his rebirth and the act of murdering Shen Jinbin, from this day forth, Shen Fanren would no longer place his trust in Lu Siwei, nor would he shower her with the same affection as in his former life. The taxi's radio incessantly broadcast warnings urging all vehicles to pull over. The driver, bewildered by the announcement, pondered aloud. "What is this? A solar storm? Goodness, I've been driving for a lifetime and have never heard of such a thing." At that moment, Lin noticed an increasing number of traffic officers appearing on the streets, managing the flow of vehicles and ensuring they came to a halt. All traffic lights along the road had turned red, an occurrence absent in his past life. During the previous solar storm, vehicles had malfunctioned, resulting in countless traffic accidents and a complete gridlock. Many lives were claimed in the wake of that solar storm. Was it the influence of the post he had previously shared that had brought about this change? Or had his rebirth triggered a butterfly effect? This scene was not isolated to Shushi. It unfolded across the nation. Soon, every vehicle on the street gradually slowed to a stop, including the taxi Lin occupied. He glanced at the upper right corner of his fortune pot. The first wave of danger will descend in 7 minutes. Please be prepared. Tossing a 100 yuan note onto the seat, Lin flung open the door and fled. He was the only one privy to the fact that this impending danger was far more complex than a mere solar storm. The electromagnetic pulse generated by the solar storm would indeed have little impact on the human body. However, the resultant supercharged geomagnetic storm would instigate a cataclysmic shift in the magnetic field of Blue Star. Almost everyone would experience physical discomfort, dizziness, and nausea. Those particularly sensitive to the magnetic field might even succumb to unconsciousness, in his previous life. Lin had fallen into a coma on this very day. He needed to return to his safe house to ensure his survival. Fortunately, there was still time. Lin sprinted to the roadside, retrieved his phone, and scanned a shared bicycle, swiftly mounting it and racing down the non-motorized lane towards his sanctuary. Chapter 43. The End of Technological Civilization. The bicycle, ordinarily capable of a mere 20 kilometers per hour, was now propelled by Lin to a speed of 40 or 50. Stop. Danger. Shouted the traffic officers behind him, but Lin paid them no heed. After riding for a stretch, he observed that the nearby buildings' billboards and LED lights remained dark. The vibrant advertisements and various 24-hour LED displays, visible even from several kilometers away, were inexplicably unlit. Just moments ago, the hospital had electricity. Had there been a sudden blackout? This fleeting thought barely registered in Lin's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed down on the pedals with all his might, racing back up the mountain just in time. The first wave of danger will arrive in 31 seconds. Please prepare yourself. He cast aside the shared bicycle and strode briskly to the door, hastily unlocking it. Upon entering the first door, he secured it tightly behind him. With a swift motion, he removed the surveillance camera facing the door's peephole and stowed it away. The first wave of danger will arrive in 5 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Lin Shi swiftly inserted the key into the second door. Click, the door swung open. The first wave of danger will arrive in 3 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Stepping inside, Lin Shi forcefully slammed the door shut. Collapsing into the lazy sofa. The first wave of danger will arrive in 1 second. Please prepare yourself. Solar storm has arrived. Geomagnetic storms are forming, and source material is rapidly generating. In that instant of darkness, Lin Shi's mind raced with thoughts. Source material? What could that possibly be? At that very moment, an invisible solar storm swept across the entire blue planet. Over 1,000 satellites, large and small, surrounding the blue planet erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, akin to a grand fireworks show. All satellites were rendered inoperative. Even those that did not explode ceased to function. The debris from the satellite explosions rained down like projectiles upon the various manned spacecraft from around the globe. The screens of all space stations instantly blacked out, only to be followed by a sudden eruption of electrical surges and sparks. The astronauts still working aboard the space stations found themselves at the forefront of destruction, facing annihilation. Despite having received warnings about the impending solar storm the night before, they ultimately had no time or opportunity to return home. Meanwhile, all equipment on the blue planet suddenly lost signal. But this was merely the beginning. The overwhelming electromagnetic pulse from the solar storm engulfed the entire blue planet. The terrifying energy unleashed an invisible ripple that, in an instant, wreaked havoc on all electronic devices containing circuitry worldwide. The electromagnetic pulse not only obliterated devices currently in use, but also damaged those that were dormant. In this era of advanced technology, nearly all commodities contained circuitry. At that very moment, every aircraft in flight plummeted straight down from the sky. Ships, aircraft carriers, submarines, none were spared from becoming mere heaps of scrap metal. Countless household appliances erupted in sparks, with those fortunate enough emitting only black smoke, while others ignited into flames. People fled their homes in terror, yet some, caught in the geomagnetic storm like Lin Shi, fell into unconsciousness, consumed by the inferno. Nearby, individuals near transformers were horrified to detect a burning odor as the wires connected to the transformers began to ignite. All power stations in the world, whether hydroelectric or nuclear, faced an overwhelming surge. Those still operational experienced catastrophic overloads, with fuses burning out rapidly, some even igniting. Some nuclear power stations even suffered explosions, annihilating everything within hundreds of kilometers. The entire world abruptly lost all power supply. The majority of Blue Planet's nations, now shrouded in darkness, found themselves plunged into night. Countless individuals lying in hospitals, sustained by medical machinery, drifted towards death in a state of unconsciousness. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Every vehicle on the road, be it a gasoline car, an electric vehicle, or a battery-powered car, suddenly malfunctioned without exception. The entire street became a scene of chaos, with dozens, even hundreds, of vehicles entangled in a series of collisions. When people sought rescue, they were horrified to discover that their mobile phones either overheated and burned out or displayed a black screen. They could reach no one and receive no assistance. Forced to flee in despair from the encroaching flames, in just a few short minutes, the entire Blue Planet was engulfed in a sea of fire. If someone were to stand in outer space, they would witness the fleeting end of the technological era of the Blue Planet. The explosive advancements in technology achieved by humanity over the past few centuries culminated in this day. Lin Shi, at this moment, experienced what had transpired in his previous life. He had succumbed to unconsciousness, like many sensitive to the dramatic shifts in the Blue Planet's magnetic field. With the power supply cut off and all electrical appliances absorbed into Lin Shi's space, this calamity bore no impact on him. Unbeknownst to him, his warning had led the entire Xiao nation to shut down the national power supply that morning. In contrast to other nations engulfed in flames and turmoil, while Xiao nation also suffered casualties, the toll was significantly reduced. The butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth began to reshape the trajectory of the future from this moment onward. In his unconscious state, Lin Shi was oblivious to the changes occurring on the interface of the treasure basin before him. This reboot is generating a massive influx, accelerating the evolutionary pace of all life forms on the Blue Planet. Safety detected for the seed of fire. Absorption of the source to complete evolution is urged. Loss of consciousness in the seed of fire detected. Auxiliary program activated. Treasure basin autonomously initiated. Startup in progress, startup complete. Commencing absorption of the source. Lin Shi lay with his eyes tightly shut, a faint golden light emanating from his brow. Invisible minuscule particles began to converge towards his body, merging with him, his cells, and his very genes. If Lin Shi's genetic chain were observed at this moment, one would witness it rapidly absorbing this substance. The genetic chain would swiftly fracture, only to reassemble in an instant. This state bore a striking resemblance to the unlocking of genetic locks. However, during the usual process of unlocking genetic locks, the rate of reassembly was far slower after the genetic strand fractured. Consequently, in his current state of unconsciousness, Lin Shi felt no pain from the unlocking of genetic locks whatsoever. Simultaneously, other beings on the Blue Planet unconsciously absorbed the source. Animals absorbed it the fastest, followed by plants and finally humans. Among humans, individual differences existed. Yet, even the most powerful animals absorbed far less than Lin Shi at this moment. A day and a night later, the geomagnetic storm approached its conclusion, and the rate of formation of source material in the air began to wane. Those who had fallen into unconsciousness or felt unwell due to the magnetic field's upheaval gradually returned to normal. The golden light from Lin Shi's brow began to fade. Concurrently, the treasure basin interface displayed a new notification. The apocalypse has officially begun. The countdown to the next wave of danger will commence within 72 hours. Shortly thereafter, Lin Shi's eyelids fluttered, and he awoke. Chapter 44. Encounter in the rain. Lin Shi slowly opened his eyes in the pitch-black confines of the safe house, devoid of any light source. Lin Shi pondered whether the solar storm and geomagnetic storm had subsided. He rubbed his forehead, still feeling somewhat dazed. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved an emergency flashlight from his spatial storage, illuminating the wall where it hung. He then extracted a household gasoline generator and connected it to the home's wiring. As he pulled the power switch, the safe house was once again bathed in light. Lin Shi was uncertain how long he had been unconscious. In his previous life, he had fainted for a day and a night, and he wondered if this time would be the same. His mechanical wristwatch indicated it was now 11:34. A growl emanated from his stomach, suggesting he had not eaten for 2 or 3 days. Lin Shi resolved to first hydrate and consume some sustenance before venturing outside to assess the situation. Suddenly, a faint memory surfaced regarding the notification from the treasure basin prior to his unconsciousness. Solar storm detected, geomagnetic storm forming, source material rapidly generating. What is source material? He checked the treasure basin interface. But there were no changes. The original countdown had vanished. His stomach protested once more. Suppressing his inner curiosity, Lin Shi retrieved a pot, an induction cooker, and a piece of beef from his spatial storage. After pouring water into the pot and heating it with hot pot seasoning, he sliced the beef into thin pieces, dropping them into the boiling water. The meat was fresh, and as he sliced, he indulged in a piece. Accompanied by some fresh vegetables, it wasn't long before he consumed 5 pounds of beef. When did I become such a voracious eater? Although his belly felt full, an inexplicable sensation lingered, as if he had not satiated his hunger. Was it a residual effect of the geomagnetic storm? Lin Shi patted his belly, placed the dishes in the sink, and turned on the faucet to test the water. The ordinary electric pump would be vulnerable to electromagnetic pulses. Hence, Lin Shi had instructed the craftsman to utilize a traditional, non-powered water extraction device. The flowing water validated his foresight. The temperature was slightly cold, yet within the realm of normalcy. After washing the dishes, Lin Shi donned long sleeves and trousers, then opened the first door of the safe house. The soundproofing of the safe house was exceptional. Approaching the entrance, Lin Shi peered through the peephole before swinging the door wide open. Outside, a torrential rain poured down, and he extended his hand to catch a handful of raindrops. The outdoor temperature was merely a bit chilly, suggesting that his period of unconsciousness was akin to that of his previous life. After the solar storm in his past, the sun's brilliance diminished at a visible rate, and within 3 days, the temperature on Blue Star plummeted by several degrees. Lin Shi recalled awakening to a drop of over 10 degrees Celsius on the second day after the storm, accompanied by heavy rainfall. At that time, people were still in a state of panic due to the loss of power and lack of external communication, oblivious to the weather anomalies, merely attributing it to a wave of cold air. However, by the third day, temperatures continued to plummet by over 20 degrees, and extreme weather phenomena such as hail, powerful typhoons, and blizzards began to emerge. People started to sense something amiss, braving the snowstorm to loot supplies. On the fourth day, temperatures fell even further, dropping more than 30 degrees within a single day. The temperature discrepancy between morning and afternoon reached a terrifying 20 to 30 degrees, resulting in dire consequences. Many who ventured out to procure supplies perished from exposure in the blizzard before they could return home. In the southern regions, temperatures have plummeted to around minus 50 degrees Celsius, and the northern areas are even more dire. The human body requires time to acclimatize to such extreme conditions, yet the sun has afforded humanity no opportunity to adjust. Even those ensconced within their homes, wrapped in blankets, find themselves unable to withstand the sudden drop in temperature. Illness, frostbite, and fatalities are rampant. Hospitals are overwhelmed, with equipment and ambulances rendered inoperative under the solar storm, and power supplies are non-existent. The pace of treatment cannot keep up with the influx of patients, and medications have begun to dwindle. Countless lives have been lost within a single day. Panic and chaos have begun to engulf the populace, who have finally come to the grim realization that the apocalypse has arrived. In Shushi, located near the equator, summer prevails, and the rate of cooling should not be as swift as that in Heist. Just 2 days prior, the daytime temperature in Shushi was still a balmy 32 degrees Celsius. Lin Shi retrieved an electronic thermometer, which indicated a temperature of 22 degrees Celsius. He returned indoors, donned a jacket, and slung a backpack over his shoulders. With the storm yet to arrive, he resolved to venture out in search of supplies. Although the resources within his space were ample, no one would ever consider excess provisions unwelcome. Surplus goods could be traded or saved for future contingencies. With external surveillance no longer a concern, he felt liberated from the fear of exposing his sanctuary. Clad in a waterproof raincoat, Lin Shi stepped outside and picked up the shared bicycle he had carelessly discarded on the ground. Although the electronic lock had been disabled by an electromagnetic pulse, it posed no hindrance to its use. He mounted the bicycle and sped downhill. Upon his descent, Lin Shi noted that riding had become remarkably effortless. Previously, he had to exert himself fully on the pedals to reach speeds of 40 to 50 kilometers per hour. Yet now he achieved the same with ease. Had a mere nap revitalized his stamina? Lost in contemplation, he failed to notice an intersection ahead. A group of individuals emerged from the turn, clad in matching raincoats, their faces stern and their demeanor alert. Upon closer inspection, the military green uniforms beneath their raincoats became apparent. At the center of this assembly was a girl in a transparent raincoat, adorned in a white dress, carefully shielded by the surrounding crowd. As Lin Shi unexpectedly approached the group, he realized it was too late to brake. The screech of the tires pierced the air as he collided with them. A cry escaped the girl's lips. A middle-aged man from the group furrowed his brow and stepped forward with the swiftness of the wind, delivering a kick aimed at the bicycle's frame. Under normal circumstances, such a forceful strike would surely result in injury to the assailant, yet to Lin Shi's astonishment, he and the bicycle were propelled backward instead. His gaze sharpened as he steadied himself several meters back, only to discover the frame of the bicycle had been indented. Who were these individuals? Such strength. What manner of people are they? The others grew wary, their eyes fixated on Lin Shi, some even reaching beneath their raincoats. Quickly regaining his composure, Lin Shi scratched his head apologetically and said, "My apologies, I was merely stepping out to gather some items and was in a hurry to return home. Thankfully, I did not collide with any of you. Sir, is your leg unscathed?" The middle-aged man remained silent, his brow furrowed as he fixed an intense gaze upon Lin Shi, his eyes brimming with scrutiny and vigilance. Lin Shi's grip on the handlebars tightened ever so slightly. Both parties fell into a tense silence, the atmosphere thick with unease. At that moment, a feminine voice emerged from the crowd. It was the girl who had startled and cried out moments earlier. "Uncle Xiao, let it go. He didn't do it on purpose." The girl pushed her way through the throng, coming to a halt only when the man referred to as Uncle Xiao barred her path. With an air of impatience, she addressed Xiao Jun, "Let us hurry. It's pouring rain and my clothes are getting soaked." "Hey, you were the one who bumped into us. We want to be compensating you for that bicycle." The latter part was directed at Lin Shi. The girl, of a similar age to Lin Shi, possessed fair and flawless skin, and though her features were attractive, her expression of annoyance marred her beauty. Lin Shi waved his hand dismissively, a look of contrition on his face. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have been riding so fast. If this uncle is injured, I can go home and bring back money for his medical expenses." After 8 years of navigating the apocalypse, Lin Shi fancied himself quite adept at acting, portraying the persona of an ordinary young man with remarkable authenticity. The middle-aged man, known as Uncle Xiao, scrutinized Lin Shi deeply before pulling the girl behind him and clearing the path, stating, "Next time, ride more slowly. Going that fast is quite unsafe." The others also stepped aside, allowing Lin Shi to pass. Lin Shi grinned sheepishly, his smile innocent and sincere. "Understood. Thank you, uncle." With that, he mounted his bicycle and pedaled past the group. It was only after he had ridden a few hundred meters and turned a corner that the pricking sensation of being watched dissipated. At that moment, he realized a thin sheen of cold sweat had formed on his back. The earlier group had exuded a palpable sense of danger, particularly that middle-aged man, who had exerted the most pressure on him. Given the circumstances, had a conflict arisen, even with an element of surprise, victory would not have been assured. Fortunately, the encounter had passed without incident. He held no curiosity about who those people were or what their intentions might be. His sole purpose was to scavenge for supplies, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. The incident had prompted Lin Shi to reduce his speed. As he approached the main road, he observed the streets lined with abandoned vehicles. Unlike his previous life, the cars here were neatly parked along the roadside, devoid of the chaotic scenes of dozens or hundreds of vehicles colliding and obstructing the thoroughfare. Pedestrians wandered in small clusters, some hurrying along while others returned laden with bulging bags. The entire city had succumbed to a state devoid of electricity, cut off from any external information. Many individuals had begun to consciously stockpile supplies. Yet, there were still those who clung to the hope that the issue lay solely with their city's power infrastructure and would soon be rectified. However, when the populace eventually realized that electricity would not be restored, that their once familiar electronic devices would remain inoperative, and that the environment had turned grim with corpses lying unattended, they would recognize that their city had descended into lawlessness. At that juncture, the malevolent impulses that lurked within the depths of human nature would shatter the ingrained sense of order, transforming the city into a frozen hell. Those who still spent money on supplies would soon find themselves engaging in a zero-cost shopping spree. Lin Shi aimed to seize the opportunity for a zero-cost acquisition before these individuals could react. Nowadays, the supermarket was swarmed with people scrambling for supplies. His target was the containers at the port. After more than an hour, Lin Shi finally arrived at the southern port of Shushi. As he surveyed the expansive area, he saw countless containers and towering cranes, along with numerous cargo ships neatly docked at the port. The number of vessels far exceeded Lin Shi's expectations. Indeed, since the authorities had announced the suspension of automobile traffic, they might have also notified the ships to temporarily anchor. Perhaps his post had not been in vain. It had truly made a difference. Lin Shi glanced around, ensuring no one had seen him, before retracting his bicycle into his spatial storage. Typically, this port was managed by a considerable number of personnel, but following the solar storm, operations had been halted, and many individuals had been frightened back home by the upheaval. Even if there were still some guards, their numbers would be few in such a vast port. Devoid of surveillance cameras, Lin Shi only needed to exercise caution to remain undetected. The only sound that filled the air was the gentle patter of raindrops on the containers. Lin Shi approached one of the containers and placed his hand upon it. With a mere thought, the contents within were transferred into his spatial storage. From the outside, the container appeared intact, yet inside it was utterly empty. This method of discreetly appropriating items was something only Lin Shi could accomplish. The first container he claimed held a bounty of watermelons. An auspicious beginning, a faint smile graced Lin Shi's face. The fruits of Shushi were renowned for their ample sunlight, sweet and delectable. This container of watermelons would sustain him for quite a while. He proceeded to the next container, which also contained fruit, this time coconuts. After successfully acquiring 6 containers filled with fruit, Lin Shi moved towards another cluster of containers. His luck took a turn for the worse as he encountered an empty container, and subsequently, 3 more that were also devoid of contents. Quickly, Lin Shi discerned that containers with locks generally held cargo inside, while those without locks were mostly empty. The containers filled with goods were distinctly separated from those that were vacant. Upon realizing this pattern, Lin Shi circumvented the unlocked containers and advanced to the next stack. This time, he discovered a container filled with clothing, albeit primarily short-sleeved garments. He casually took one container and decided not to gather more. Suddenly, it struck him that Shushi experienced summer year-round, so local residents likely possessed wardrobes filled predominantly with summer attire, with perhaps a few pieces suitable for spring or autumn. When the extreme cold arrived, it was uncertain how many of these indigenous people would succumb to the chill, perhaps even more than those in Heist. Continuing his exploration, Lin Shi procured 3 boxes of snacks, 4 boxes of frozen seafood, and 2 boxes of daily necessities. In one of the containers, he stumbled upon several imported cars, each valued in the tens to hundreds of thousands. The sealed metal containers could, to some extent, insulate against electromagnetic pulse effects. Whether these vehicles remained unscathed or had sustained damage, Lin Shi decided to collect them without hesitation, as there remained ample space in his storage. Electronics, handicrafts, household items, food, industrial supplies. With nearly 10,000 containers at the port, Lin Shi traversed through them like a blind box enthusiast, gathering their contents into his spatial realm. However, it wasn't long before a group of unexpected guests arrived at the southern port. Brotherly, are we truly safe doing this? 5 young men, aged around 25 or 26, with an air of bravado, strolled towards the vicinity of the port. Among them, one bald youth, appearing rather timid, glanced around nervously as if in fear of something. Li Kuei forcefully slapped the bald youth's head, his face contorted in displeasure. What are you afraid of? Didn't I tell you? The entire city is experiencing a power outage. All the surveillance cameras are down. With so many containers here, we can easily empty one without anyone noticing. These individuals had indeed set their sights on the containers. Chapter 46. The emergence of malicious intent. However, what if there is still surveillance and power? The bald youth cautiously remarked, his gaze filled with concern and a hint of trepidation. Li Kuei, exasperated by the youth's lack of insight, pointed an accusatory finger at his nose and retorted angrily. This is precisely why you'll never strike it rich, lacking any observational skills. Just look around. Is there even a hint of electricity left in the entire city? Even the traffic lights are out. Casting a discerning glance at the 4 companions who had followed him for the past 2 years, he noted their conflicted expressions and, with a tone of persuasion, continued. I brought you along to seize this opportunity because you've been with me for so long. If I were to betray you, wouldn't I be jeopardizing myself as well? This is a prime chance to profit. Once the power is restored, this opportunity will vanish. Consider those who look down upon you. Why do they disdain you? It's because you lack wealth. Now, the prospect of making money stands before you. Do you truly wish to remain perpetual paupers, subject to their scorn? Li Kuei spoke fervently, his words punctuated by animated gestures. His fervor stemmed from a recent gambling spree that had left him indebted to high-interest lenders. Unlike the petty thugs he associated with, these lenders wielded considerable influence, capable of dealing with him ruthlessly. If he failed to repay his debts, he risked losing limbs in mere days and a twist of fate. The city experienced a blackout, which he interpreted as divine intervention favoring his scheme. Thus, he resolutely set his sights on the nearby port, knowing he could not manage much alone, hence recruiting these 4 cowards. Seeing that he had swayed their resolve, Li Kuei seized the moment. With so many containers here, if we empty one, no one will notice. Especially without surveillance. Even if someone does find out, they won't be able to pin it on us. What are you afraid of? If we do get caught, just say I was the mastermind behind it. Encouraged by Li Kuei's reasoning, who even pounded his chest to accept responsibility, the remaining 4 finally cast aside their apprehensions, their eyes glinting with varying degrees of greed. All in their 20s, none held a legitimate job, spending most of their time relying on their families. This commonality had forged their bond. One youth with yellow hair spat on the ground, declaring, "Let us do it. These are the profits extracted from us common folk by the capitalists. We are merely redistributing wealth from the rich to the poor." Li Gu is right. With no surveillance, what is there to fear? Once we finish this heist, I will show my father that I am not just a worthless son who squanders money. Spoke a plump boy with a neck resembling 4 layers of flesh. The last youth, sporting a buzz cut and ear studs, chimed in with enthusiasm. "Let us do it." As the bald man observed his companions expressing their stances, he clenched his teeth and declared, "I will follow brotherly." "Excellent." Li Kuei responded with a satisfied nod. "Let us be swift in our actions. We shall proceed." At that moment, Huang Mao suddenly interjected, "Brotherly, there's someone over there. Could they be a member of the management team?" A young man with yellow hair pointed towards Lin Shi, who was 100 meters away, engaged in the act of opening mystery boxes, or rather, collecting supplies from shipping containers. Li Kuei followed the direction indicated by his subordinate and scrutinized Lin Shi for a moment, quickly discerning that he was not part of the management team. As the staff here wore standardized uniforms, pay him no mind. Let us head in another direction. With that, he led his companions towards a different cluster of containers. The port's containers housed both imports and exports, filled with a plethora of items. Lin Shi had recently procured a container filled with pharmaceuticals and another containing luxury goods. While the luxury items were of little use, the medications were exceedingly valuable. Placing his hand on the container before him, he focused his thoughts, discovering it to be filled with a box of seeds. The container was brimming with over 2,000 cardboard boxes, each labeled with the names of various seeds. The seeds were minuscule, with a single box potentially containing tens of thousands of them in total. This entire container likely held over 100 million seeds. If he did not take them, these seeds would perish in a couple of days due to the freezing temperatures, becoming utterly unusable. However, even if he were to take them, given the apocalyptic conditions, cultivation would be impossible in this frigid end-of-the-world scenario. Most plants would succumb to the cold, save for a few mutated varieties. The vibrant greens of nature had vanished, leaving a world devoid of colors save for white. Lin Shi shook his head with a tinge of regret, but ultimately stored the seeds in his space. Having collected supplies from over 100 containers, only a small corner of his space was occupied. With its current capacity, it was not a problem to accommodate the contents of over 20,000 containers. Lin Shi continued his journey towards the next container. Suddenly, a series of metallic clinks echoed from afar. Furrowing his brow, Lin Shi turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. The view was obstructed by containers. Preventing him from seeing what lay a few hundred meters away, he cautiously approached, concealing himself behind a container, and peered out. To his astonishment, he witnessed 5 masked individuals wielding a fire axe, presumably stolen, striking the locks of a shipping container. Lin Shi's expression shifted to one of surprise. It was remarkable that others had reacted so swiftly, with intentions mirroring his own. However, these individuals lacked a space of their own, relegating them to damaging locks to retrieve the contents. And without vehicles, they could hardly transport much. Although the sound of rain masked their actions, such commotion was likely to attract the attention of nearby management personnel. Indeed, after a few glances, Lin Shi spotted 2 individuals clad in raincoats jogging towards the scene from several hundred meters away. "It's opened. The door is ajar. Quickly, let us see what's inside." exclaimed one of the intruders. Holy cow! Isn't this the handbag often carried by female celebrities on television? It's a donkey brand. I have an X-brand one here. The excitement surged as they exclaimed. This entire metal box is filled with valuable goods. We are about to strike it rich. The 5 of them rushed into the container, tearing open boxes, completely oblivious to the approaching management personnel. Lin Shi deftly concealed his figure behind the container. With a swift motion, the supplies within the container were hastily stowed away. The 2 port managers, drawn by the commotion, quickly discovered the open container. Hey, what are you doing? The 5 individuals were startled, one of them nearly jumping out of his skin. The young man with a shaved head dropped the box containing a brand-name bag onto the ground, exclaiming, Li Gu, we've been discovered. Shut your mouth, you fool! Li Kue barked sharply. The 2 managers, wielding their nightsticks, pointed at the 5, commanding, come out. Li Kue cast a greedy glance at the container brimming with luxury goods. With this bounty, he could not only repay his usurious debts but also purchase a home in the suburbs, securing a stable life ahead. Failure today would mean being unable to repay the exorbitant loans, leading to the severing of his limbs and imprisonment. With no surveillance in sight, eliminating these 2 would leave no trace of his involvement. A fierce glint flashed across Li Kue's face as he seized the fire axe resting nearby and charged at one of the port managers. Chapter 47. Arrival of the Sand City troops. The 2 managers, taken aback by the ferocity of the assailants, were caught off guard, and one was swiftly felled. Blood spilled onto the ground as one individual collapsed, while the other, paralyzed by fear, scrambled backward, pleading, No, please don't kill me. Li Kue struck the man's leg with the axe, his bloodshot eyes scanning the remaining 4, still clutching the bloodied fire axe. Are you not going to make a move? This scene was profoundly shocking to those who had lived in a world governed by safety and peace. The 4, fearing for their lives, mustered the courage to approach the 2 still breathing port managers. Lin Shi chose not to witness the unfolding horror any longer. Such scenes would soon become commonplace. Without further ado, Lin Shi shifted direction and continued to gather supplies. After more than 2 hours, Lin Shi had successfully secured a substantial amount of goods from the port's containers. The rain-soaked day had cast a gloomy pall over the evening, with the light dimming considerably. The temperature had dropped several degrees since midday, and the humid air carried a slight chill as night fell, devoid of streetlights and with no moonlight to illuminate the sky. Lin Shi prepared to leave. Perhaps luck was not on his side today, for he unexpectedly encountered the 5 individuals once more. They bore little resemblance to their former selves. 3 had lost their raincoats, revealing their true appearances, and their clothes were stained with blood. Particularly, the one who had struck first was nearly unrecognizable. His green attire soaked in crimson. Li Gu, that's the kid from earlier, the blonde-haired man exclaimed, immediately recognizing Lin Shi's clothing. After Lin Shi had departed, they had spent less than half an hour moving supplies when they encountered 3 workers searching for them. Whether they killed 2 or 5 made little difference. Without needing to speak, the 5 united in their grim resolve. Having already taken 2 lives, they had largely overcome their psychological terror, their eyes now glazed with bloodlust. Ready to kill upon sight, as they spotted Lin Shi again, the man with the buzz cut, his expression twisted with malice, charged at him wielding the fire axe. Lin Shi reached into his raincoat, retrieving a silenced pistol from his spatial pocket, and fired without hesitation. The man with a buzz cut staggered, a gaping wound appearing on his forehead. He stumbled forward a couple of steps, his grip on the fire axe slackening, before collapsing to the ground. The remaining 4, including Li Kue, abruptly regained their senses from their bloodlust. Thud. The bald youth knelt down, cradling his head in his hands. Don't kill me. I am willing to confess. Please spare my life. Lin Shi smoothly drew his gun and fired. The bald man instinctively mistook Lin Shi for a law enforcement officer. Li Kue, his face contorted with rage, bellowed, What are you afraid of? The number of people we've killed today is enough to fill a grave. He is just one man with a single gun. Let us charge him together. With that, he led the charge forward. The fat man and the yellow-haired youth exchanged glances, their faces momentarily flashing with ferocity, and they too lunged at Lin Shi. Without hesitation, Lin Shi fired 3 quick shots, and one by one, the 3 fell to the ground. The last of them, the yellow-haired youth, nearly grasped Lin Shi's arm, but in his unsteady state, he was no match for Lin Shi in the blink of an eye. for lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the ground. The band of 5, who had sought to rob the rich and aid the poor, was now reduced to the bald youth, who knelt in terror, having soiled himself. Lin Shi turned his gun toward the bald youth, who, in a state of utter despair and fear, rolled his eyes back and fainted. Just as Lin Shi was about to take a few steps closer to silence him permanently, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. A chorus of hurried footsteps echoed nearby. The rhythmic sound sent a chill down Lin Shi's spine, prompting him to swiftly retreat behind a shipping container. A squad of fully armed soldiers emerged from behind a cluster of containers, their guns raised, and approached within mere meters of Lin Shi. Who goes there? Lin Shi furrowed his brow. Were they military personnel? Upon arriving in Sha City, he had learned that the troops were stationed on a small island. With the absence of boats, could these soldiers have rowed over? As dusk approached and heavy rain obscured visibility, Lin Shi had not noticed whether there had been any vessels on the sea earlier. These thoughts raced through his mind as he lowered his footsteps and quickly retreated, using the containers for cover. However, fortune was not on Lin Shi's side today. Having barely evaded one wave of soldiers, he found himself face to face with another squad emerging from behind a container just a few dozen meters ahead. Several dark muzzles were now aimed squarely at him. Who are you? Lin Shi halted, raising his hands and feigning panic as he declared, I'm just a student. Upon hearing this, the soldiers lowered their weapons slightly, yet their vigilance remained unyielding as they surrounded Lin Shi. Don't move! They had just landed at the port and discovered several bodies nearby, as well as evidence of tampering with the container locks and missing cargo. This was undoubtedly a heinous murder case. As representatives of the Summer Kingdom's military, although their mission was to secure the supplies here, they were also duty-bound to apprehend the perpetrator. One soldier stepped forward to search Lin Shi. Having already concealed his handgun, Lin Shi complied without resistance. Report. No hazardous items found. The soldier returned to formation. A figure, seemingly the commanding officer of the group, approached Lin Shi with a grave expression. After confirming Lin Shi's age, he inquired, which school do you attend, and what brings you here? Sha City Art Academy, Lin Shi replied, naming Su Qin's institution. The identity of a student would likely ease their apprehension. Moreover, Lin Shi had originally been a student. I intended to return to school, but I lost my way without navigation, Lin Shi remarked. Without a taxi or any guidance from navigation, this reasoning does seem to hold. May I see your student ID? I didn't bring it. Lin Shi displayed a hint of unease. Would my ID suffice? Upon seeing the affirmative nod from the person before him, Lin Shi retrieved an identification card from the compartment of his phone case that had not been searched by the soldiers. It was a small habit of Lin Shi to keep his ID or access card tucked within the phone case. Wang Xiao took the ID, verified its authenticity, and returned it to Lin Shi. Dressed neatly and impeccably, with no traces of blood or weapons on his person, and at merely 19 years of age, it was inconceivable to associate him with a murderer. However, Wang Xiao couldn't shake off the feeling that something about this individual named Lin Shi was amiss. Accompany me to the front for a moment. Shortly, I will arrange for someone to take you back to school. Lin Shi's heart sank, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance, replying, All right. Before long, Lin Shi was escorted to an open area. A cursory glance revealed at least several hundred soldiers, each armed with a firearm. Additionally, hundreds of uniformed port management personnel were gathered in the same space. That moment, a port official with a rotund figure and a prominent face was speaking tearfully to a man who appeared to be an officer. Amongst the crowd, Lin Shi spotted the only survivor from the group of 5, a bald young man, tightly bound with ropes, displaying an expression of utter despair as he was guarded by 2 soldiers. Suddenly, the bald youth lifted his head and cast a glance in Lin Shi's direction. Chapter 48. Noticing the bald youth looking up, Lin Shi swiftly turned away, seeking refuge behind a tall figure to avoid recognition. What are you hiding from? A somewhat familiar voice resonated from behind him. Lin Shi's body stiffened slightly, and upon turning, he realized that the person he had used as a shield was none other than the officer from the squad that had brought him here, Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Lin Shi's eyes, seemingly attempting to discern something. Lin Shi was aware that he had aroused suspicion. Before Lin Shi could respond to Wang Xiao's inquiry, another group of soldiers arrived at the open area. Report. We have discovered 2 students at the port exit who claim to be lost. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Shi turned to look. As he laid eyes on one of the 2 students being escorted, his expression immediately transformed into one of intrigue. Wang Chao glanced at Lin Shi before striding toward the two students. For reasons unknown, his years of military experience told him that this boy named Lin Shi was anything but ordinary. Wang Chao approached the two female students, inquiring of the soldier who had accompanied them. Which school are they from? Have their identities been verified? Report, sir, they are from Shushi Art College, and this has been confirmed. Soldier, we've been wandering around for so long without finding our way, and it's almost dark. We are so frightened. What has happened in Shushi? Why has our phone suddenly stopped working? Woo, I want to go home. One of the girls burst into tears upon seeing Wang Chao. Wang Chao furrowed his brows, wanting to ask further questions. Lin Shi squinted and waved at the other girl. Su Qin. Su Qin had initially intended to venture out shopping with the 2,000 yuan given to her by Lin Shi, accompanied by her female dormitory mates. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she suddenly fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovered her phone was out of battery. As she stepped outside, she realized that profound changes had swept through Shushi. Without a vehicle or a phone, she and her companions attempted to retrace their steps to the school, only to find themselves lost. Elated at the sight of soldiers, she hoped to seek assistance, only to be brought to this unfamiliar location. In this strange environment filled with unfamiliar faces and armed soldiers, Su Qin's expression was marred by anxiety and trepidation. Su Qin? Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through the chaos. Turning around, she exclaimed, Lin Shi? Her face lit up with delight as she responded. What brings you here? In such a foreign and solemn setting, the presence of a familiar male figure undoubtedly heightened her sense of security. Observing their camaraderie, Wang Chao inquired of Su Qin, Do you two know each other? Su Qin nodded vigorously, her expression brimming with joy. Yes, we are classmates. In her excitement, her speech quickened, causing her to inadvertently omit the word high school. Although she intended to specify high school classmates, she deemed it inconsequential now that it had slipped out. Wang Chao's gaze softened as he regarded Lin Shi, realizing perhaps he had misjudged the situation. Wait here for a moment. I will find a comrade familiar with the terrain of Shushi to escort you back to school. With that, he turned and departed. Lin Shi inwardly sighed in relief. Xiao Qin, who is this? Inquired Li Xiao, her voice still quivering. I am a student from the sculpture department. Lin Shi winked at Su Qin, confused about when Lin Shi had become a student in the sculpture department. Su Qin quickly grasped the implication in his eyes. He was seeking her cooperation. Given Lin Shi's generosity, she felt it was a trivial matter she could assist with. Yes, he is also a freshman, Su Qin replied ambiguously. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Chao soon returned with a soldier who appeared only slightly older than the three of them. This is Li Wei. He is also from Shushi and knows the route to your school. Please follow him, Wang Chao instructed. Lin Shi and the others expressed their gratitude. It's our duty, Wang Chao replied. Be careful on the way. It will be dark soon. If the city loses power, it won't be safe to walk at night. Return in the morning. His latter statement was directed at Li Wei, who nodded in acknowledgement and led the trio away. Shortly after Lin Shi and her companions departed, a soldier approached Wang Chao to report. Sir, we have located the perpetrator responsible for the nearby murders. He confessed that he and his accomplices were the ones who committed the acts. However, 4 of his accomplices have already been shot dead. According to this bald man, it was a young security officer in a black raincoat who fired the shots. A young security officer in a black raincoat. For reasons unknown, Wang Chao's mind immediately flashed to Lin Shi's face as he responded, Take me to the perpetrator. After walking for a while, Li Wei noticed that the 2 girls were lagging behind and urged, We need to pick up the pace. It will be dark soon. The city is experiencing a blackout, and without streetlights, walking at night is unsafe. Lin Shi glanced at her digital watch. It was already 5:27 p.m. She recalled that the distance from here to the Shushi Academy of Arts was approximately 5 kilometers on foot. At the current pace, it is estimated that their return journey will take approximately 1 hour. Lin Shi, now masquerading as a student of the Shushi Academy of Arts, must accompany Su Qin back to the academy to avoid revealing his true identity before departing again. The previous officer had already grown suspicious of him. Should he choose to leave midway without attending the academy, his identity would inevitably be compromised upon the soldier's return. Shushi is a small place, and encountering the same individual again could lead to further complications. Nevertheless, it is merely a few kilometers to traverse, and armed with a flashlight, he is not daunted by the prospect of walking in the dark. Su Qin and Li Xiao quickened their pace slightly, trailing behind Li Wei, while Lin Shi walked beside him. Brother soldier, why is there a power outage in Shushi? Li Xiao inquired. Li Wei pondered for a moment. Since he had not been instructed to withhold information, he replied, "The day before yesterday, a solar storm disrupted the city's electrical circuits. And how long will it take to restore power? How are we supposed to survive without electricity? My phone is also damaged. Can you help fix it? If it can't be repaired, I can't afford to buy a new one." Li Xiao appeared to be quite the chatterbox, her words spilling forth incessantly. Li Wei, taken aback by this barrage of questions, responded, "The authorities have dispatched personnel to restore the power. Until it is fixed, you should remain at the academy and refrain from venturing out. In a couple of days, other military units will arrive at the academy to distribute emergency supplies." "What kind of emergency supplies?" she asked. "Food, candles, matches, lighters, and the like." "What? Candles? Goodness, I will have to live by candlelight. How frightening that will be at night." "What shall we do, Suqin?" Suqin's face was also etched with concern as the two girls lamented the inconveniences brought about by the absence of electricity. However, Lin Shi was acutely aware of the impending reality. When the bitter cold descends, even undamaged power lines, if exposed to the elements, will succumb to the frost. All machinery requiring precision components will have been rendered inoperable. No one can repair power stations and transformers by mere hand. Not to mention the peril of re-establishing power lines amidst a snowstorm. The restoration of electricity may very well be a distant hope. Chapter 49. Shushi Academy of Arts. Lin Shi recalled his father's words from his childhood, recounting how, decades prior, when electricity was not widespread, people relied on candles and flashlights. As darkness fell, they would retire for the night, rising only at dawn. Their lives revolved around labor, working tirelessly for sustenance, which resulted in robust physical health. Nighttime excursions were rare, and entertainment activities were virtually non-existent, leading to a lack of internet-addicted youth. In this modern age, humanity has grown excessively reliant on electronic devices, consumed by the internet, with countless individuals engrossed in their smartphones, resulting in a general decline in physical well-being. The solar storm that obliterated electronic devices has thrust humanity's technology back several centuries, serving as a forced detox from the addiction to the internet. As the bitter cold approaches, survivors increasingly prioritize physical fitness. A flash of insight struck Lin Shi's mind, a thought fleeting yet profound. The third reboot to accelerate evolution. While Lin Shi was deep in contemplation, the two girls behind him shifted their conversation from the power outage to him. "Lin Shi, you are quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend?" Li Xiao remained silent in the presence of Lin Shi, stepping forward a few paces, poised to tap him on the shoulder from behind. Lost in thought, Lin Shi unexpectedly grasped Li Xiao's outstretched hand, astonished by his own swift reaction. That hurts," Li Xiao exclaimed in pain. Noticing Li Wei turning around to look, Lin Shi released her hand, a feigned apologetic smile adorning his face. "I'm sorry, I was just lost in my thoughts." The two stood in close proximity, Li Xiao's gaze darting across Lin Shi's features. Unlike his parents, Lin Shi's appearance was striking. His father possessed ordinary features, while his mother was overly gentle. In contrast, Lin Shi's face was more sculpted, as if chiseled with precision, with deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and slightly thin lips. However, a 1 centimeter scar marred the perfection on his brow, a blemish that had been there since Lin Shi could remember. His father claimed it was a result of a fall from his crib during childhood. The once clear eyes lent a warmth to Lin Shi's countenance, but now they were cold and indifferent, exuding an aura that suggested a barrier to strangers when he was not smiling. The dissonance that Wang Chao perceived stemmed from the fact that Lin Shi's gaze was far too profound for someone of his 19 years. Expressions could be masked, but one's eyes were difficult to disguise. Li Xiao, seemingly less sensitive, rubbed her wrist and remarked, "Never mind. I forgive you for your handsome looks. I was just asking if you have a girlfriend." Lin Shi replied directly, no. Upon hearing that Lin Shi was single, Li Xiao's eyes curved into crescent shapes. "Then you." Suqin stepped forward, interrupting Li Xiao's infatuation. Xiao, what time is it? Stop fooling around. We need to hurry back. It's already dark." Witnessing Li Xiao's infatuation with Lin Shi, Suqin felt a sense of possessiveness over her own interests. Li Xiao subtly pouted when Suqin was not looking. Lin Shi was indifferent to the thoughts of the two girls. In a world on the brink of collapse, survival was a formidable challenge, leaving him with no inclination towards romantic entanglements. After all, those who could hurt you the most were often the ones you trusted the most. Li Wei glanced at the darkening sky and urged, "Let's move faster." After walking for half an hour, the darkness deepened, and the rain had ceased. The surrounding temperature was noticeably lower than it had been in the afternoon. Lin Shi removed his raincoat to gauge the temperature, estimating it had dropped at least 5 degrees since they had set out at midday. Su Qin and Li Xiao, clad in light shorts and short sleeves, huddled together, wrapping their arms around themselves for warmth. Li Xiao eyed Lin Shi's long-sleeved jacket and leaned close to Su Qin, whispering, "Su Qin, aren't you quite familiar with this guy? Why don't you ask him to lend us his jacket?" Even if Li Xiao hadn't suggested it, Su Qin was already contemplating the same. With her charm, securing a jacket from a boy would be a breeze, especially considering Lin Shi had harbored feelings for her since high school and had pursued her all the way to Shushi. Indeed, Su Qin had mentally constructed a narrative wherein Lin Shi's arrival in Shushi was solely for her. With confidence, Su Qin addressed Lin Shi, "Could you lend me your jacket?" Lin Shi flatly refused. No, he would not risk potential exposure to illness for the sake of an unrelated woman. The smile on Su Qin's face froze. Li Xiao glanced at Su Qin's awkward expression. Although her face remained impassive, a flicker of schadenfreude danced in her heart. It turned out that the stunning beauty, Su, also had her moments of failure. "Why do you lack any semblance of gentlemanly decorum?" Su Qin retorted, her annoyance palpable. Lin Shi, without turning around, replied, "Gentlemanly decorum? Does it serve as sustenance?" With a stifled laugh, Li Xiao could not help but chuckle. However, her amusement was short-lived, for the darkness concealed an obstacle, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. "Ah!" she screamed. Observing this, Li Wei retrieved a flashlight from his bag, which he had been carrying on his back, and switched it on. Li Xiao found herself sprawled in the filthy mud. Infuriated, she exclaimed, "Why didn't you take out the flashlight sooner?" Li Wei explained, "The operational flashlights and batteries in the army are scarce. We must conserve them." Nowadays, flashlights and batteries had become exceedingly precious commodities. Li Xiao, seething with indignation yet reluctant to confront the soldier, stood there, half of her body drenched in mud, shivering as she hugged her arms for warmth. Approaching Lin Shi, she wore a pitiful expression. "In a way," Lin Shi interjected, knowing her intent, and firmly declined. Li Xiao, exasperated, retorted, "What is wrong with you? Are you even a man?" Yet, no matter how she protested, Lin Shi remained unmoved. When the four of them reached the entrance of the Shushi Art Academy, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The school's automatic doors were broken and currently locked. They approached the security room and tapped on the glass. The security guard, noticing the military attire of Li Wei, inquired a few questions. Upon learning that they were escorting 3 students back to the school, he permitted them entry through a small door. "Young man, do you have another flashlight? It's pitch black in here, and I can't see a thing," the security guard asked, eyeing the flashlight in Li Wei's hand. "I apologize, but I only have this one. In the coming days, the army will distribute lighting supplies," Li Wei replied. The security guard, hearing this, did not press further, sighed, and nodded. "Who knows when the electricity will be restored? You may go in." The campus at night was shrouded in darkness, enveloped in silence. Guided by Su Qin and Li Xiao, the group made their way toward the girls' dormitory. Midway, Lin Shi suddenly halted. "What are you doing?" Li Xiao shot Lin Shi a glare, exasperated. What did it matter if he was handsome if his personality was so irksome? "Silence," Lin Shi hissed, straining to listen to the sounds around them. A faint rustling noise reached his ears, seemingly drawing closer. "Where is the nearest building?" Lin Shi turned to Su Qin and Li Xiao, his voice tinged with urgency. "Why do you ask that? The dormitory is merely minutes away." "Hurry," Li Xiao, eager to return and change out of her wet clothes, which clung uncomfortably to her, urged them on. Su Qin, noting the seriousness in Lin Shi's demeanor, pointed towards the darkness on the left, albeit confused. "The gymnasium is just a few hundred meters in that direction." "Run! It's hailing," Lin Shi warned, swiftly snatching the flashlight from Li Wei and sprinting towards the direction Su Qin indicated. As for whether they would follow him, he could hardly concern himself with such matters. "What?" The 2 girls had yet to react when Li Wei had already sprinted after Lin Shi. "Wait for us." The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light source, forcing Su Qin and Li Xiao to keep pace. However, Lin Shi had vanished in a flash, leaving only a faint beam of flashlight behind, rendering the 2 unable to catch up. "What a lunatic, running away like that! Wait for us, we can't see anything," Li Xiao shouted in a fit of rage. The rustling sounds grew increasingly louder, Something was indeed drawing closer. Su Qin recalled Lin Shi's words and began to panic, desperately tapping into her stamina as a dance major. Racing toward the gymnasium as per her memory. The gymnasium? The gymnasium. Su Qin ran with all her might, completely unaware that Li Xiao had fallen far behind. Oh no! A cry of pain came from behind. Xiao Qin, I've fallen. Where are you? Wait for me. I'm so scared. Su Qin hesitated momentarily. The increasingly clear sound of ice cubes crashing to the ground made her hesitate for but a second before gritting her teeth and continuing to run. Before long, a blood-curdling scream erupted from behind. Li Xiao shrieked, and then silence ensued. Su Qin's eyes reddened. Her lips pressed tightly together as she ran with all her strength. Yet, her speed could never match that of the hailstones. A hailstone the size of a marble struck Su Qin's forehead, followed by another the size of a fist hitting her left shoulder. Su Qin winced in pain but dared not halt. In the next moment, a hailstone the size of a human head grazed her nose, crashing to the ground, nearly hitting her. Lin Shi, save me! A surge of intense fear and panic enveloped Su Qin, leaving her with no choice but to cling to the only lifeline available. The beam of the flashlight not far ahead had come to a standstill, indicating that the gymnasium was within reach. Yet, this small distance felt like an insurmountable chasm, surrounded by the thunderous sounds of colossal hailstones crashing to the ground. Perhaps in the next moment, she would meet her demise. Receiving no response, Su Qin sobbed desperately as she ran. In the obscurity of her surroundings, her internal genes rapidly mutated, breaking and reassembling at an astonishing pace. In her frantic flight, Su Qin executed astonishingly agile movements, narrowly evading several hailstones the size of human heads. However, just a few meters from the gymnasium, exhaustion overwhelmed her. Her limbs suddenly turned weak, and her vision began to blur. Just before losing consciousness, she caught a glimpse of a figure appearing before her, hoisting her onto their shoulder and sprinting away. Then, she knew nothing more. Lin Shi stood at the entrance of the gymnasium, watching as Li Wei returned, carrying Su Qin. Huff, huff, huffed. Li Wei gasped for breath. A hailstone had just struck his head. But fortunately, he was wearing a helmet, allowing him to return. However, he had been inevitably battered in several places. Su Qin's clothing was also stained with blood. Only Lin Shi remained impeccably dressed, having sought refuge beneath the gymnasium's eaves before the hailstones began to fall. He coldly observed the desperate struggle of those around him. Li Wei shot a resentful glance at Lin Shi. Aren't you classmates? Why did you stand by and do nothing? Lin Shi let out a chilling laugh. Laughter dripped with scorn. Aren't that woman and the other woman classmates as well? Why did she not come to her aid? They undoubtedly heard Li Xiao's cries for help from several hundred meters away. If Su Qin could run over, it was evident she had chosen not to assist Li Xiao. Li Wei was rendered speechless by the rebuke. Why did she not save her? Out of fear of death. Because the lives of others pale in comparison to one's own. Such is the essence of human nature. Lin Shi turned, flashlight in hand, and made his way towards the interior of the gymnasium. He was indifferent to others playing the savior. Merely offering a word of caution was the extent of his benevolence. The gymnasium was engulfed in darkness as Lin Shi stepped inside, illuminating the space with his flashlight. The first floor featured several corridors, each labeled with signs indicating their destinations. Not far ahead, an arrow pointed towards the fitness room. Lin Shi proceeded directly towards it. The fitness room was furnished with an array of exercise equipment and several yoga mats. Upon noticing Li Wei entering with Su Qin slung over his back, Lin Shi offered the space to them. You may rest here. I shall find another place to sleep. Do not follow me. He was unaccustomed to the presence of strangers during his moments of repose. Wait. It seems your classmate is having a seizure. Li Wei gently set Su Qin down. Only then did Lin Shi observe Su Qin curled up, her exquisite features contorted in agony, her limbs twitching involuntarily. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened slightly. Su Qin's current state resembled that of subject number 2 after unlocking the genetic lock, descending into a state of after effects. He gently nudged her. Su Qin? Su Qin? Yet, she was incapable of responding. Her teeth clenched as every cell in her body appeared to writhe in torment, so much so that she could not even faint. Li Wei produced a piece of cloth from somewhere, folding it and placing it in Su Qin's mouth, explaining, this will prevent her from biting herself. It seems she is experiencing a seizure, likely triggered by running too swiftly just now. Lin Shi could not refute this. In the years he had known Su Qin, he had never heard of her suffering from epilepsy, although he could not entirely dismiss the possibility of her concealing her medical history. Li Wei laid Su Qin flat, her head turned to one side, and began massaging her hands and feet. His approach was reasonably appropriate. Lin Shi positioned the flashlight higher, ensuring that most of the fitness room was illuminated. Time ticked by steadily. Due to the intensity of her clenching, Su Qin's gums began to bleed. Lin Shi yearned to ascertain whether Su Qin's current condition was indeed a side effect of unlocking the genetic lock. He recalled subject number 2 consuming the remaining half of a blue pill. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the notion of administering it to Su Qin. Subject number 2 had previously mentioned that he experienced genetic collapse only after the 5th unlocking of the genetic lock. Thus, he had endured the previous 4 instances, at least according to subject number 2. The first time had certainly been born alone. Although Lin Shi harbored doubts about the feasibility of an ordinary person unlocking their genetic lock, the current apocalypse suggested, based on information from the treasure trove, that this reboot of species would accelerate the pace of evolution. Therefore, it was not entirely implausible for an ordinary person to unlock their genetic lock when faced with life and death. Lin Shi pondered deeply. Are we to merely watch her suffer like this? Li Wei observed Su Qin's anguish with a heavy heart. What do you propose we do? Lin Shi scoffed. Are you prepared to take her to the hospital? Devoid of any means of transportation, relying solely on one's own 2 legs to carry an individual to the hospital, it is uncertain when that may be. Furthermore, hail continues to fall outside. Venturing out would be tantamount to courting death. The school does have a medical officer, yet where can one seek assistance in such dire circumstances? Moreover, you. Do not involve me, Lin Shi retorted. Are you not classmates? How can you stand idly by in the face of peril? Li Wei, filled with exasperation, felt the weight of his responsibilities as a soldier, the imperative to protect ordinary citizens ingrained in his very being. Had he not been restrained by the absence of profanities, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. This marks the 2nd occasion you have uttered that phrase. I believe I have articulated my stance quite clearly before. Lin Shi responded coldly. He cast his gaze towards the window, and in but a moment, the hail outside had lessened considerably. Li Wei retrieved a candle from his backpack, igniting it, and took the flashlight away. I cannot stand by and watch as one perishes. You stay here to tend to her. I shall venture out to investigate. Lin Shi watched Li Wei depart, murmuring softly. In this world, there remains not a single soul for whom I would risk my life to save. Chapter 51. Darkness and Light, Part 1. After Li Wei's departure, Lin Shi sat cross-legged, observing Su Qin's condition. Even as she exhibited signs of profound distress, he remained unmoved. The sweat born of her agony had drenched her hair and clothing, the thin white t-shirt clinging to her form, subtly revealing her graceful silhouette. Were it an ordinary young man in the company of a lone woman, faced with an enchanting beauty rendered defenseless, even the most restrained would find their heart racing and face flushed. However, Lin Shi harbored no such thoughts in the face of this scene. 10 minutes later, the anguish etched on Su Qin's face began to fade, her body gradually calming. Once she regained her composure, she weakly opened her eyes, glancing around. Where am I? I'm not dead. Lin Shi assisted Su Qin in leaning against the wall. You are in the gymnasium. You just experienced a medical episode, did you not? A medical episode? I am not ill. I know not what transpired. I had fainted, and then suddenly, I felt excruciating pain. Su Qin expressed confusion and lingering fear, recalling the intensity of her previous suffering. Lin Shi's gaze shifted, increasingly suspecting that she might have inadvertently activated a genetic lock. Prior to entering the gymnasium, did anything extraordinary occur, or did you experience any peculiar sensations? Su Qin shook her head. I was overwhelmed with fear, only knowing to run, but as I fled, I fainted. Who was it that saved me and brought me here? Was it you, Lin Shi? Su Qin fixed her gaze intently upon him. It was that soldier who rescued you, Lin Shi replied without affirmation. Su Qin lowered her head, the dim candlelight obscuring her expression. And where is that soldier? He went to find the school doctor. Upon hearing this, Su Qin fell silent, the atmosphere heavy with quietude for a prolonged moment, before she finally spoke softly. Why? Lin Shi looked at her. Why did you not save me? Why did you not wait for us? Had you run slower, shining the flashlight along the path, Xiao would not have perished. Why? Why have you become so cold-hearted? You caused Xiao's death." Upon uttering the final sentence, Su Qin nearly cried out. Throughout the agonizing moments that had just transpired, she had remained fully conscious, having heard the conversation between Lin Shi and Li Wei, yet found herself unable to utter a word. After enduring a series of harrowing near-death experiences, Su Qin's mental state had been reduced to a mere thread, taut and ready to snap. The question posed moments ago was the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back before her demise. Li Xiao had called out her name, but Su Qin did not turn back, nor did she pause. Unable to reconcile her conscience with the notion that she bore responsibility for Li Xiao's death, she shifted the blame entirely onto Lin Shi. Her face was a mask of accusation and resentment, her reddened eyes fixed on Lin Shi with an intensity that could pierce through steel. Lin Shi's gaze turned icy, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He had encountered such situations far too often. Whether branded as cold-hearted or selfish, the apocalypse had imparted a bloody lesson. Do not extend genuine warmth or kindness to anyone. Even though it was Lin Shi who had previously saved Su Qin, she still felt that he was the one who had caused Li Xiao's demise. Yet, Su Qin failed to consider that Lin Shi had no connection to Li Xiao. Why should he risk his life to save her? With a mere thought, a dagger materialized in Lin Shi's hand, hidden behind his back. He could not allow someone who harbored animosity towards him to remain alive, especially someone who might unlock the genetic code. That posed a threat to him. Su Qin was taken aback by the intensity of Lin Shi's gaze, retreating until her back met the cold wall. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the gym. Lin Shi swiftly concealed the dagger. Li Wei entered the gym at a brisk pace, pulling another individual along with him. Upon seeing Su Qin, he exclaimed, "You're awake?" Lin Shi stood up, noticing a man clad in a white coat, carrying a medical kit, who hastened towards Su Qin to assess her condition. Su Qin, are you all right? Is there anywhere else that hurts? The man seemed to recognize her. Su Qin's expression mirrored her surprise. Dr. Chu? Lin Shi and Li Wei stepped aside, observing Dr. Chu as he inquired about Su Qin's condition and examined her injuries. Lin Shi refrained from questioning how the bruised Li Wei had managed to locate the school doctor, instead listening intently to Su Qin's words. Her account echoed what she had just conveyed to Lin Shi. Dr. Chu suddenly turned to Lin Shi and Li Wei, stating, "Su Qin has numerous external injuries. I will treat and bandage her. You gentlemen, please step outside for a moment." Su Qin bashfully lowered her head. Lin Shi turned to leave, with Li Wei following suit, closing the door behind them as soon as the door to the gym clicked shut. Su Qin collapsed into Dr. Chu's embrace, weeping softly. Earlier, when Dr. Chu had leaned in to examine her, Su Qin had discreetly tugged at his clothing, using his form as a shield to inscribe the words "help me" in his palm. "Whoa, Dr. Chu, someone is trying to kill me." Just moments ago, Su Qin had seen Lin Shi's silhouette reflected in the glass by candlelight. She had also witnessed a dagger inexplicably appear in Lin Shi's hand. He had intended to kill her. Dr. Chu, feeling the softness of Su Qin in his arms, experienced a flicker of desire in his eyes. Gently patting her back, he reassured her, "Take your time and tell me what happened." Lin Shi and Li Wei stood outside the door. Li Wei hesitated for a moment, then said to Lin Shi, "The escort mission has been accomplished, and I should return now." Chapter 52. Darkness and Light, Part 2. Upon hearing that Li Wei was leaving, Lin Shi nodded. Li Wei took out his only individual rations from his backpack and handed them to Lin Shi. "You all can share this later. When it's time to sleep, blow out the candle. Do not waste it, as candles will become quite precious in the future." After Li Wei finished speaking, he departed, not allowing Lin Shi an opportunity to refuse. Just a few steps away, Lin Shi's voice reached him. "You need not blame yourself. Had you not followed me, all three of you would have perished." Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Li Wei paused, his eyes instantly reddening. He believed no one understood the torment within him. His question to Lin Shi was, in fact, a reflection of his own inner turmoil. Why did he not save them? At the moment he heard the hail was coming and saw Lin Shi grab the flashlight and flee, fear engulfed him. His instinctive reaction was to escape. He had served in the army for less than 2 years, initially only fulfilling his military service, when suddenly he received a state of emergency order and was thrust into the role of a full-fledged soldier. He was stunned to discover that the outside world had undergone drastic changes, and that unforeseen events might unfold in the future. At merely 21 years of age, he too felt fear. He too feared death. Yet, he was already a soldier. Protecting ordinary people is the soldier's duty. His actions amounted to desertion. Only after reaching safety did he remember that 2 female classmates were still behind. Thus, when he heard Su Qin's cries for help, he risked his life to rush out and carry her back. He even braved danger to seek the school doctor when Su Qin seemed to fall ill. To save one was to alleviate a fraction of his guilt. Lin Shi was not wrong. Had he not fled, indeed, all 3 might have perished beneath the hail. Though it did not completely erase his guilt, it brought him some solace. A fleeting light of gratitude glimmered in Li Wei's eyes as he nodded slightly. Turning his back on Lin Shi and departing, Lin Shi gazed at the individual rations in his hand, his previously cold demeanor softening just a touch. He tucked the provisions away into his storage space. Some hearts yearn for the light, while others succumb to darkness. Although Lin Shi questioned his own morality, he did not reject true goodness, for good people often meet untimely ends, and with each loss, there is one less to mourn. After a while, the gym door swung open, and Dr. Chu announced, "It's all set. You may come in now." Lin Shi stepped into the gym, seeking a corner to sit down. Su Qin stared intently at the door, noticing that no one else entered for a long while, her gaze drifting towards Lin Shi as she inquired, "What about that soldier? He has left?" Lin Shi replied casually, "He just walked away like that. Not even a word of farewell." Su Qin's voice took on a slight edge. By the time he reached the school gates, his mission was complete. "Do you expect him to pledge his life to you for saving yours?" Lin Shi retorted sharply. Su Qin's expression faltered slightly. Ignoring her, Lin Shi closed his eyes and began to rest. A flicker of anxiety crossed Su Qin's eyes as she turned to look at Dr. Chu. The school doctor, Chu, gently shook his head and declared in a clear voice, "Let us rest here for the night." Su Qin sought out a spot to lie down, stating, "I will extinguish the candle now." Upon hearing this, Su Qin found a mat and settled herself. With a soft puff, the candle flickered out. Once Chu lay down as well, a serene silence enveloped the surroundings. In the darkness, the faint rustle of clothing could be heard. Before all returned to stillness. Time passed, though its measure was unknown again. The subtle sound of shifting fabric broke the stillness. Suddenly, Su Qin opened her eyes in the obscurity and reached out to touch the school doctor beside her. He too opened his eyes, and their gazes were clear, devoid of any drowsiness. It was evident they had both remained awake. In the dark, the school doctor could not discern Su Qin's expression, so he gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her to remain calm. He then rose slowly, producing a sharp surgical knife from his pocket. Unbeknownst to him, he had removed his shoes, making no sound as his feet touched the ground, the only noise being the barely audible friction of their garments. Su Qin also sat up, her heart racing, feeling as though it might leap from her throat. She pressed her hand against her chest, fearing that the sound of her heartbeat might awaken Lin Shi. After learning of Lin Shi's intentions to kill her, Su Qin turned to the school doctor for assistance. Initially, her best option for help had been Li Wei, yet he had vanished without a trace before she could reach out to him. The school doctor informed Su Qin that for the past 2 days, neither the Public Security Bureau nor the hospital had been reachable. The entire city's communication and power had been severed. He even speculated that the entire Xiao nation, or perhaps even the eastern or northern hemispheres, had been struck by a solar storm. Just that day, the principal had sought help from the nearby Public Security Bureau, only to find it overcrowded and severely understaffed. Leaving the school without effective support, it seemed merely a matter of time before chaos ensued. Su Qin was taken aback by the school doctor's words. She recalled his earlier declaration, "Xiao Qin, I care for you deeply. I cannot allow anyone to harm you. I am willing to eliminate him. As long as you remain by my side, I would do anything for you." The intensity in the school doctor's eyes felt foreign to Su Qin. Yet, contemplating Lin Shi's murderous intent and the reality that inaction could lead to her demise, she realized she did not wish to die. Why did Lin Shi dare to kill? Why was he so cold-blooded? Was it not because order had collapsed and now, even if one took a life, there would be no consequences? If they were to kill Lin Shi, no one would ever know. Su Qin rationalized her decision, ultimately acquiescing to the school doctor's plan. However, she had not anticipated the question. Why was the school doctor willing to kill? In the darkness, a chilling smile crept across his face. These past 2 days had felt like a paradise for him, since the school had received news of the solar storm's eruption the previous day. By 10 o'clock that morning, most students had exhibited various unexplained symptoms of dizziness and nausea. Many had even succumbed to unconsciousness, including several school doctors. Yet, remarkably, only Chu had remained unaffected, merely experiencing a slight sense of nausea. In the ensuing urgency, the teachers who had not yet fainted transported the students to the school hospital, the majority of whom were treated by the school doctor himself. First, he diligently attended to the patients, but as time progressed, he discovered that no matter the methods he employed, those students who had fallen into a coma would not awaken, and there was no imminent danger to their lives. Observing the unresponsive female student on the hospital bed, the school doctor, Chu, suddenly harbored sinister thoughts. After one incident, no one noticed anything amiss. According to the school security, all surveillance cameras had malfunctioned, and the police department could not be reached. With his confidence growing bolder, over the course of a day and night, he violated more than a dozen female students, indulging in the sensations of their youthful bodies. Little did he expect that this morning, while assaulting one of the female students, she would awaken. Upon regaining consciousness, she struggled and screamed, in a state of panic. Chu killed the female student and concealed her body in a large garbage bag, hiding it within an empty refrigeration unit. This act was akin to opening Pandora's box. Utilizing the medications from the school infirmary, he injected the still unconscious female students, ensuring their continued state of oblivion, and proceeded with his heinous acts. 2 Female students, succumbing to an overdose, would never awaken again. The entire school community was plunged into chaos and terror due to the sudden emergence of these aberrations. Even after 2 days and nights had passed, no one discovered the grim reality. Should anyone inquire about the missing students, Chu would simply dismiss it, claiming they had left that evening. As Chu was once again preying upon a particular female student in the infirmary, he suddenly heard a voice calling out. The sight of Li Wei in military attire nearly frightened him out of his wits, as he feared his transgressions had been uncovered. However, Li Wei had merely come seeking assistance. Following Li Wei to the gymnasium, the ensuing events led to Su Qian requesting his aid. Upon learning that Li Wei was merely escorting them to the school and would soon depart, Chu's thoughts turned to eliminating Lin Shi. He cunningly persuaded Su Qian to agree to the murder of Lin Shi. This time, he desired not an unresponsive fish, but rather to relish the experience with a vibrant, living woman. By killing this young man, he could finally indulge in Su Qian, the beautiful woman he had long coveted. As this thought coursed through his mind, the excitement in Chu's eyes intensified. He had already positioned himself close to where Lin Shi was seated. Raising the glinting surgical knife, he plunged it down with ferocity towards that location. Chapter 53. I shoot at you. Let us see if you can dodge. The gleaming surgical knife sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lin Shi's position. Su Qian could not see what was happening, but the gruesome imagery conjured in her mind nearly compelled her to scream. She clamped her hand over her mouth to stifle any sound. However, the bloody scene she envisioned did not materialize. Chu's strike failed to hit anything. He was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Where are you? Are you looking for me? A sudden burst of bright light accompanied Lin Shi's voice, illuminating the darkness. Lin Shi stood 2 meters away from Chu, wielding a powerful flashlight that dispelled the shadows of the gymnasium. Su Qian could no longer contain her surprise and gasped aloud. How could you be there? I distinctly remember you were sleeping in that spot. Chu shielded his eyes from the blinding light with one hand while brandishing the surgical knife at Lin Shi with the other. Oh, I simply changed my place to sleep after extinguishing the candles, Lin Shi replied. Impossible. We have not heard a single sound of your movement. And from where did you procure that flashlight? The expression on Su Qian's face was one of sheer panic at being discovered. Lin Shi shrugged, addressing Su Qian's inquiry. I truly cannot determine whether to commend your cleverness or to deem you foolish. All I had to do was shift my position before lying down on this school doctor's bed, and the sound of his movements would mask the sound of mine. Naturally, the flashlight was retrieved from my backpack. By the way, what brings you two here in the dead of night? Are you plotting to murder me? Lin Shi turned to Su Qian with a disarming smile. However, I have a peculiar habit of never sleeping in a room with strangers. If I were to do so, I would undoubtedly remain wide awake. Having navigated the trials of a post-apocalyptic world, he was all too familiar with the malice inherent in human nature. The moment he laid eyes on the school doctor, he discerned a brutal aura about him. As if he had recently committed murder, when the candlelight extinguished, he cautiously shifted his position. Furthermore, since his rebirth, Lin Shi had become acutely sensitive to the gaze of others. Even in darkness, he could perceive an almost imperceptible intent to kill. Thus, he had long since kept his eyes open, for he had no desire to prolong the night. Lin Shi's eerie smile, coupled with the current atmosphere, sent a shiver down Su Qin's spine. Was this truly the Lin Shi she once knew? Without further ado, Lin Shi advanced a few steps, effortlessly seizing the scalpel from the school doctor's hands and plunging it into his chest. No. Su Qin's voice echoed as the scalpel found its mark in the school doctor's heart. The action was so swift that the school doctor had no time to react. Overwhelmed by the blinding light, he could only cast a disbelieving glance at his chest. The scalpel was fully embedded in his heart, leaving only the handle visible, as vivid blood radiated outward from the wound. In the next instant, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lin Shi remained calm, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, turning to Su Qin, who was now speechless with terror. Since awakening from the geomagnetic storm, he had discovered an extraordinary enhancement to his physical abilities. Whether in speed, strength, or reflexes, he surpassed his former self by a considerable margin. Su Qin's eyes widened in fear, her body seemingly nailed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "Please, don't kill me." Realizing her fate, Su Qin pleaded in despair, "I can be your girlfriend. Please spare my life. You can do anything you wish to me. I beg you, Lin Shi. We were good friends back in high school, weren't we? In truth, I have always held feelings for you." Desperation mingled with a flicker of hope in Su Qin's eyes as she desperately attempted to convey affection. "Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity." Lin Shi smiled, his gaze as frigid as unmelting ice, his words chilling to the bone. "I will shoot at you, and if you manage to evade the bullet, I shall let you go." Su Qin's pupils dilated in terror, as if she had encountered a specter, watching in horror as a handgun materialized in Lin Shi's hand, aimed squarely at her. "I will count down from 3, and then I will fire." Lin Shi did not afford Su Qin a chance to object, commencing the countdown directly. 3. Su Qin's eyes were filled with despair. Suddenly, her gaze shifted. Before she could even count to 1, Lin Shi pulled the trigger. In that instant, Su Qin's entire demeanor transformed. Her pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, and the bullet that seemed impossible to evade was narrowly dodged as her body instinctively tilted to the side. Realizing she had escaped the bullet, a frenzied joy surged across Su Qin's face. Her heart screamed in exhilaration. "I survived. I made it." But before the ecstasy could fade, a burst of crimson erupted on Su Qin's shoulder. She cried out in pain, clutching her shoulder as she collapsed to the ground. It was Lin Shi who had fired again. She could only evade a single shot. Lin Shi wore a look of disappointment. His intention had merely been to extract one last ounce of value from Su Qin before her demise, to ascertain whether she could indeed unlock her genetic potential in a life-or-death scenario. Now he was certain that she had indeed activated her genetic lock. Chapter 54. The return. At present, Lin Shi was 70% convinced that the unlocking of the genetic lock was intrinsically linked to an acute life-threatening crisis. "You deceiver." Su Qin wished to confront Lin Shi, demanding to know why he had broken his word. Yet, in the next moment, she crumpled to the ground, her body convulsing violently. 8 seconds elapsed from the moment Su Qin evaded the bullet to her collapse. Lin Shi observed her intently. This time, Su Qin did not lose consciousness, but her body exhibited the same reactions as before. Was it painful? Lin Shi noted that the side effects of Su Qin's second activation of the genetic lock were markedly more severe than the first. Blood seeped from her ears, nose, and the corners of her mouth, while her eyes swelled with crimson threads. Su Qin could not utter a sound. She fixed her gaze on Lin Shi, her eyes unmistakably pleading. "End my suffering." Lin Shi stood by impassively. Ultimately, after 17 minutes, the side effects subsided, and Su Qin lapsed into unconsciousness. Lin Shi holstered his pistol and plunged a knife into Su Qin's heart, extinguishing her life. Glancing at his mechanical watch, he noted it was already past 3 in the morning. It was time for him to depart. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to conceal the bodies of the school doctor and Su Qin within his spatial storage, wary of any future discoveries that might arise from their remains. Outside, an unexpected gust of wind had begun to howl, rattling the glass windows of the Taekwondo studio. The indoor temperature, once a comfortable 12 degrees, had plummeted to around 10. The outside air was likely only 5 or 6 degrees. Lin Shi retrieved a warmer outfit and changed. Grabbing a flashlight, he navigated through the Shushi Art Academy. The pitch-black road lay silent, marked only by puddles left by the hail. After walking a few hundred meters, Lin Shi took out a shared bicycle, securing the flashlight to the front. he pedaled towards the Shushi Cross-Sea Bridge. With several corpses stored within his spatial area, the thought of their presence amidst the abundant food was unsettling. Lin Shi resolved to dispose of these bodies under the cover of night. After traveling a few kilometers, fog began to envelop the surroundings, reducing visibility. Occasionally, he encountered one or two stark white corpses, victims of the hail. Some bodies had their heads crushed, brain matter exposed, while others were mangled, blood pooling around them. In the eerie stillness of such a dark night, the scene appeared particularly sinister and terrifying. Lin Shi displayed little in the way of emotional response. Having encountered numerous corpses in the apocalypse, he had grown desensitized to such gruesome scenes. The hailstorm in Shushi occurred at night. Had it been like the one in his previous life in Heist during the day, the number of fatalities would have been far greater. After approximately 20 minutes, several bodies were unceremoniously tossed into the sea by Lin Shi, akin to dumplings being dropped into boiling water. He also took the opportunity to cleanse the blood from the bulletproof SUV. Once the vehicle was purged of the crimson stains, he set off towards the safe house. At this hour, the streets were largely deserted. Even if someone heard the sound of the vehicle, they would be unable to discern who was driving. With its high chassis, the SUV could simply roll over any bodies without the need to disembark. It was far more convenient than riding a shared bicycle. Naturally, Lin Shi was not foolish enough to cycle through the cold wind. As he navigated through the urban landscape, a few individuals heard the vehicle pass beneath their windows. "Darling, wake up. I think I heard a car." "Oh, stop it, dear. Just go back to sleep. You must be dreaming." "A car? Are there still any operational vehicles?" Someone opened a window to peer down, only to be met with a gust of frigid air, prompting them to hastily shut the window again. The road was occasionally obstructed by corpses and debris. So Lin Shi maintained a moderate speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. As dawn broke, he stowed the vehicle in his spatial storage and switched back to the shared bicycle. With the light of day illuminating his path, Lin Shi observed a greater number of hurried pedestrians than the previous day, nearly all of them young adults. While many had donned short-sleeved shirts yesterday, today they all wore long-sleeved jackets, albeit most of the garments appeared rather flimsy, as Lin Shi had anticipated. In a city like Shushi, where summer prevailed nearly all year round, the local populace had little preparation for winter attire. The fog thickened and sporadic snowflakes began to fall, an almost unimaginable occurrence in Shushi. Even the most oblivious individuals could sense that something was amiss. Those who had rushed to hoard food the day before were now frantically seeking clothing and bedding. Many on the streets had lips tinged blue from the cold. Yet even as the biting wind assaulted them, they had no choice but to venture outside. Their homes still housed the elderly and children who desperately required warm supplies. However, it remained uncertain how many of the family breadwinners would return alive today. A blizzard was imminent. Lin Shi observed individuals so overcome by the cold that they smashed the glass of unoccupied shops. They ripped down curtains or pilfered other items to stave off the chill. Order was beginning to unravel. In the face of the apocalypse, survival could prompt any manner of desperate actions. Around 6 in the morning, Lin Shi finally returned to Wulong village. The mountain leading to his safe house lay just beyond the village. He would have to either circumvent it or traverse through the village itself. Knowing the villagers' tendencies, Lin Shi wisely opted for the longer route to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, today, a throng of villagers had gathered along his path just outside the village. On the cement road outside the village, a dozen or so villagers wielded kitchen knives, hoes, firewood axes, and clubs, forming a barricade in the middle of the road. The cacophony of their shouts emanated from the circle. "Hit! Hit! Kill it! Liangzi, hurry up, on such a frigid day. I've longed to indulge in a sumptuous dog meat hot pot. What is there to fear? It is merely a beast, and we are numerous. Why don't you take the lead?" Among the villagers, a dog, already battered and bruised, was baring its teeth and emitting a menacing growl. Judging by its physique, it was a large breed, its once vibrant coat obscured beneath layers of dirt. Its round eyes betrayed a fierce demeanor, and as it snarled, the sharp fangs glistened with traces of blood. Astonishingly, its eyes were heterochromatic, one a deep ocean blue, the other a striking crimson. It is merely an animal. With our collective strength, how could it possibly inflict lethal harm? If we slay this creature, each of us could enjoy several pounds of meat, and it is impossible to procure any at the market now. The speaker was none other than Li Chong, who had recently attempted to extort money outside Lin Shi's safe house. Although Li Chong made a valid point, no one dared to take the initiative. They all awaited someone else to distract the dog, allowing them to safely capture it. Who would want to be bitten for nothing? Finally, the village chief, the eldest among them, made a decision. All right, Chong and Liang, you two are the strongest. You goat. Li Chong and Wang Liang exchanged a glance, both understanding the unspoken message. Wang Liang protested, Uncle, if you put it that way, I might as well go home. Why must it always fall upon me and Chong to take the risks? Li Chong echoed Wang Liang's sentiments. Exactly. Last time I was sent up the mountain, my father ended up with a broken arm, and I still haven't managed to collect any compensation from that scoundrel. Yesterday, Li Chong had pounded on the door of Lin Shi's safe house, exhausting himself in vain, and now, without any money to show for it, and having already spent thousands on medical expenses, he harbored a silent vow to make Lin Shi pay next time they crossed paths. Just as fate would have it, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air, and obscured by the snow and mist, Lin Shi only noticed the figures ahead when they were mere meters away. The villagers spotted Lin Shi, and Li Chong, brandishing a chopping knife, bellowed angrily, "You little brat! Finally found you!" Chapter 55. Assault with a deadly weapon. Li Chong scarcely spared a thought for the dog as he strode up to block Lin Shi's path, his demeanor menacing. "You owe me, for my father's medical expenses, for emotional distress, for lost wages, for nutritional costs. The total amounts to 500,000. I recall you mentioning 50,000 last time?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Dismounting his shared bicycle with an unhurried demeanor, Li Chong's eyes widened in fury. Last time was last time. Look at the state of things now. Just a few days ago, meat was barely a few yuan per pound, and now it costs 50 yuan for hardly a pound. How can it possibly be the same? The other villagers began to close in on Lin Shi. According to village custom, regardless of the amount demanded, it was customary for the villagers to share it equally. Compared to 500,000, what was a single dog worth? "What if I refuse?" Lin Shi asked, unperturbed by the encroaching crowd, his expression calm. "Refuse? Huh? Ask our weapons if they concur. You wouldn't dare to call the authorities for help, would you? Go ahead and try," a villager, fully aware that all electronic devices had become ineffective, brazenly declared. "Listen here, lad. This village and the surrounding hills are under our dominion. If you cannot produce any money, you shall not leave today. Indeed. Hurry up and hand over the cash, or we shall break your legs," shouted another villager wielding a stick, his voice menacing. "You must understand, young man, if you refuse to pay, each of them will strike you with their clubs, and they might just end your life," the village chief admonished, feigning concern while discreetly gesturing behind his back. Upon noticing the chief's signals, Li Chong realized it was a warning meant to intimidate him, and a surge of joy filled his heart. He finally had the opportunity to avenge the slap he had endured previously. Unlike before, he now had a dozen allies at his back, leaving Li Chong unconcerned about Lin Shi retaliating as he had done last time. This time, he was determined to teach this young man a lesson, making him aware of his own strength. With a sinister grin, Li Chong took 2 steps toward Lin Shi and swung a powerful slap toward his face. The force of the blow was akin to a gust of wind, and should it connect, an ordinary person would surely be sent sprawling to the ground. The other villagers watched with anticipation. However, Lin Shi was destined to disappoint them. He swiftly grasped Li Chong's hand. With a resounding crack, a sharp slap landed on Li Chong's face. The scene felt eerily familiar. Leaving Li Chong momentarily dazed, he spun around, collapsing to the ground, the axe he had been holding slipping from his grasp. His head buzzed, and something seemed to be in his mouth. Upon inspection, he discovered it was 2 bloody teeth, a clear indication that Lin Shi had held nothing back. The other villagers fell silent, the atmosphere thick with an eerie stillness. Despite their numerical superiority, they had never imagined Lin Shi would dare retaliate so fiercely while surrounded. Li Chong was infuriated. The earlier incident where Lin Shi had struck him had gone unseen by anyone but his family, yet it lingered in his memory. Now, however, he had been humiliated in front of the entire village. The pain in his face ignited a surge of rage within him. "I will kill you," he roared, scrambling to his feet and grabbing the axe, aiming it at Lin Shi's head. It became evident that a small fraction of individuals could be overtaken by their emotions, leading them to act irrationally and regrettably for the rest of their lives. Li Chong was now blinded by fury. "Li Chong, stop!" 2 voices echoed in unison. Yet, Li Chong appeared oblivious, his axe continuing its trajectory toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi stood motionless, seemingly paralyzed with fear. The more timid villagers averted their gaze. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, a bang. The sound of a gunshot startled birds within 100 meters. Li Chang's agonized scream coincided with the gunfire in that fleeting moment before the shot. A dog had latched onto Li Chang's left leg. Indeed, it was the very dog that had been encircled by the villagers moments earlier. Upon escaping the encirclement, the dog did not flee but rather cautiously circled back to the patch of weeds beside the cement ground. Lin Shi felt a twinge of surprise. He had just noticed the dog but had paid it no mind. To his astonishment, it had come to his aid during Li Chang's assault. Li Chang was struck in the side by a bullet, causing the machete in his hand to clatter to the ground as he fell. The dog immediately darted aside. The gunshot startled everyone present except Lin Shi. The villagers erupted in chaos. "Do not move. All weapons down. Raise your hands." 2 security officers emerged from the village, their expressions gravely serious, each wielding a firearm. They had been dispatched to notify the villages and counties to take precautions against the cold, stockpile supplies, and heed other advisories. After finding other villages in good order, they arrived at Wulong village only to discover the village chief was missing. Upon inquiring, they learned he was outside dealing with a dog. To their shock, they stumbled upon a scene of knife-wielding violence. The individual who had just fired the shot was one of the 2 officers, the same one who had previously shouted for the assailant to cease. The villagers glanced at the fallen Li Chang and then at the gun in the officer's hand, the reality of the situation compelling them to discard their weapons. The clattering sound echoed as they hit the ground. The officer raised his gun and commanded, "Everyone crouch down. Form a line by the roadside." The villagers complied. Lin Shi also obediently crouched down next to Li Chang, who was still alive, lying on the ground with wide eyes fixed intently on Lin Shi. If looks could kill, Lin Shi might have been torn to shreds. Observing Li Chang's expression, Lin Shi felt a sudden morbid amusement. Chapter 56. The villagers face consequences a normal person might feel a chill in their heart when met with such a resentful gaze from a dying man. Yet Lin Shi was evidently unfazed. He slightly parted his lips, keeping his mouth still, and spoke in a tone only the 2 could hear. "Rest assured, you shall not die alone. I shall ensure your parents and sister join you shortly." Upon hearing these words, Li Chang's eyes bulged with fury, and in a fit of rage, he kicked his legs and rolled his eyes back. One of the security officers approached to assess Li Chang's condition. Lin Shi composed his expression, adopting a look of one who had narrowly escaped disaster. The officer, upon discovering that Li Chang had succumbed, turned to his companion and said, "The assailant is dead. Are you all right? Were you injured?" The officer inquired of Lin Shi. "No. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. These villagers have been extorting us." The village chief, with a sudden glint in his eyes, squeezed out tears and knelt on the ground, interrupting Lin Shi. "Heavens! What sins have we committed?" The village chief wept profusely, kneeling and pounding his chest, crying out, "Old Li, your hand was broken by this villain, and your son Chang has been killed by him. How can I face your family?" The village chief knelt before the villagers, gesturing with his other hand behind him. The villagers immediately understood the signal. Wang Liang, face full of indignation, pointed to the 2 teeth that Li Chang had lost on the ground and exclaimed, "This scoundrel broke Chang's father's hand, and we demand medical expenses for Chang. Yet he not only refused but also knocked out Chang's teeth. Officers, look at these 2 teeth on the ground and then at Chang's face." The security personnel indeed discovered 2 teeth on the ground. Upon inspecting Li Chang's face, it was evident that he had been severely beaten, his entire visage swollen and bruised. The reality of Li Chang's involvement in a homicide was undeniable. Thus, the intention to drag this impertinent youth down with him arose, to see if he would still dare to act so arrogantly. A glint of malice flickered in Wang Liang's eyes. The village chief cast an approving glance at Wang Liang, recognizing him as his most promising successor. Indeed, Chang was only responding in self-defense after being cornered. To inflict such harm upon someone and not allow them to retaliate. How unjust. How tragic it was for Chang. He had 2 elderly parents and an unmarried sister at home. What would become of them? Is there no longer any sense of justice in this world? The villagers, having cooperated countless times over the years, were well practiced and spoke up readily. The 2 security officers furrowed their brows. "Did you strike him?" they inquired. Lin Shi did not deny it. "He came at me with a knife. I was merely defending myself." In such situations, it's best to flee. Your life is of utmost importance, do you understand? One of the security officers remarked, patting Lin Shi on the shoulder. This village was renowned far and wide, and the two officers were already familiar with its reputation. Naturally, they were skeptical of the villagers' accounts. They had witnessed the assailant wielding a knife, while a group of villagers surrounded Lin Shi with weapons drawn, glaring menacingly. Most importantly, Lin Shi was unarmed, clearly the victim in this scenario. Lin Shi's expression was one of mild astonishment. This was not an act on his part. He had anticipated a confrontation with the villagers. However, he quickly grasped the situation. The villagers were left dumbfounded. They had relied on their numbers and teamwork countless times to evade the security officers, but this time, their numerical advantage would not dictate the outcome. Officer, he attacked someone. Why do you still favor him? Wang Liang questioned indignantly. Even in a brawl, that does not justify murder, the officer replied. You all surrounded him with weapons. Even if he retaliated, it would be considered self-defense. We witnessed it ourselves. Each of you was armed and prepared to commit a violent act in broad daylight. Another officer added, We brought these tools to deal with a dog, a villager protested. Where is the dog? The villagers scanned their surroundings. The dog had long since fled. There was no sign of it. The officers looked sternly at the villagers, declaring, You are all to remain in the village and await further investigation. Understood? Times have changed. Had this occurred a few days prior, they would have diligently pursued a thorough investigation and dealt with the matter severely, bringing everyone back to the station. However, at present, they had more pressing matters to attend to. A dozen villagers wore expressions of discontent. The respect that ordinary people held for security personnel could not be so easily erased. Although they knew there were no longer any surveillance cameras, they dared not brazenly confront the officers. Noticing that the villagers merely glared in silence, the two security officers exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of relief. As members of the system, they were acutely aware that order was beginning to slip from their grasp. Although the truth was apparent, the two officers still pulled Lin Shi aside to inquire about the events that transpired. A simple record was made. Lin Shi candidly recounted how the Lichang family had first attempted to swindle him at his doorstep, leading to an accidental mishap where he inadvertently injured the hand of old man Li. He had promised compensation of 50,000, but following a demand for 500,000 today, a conflict ensued. The two security personnel nodded in understanding, finding the situation aligned with their suspicions. One of the officers addressed Lin Shi, saying, Would you accompany us to the town? We can arrange for you to have a place to stay. The situation here is quite unstable and remote. It is challenging for us to ensure your safety. The implication was clear. They feared the villagers might retaliate against Lin Shi. The villagers, seething with anger, gritted their teeth, disdainfully cursing the officers. Unexpectedly, Lin Shi declined the offer. I won't go. The officer pulled Lin Shi aside and whispered earnestly, Once we leave, if these villagers trouble you, we will be unable to assist. Lin Shi met the officer's gaze, recognizing the genuine concern for his well-being. Yet, he could only reject their goodwill, stating, I will take care of myself. I have learned some martial arts. Besides, my home is secure. They cannot harm me. After a few more attempts to persuade him, the officers, seeing his resolute stance, ultimately relented. If anything happens, make sure to seek help at the nearest town security office. Understood? Lin Shi nodded. Seeking help was out of the question. It was the villagers who would require assistance. The two officers, with their backs turned to the villagers, failed to notice the malevolent expressions displayed by the group. At that moment, the villagers exhibited a mixture of malice and hostility as they fixed their eyes on Lin Shi, some even making provocative gestures towards him. The village chief also regarded Lin Shi with a dark scowl. Their village had never suffered such a significant loss before. In the face of their hostility, Lin Shi merely curled his lips into a cold smirk. One officer noticed Lin Shi's demeanor and turned to look, prompting the villagers to instantly revert to their normal expressions, although the officer still caught a glimpse of several unkind glances. You may all return to the village now. Remember to stay indoors for the next few days. Village chief, stay behind. The officer had firmly resolved to sternly admonish the village chief. The other villagers cast one last menacing look at Lin Shi before dispersing. You should also head back. Try to avoid going out and be sure to keep warm and stock up on food. The officer advised Lin Shi. Lin Shi acknowledged the warning. As he mounted a shared bicycle, he cast a glance back at the thicket where the dog had previously hidden, now conspicuously empty. Perhaps his arrival had inadvertently provided the dog with an escape. The dog had leapt to his defense during Li Chang's assault. Truly, it was a grateful creature. Lin Shi suddenly felt a pang of regret for having previously given up on the idea of keeping a dog. The journey back up the mountain went smoothly, however. Upon reaching the summit, he spotted a pitch-black dog sitting in the open space by the entrance. Lin Shi's spirits lifted unexpectedly. "Were you waiting for me?" Chapter 57. Partner 1, were you waiting for me? The dog merely gazed at Lin Shi in silence. He casually returned the shared bicycle to its designated space. With a dog, he felt no need to conceal anything. Yet, he instinctively glanced at the dog's expression. The dog observed Lin Shi's hand as he returned the bicycle to its space, tilting its head slightly, a hint of curiosity flickering in its lively, unusual eyes. It seems perplexing to comprehend how this hand can make things vanish into thin air. The expression on such a large dog is indeed rather amusing, which also serves to affirm the dog's intelligence. Lin Shi initially harbored the intention of adopting a sled dog, but that notion was abandoned after a fire destroyed the sled in his warehouse. Dogs do not possess the ability to speak, nor do they divulge their secrets, and they certainly do not betray their companions. Although he has never owned a dog, he has heard tales of their unwavering loyalty to their owners. Perhaps this dog could also be a commendable choice. Lin Shi tentatively approached the dog, taking a few steps closer. The dog stood up and retreated a step, appearing somewhat anxious. He immediately halted, feeling a twinge of disappointment. This dog clearly seemed to be a stray, possibly abandoned by its previous owner, and having suffered trauma, it was only natural for it to be wary of human proximity. He could not impose his presence upon it, nor would he insist. Yesterday, amidst the containers at the port, he had come across a shipment of pet supplies, and he casually retrieved a packet of dog food from his belongings, placing it before the dog. "Food. Go home." He then circumvented the dog and proceeded towards the door. After taking only a few steps, he felt a familiar gaze upon him from behind. Turning around, he was astonished to see the dog carrying the dog food, eagerly following him. His eyes flickered with realization, and he inquired, "Were you the one who spied on me in the woods last time?" Upon uttering these words, Lin Shi could not help but chuckle. How could a dog possibly understand his speech? Yet, to his astonishment, this dog displayed remarkable intelligence. It dropped the food from its mouth and opened it, barking, "Woof." Could it truly be? Did it wish to accompany him home? Lin Shi felt a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. "Woof." The dog advanced a few steps while still clutching the food, pausing to observe Lin Shi's expression, seemingly seeking confirmation that he bore no ill will towards its approach. Ultimately, it cautiously approached Lin Shi, lying down and gently wagging its tail, gazing up at him. At this moment, Lin Shi no longer doubted the dog's comprehension of his words. He bent down, extending his hand to stroke the dog's head. The dog instinctively flinched, yet ultimately remained still, allowing Lin Shi to caress it. These reactions clearly indicated its subconscious aversion to human contact. Lin Shi understood that had he not inadvertently saved its life, given the dog's evident hostility and wariness towards humans, it would not have accepted him so readily. It appeared that they shared a remarkable bond. Lin Shi smiled, locking eyes with the dog's unusual gaze, and earnestly declared, "Let us go home. From this day forth, we shall rely on each other." The dog returned his gaze with equal seriousness, seemingly responding in silence. Upon reaching the safety of his abode, Lin Shi first examined the dog's wounds. The injuries were severe. Its matted fur was marred in several places, with skin flayed and bloodied. Most of the wounds were fresh, still oozing blood. Many of the injuries were concealed beneath the filthy, dark fur, and had Lin Shi not scrutinized closely, he would have been oblivious to the extent of the dog's injuries. Yet, astonishingly, it still lunged at him as if it were unharmed. "You are quite the trooper," Lin Shi remarked with a hint of exasperation. Such grave injuries, if left unattended, would lead to infection and ultimately death within a matter of days. He could only hope that the dog had suffered no internal injuries. "I am going to tend to your wounds now. I will need to shave some of your fur, and it may sting a bit, so please bear with me." Seeing that the dog showed no further reaction, Lin Shi retrieved disinfectant, a grooming razor, bandages, and medical sutures from his space, and began to tend to its wounds. He meticulously shaved the fur, disinfected, stitched, applied medication, and bandaged the injuries. It took him over 3 hours to attend to all the wounds, after which he administered half a tube of anti-inflammatory injection. Remarkably, the entire procedure was carried out without anesthesia. The dog remained remarkably still and silent, allowing Lin Shi to work on it without any signs of distress. You truly are a tough creature, enduring the treatment without a single whimper, despite Lin Shi's less than gentle touch. Lin Shi patted the dog's head and took out a blanket to cover it. Due to the numerous wounds and the filthy condition of the dog's fur, some of which was matted, he decided to shave all the hair off, leaving it entirely bare. The dog now appeared somewhat comical in its baldness. Upon shaving, it became evident just how gaunt the creature was, with its ribs distinctly visible beneath its skin. Sensing the temperature dropping, Lin Shi stoked the heater, quickly dispersing the chill that had settled in the living room. After clearing away the debris on the floor, he began to prepare lunch. As he stepped into the kitchen, he noticed the dog had followed him, quietly lying at his feet. "You've had stitches. You should limit your movement and stay in the living room." The dog, tail drooping, obediently left. "By the way, should I give you a name?" Lin Shi suddenly pondered. Having never owned a pet before, primarily due to the fact that the woman he once knew had a strong aversion to small animals and the excess fur they shed, he lacked any experience in this regard. Upon hearing that it might receive a name, the dog halted, looking up at Lin Shi with hopeful eyes. "What about?" Lin Shi gazed at the awkwardly naked dog, still adorned with threads from the sutures, lost in thought. "Platter? Iron Man? Blue-red?" The dog's expression visibly sagged. "Haha, I'm just teasing you." With the addition of a new member to his household, Lin Shi found himself speaking more freely. "How about calling you Demon King? Woof. Demon King? Woof. Demon King woof." After preparing a generous meal of meat, Lin Shi discovered that the Demon King preferred it raw, leading him to pull out a substantial piece of raw beef from his space. Having satisfied their hunger, both man and dog were resting when a commotion erupted outside. Bang, 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 bang. It was the sound of someone pounding on the door. Chapter 58. The village chief schemed. Several dozen villagers, young and old, male and female, stood menacingly at the door of Lin Shi's safe house, armed with farming tools and clubs. At the forefront were the same group of young men Lin Shi had encountered earlier in the day outside the village. Wang Liang and another villager were vigorously smashing the door with a hoe. However, after several attempts, the door bore only a few marks, showing no signs of giving way. "Oh my son, you died such a tragic death. Why must my life be so bitter, sending a white-haired person to mourn a black-haired one?" cried Aunt Li, supported by Li Tuna, weeping amidst the crowd. "We must tear down this door today, to avenge Qiangzi. That brat must pay with his life." For Qiangzi's revenge, the furious shouts of dozens of villagers echoed through the mountains. Although Li Chang was not killed by Lin Shi, they dared not confront the peacekeepers and naturally placed the blame squarely on Lin Shi's shoulders. For over a decade, the villagers have brazenly extorted a considerable number of outsiders, rarely encountering failure, let alone suffering significant losses. Mere moments after the security officer departed, the village chief summoned a third of the villagers to seek retribution. He paid no heed to the officer's warnings, as rumors circulated that chaos had erupted beyond their borders. Did this not imply that the villagers could act with greater audacity, unchallenged by anyone? The village chief pondered silently. In truth, had it not been for Lin Shi's arrival, Wulong village would have evolved into a small sanctuary for survivors in the apocalypse, with the village chief at the helm. These villagers, indoctrinated by their chief over the years, were united in purpose and obedient to his every command. As long as they avoided direct confrontation with the authorities, they could wield immense power in this small realm, acting with impunity. When one villager found the door resistant to their efforts, he raised a hoe and struck the outer wall. With a resounding clang, a faint mark appeared on the wall, and the hoe rebounded. The force of the impact caused the villager to lose grip of the hoe, nearly striking another who stood behind him. "Chief, this thing is too sturdy. We cannot break through." Wang Liang gasped for breath. The village chief, deep in thought, fixed his gaze upon Lin Shi's reinforced door. "Keep striking. I refuse to believe he will remain hidden forever." Wang Liang had no choice but to continue hammering alongside another villager. Just as the villagers presumed Lin Shi would remain a coward, the lock emitted a click, and the door swung open. Lin Shi stepped outside, glancing at the scratches left by the hoe on the door, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "What are you doing?" The villagers, who had been anxiously awaiting Lin Shi's emergence in the biting wind, could hardly contain their impatience. One middle-aged villager, in his 40s, stepped forward without awaiting the chief's signal. advancing toward Lin Shi and pointing an accusatory finger at him. "How dare you ask what we're doing? Debts must be repaid, and blood must be avenged. You—" Before the villager could finish his tirade, Lin Shi, observing the finger mere inches away, slightly furrowed his brow and seized the finger, twisting it with force. The sharp crack of the finger breaking echoed alongside the villager's anguished scream, draining the color from his face. Lin Shi released his grip and delivered a swift kick to the middle-aged villager's abdomen, sending him sprawling as the others hurriedly dodged out of the way. The fallen villager clutched his belly in agony, unable to rise. Lin Shi surveyed the crowd of villagers. "If you wish to speak, do so properly. I detest being pointed at." The villagers were momentarily taken aback by Lin Shi's ferocity. However, they were not virtuous individuals either, and soon their eyes gleamed with malice once more. The village chief stepped forward, asserting, "Young man, you initiated this altercation. Violence will lead to imprisonment." Lin Shi found the village chief's words to be particularly amusing. It was no wonder that an adage circulated online. Some individuals, when reasoned with, resort to thuggery, but when confronted with thuggery, they appeal to reason. Observing Lin Shi's silence, the village chief assumed he had instilled fear. With a calculating glint in his eye, he continued, "At your age, having a criminal record could tarnish your entire future." The village chief feigned concern for Lin Shi's well-being. When Lin Shi did not refute, he continued, "We can refrain from reporting this incident. As long as you compensate for the losses our village has incurred, we can consider this matter, along with Xiangzi's affair, settled. What do you say? It cannot be settled. Kill him to avenge my son. He is the sole heir of the Li family." Upon hearing the village chief's words, old lady Li became emotionally agitated, crying and shouting. The village chief exchanged glances with those behind him, and immediately someone covered old lady Li's mouth. "So, what do you think? Would you like to reconsider?" The village chief rubbed his hands together, his gaze shifting towards the safe house behind Lin Shi. Unlike the other ignorant villagers, he understood that chaos was rapidly unfolding outside. Power outages, vehicles immobilized, and snow falling in June. Should the situation continue to deteriorate, it could very well herald the end of the world. He had to think of his own future. It must be said that the village chief of Wulong village, who could lead the entire village to prosperity, possessed a certain level of cunning. Lin Shi regarded the village chief with a half-smile and asked, "You wish for me to compensate you?" A glimmer of sinister calculation flickered in the village chief's eyes as he smiled. "As for the money, just a token amount will suffice. We do not require much. Simply hand over the house behind you, and that will do." The ATM was out of order, and the bank was congested with people. The village chief was well aware that money could not be withdrawn at this moment. What he sought was merely a place to secure his existence before the chaos erupted. Lin Shi's eyes grew colder. It turned out they had set their sights on his safe house. How naive of them! His expression hardened as he declared, "Get lost?" The smile on the village chief's face froze, and anger flared in his eyes. "Young man, think carefully. If it weren't for those two meddling security guards this morning, you would have been hacked to death by Xiangzi." The implication was that Lin Shi had merely escaped death by chance that morning. The other villagers harbored similar sentiments. They were numerous, and even if Lin Shi was strong, they were all accustomed to hard labor. There is an old saying, no matter how skilled one is in martial arts, one still fears a kitchen knife. They had witnessed Lin Shi nearly being killed by Li Chang that morning. You may not know, but outside is already in disarray. Even if a murder were to occur, and a body were discarded, no one would investigate. I advise you to think carefully about what is more important, your life or some trivial possessions. The village chief narrowed his eyes. These words were an overt threat. The other villagers immediately picked up their weapons, aligning with the village chief, displaying a fierce and eager demeanor. Lin Shi scoffed. These people believed that their numbers could intimidate him into submission. Little did they know that had it not been for the troops in Shushi, he would have killed them without hesitation. If they sought death, he would not show mercy. "Old fool, if you wish to take my belongings, you shall do so over my dead body. Spare me your empty threats." Chapter 59. The emergence of the beasts. The village chief completely lost his patience, his face twisting with rage. "Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish." Wang Liang and the villagers who were smashing the door exchanged glances, and one on the left and one on the right raised their hammers, swinging them towards Lin Shi. Though a hammer strike would not result in immediate death, it would surely cause fractures and internal injuries. In the current state of medical conditions, Suffering severe injuries is far more terrifying than dying on the spot. Upon witnessing this scene, Aunt Lee ceased her struggles, her eyes betraying a twisted satisfaction at the prospect of revenge. However, before her smile could fully bloom, the situation took a sudden turn for the worse. As the two figures shifted, Lin Shi also sprang into action. Arriving just in time, he seized hold of Wang Liang's hammer handle, pulling both man and weapon towards him. In the midst of Wang Liang's shock, the hammers collided with a resounding clang, one belonging to Wang and the other wielded by a fellow villager. The latter's grip shattered, and with a powerful kick from Lin Shi, he was sent sprawling, the hammer flying from his grasp and striking another villager on the head. The unfortunate recipient of the blow collapsed instantly, rendering him unconscious, his fate uncertain. A few women among the villagers let out startled cries. Observing this, the village chief retreated into the crowd, directing the others. "You five, join forces and take him down." The 5 villagers brandished their axes and advanced menacingly towards Lin Shi. With an all-out assault, they swung their weapons at him. Lin Shi, shaking off Wang Liang, drew the knife that had been secured at his back, his gaze sharpening with fierce determination as he met the villagers head-on. With a deft sidestep, he evaded their strikes, slipping into the gaps of their attack. The blade sliced effortlessly across the throat of the nearest assailant. Avoiding the spattering blood, he spun around, finding himself behind 4 others, plunging his knife into one villager's back with lethal precision. 2 lives extinguished in an instant. The ordinary villagers, fueled only by raw aggression, lacked any semblance of strategy or combat experience, rendering them as inconsequential as mere foul to Lin Shi. If he were to resort to firearms against those who had yet to face the apocalypse's tribulations, it would signify a complete waste of his 8 years of survival in this world. The remaining 3 villagers, stunned by the sight of their fallen comrades, stood paralyzed, their weapons hanging limply at their sides. This exemplified the peril of lacking combat experience. The instinct to survive often overrode their initial bravado, and witnessing the brutal deaths of their peers incited a paralyzing fear. Yet, Lin Shi understood that regardless of how dire the battle unfolded around him, as long as he still breathed and the enemy remained standing, he could not afford to pause. It was a matter of fight or flight. Hesitance equated to death. With ease, he thrust his knife into the throat of the 3rd villager, and with a swift motion, he slit the throat of the 4th. Finally, the last of the 5 reacted, turning to flee, shouting incoherently, "Chief, he has a knife. He is killing people." Yet, before he could escape more than a few steps, the tip of Lin Shi's blade emerged from his chest. Withdrawing the knife, Lin Shi cast a sweeping glance at the villagers, who stood frozen in shock from afar. Witnessing Lin Shi's ferocity, the village chief felt a surge of dread rise within him, bellowing, "So what if he knows martial arts? Even a blind punch can fell a master. He has only 2 hands and a single blade. All of you, attack together." The villagers exchanged glances, torn between the chief's command and the sight of Lin Shi with his bloodied knife. Yet, as ordinary folk unaccustomed to bloodshed, faced with such a terrifying spectacle, their instinctual fear overpowered any reverence for their leader. "My God, he is killing people." One villager dropped his tools and fled. This triggered a chain reaction, as others followed suit, abandoning their implements in a frantic escape. "Don't run," the chief shouted, but the villagers, consumed by panic, were deaf to his voice. A throng of dozens surged forth, inadvertently toppling the village chief who remained rooted in place. "You all, oh dear, do not push," he exclaimed. Under the relentless trampling, the chief soon bore several footprints upon his body, rendered speechless. Once the villagers had fled, the chief lay there, adorned with marks of their passage, resembling one who had endured torment, his breath growing faint. Lin Shi did not pursue the unruly mob. His gaze remained fixed intently upon the chief. In an era of peace, this chief had managed to lead the entire village in such a way that even the peacekeepers could do nothing against them. His contributions were indeed monumental. Such a person, given the time in an apocalyptic world, might very well guide these villagers to wreak havoc in their vicinity. Lin Shi approached and plunged a knife into the chief's heart, taking the unconscious leader with him. Miraculously, as the blade pierced his heart, the chief's eyes fluttered open, locking onto Lin Shi with unyielding intensity before he succumbed to his fate, unwilling to believe that he had been betrayed by those he had nurtured. Lin Shi prepared to discard several corpses down the mountainside when, suddenly, A cacophony of frantic cries erupted from halfway up the slope. "Help! Do not come closer! Do not approach!" Ah, a wild boar, larger than any ordinary specimen, burst forth from an unknown location, rampaging along the mountain path towards the throng of villagers. Many villagers tumbled over the adjacent cliff, while others collided violently with the mountainside, spitting blood, as several corpses lay strewn upon the ground. The descent offered but a singular route, and on level ground, these villagers stood no chance against the swiftness of the boar. Each charge from its razor-sharp tusks claimed another life. Only after leaving behind a dozen corpses did the boar cease its assault, sinking its teeth into the neck of a fallen body, greedily feasting. The panicked villagers, in their haste to escape, dared not glance back, remaining oblivious to the fact that this boar was unlike any they had encountered before. Typically, wild boars refrained from attacking without provocation, let alone consuming human flesh. Yet this creature's eyes glowed crimson, and as it gnawed on human meat, a hint of satisfaction made its eyes narrow. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shi's eyes widened, his pupils constricting in shocked, a monstrous beast. In his past life, the onset of extreme cold had led to the widespread demise of plant life and the death of countless herbivores. Many animals, however, had survived the low temperatures, emerging from the depths of the mountains to hunt humans due to a scarcity of food. In the first 3 years of the apocalypse, humanity organized hunting parties. Though casualties were frequent, they managed to secure a portion of their food supply. Survivors at that time did not perceive these creatures as threats, and the authorities focused on the restoration of humanity's former technological civilization. Little did they know that the once protected animals had experienced a sudden surge in reproductive rates, leading to a large-scale assault on humans. By the 4th year of the apocalypse, the first wave of beastly incursions emerged. As time progressed, humanity's ammunition dwindled, and despite the authorities' tireless efforts to resume bullet and firearm production, the manufacturing pace fell woefully short of consumption. Human defenses began to fray. Meanwhile, carnivorous animals not only grew larger and more fur-covered but also exhibited various mutations. The term monstrous beast began to circulate, denoting these transformed creatures. Scientists discovered a substance within the flesh and blood of these animals that could accelerate their evolutionary processes. In the 6th year of the apocalypse, ordinary bullets had become utterly ineffective against the ever-thickening hides and flesh of the aberrant beasts. It was only at this juncture that humanity came to realize that without significant alterations, they stood no chance of contending with these creatures. Lin Shi had not anticipated that in this lifetime, the aberrant beasts would emerge right from the onset. His expression shifted from shock to grave concern. Was this the consequence of the accelerated evolutionary pace alluded to by the treasure basin? As if sensing Lin Shi's gaze, the wild boar halted its feeding and turned its head to regard him. Chapter 60. Unlocking the first stage of the gene lock, the mutated wild boar stared at Lin Shi, its crimson eyes seemingly capable of evoking the deepest fears nestled within the human soul. Lin Shi instinctively tightened his grip on the knife he held. The aberrant beasts not only possessed superior defensive capabilities compared to ordinary animals, but their strength, speed, and intellect were also markedly enhanced. In his previous life, he and Xiao had once collaborated with a few others to bring down a single aberrant beast. However, a dispute over the spoils of war had nearly led to Zhao's demise at the hands of the opposing faction, and from that moment on, she refused to engage in hunting aberrant beasts. At that time, Lin Shi stood no chance in a one-on-one confrontation with these creatures, extinguishing any desire he had to hunt. Reborn into this life, facing aberrant beasts once more, it would be impossible to claim he felt untroubled. Nevertheless, this time, Lin Shi was no longer the impoverished individual armed with only a dagger. Gathering his focus, he willed the military knife back into his spatial inventory. Reappearing in his hand was a formidable black weapon, a crossbow. While a handgun might offer a quicker rate of fire, its power paled in comparison to that of the crossbow, especially against the notoriously thick hide of the wild boar. The crossbow had the capacity to shatter an elephant's skull from a distance of 150 meters, illustrating its formidable strength. As the crossbow manifested in Lin Shi's grasp, the mutated wild boar seemed to sense the impending threat and charged straight towards him. Lin Shi swiftly positioned the weapon. Just as he took aim, the long quiet interface of the treasure basin suddenly displayed a change. A first-tier source beast has been detected. Please eliminate the source beast to absorb its internal source power. Source beast? Source power? Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. The mutated wild boar was incredibly swift, and in the blink of an eye, it had closed half the distance between them, the scent of its foul breath assaulting Lin Shi's senses. He quickly regained his composure, aimed rapidly, and loosed an arrow. However, the shot was too hasty. A slight miscalculation had dire consequences. Intending to target the weak spot above the wild boar's eyes, he instead struck its snout, the arrow piercing through and emerging from its mouth. The arrow had effectively sealed the wild boar's maw. Yet, this injury would do little more than incite its wrath, failing to impair its mobility in the short term. The mutated wild boar let out a pained roar, its already crimson eyes flaring with an even more intense glow as it charged at Lin Shi with renewed ferocity. With no time to loose another arrow, Lin Shi decisively retracted the crossbow, rolling to the side to evade the wild boar's battering charge. When confronting an aberrant beast like the mutated wild boar, being struck even once could result in immediate incapacitation. Its razor-sharp tusks could effortlessly pierce a human, while its tremendous momentum could obliterate internal organs. The mutated wild boar dashed forward a further 10 meters before it finally began to slow down, pivoting around to launch yet another charge at Lin Shi. Lin Shi swiftly rose to his feet, and as he did so, a military knife reappeared in his grasp. At this moment, he was merely a dozen meters away from the mutated wild boar, a distance that was but a mere blink for the creature. The mutated wild boar charged forth with great speed. As the space between man and beast diminished, the visual impact of the boar's massive form intensified, and Lin Shi sensed the imminent danger drawing closer. His heart raced uncontrollably, adrenaline surged through him, yet his gaze remained increasingly composed. As the mutated wild boar collided towards him, he deftly sidestepped, positioning the knife horizontally before him, and sliced through the slick hide of the beast. A gash over half a meter long suddenly appeared along the side of the mutated wild boar, blood spraying profusely. However, Lin Shi's face bore no trace of triumph. He understood that the wound, though seemingly severe, merely breached the boar's surface, failing to penetrate deeply into its flesh. In comparison to the boar's colossal size, this injury was hardly fatal. Instead, the force of the blade had split open the skin of his palm, causing blood to flow freely. Had it been an ordinary wild boar, it would have been eviscerated by such a strike. The extraordinary resilience of the mutated creature was evident. Infuriated by the pain, the mutated wild boar quickly twisted around, closing the distance once more between man and beast. Lin Shi's palm, gripping the knife, began to perspire slightly. The boar's speed was overwhelming, and at such a close range, evasion seemed nearly impossible. He had no choice but to confront it head-on. A fleeting look of determination crossed Lin Shi's face as he advanced directly toward the mutated wild boar. The creature loomed larger before him, its sharp tusks appearing alarmingly close. A profound sense of life and death urgency caused Lin Shi's scalp to tingle, and the adrenaline within him peaked. Just as he was about to collide with the boar, Lin Shi sensed something within him shatter. The speed of the wild boar seemed to decelerate, and the surrounding commotion slowed to a crawl. A torrent of knowledge and combat experience surged through his mind, propelling his brain into a state of rapid computation. Current wind speed, force 4, coming from the northeast. The slope of the concrete road, 27.6 degrees. The mutated wild boar's speed, 19.8 meters per second. His own explosive speed, 13 meters per second. In 0.7 seconds, a collision would occur, with a 99.99 mortality rate. Optimal evasion angle. Optimal attack angle. Optimal strike point. These calculations flashed through Lin Shi's mind in the span of 0.01 seconds. Subsequently, Lin Shi felt as though his body had transformed into a finely tuned instrument. There was no need for conscious reaction or thought. His brain had already determined the ideal moment and angle for evasion, allowing him to narrowly avoid the impact of the mutated wild boar. His arm moved with the precision of a mechanical appendage, unleashing all of his strength at the most opportune moment. Plunging the knife into the creature's neck, he immediately released his grip, avoiding the fate of being hurled away by the boar's momentum. The mutated wild boar, punctured in the neck, continued forward for several meters before turning its head back. This strike, though impactful, did not result in its immediate demise. However, its speed had considerably diminished, and the mutated wild boar staggered as it prepared for one final struggle. Yet, just as it turned its head, it was met with an exceptionally sharp arrow. The The moment the military knife was released, a crossbow materialized once again in Lin Shi's hands. If anticipating the wild boar's reaction, he shot an arrow at the very instant the creature turned. Seemingly without aiming at the mutated wild boar, it appeared as though the wild boar had collided with the arrow of its own accord. The tremendous force of the arrow penetrated the mutated wild boar's brain with a jolt. The creature staggered twice before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. In the next moment, Lin Shi's eyes regained their clarity. He glanced at his hands, a strange light flashing in his gaze. Is this the sensation of unlocking the genetic lock? No wonder, even in the pitch-black rainforest, one could discern their position and movements through the faintest sounds. The moment of unlocking the genetic lock. His brain functioned akin to a computer. Unfortunately, this state could only be sustained for 3 seconds. It was meant for critical moments, but surely the aftereffects would follow. As this thought flickered through Lin Shi's mind, an excruciating pain surged through his limbs. The aftereffects of unlocking the genetic lock had manifested. A few minutes later, Lin Shi finally began to recover. Unlike Su Qin, who had succumbed to unconsciousness after her first unlocking, the duration of his pain was notably shorter. Most importantly, he did not perceive it as excessively tormenting. It was painful indeed, but it hardly reached the level of suffering worse than death. Could there be individual variations in the genetic lock? Lin Shi pondered this question, temporarily setting it aside as a more pressing matter lay before him. He approached the lifeless mutated wild boar. The otherworldly beast should be the first-tier source beast referred to by the treasure basin. How does one absorb the so-called source power? Lin Shi crouched before the wild boar, lost in thought. Detecting unclaimed source power, would you like to absorb it? Yes, no. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the treasure basin interface. Lin Shi's spirits lifted, and he replied, yes. Please maintain physical contact with the source beast. Warning, the absorption process must not be interrupted. If interrupted, the source power will dissipate and become unobtainable. If interrupted, one could not obtain it. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment, then stored the wild boar's carcass into his space and headed towards the safe house. He was uncertain how long the absorption process would take. Although the area was deserted, better safe than sorry. Returning to the safe house seemed the wisest choice. Lin Shi hastily made his way back, patted the Demon King's head, signaling it to remain obediently in the living room. Before entering a storeroom originally intended for miscellaneous items, he retrieved the carcass of the mutated wild boar from his space, and the treasure basin interface reappeared with a prompt. Detecting unclaimed source power, would you like to absorb it? Yes, no? Lin Shi let out a quiet sigh of relief, placing his hand on the wild boar's sticky fur, and said, yes. As Lin Shi's words fell, the invisible source power began to withdraw from the mutated wild boar, flowing into his body through the palm of his hand. He felt a slight warmth in his hand and arm upon contact with the boar. Then, a wave of delightful sensation coursed through him, reaching from his cells to his very soul. This feeling persisted for 2 minutes before finally subsiding, leaving no further sensation. As Lin Shi withdrew his hand, he still felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. Is this the sensation of evolution? Smacking his lips, Lin Shi retracted the wild boar into his space and proceeded to wash his hands. Soon, he realized that his walking speed had increased slightly compared to before. Lin Shi tested his strength again, noting an enhancement as well. His overall physical condition had approximately improved by 10%. He was certain that the source energy was the key to humanity's rapid evolution. Lin Shi recalled the onset of the apocalypse when the treasure basin underwent a transformation. Solar storm detected, geomagnetic storm is forming, source material is rapidly generating. Source energy enables biological evolution. This so-called source material serves as the key for organisms to harness source energy for their evolution. Acquiring source material and forming source energy is crucial to becoming stronger. In his previous life, scientists discovered that animals and plants exhibited mutations, while humans merely became more resilient to cold. This evidence suggested that such source material could be passively absorbed by flora and fauna, whereas humans required active absorption. Hence, the resonance technique emerged in his past life. During the 2 years of practicing resonance, Lin Shi distinctly felt an improvement in his physical capabilities. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to collaborate with others to slay a mutated beast. He recalled that since the apocalypse began, he had yet to practice the health preservation technique. Now was the perfect opportunity to compare the efficacy of the health preservation technique with that of resonance. Without hesitation, Lin Shi began to cultivate the health preservation technique in the living room. As anticipated, after practicing a set of the health preservation technique, he felt a more pronounced warmth enveloping his body, accompanied by a tingling sensation reminiscent of absorbing source energy. Lin Shi tested resonance once more, discovering its effects to be significantly inferior, at least by more than half. A flash in his palm brought forth the health preservation technique. Still appearing tattered and grimy, the health preservation technique, resonance. Should he encounter that plump Taoist again, he would certainly inquire about the origins of this health preservation technique. Lin Shi stowed it away once more. Ordinary individuals can unlock their genetic locks, and now even mutated beasts have emerged. This apocalypse is no longer akin to the one he experienced in his previous life. The outside world is swiftly becoming perilous. Lin Shi turned to his side, where the Demon King lay on the carpet, curiously gazing at him. He gently patted its head and said, "Demon King, let us strive together to grow stronger. Woof! Wild game for dinner tonight." Woof! That evening, Lin Shi processed the mutated wild boar. The immense carcass appeared to weigh at least 400 pounds, truly substantial. He had heard tales of the exquisite taste of mutated beast meat in his previous life and had longed to sample it. Lin Shi first cut a large piece for the Demon King, then grilled several slices of wild boar ribs for himself. To his surprise, the meat of the mutated wild boar was neither as tough as that of ordinary wild boar, nor did it possess an unpleasant odor. It was delightfully chewy, bursting with flavor. Lin Shi devoured 7 pieces before pausing. Even the Demon King indulged in 2 additional pieces, licking its lips in satisfaction. This might be related to the transformation of the mutated beast's life essence through source energy. After a hearty meal, Lin Shi decided to step outside for a stroll. The Demon King insisted on accompanying him, but now without fur, Lin Shi worried it might get cold, so he fashioned a piece of clothing for it. The Demon King seemed somewhat unaccustomed to it, but accepted Lin Shi's makeshift attire. Outside, heavy snow had begun to fall in merely a few hours. The bloodstains on the ground had completely vanished. From the mountaintop, the small county town lay shrouded in darkness. Occasionally, a faint glimmer of light could be seen from a household, likely the flicker of a candle. "Demon Lord," Lin Shi murmured, gazing into the abyss of darkness. There will no longer be myriad lights illuminating the night. He had come to comprehend the significance of this apocalyptic era. Humanity had lingered at the pinnacle of the food chain, basking in comfort for far too long. This cataclysm might very well serve as a forced reckoning, compelling humans and other creatures to re-enter a competition for survival. He harbored suspicions regarding the reasons behind the 2 previous apocalyptic resets. Humanity had grown accustomed to relying on external forces, forgetting the necessity of self-improvement. In the years preceding the last apocalypse, humans still aspired to restore their technological civilization. Lin Shi could envision that decades after his demise, the evolutionary pace of flora and fauna would far surpass that of humans, their reproductive rates exponentially quicker. Humanity, perpetually lagging behind, would ultimately march towards extinction. As the sole bearer of this knowledge, Lin Shi felt as though a massive weight pressed upon his heart. What was he to do? The Demon Lord, sensing the heaviness of Lin Shi's spirit, approached and nuzzled against his leg. The man and his dog stood silently in the pitch-black snow. Chapter 62. The blue pill. The following day marked the 4th day since the onset of the apocalypse. Early in the morning, Lin Shi found himself in the living room, diligently practicing his health cultivation technique. Aware that mastering this technique could bolster his strength, he resolved to dedicate more time to his training. Upon returning to the safe house the previous night, he had practiced for several hours until his limbs felt utterly fatigued, at which point he succumbed to slumber. After a night of contemplation, he had come to a realization. He was but one individual, incapable of influencing the entirety of the world. Even if he were to approach the authorities to declare that this was the 3rd apocalypse and that humanity must begin to enhance itself rather than yearn for the restoration of technological civilization, they would likely dismiss his words. They might even imprison him, interrogating him about how he acquired such knowledge, or worse, eliminate him in an attempt to seize the treasure he possessed. The best possible outcome would be to render him a mere tool for their own ambitions. Lin Shi had yet to reach the level of greatness that would compel him to sacrifice himself for the sake of all humanity. Possessing the treasure, the health cultivation technique, and an understanding of the apocalypse's truth, he already stood ahead of everyone else. His foremost priority was to continually strengthen himself. Only by becoming formidable enough to instill fear in the authorities could he attain the power to engage them as an equal. A mere ant could not sway the world, but a giant could certainly make an impact. Moreover, he sought to ascertain whether this world was worthy of his efforts to save it, and to what extent he should go. After all, the worst outcome would merely be mutual destruction. With this thought, the faces of the Shen family flashed through Lin Shi's mind, and his eyes turned icy in an instant. Individuals like Shen Fanren did not deserve to live well. The demon lord, who had been observing Lin Shi's training, noticed the sudden shift in his expression, widening its eyes in alarm and instinctively tilting its head backward. After concluding his practice, Lin Shi took a moment to rest. Preparing 2 ham sandwiches, boiling 30 eggs, and pouring 2 cups of milk, which he shared equally with the demon lord. In this regard, they were quite in sync, both having substantial appetites. Following their breakfast, he reattached the previously disassembled camera to the peephole of the front door. Outside, a fierce snowstorm had begun to rage. The heavens and the earth are enshrouded in a uniform expanse of pure white snow. The outdoor temperature has plummeted to a biting -31 degrees Celsius. The villagers who fled have not returned to cause further trouble. Last night, an unknown number of souls were claimed by the cold in their dreams. At this moment, they are likely preoccupied with their own survival. The official supplies that Li Wei mentioned have yet to make an appearance. Lin Shi reflects that the drop in temperature occurred too swiftly and unexpectedly. The authorities had intended to distribute lighting supplies to reassure the populace. Yet now, the ability to see light at night has become inconsequential. What the people truly require are warm clothing and food. His thoughts are not particularly fixated on the official provisions, but rather on observing the extent to which the local government can respond. Upon returning to the safe house, Lin Shi tends to the wounds of the Demon King. The recovery rate of the Demon King's injuries is remarkable. Not only has there been no sign of inflammation or infection after a day, but scabbing has also begun to form. As a precaution, Lin Shi administers half a syringe of anti-inflammatory medication. After the injection, the Demon King paces within the safe house, frequently glancing towards the door, seemingly bursting with excess energy. Once your injuries are healed, I shall take you outside, Lin Shi remarks with a hint of resignation. He recalls the assortment of pet items he had previously collected, which included some toys that could keep the Demon King occupied. Let me find some toys for you to play with. Lin Shi communicates with the space using his mind, his consciousness sweeping through the vast expanse. Suddenly, he notices a box. In an instant, a box materializes in his hand. This is the very box that Shen Jinbin's bodyguard intended to bring into the hospital. Lin Shi had swapped it out for a handgun and subsequently rushed back to the safe house, completely forgetting about its existence until now. The Demon King, intrigued by the box, leans in with its bald head and sniffs it. Not this, Lin Shi gently pushes the Demon King's head aside, and with his other hand, he produces a ball, tossing it to the Demon King. You can play with this, however. The Demon King merely glances at the ball before turning its gaze back to the box, displaying greater interest in it. With no other option, Lin Shi suggests, then let us inspect it together, though I am equally uncertain about its contents. Please keep your distance. Obediently, the Demon King settles on the sofa beside Lin Shi. Cautiously, Lin Shi opens the box. Inside, 6 blue pills are meticulously arranged, strikingly similar to the blue medication acquired from number 2, albeit larger and of a different shape. The Demon King has crept closer, sniffing at the blue pills. These pills were intended for Shen Jinbin's rescue. What on earth could they be? Lin Shi picks one up. The moment he touches the pill, a notification appears from the treasure trove. Detected trace source material. Would you like to absorb it? Yes, no. Lin Shi is taken aback. These pills actually contain source material? He is acutely aware of what source material represents. Could it be that Shen Fanren was capable of extracting such substances even before the apocalypse? With a serious expression, Lin Shi decisively states, yes, absorb. In the next moment, a faint warmth flows from the point of contact between his fingers and the pill into Lin Shi's body. He feels a mild warmth in his arm, and then there is no further reaction. He took a moment to reflect. The sensation of absorbing the pill bore a slight resemblance to that of previously harnessing source energy. However, its efficacy was a mere fraction, less than 1,000th, of that energy. The source substance contained within the tablet left by number 2 was alarmingly scant, and when Lin Shi held it in his hand, the treasure bowl offered no indication of its potency. This revelation brought a subtle sense of relief to Lin Shi's heart. Had the pill contained a substantial amount of source material, he would have been compelled to reassess his intentions regarding revenge against the Shen family. Just before his demise, Number 2 had mentioned that Shen Fanren was cultivating genetic warriors. If the pill had been rich in source material, it would have indicated Shen Fanren's probable success. However, it appeared that this was not the case. Moreover, the pill seemed to be of considerable value to Shen Fanren. Otherwise, he would not have waited until his own son was on the brink of death to present 6 of them. Turning his gaze to the Demon King, who was eagerly sniffing the pill with an expression of intense longing, Lin Shi inquired, "Do you wish to partake?" The Demon King responded with a bark. Woof. Source material is beneficial for both humans and animals alike. Yet, this minuscule quantity was insignificant compared to the benefits of practicing a health cultivation technique. Without hesitation, Lin Shi tossed the pill into the Demon King's mouth. The Demon King swallowed it and licked his lips. Noticing no adverse reactions, Lin Shi fed the remaining 5 pills to the Demon King. What began as a mere whim unexpectedly yielded astonishing results the following day. Upon awakening, Lin Shi was startled when the treasure bowl suddenly emitted a notification. Detected a first-level source beast within 2 meters. This alert sent Lin Shi leaping from his bed in alarm. 2 meters? Wasn't that right in his own room? What kind of source beast could breach the sanctuary's defenses and enter his chamber? A chill coursed through his body as he instinctively braced himself. However, upon inspection, he found that the only beings in the room were himself and the Demon King, who lay sprawled on the carpet. No other life forms were present. The commotion had roused the Demon King, and the two stared at each other in surprise. Once Lin Shi was awake, the Demon King approached, wagging his tail and nuzzling against him. After a moment, Lin Shi confirmed that the first-level source beast referred to in the treasure bowl's notification was indeed the Demon King. He was taken aback by this revelation. A careful examination revealed no significant changes in the Demon King's appearance. However, the grievous wounds he had sustained had scabbed over overnight, and even the stitches from Lin Shi's earlier ministrations had nearly healed. With such a remarkable rate of recovery, it seemed that with a bit of caution, the Demon King would be entirely healed in a matter of days. What extraordinary self-healing capabilities! After the shock wore off, sheer elation took its place. Could it be that I have formed a bond with a source beast? A rare smile broke across Lin Shi's face, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth as he affectionately patted the Demon King. The Demon King's mismatched eyes appeared more vibrant. The blue one sparkled with clarity, while the red one exuded an enchanting allure. Upon transformation into a source beast, an animal's intelligence also increases. Lin Shi extended 2 fingers toward the Demon King, asking, "How many is this? Woof. And this? Woof woof. What do these 2 add up to? Woof 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 woof." Through this playful exchange, Lin Shi deduced that the Demon King's intelligence was at least comparable to that of a 10-year-old human. With the potential for further learning, it might even surpass that. Exercising caution, Lin Shi began to remove the stitches from the Demon King. He speculated that the Demon King had absorbed a considerable amount of source material prior to this, reaching the critical point of evolution. Thus, after consuming the pill he provided, it evolved almost instantaneously. Once the stitches were removed, the Demon King licked Lin Shi. Such a good dog. Lin Shi reached out to stroke the Demon King's head. As before, upon hearing Lin Shi's praise, the Demon King wagged its tail vigorously. The transformation into a source beast had not altered its temperament. Throughout the following day, Lin Shi's observations only reinforced this belief. He had a premonition that the Demon King would become his greatest ally, aside from the treasure trove. 3 days passed. The blizzard introduced this city, which had never witnessed snow, to the true essence of a winter wonderland. Temperatures plummeted to over -30 degrees, with nighttime lows reaching over -50 degrees. Lin Shi had never visited Shushi in his previous life, but he recalled that Haishi's temperature on the 4th day had dipped to over -50 degrees. With nighttime lows hitting -80 degrees. At this juncture, the northern regions must have seen temperatures fall to around -70 to -90 degrees. If Lin Shi were in Haishi this lifetime, he would discover that its current daytime temperature had descended to over -60 degrees, with nighttime lows plunging to -80 degrees or even -90 degrees in the north. If someone were to traverse the area with thermal sensing equipment, they would find that the remaining life was alarmingly sparse. Close to the far north, no signs of life remained. This latest extreme cold apocalypse was even harsher than the previous one. During these days, Lin Shi remained in the safe house, indulging in food and drink with the Demon King while practicing health cultivation techniques. Outside, it was over -30 degrees, while inside, with the heater running, it was a balmy over 20 degrees. Other survivors wrapped themselves in every wearable item, curtains and bed linens, yet still could not fend off the bone-chilling cold. Conversely, Lin Shi, clad only in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, would sweat profusely while practicing his techniques and occasionally enjoy a glass of freshly squeezed juice. The relentless blizzards caused some who once took pride in residing in high-rise buildings to regret their choices after enduring the tempest, with shattered glass windows and doors. Cold winds surged in from every corner, leaving the apartment in disarray. Not only was there no electricity, but the water pipes had also frozen. Deprived of running water, survivors resorted to using basins and buckets to collect snow for melting. After damaging several plastic containers, they eventually remembered to retrieve their stainless steel basins for use. With natural gas also cut off, those without gas in their homes could only despairingly consume raw food while waiting for rescue. In contrast, Lin Shi had preemptively sealed the well, and since the water pipes were buried at least 6 meters underground, they remained unfrozen and functional. Even if the well water were to freeze, he had installed a stainless steel water tank beneath the safe house during its construction, ensuring a steady supply of water. Each day, he leisurely grilled meat, savored hot pot, and relished boiled fish. When boredom struck, he would watch downloaded shows, providing the Demon King with a 9-year compulsory education. Aside from the inability to venture outside for leisure and the daily chore of shoveling snow, his life remained remarkably unchanged from that of the pre-apocalypse. Meanwhile, the villagers at the foot of the mountain were not faring as well. After Lin Shi fled from the forest, he was again beset by the mutated wild boars, which claimed the lives of over a dozen individuals. Those who had not ventured forth from the village were oblivious to this calamity. In just 2 or 3 hours, the number of people who had departed had dwindled by nearly half. Upon hearing of the events that transpired on the mountain, and with the loss of their steadfast village leader, the villagers descended into chaos. Some wailed in despair, others sought the aid of the peacekeepers, while a few prepared to ascend the mountain, armed and desperate. The scene was a veritable maelstrom of confusion. Shortly thereafter, a blizzard descended upon them. Although a mountain village, the villagers of Xiao, who had lived there for decades, were ill-prepared for the biting cold. The windows of their self-built homes were far from the soundproof glass of the city. On the first night, the majority of the village's windows shattered under the abrupt temperature changes and the relentless assault of the storm. Fortunately, the villagers had a supply of timber, allowing them to make hasty repairs throughout the night, managing to endure the storm. However, by the end of that night, 1/3 of the villagers had succumbed to illness and fever. Moreover, the patched windows still allowed the wind to seep through. Most villagers had no choice but to relocate their beds to windowless rooms or the first-floor hall. Yet, in contrast to urban dwellers, many households in the village utilized gas canisters for cooking and were accustomed to relying on firewood for meals. They also maintained a stock of candles and flashlights. Thus, mealtime and illumination were not pressing concerns. Nevertheless, as the blizzard persisted for several days, many ailing villagers could no longer endure. Numerous elderly residents quietly departed this world amidst the howling winds of the storm. On that fateful morning, those who could awaken from their slumber discovered that the blizzard, which had ravaged the area for days, had finally ceased. Even the long-missed sun re-emerged into view. In Chapter 64, titled The Sun's Return, the surviving villagers rejoiced in wild elation, believing that the nightmare was drawing to a close. However, it soon became evident that the sun no longer shone as brightly or warmly as before. Even standing beneath its rays offered little comfort. Moreover, those residing on the first floor, without eaves to shield them from the storm, quickly realized they could not push open their doors. The relentless blizzard had blanketed Xiao in over a meter of snow. Those with windows could only climb through them to clear the snow from their doorways, while those without windows had to devise a way to navigate from the second floor. Yet, for Lin Shi, this posed no challenge. When designing the safe house, he had drawn upon experiences from his previous life, ensuring that the doors opened inward. Thus, regardless of the depth of snow outside, the doors could still be opened, provided the snow was regularly cleared to prevent entrapment. At that moment, the door of the safe house swung open, and Lin Shi stepped out alongside the Demon King. The Demon King's injuries had healed, transforming the once bloody wounds into a network of delicate scars. The fur that had been shaved off was regrowing, and in just a few days, a fine layer of fuzz had emerged. Nevertheless, the outdoor temperature remained inadequate, compelling him to don the unsightly garments that Lin Shi had modified. Conversely, Lin Shi was clad in a waterproof, cold-resistant outer jacket with a thermal base layer and a high collar fleece underneath. His footwear consisted of slip-resistant snow boots, while his hands were encased in insulated, waterproof gloves. A wind-proof hat adorned his head, and even his face was shielded by a protective mask. Finally, he donned a pair of ski goggles to guard against the glare of the sun reflecting off the snow. The entire individual could be described as fully equipped. Lin Shi retrieved a set of skiing gear from his spatial pocket, donned his skis, and once prepared, addressed the eager demon king beside him. "Let us embark. Do not run too swiftly, and be mindful of the turns." Upon hearing the words "let us embark," the demon king immediately dashed off, galloping like a wild stallion unleashed, racing wildly across the snow-covered terrain. Lin Shi could only smile wryly and gave chase. The duo, one man and one dog, swiftly descended the mountain. Upon reaching the base, Lin Shi stowed away his skis and, with the demon king, trudged towards the city, one foot sinking deeply while the other barely grazed the surface. Along the way, numerous individuals bundled up in layers emerged from their homes, clearly adorned with every piece of clothing they could muster. In comparison, Lin Shi appeared rather underdressed. Yet, who was warmer? Observing the purple lips and the reddened faces and hands of those exposed to the cold made the answer painfully evident. A young man, noticing Lin Shi's attire, called out enviously, "Hey, you there, the one with the dog." Seeing that Lin Shi seemed oblivious, the young man hurried over, tripping on the snow and tumbling into the drifts. But he quickly regained his footing and continued towards Lin Shi. Only when he caught up did Lin Shi pause and turn, regarding the young man, whose face was flushed from the cold. With a frigid gaze, "My name is Qian Liangliang. May I ask your surname?" Qian Liangliang dusted off the snow from his clothing, gazing at Lin Shi with an obsequious expression. Lin Shi replied curtly, "Speak plainly." Qian Liangliang scrutinized Lin Shi's outfit, his eyes betraying unmasked envy. "I was merely wondering where you acquired that set. I wish to procure one for myself in a mall downtown." Lin Shi responded succinctly before resuming his walk. Hey, please don't leave yet." Qian Liangliang hurried after him, inquiring as he walked, "How much would it cost for a complete set? Do you have an extra one at home that you could lend me?" Lin Shi frowned, casting a cold glare at Qian Liangliang. "Buy it yourself. Do not follow me, or I shall not be courteous." The demon king also halted, eyeing Qian Liangliang with a menacing glare, emitting a low growl as a warning. Qian Liangliang, intimidated by the dog, which was larger than any he had ever encountered, stammered, All right. Take care, big brother." As Lin Shi moved further away, Qian Liangliang spat in disdain at Lin Shi's retreating figure. "Humph. Relying on a dog for bravado. What is so impressive about that?" At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a down jacket passed by Qian Liangliang. Without hesitation, Qian Liangliang approached him. "Excuse me, sir, about that jacket you're wearing." Scram. Days earlier, when he had ventured out, some shops still operated despite power outages. Today, however, such resilience had vanished. After enduring a nightmarish few days, people finally recognized that without desperate efforts to gather food and winter supplies, survival was impossible. The streets were rife with individuals wielding various tools and weapons, smashing store windows. Groups surged into clothing and food shops, while others resorted to outright theft from those carrying supplies. Some even resorted to murder in broad daylight. Social order had completely disintegrated. With the demon king by his side, Lin Shi arrived at the entrance of a gold shop. His purpose for venturing out this time was to collect gold in order to upgrade the long-neglected treasure trove. The origins of the treasure basin remained shrouded in mystery, possessing the ability to foresee the impending apocalypse and to recognize terms such as source power and source beasts, which were previously unheard of. It seems to possess an uncanny knowledge of everything. Its capabilities to replicate and store items are functions that one has never encountered before, and it even has the extraordinary ability to grant rebirth. Perhaps, once I elevate the treasure basin to a certain level, I shall be rewarded with unforeseen delights. Thus, Lin Shi has never relinquished the thought of upgrading the treasure basin. Lin Shi gestured for the demon king to step back slightly. As he retrieved a hammer he had prepared in advance and struck the tempered glass of the jewelry store with a resounding blow. With his current strength, a single strike shattered the tempered glass into countless tiny fragments. After several blows, the entire pane came crashing down, scattering shards across the floor. The store was eerily silent, devoid of blaring alarms or the startled cries of employees. With the Demon King stationed outside in vigilance, Lin Shi proceeded directly into the jewelry store, methodically breaking open each counter and collecting gold, silver, platinum, rose gold, and diamonds, anything of value, into his backpack. He then maximized the available space within his bag. Remarkably, the entire operation took less than half an hour. He refrained from using spatial collection on the gold within the counters, as he feared that should anyone arrive afterward to find the counters intact while the gold had mysteriously vanished, it would heighten the risk of exposing his possession of the treasure basin. After pillaging one establishment, he led the Demon King to the next jewelry store. Prior to the apocalypse, Lin Shi had frequented the city center and was aware of the numerous jewelry stores in the vicinity. As he traversed the area, Lin Shi systematically raided 8 stores in total, 3 of which were large establishments. The wealth of gold and jewels he amassed was worth at least hundreds of millions before the end times. The city center was bustling with a plethora of shops and malls, and there were many who sought to seize resources here. Some onlookers, witnessing Lin Shi's brazen theft of gold and jewels, contemplated joining in, but were swiftly deterred by the Demon King's imposing presence outside. Others observed Lin Shi's acquisition of these non-essential riches with derision, mocking him for his perceived foolishness. By midday, Lin Shi dined with the Demon King in a jewelry store he had completely emptied. Using his backpack as a shield, he retrieved some pre-prepared beef patties from his spatial storage, sharing them with the Demon King. Although the store was devoid of any other patrons, caution remained paramount. Past experiences had taught him never to lower his guard. Just as the man and his loyal canine were relishing their meal, footsteps echoed from the entrance of the jewelry store. Chapter 65. The Return of the Source Beasts. A middle-aged couple, accompanied by a girl who appeared to be around 17 and a boy in his early teens, passed by the store, entering Lin Shi's line of sight. The 2 middle-aged individuals and the girl carried a large bag, while the boy's hands were empty, suggesting they were a family out scavenging for supplies. As the quartet approached the entrance of the jewelry store, they cast a glance inside the wide-open premises, seemingly ready to enter and explore. Lin Shi cautioned, "There are others here. You might want to rest elsewhere." Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, the 2 middle-aged individuals began to turn away, but the boy halted in his tracks. "Is this your home? I'll go in if I want." The boy wore a sullen expression, as if the world owed him a fortune, and spoke with a brusque tone, kicking at the shards of glass as he prepared to step inside. The girl beside him hastily pulled him back, exclaiming, "Akiu, don't cause trouble." However, those words seemed to strike a nerve within the young man, who forcefully shrugged off her hand and strode defiantly into the store, cursing, "I'm going in. What do you care? You filthy girl? This place doesn't belong to him. What's wrong with me coming in?" The boy named Akiu marched straight up to Lin Shi. It was only upon seeing the formidable figure before him that he involuntarily took a few steps back. Yet, upon noticing the beef pie in the mouth of the Demon King and the one in Lin Shi's hand, Akiu's steps halted once more, his gaze fixated on the beef pie. At that moment, the 3 individuals outside also entered. The middle-aged couple, initially intending to usher Akiu out, found themselves entranced by the sight of the beef pie. Although they had been without electricity and gas for merely a few days, for those accustomed to cooked meals and reliant on meat at every meal, these days felt akin to enduring a diet of dirt. "Young man, it seems rather wasteful to feed such fine meat pies to a dog," remarked the middle-aged woman, her eyes lingering longingly on the beef pie at the Demon King's mouth. Upon hearing her words, the Demon King's demeanor shifted. It raised its head, baring its teeth at the woman, exuding an air that suggested it might forego the pie entirely in favor of a human meal. Instantly intimidated, the middle-aged woman clamped her mouth shut and retreated behind her husband. The middle-aged man, swallowing hard as he gazed at the beef pie, turned to Lin Shi and said, "Young man, you ought to have that large dog on a leash when you take it out. What if it bites someone? Perhaps you should tie it up first? If you're afraid of being bitten, you may leave." "You've already interrupted our meal," Lin Shi replied coolly. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback by Lin Shi's retort, his expression darkening, but after glancing at the Demon King, he chose to remain silent. At this juncture, the boy named Akiu piped up, "Mom, I want a beef pie." The middle-aged woman shot an awkward glance at Lin Shi before pulling the boy along, saying, "Mom will make you one at home. Let us go." "What meat do we have at home? We don't even have a hot meal. I want a beef pie. I want it now." The boy tugged at his mother's clothing, stamping his feet in frustration. If I don't get a beef pie, I want to leave. Annoyed by the boy's incessant noise, Lin Shi glanced at him, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The boy immediately fell silent, intimidated. Young man, could we perhaps trade these for 4, no, 3 beef pies? The girl among the 4 had been eagerly eyeing the meat pie, but upon hearing this, she lowered her head. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shi declined. No, the woman's bag contained nothing but summer clothes, curtains, and carpets. Of no use to him whatsoever. Point 2 would suffice, or even just 1. Please, my son hasn't eaten meat in days. P.S. becoming emaciated. The Demon King cast a skeptical glance at the boy's round belly and face, tilting its head in confusion at the woman's absurdity. Seeing Lin Shi's refusal to barter, the middle-aged man snapped, if he prefers to feed the dog rather than trade, then let us not embarrass ourselves here. Let us go. The middle-aged woman sighed in resignation, pulling the boy along as the family made their way outside. Lin Shi chose to ignore them and continued enjoying his lunch. Casually, another piece of beef patty was shoved into the mouth of the Demon King, who had already finished one. However, the Demon King did not accept it. Instead, he suddenly lifted his head and gazed outside. Lin Shi followed the Demon King's line of sight and turned to look at the street outside. At that moment, a boy named Xiao suddenly broke free from the grip of a middle-aged woman and rushed over to snatch the meat pie that Lin Shi had intended to feed to the Demon King. Give it to me! Lin Shi noticed the boy dashing towards him, and a flash of murderous intent flickered across his body. Simultaneously, the Demon King's aura shifted dramatically, and he lunged at the boy in front of him, sinking his teeth into the boy's hand. Ah! The simultaneous screams echoed, one belonging to the boy and the other to the middle-aged woman. The woman rushed over to embrace the boy, who had fainted from the pain, desperately calling out his name. The Demon King spat out the blood-soaked hand as though discarding something vile. At that moment, commotion could be faintly heard from outside. Lin Shi prepared to step out to assess the situation. Stop! A middle-aged man glared at Lin Shi, demanding, your dog bit off my son's hand, and you think you can just walk away? Lin Shi did not turn back. The boy came charging in to snatch something, and the fact that he was not killed is already a sign of my dog's mercy. He patted the Demon King on the head and said, next time you encounter someone who rushes in to steal, just bite them to death. The Demon King obediently nodded and turned back to look at the boy, seemingly contemplating whether to go over and finish him off now. Though you have any humanity left, feeding your dog is one thing, but to treat human life so carelessly? The middle-aged man shouted but dared not approach to avenge his SON. At this moment, clear screams and the sound of frantic footsteps erupted from the street outside. Help! A crowd was frantically fleeing down the street, and behind them, a black and brown tabby cat, as large as a lynx, was wildly pursuing them. The cat's speed was extraordinarily swift, and its eyes, once lazy and gentle like an ordinary cat, were now filled with a sinister gleam. Each time its sharp claws caught a person, they would penetrate through their body, tearing away a piece of flesh. After knocking someone down, it would shred them to a bloody mess under its claws before pouncing on the next victim, treating humans as mere mice under its paw. After dispatching another victim, it leaped forward with astonishing agility, landing directly in front of the fleeing crowd, mockingly observing the despairing humans, as the cat approached within 100 meters of the shop. Lin Shi's treasure-hunting interface emitted a warning. Detected a first-tier source beast within 100 meters. Another source beast appeared. Chapter 66. The Demon King versus the Tabby Cat. Upon encountering another source beast, Lin Shi's expression hardened. The last time, he had been caught off guard by the sudden warning from the treasure interface, failing to eliminate that mutated wild boar in advance. He would not make the same mistake again. At that moment, the Demon King standing beside him erupted with intense battle intent, his eyes fixed with hostility on the mutated tabby cat. The Demon King took a few steps in place, looking up at Lin Shi, seemingly seeking his opinion through his gaze. Do you wish to deal with that cat? Lin Shi instantly grasped the Demon King's meaning. The Demon King nodded. Seeing a source beast meant it had to be killed. This was an opportunity to rapidly enhance their strength, and Lin Shi would naturally not let it slip. By that it was rather unexpected for the Demon King to take the initiative to enter the fray. Nevertheless, this presented an opportunity for him to gauge the Demon King's combat prowess. After all, it mattered little in whose hands the source beast perished. He inquired, do you require assistance? The Demon King nudged Lin Shi with his head, subtly urging him to refrain from intervening. Very well, go ahead. My presence will ensure the Demon King remains unharmed. The Demon King cast a grateful glance at Lin Shi before gradually approaching the feline. Simultaneously, the mutated tabby cat seemed to sense something, turning its gaze towards the Demon King. Upon seeing him, the cat abandoned the group of humans, fixating intently on the approaching figure. Its body tensed, arching in a warning posture as it emitted a sharp cry. Meow. The Demon King quickened his pace, launching himself forward with great fervor. As two source beasts, the Demon King was slightly larger, yet the tabby cat exhibited astonishing speed. The conflict between cat and dog was imminent. While Lin Shi remained engrossed in the unfolding battle, a family of 3 within the jewelry store erupted into a heated dispute. Hurry, take Xiao to the hospital, the middle-aged woman urged, pressing her clothing against the boy's wound, carefully wrapping the severed arm. Do you not understand the current state of the hospitals? Where will we find a doctor? The chaos had escalated in the hospitals over the past few days, as countless individuals suffering from injuries, frostbite, and fevers rushed to seek help, only to find themselves trapped within the storm's grip. The hospitals had become overcrowded, yet there were insufficient resources to accommodate so many. Desperate and freezing, the individuals faced the brink of life and death, leading to unimaginable actions. The hospitals had descended into a hellish nightmare. What shall we do? Are we to watch Xiao perish here? The middle-aged woman was in a state of frantic despair. Mother, tie Xiao's wound with a rope. It may help reduce the bleeding, the previously silent girl suddenly interjected. Upon hearing her words, the middle-aged woman, who had initially appeared maternal, transformed her demeanor, her tone sharp as she retorted, "What do you know, you wretched girl? Do you wish for your brother to become a cripple?" The girl, appearing meek, replied softly, "I read online that if he continues to bleed like this, he may die from blood loss." Her words ignited a powder keg of tension between the parents. The middle-aged man strode forward, delivering a harsh slap to the girl's face, venting his pent-up rage that he could not unleash on Lin Shi. "You want to see your brother die, don't you? You worthless, despicable creature. Why didn't you stop Xiao from coming in? Why didn't you help him grab the meat pie? Why weren't you the one who got bitten?" The girl fell to the ground, shards of glass embedding painfully into her palm. Yet the middle-aged couple remained oblivious to this scene, the woman continuing to hurl cruel and cutting remarks at the girl. "If anything happens to your brother, you shall not escape unscathed." The girl, in a state of numbness, rose silently to remove the shards of glass embedded deep within her palm, gazing at her blood-soaked hand, her eyes reflecting a murky and inscrutable emotion. The conflicts among animals are primal and brutally savage. Within a mere few minutes, a cat and a dog bore wounds upon their bodies. Those who were being pursued by the tabby cat seized the opportunity during the skirmish between the two beasts to escape without a trace. At that moment, the tabby cat limped, its right leg having been bitten by the Demon King at some unknown time. Meanwhile, the Demon King bore 3 bloody gashes beneath its eyes, nearly having its sight compromised, alongside several deep wounds on its leg, exposing flesh to the bone. Lin Shi's heart tightened in apprehension. Should the Demon King find itself in peril, he was prepared to wield a ranged weapon at a moment's notice. The Demon King lunged fiercely once more, only to be evaded by the tabby cat. The tabby, pivoting swiftly, slashed at the Demon King with a rapid swipe. The sharp claws gleamed menacingly in the sunlight, tearing through the Demon King's down jacket and sending feathers swirling about that instant. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened, a lethal intent igniting in his eyes, as a handgun discreetly emerged from his sleeve. A girl's startled cry erupted from behind him. "Run! They intend to kill you!" Unbeknownst to him, a middle-aged couple had stealthily approached from behind, each wielding a knife, their eyes brimming with murderous intent and madness. Their intentions unmistakably clear. Damn! That ungrateful wretch! Upon being noticed by Lin Shi, the middle-aged man shot a vicious glance at the girl, abandoning all pretense as he menacingly addressed Lin Shi. "Your dog is not at your side now. Boy, you've harmed my son, and I shall grind your bones to feed the dogs. Don't waste time talking to him. Kill him. You can wear his clothes. I want beef patties," the middle-aged woman urgently insisted. In truth, they had long set their sights on Lin Shi. Initially, they had intended to target his dog, but the Demon King's ferocity had taken them by surprise. Upon realizing that the dog was not an easy adversary, They contemplated retreating to lay in wait until nightfall, using the girl to lure the dog away before striking. However, they didn't anticipate their own son's misfortune occurring first. Yet now, seizing the moment while the dog was absent, they resolved to eliminate the boy Wolf. Upon sensing the threat to Lin Shi, the Demon King let out a furious roar, swatting the advancing tabby cat to the ground and lunging at its injured right leg with renewed ferocity. This decisive bite shattered the tabby's leg, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. The Demon King then pounced upon the tabby, its overwhelming strength asserting dominance in that moment, its sharp claws pinning down the cat that still struggled to rise. The tabby, in a desperate fight for survival, clawed at the Demon King's leg, but in the next instant, the Demon King brutally crushed its neck. Meanwhile, an unexpected turn of events unfolded for Lin Shi. Just as the middle-aged couple charged at him with knives drawn, the girl, who had been cowering in the shadows, suddenly emerged wielding a cleaver that she had procured from an unknown source, and charged at the couple with fierce determination. Chapter 67. Qin Shuang. None present anticipated such a dramatic twist. At the outset, she was the least noticeable among the four, a timid girl who scarcely dared to speak. Yet, suddenly, she executed a remarkable act. Though she appeared small and frail, her strength was immense, as she nearly severed the middle-aged man's neck with a single strike. Almost immediately, the middle-aged woman was caught off guard and brought down by the girl. Lin Shi was experiencing such a situation for the first time, his expression tinged with mild astonishment. After the Demon King dispatched the tabby cat, it swiftly returned to Lin Shi's side. Lin Shi affectionately patted the Demon King's head, offering a gesture of approval. He retrieved medical supplies from his backpack, tending to the Demon King's wounds while discreetly observing the unfolding events. On the other side, the middle-aged man, having had his carotid artery severed, soon succumbed to excessive blood loss, convulsing and rolling his eyes. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman continued to struggle for her life, brandishing a fruit knife and lunging at the girl. The girl evaded momentarily but was struck in the arm. Yet, she did not falter, delivering another blow to the woman's head. Even when the middle-aged woman lay motionless, the girl relentlessly continued her assault, blood splattered, as if the victims were not her parents, but mere slabs of meat. It was only when the bodies were reduced to a grotesque pulp that she ceased. Standing with the knife in hand, she approached the unconscious boy, her demeanor resembling that of a soulless wanderer, and whispered, "Let us descend into hell together, brother." With that, she struck down at the boy, severing his head with several blows. After completing this gruesome act, the girl walked toward Lin Shi, but halfway there, she dropped the knife to the ground. Looking utterly lost as she gazed at him and said, "You should kill me." "Why would I kill you?" Lin Shi replied, perplexed. He had only ever taken lives to protect himself and his interests. This girl had neither attacked nor insulted him. She had even warned him. Though he had sensed the murderous intent behind him, it indicated her lack of hostility. She had even alleviated his troubles. He had no reason to strike her down. The light faded from her eyes as she lamented, "I have killed my parents and relatives. Should such a scoundrel not be punished?" Lin Shi found her reasoning amusing. "What does your killing of your kin have to do with me? Moreover, some people are unworthy of being parents." In that moment, Lin Shi recalled Xiao, a shadow darkening his gaze. He patted the Demon King and said, "Let us depart." When Lin Shi and the Demon King returned to the tabby cat's side, they found that some of those who had fled had returned, but only to watch from a distance, too fearful to approach. The tabby cat lay dead, and the Demon King, who had killed it, remained nearby. Ignoring the gazes of onlookers, Lin Shi instructed the Demon King to carry away the tabby cat's body. Those who had hoped he might leave it behind were met with disappointment, believing they might scavenge some meat. However, a severed leg of the tabby cat, bitten off by the Demon King, still sparked a scramble among some individuals. Regardless of its nature, it was still flesh. After walking a distance, Lin Shi halted and called out toward a corner behind him. "Come out." Covered in blood and cautiously clutching a large bag, the girl who had just slaughtered her family stepped into view. "Why are you following me?" Lin Shi inquired, frowning. The girl took a few steps closer, halting only upon hearing the menacing voice of the Demon King. "May I accompany you?" "No," Lin Shi replied without a moment's hesitation. The fact that he refrained from killing her did not imply his acceptance of her presence. "I can do anything. Do not underestimate me because of my slender frame. I possess great strength and can endure hardship." And I do not consume much at all. The girl fervently promoted herself. I already have companions. Lin Shi warned her with a piercing glare. Do not follow me. I will not hesitate to kill. He resolved never to forge partnerships with anyone again, not even to trust a servant by his side. My name is Qin Shuang. The girl called out to Lin Shi's retreating figure. Noticing his indifference, Qin Shuang's gaze hardened as she turned to depart in another direction. As the sensation of being watched gradually faded, Lin Shi sought refuge in a secluded corner, where he stored the corpse of the tabby cat within his space. In the afternoon, he retrieved the previously marked map and continued his looting of gold shops. After ransacking a dozen establishments, he unexpectedly encountered someone at the entrance of another gold shop. Are you following me? A flash of murderous intent crossed Lin Shi's eyes as he regarded the reappearing Qin Shuang. She quickly defended herself. I am not following you. I came to this gold shop in search of something. It was then that Lin Shi noticed the fire axe she held in her hand. So, she too was here for gold, he mused, raising an eyebrow. Having encountered this girl twice in a single day, he instinctively assumed she sought to cling to him. As Lin Shi attempted to circumvent Qin Shuang, she called out to him, "Wait." He turned back, irritation evident in his gaze. Qin Shuang set down a large bag she had been carrying, which was visibly heavier after an afternoon's worth of collecting. She opened the bag to reveal an array of gold jewelry among other assorted items. Her eyes sparkled as she grasped a handful of gold and extended it towards Lin Shi. This is for you. Lin Shi's expression of impatience shifted slightly. Why are you giving this to me? Do you not need gold? She replied, I visited 4 gold shops this afternoon, and all the gold I gathered is here. Lin Shi coldly responded, I require only what I can collect myself. Even if you squander your time searching for these items, I will not take you in that I understand. Qin Shuang lowered her hand, clutching the gold jewelry tightly, and bowed her head, saying, I know my worthless life can only rely on myself. I merely wish to thank you for not pushing me down when I was at my most desperate. No need for thanks, I did nothing, Lin Shi stated matter-of-factly. Yet, Qin Shuang fixed her determined gaze upon him and insisted, I believe that there is a difference between doing nothing and doing something. These gold pieces are of no use to me. Just accept them. While Lin Shi desired the gold, he would not accept it without offering something in return. If you insist on giving them to me, I will trade you for something. He retrieved a pack of anti-inflammatory medication, a bottle of iodine, and a roll of bandage from his backpack. In a world before the apocalypse, such a trade, exchanging so much gold for a mere handful of medical supplies, would have seemed insane. Yet now, with pharmacies and hospitals stripped bare of their stock, medical supplies were undeniably far more precious than gold. Qin Shuang's arm had been wounded by a middle-aged woman, and if left untreated, the injury was likely to become inflamed and infected, posing a significant risk of death in the current environment. These medicinal supplies were invaluable to her. For Lin Shi, however, exchanging a small amount of medicine for a substantial quantity of gold, perhaps 30 or 40 pounds, was a considerable profit. Moreover, he would also earn the gratitude of the girl. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Lin Shi's eyes as he discerned that this girl was not merely ordinary. Chapter 68. The second phase, a girl capable of carrying such an immense weight of gold, along with a sack full of supplies, while wielding a fire axe weighing several pounds, possessed strength that could not simply be described as strong. Furthermore, despite sustaining an injury from the middle-aged woman, the girl continued to gather supplies as if nothing had happened. Lin Shi glanced down at the wound on the Demon King's arm. It had ceased to bleed. Upon a sudden thought, Lin Shi retrieved several packets of instant noodles, which he had collected earlier from a shipping container, and handed them to Qin Shuang along with the medical supplies. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she trembled, accepting the items from his hands. Thank you. Lin Shi placed the gold from Qin Shuang's bag into his own backpack, stating, I must take my leave. The sun will set shortly. Although it was still before 4 in the afternoon, dusk had already begun to encroach upon the day. The arrival of extreme cold extended the night far beyond the duration of daylight. Without illumination, the night was considerably more perilous than the day. What is your name? Came Qin Shuang's voice from behind. Lin Shi pondered for a moment before responding without turning. I am called Li Erhao. As the sky darkened, Lin Shi hurried back to the safe house with the Demon King. Upon their return, he first examined the injury sustained by the Demon King, which had indeed healed rapidly and was no longer bleeding. Lin Shi marveled once more at the astonishing regenerative abilities of the source beasts, meticulously tending to any deeper wounds. After allowing the Demon King to rest in the living room, he stepped into the storage room and locked the door, retrieving the corpse of the tabby cat. Detected unclaimed source power. Would you like to absorb it? Yes, no. The moment Lin Shi received the prompt from the treasure basin, he unhesitatingly replied, yes. Much like the previous experience of absorbing the wild boar. A warm current flowed from his arm into his body, accompanied by an indescribable sensation of bliss that permeated his entire being. It was a sublime feeling of the essence of life being elevated. Suddenly, Lin Shi's body jolted. The genetic lock within him spontaneously unlocked at that moment. Astonishment coursed through him. An unprecedented sense of power surged within his heart. What is this? Lin Shi marveled at the sensations coursing through his body. The experience was astonishingly surreal. His mind was as clear and calm as it had been when he first unlocked the initial genetic lock, yet the strength within him was steadily increasing. He was struck by the illusion that he could engage a source beast in unarmed combat. Tentatively, Lin Shi threw a punch into the air, and the force of his strike sliced through the atmosphere with a piercing sound. His mind calculated the power behind this punch, which astonishingly exceeded his previous strength by tenfold. It far surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary human, and this was merely a casual punch from Lin Shi. Was this the second tier of the genetic lock? Lin Shi was profoundly astonished, and he sprang into the air, effortlessly touching the ceiling. He attempted to jog a few steps, and in the blink of an eye, he darted from one end of the storage room to the other, at such a remarkable speed. Within a space that was not particularly spacious, Lin Shi accelerated seamlessly from the starting point to a halt, barely stopping before colliding with the wall. This could only be accomplished with impeccable control over one's strength. Should a normal person's physical power and speed surge unexpectedly, they would struggle to adapt to their own newfound strength in such a short span of time, potentially leading to a lack of coordination or even self-inflicted injuries. Such adaptation requires time and practice. However, in a state of unlocked genetic potential, Lin Shi's brain could precisely manage every ounce of his strength, as if an inexhaustible well of power surged within him. This sensation was overwhelmingly potent. This time, the duration of the unlocked genetic state lasted for 8 seconds. Once he reverted to his previous state, Lin Shi swayed slightly, dropping to one knee. His limbs felt weak, and a faint ache coursed through his body, yet it was significantly less severe than the aftereffects he experienced the first time he unlocked his genetic potential. Perhaps it had something to do with my 2 recent absorptions of source beast energy, Lin Shi mused. Initially informed by number 2 that the aftereffects of unlocking the genetic potential would grow increasingly severe, he now found his condition markedly improved. The source energy, Lin Shi understood its significance. Could it be that absorbing the energies of 2 first-tier source beasts enabled him to unlock the second-tier genetic potential? Or had my body already absorbed some source material prior to this? A nagging doubt lingered in his mind. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, while he was unconscious, the treasure basin had autonomously absorbed source materials, which would explain his confusion. After resting for about 10 minutes, though his limbs remained somewhat unsteady, he gradually regained his strength. He attempted to unlock his genetic potential once more, but to no avail. Indeed, the power during the unlocking was formidable, yet Lin Shi still could not fathom how to activate the genetic potential at will. Aside from moments of life and death, or when emotions reached a certain pinnacle, he had yet to discover any other means to voluntarily unlock his genetic potential. Furthermore, after observing the battle between the Demon King and the tabby cat, Lin Shi noted that, apart from humans, other animals seemingly lacked the concept or ability to unlock genetic potential. They appeared to enhance their physical strength more directly, exhibiting some external changes in size and form. The evolutionary paths of humans and source beasts diverged significantly. At present, everything remained in an exploratory phase, and Lin Shi could only gradually unravel the mysteries within. Retrieving the tabby cat's corpse back into the spatial realm, he opened the door to the storage room. The Demon King lay in wait at the threshold, unbeknownst to Lin Shi for how long. "Waiting for me, are you?" Lin Shi remarked with mild surprise, crouching down to stroke the Demon King's head. The Demon King circled Lin Shi twice, its nose incessantly sniffing, as if confirming something. "What's the matter?" Lin Shi inquired with a smile. The Demon King nudged Lin Shi's palm with its nose, its lively eyes filled with affection and a hint of reverence. Assuming the Demon King was hungry, Lin Shi patted its head and said, "Are you hungry? Let's go eat." After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Lin Shi retrieved the gold, platinum, diamonds, silver, and other jewelry he had collected that day from the spatial realm, laying them out on the living room floor. The gold alone amounted to several hundred kilograms, while the combined weight of the silver, rose gold jewelry, and diamonds was also approaching several hundred kilograms. The entire floor of the living room shimmered with a golden brilliance, creating a stunning spectacle. Replicas could not be utilized for upgrades. These items had lost their worth except for the purpose of enhancement. Lin Shi glanced at the interface of the treasure basin. Treasure basin, storage space. 96, 96, 96. Wealth points required for upgrade, 32. 000. Function. Item duplication, 21. Wealth points required for next upgrade, 58,500. He crouched down, placing his hand upon the pile of jewelry, inhaled deeply and declared, Upgrade item duplication, Chapter 69. Further upgrading the treasure basin as soon as Lin Shi's voice fell. The golden interface flickered slightly, and the mound of jewelry before him diminished instantly. The numbers on the treasure basin interface danced rapidly, and upon settling, transformed to treasure basin, storage space. 96, 96, 96. Wealth points required for upgrade, 32. 000. Function. Item duplication, 45. Wealth points required for next upgrade, 160,000. The pattern of item duplication upgrades was such that the first upgrade added 3, the second 6, and the third 12. This being Lin Shi's fourth upgrade, it had increased by a full 24. Simultaneously, the amount of precious metals required for the next upgrade had also escalated. Previously it was 80,000, which Lin Shi had reduced to 58,000 after allowing the surplus gold to be consumed by item duplication, and now it had soared to 160,000. This sum represented 160 kilograms of gold. Rose gold and platinum could also be devoured, yet none could match the 1:1 ratio of gold. Silver required 100 G to be exchanged for 1 wealth point. As for diamonds, it appeared the treasure basin did not acknowledge these exorbitantly priced stones. Or perhaps only precious metals could be consumed by the basin. Lin Shi dismissed these thoughts and continued to upgrade item duplication. Fifth upgrade. Item duplication increased by 48. The next upgrade required 320,000 wealth points. Sixth upgrade. Item duplication increased by 96. The subsequent upgrade demanded 640,000 wealth points. Lin Shi cast a glance at the floor, where more than half of the gold and silver ornaments had already vanished. Following this upgrade pattern, the next enhancement would require over 1,000,000 wealth points. Clearly, the remaining gold and silver would not suffice. He silently recited the command for another upgrade, which this time resulted in an increase of 192 item duplication instances. Treasure basin, storage space. 96, 96, 96. Wealth points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function. Item duplication, 381. Wealth points required for next upgrade, 1,240,000. Estimating the remaining gold and jewelry, Lin Shi surmised he could exchange them for approximately 400,000 to 500,000 wealth points. Indeed, he was far from achieving the next level of item duplication. Lin Shi opted to upgrade the storage space instead. After 5 prior upgrades, the space had reached its current size. The gold required for space upgrades was considerably less than for item duplication. He estimated that with 4 or 5 more upgrades, the space would suffice without further enhancement. Completely upgrade storage space. Lin Shi declared decisively. As his words echoed, all items, save for the diamonds, vanished from beneath his hands. This time, the duration for the upgrade of the treasure basin was noticeably prolonged. After the numbers on the treasure basin underwent 4 transformations, it became treasure basin storage space. 1456, 1456, 1456, continue to accumulate 985. 755 wealth points to obtain complete storage space. Function. Item duplication 381. Wealth points required for upgrade. 1.24 million. Complete storage space. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. He had harbored a suspicion that if the treasure basin were upgraded to its utmost limit, perhaps some unexpected changes would occur. He had not anticipated that this would come to fruition so swiftly. Lin Shi felt his heartbeat quicken slightly. Previously, the storage space had been upgraded 5 times. With this latest upgrade, it had now been upgraded 4 more times, which meant a maximum of only 10 upgrades could be achieved. Lin Shi took out paper and pen and began to calculate silently. According to the pattern where each upgrade of the treasure basin required a doubling of wealth points, the wealth points needed for the 10th upgrade should originally be 512,000 points. Yet after absorbing excess gold and silver, It still required over 980,000. Lin Shi's brow furrowed. This meant that the points needed for the final upgrade no longer doubled but instead quadrupled. The item duplication had already been upgraded 7 times. If it too could reach a maximum of 10 upgrades, then he would still need 20.82 million wealth points. This indicated that he needed to collect over 20 tons of gold, or even more precious metals. Lin Shi immediately opened the map of Xia City to take a look. The gold shops he had previously plundered had already been crossed off. There were not many gold shops remaining on the map. The city of Xia was not large. In just one day, he had visited 60% of the gold shops. The remaining ones were mostly located in the suburbs, which not only meant a slower collection speed but also a scarcity of gold shops. It would be far from sufficient to gather 20 tons. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shi suddenly thought of the bank's vault. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. When he had gone out to gather supplies today, he had already observed that most banks were entirely locked down. Although they were unguarded, the walls of the banks were reinforced, and the glass was bulletproof. Not to mention the bank vaults, which were said to be impervious to explosives. Even if left unguarded, with the limited firepower he possessed, breaking through bulletproof glass would be exceedingly difficult, let alone opening a bank vault. Such thoughts were mere fantasies. Lin Shi glanced at his hand, pondering whether the treasure basin space could draw the gold from within the bank vault through its walls. With this thought, he promptly stood up and approached the wall. To ascertain this, it was simple. He would test it with his safe house. The outer wall of his safe house was over 3 meters thick, but the inner walls that partitioned the rooms were not as robust, approximately 30 centimeters thick. He would first test it with his own room. Lin Shi placed his hand against the wall connecting to the bedroom. Closing his eyes, he concentrated all his thoughts to communicate with the space. As his consciousness connected with the space, he experienced a sensation akin to a gentle diffusion of awareness. Previously, when he had removed items from containers and suitcases, he had felt a faint sense of connection to the objects within. However, at this moment, just as the thought of retrieving items from the room crossed his mind, a piercing pain akin to a needle shot through his brain. Lin Shi immediately severed the connection with the space, collapsing to the ground in a crouch. Wang. Upon witnessing the situation, the Demon King hurriedly dashed to Lin Shi's side, anxiously circling around him. Lin Shi, valiantly suppressing the sudden wave of nausea and dizziness, managed to force a smile for the concerned gaze of the Demon King, assuring him, "I am fine." After resting for a considerable while, the discomfort gradually subsided. However, by this point, his heart had already grown considerably cold. Undeterred, he attempted to experiment with various other objects. From cups to metal boxes to cabinets and beyond, he explored every conceivable item. Ultimately, Lin Shi discerned the limitations of his telekinetic abilities. The success of his attempts to retrieve items from a container was contingent upon the thickness of the container's walls and its density. To extract something from within a container, the maximum thickness of the container could not exceed 5 centimeters, regardless of the object inside. Moreover, the greater the density of the container, the lower the permissible thickness. For instance, after constructing a box from several alloy plates, Lin Shi discovered that exceeding 3 centimeters resulted in the same predicament he encountered when trying to transport an object from the living room to the bedroom. It seemed this avenue was futile. Rubbing his swollen temples, Lin Shi realized that to extract items through a container, it must be thin and of low density. Clearly, a bank vault did not meet these criteria. It appeared he would have to pursue an alternative path. Once he had gathered enough gold from the shops in Shushi, he could venture to neighboring cities to acquire more gold. Chapter 70. The movements of the troops the following day. Lin Shi, still unwilling to concede, made yet another trip to the bank. After spending most of the day circumventing several locks, he finally arrived at the vault's entrance. Once again, he was struck by a feeling akin to having been dealt a heavy blow to the head, dizzy and nauseated. This time, he was utterly disheartened. The bank's vault was not only thick, but also comprised numerous layers and intricate structures, rendering it impervious to any ordinary force. The lock on the vault door alone was exceedingly complex. Even if it were to be destroyed, the door would remain firmly shut. Resigned, he could only diligently collect gold from each jewelry store one by one. On that day, Lin Shi scoured all the remaining gold shops in the city, amassing barely a few dozen kilograms of gold and various types of jewelry, far less than he had anticipated. After converting all of it into financial points for upgrading his storage space, he found treasure pot, storage space, 1456, 1456, 1456. Continue to accumulate 153,673 financial points to achieve complete storage capacity. Function. Item duplication 381. Financial points required for upgrade 1. 24 million. With just over 150 kilograms of gold remaining, he could elevate his storage space to its maximum level. Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement on the third day following the snowstorm. After completing his morning exercises, Lin Shi noticed that heavy snow had begun to fall outside. Though the snowfall obscured visibility for travel, the wind remained mild, allowing him to venture out in search of gold. The Demon King's injuries had yet to fully heal, and having not taken it with him yesterday, Lin Shi decided to leave it at home once more today. Considering the possibility of worsening snow conditions and the risk of becoming stranded, he ensured the Demon King had enough provisions for several days before setting out. Today, Lin Shi's objective was the suburbs. Upon his arrival, he immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Perhaps it is not merely the suburbs, but the entire atmosphere of Shushi that has undergone a transformation. Today, the number of individuals venturing outside in search of supplies is noticeably diminished compared to the previous days. Over the past few days, it was not uncommon to witness solitary figures clutching resources being accosted in the streets, their possessions seized in violent confrontations. Such brutal encounters, where blades met flesh, frequently unfolded before Lin Shi's eyes. The snow-laden ground bore not only a chaotic array of footprints, but also the stark contrast of bright crimson blood staining the pristine white expanse. Just yesterday, Lin Shi observed two young women seemingly venturing out together in search of provisions, only to be dragged into a dark, deserted shop by three burly men. Their desperate cries for help faded into silence within moments. Clad in opulent attire, Lin Shi was, unsurprisingly, targeted, as countless predatory gazes were drawn to him. With his physique having reached the second tier of gene unlocking and 8 years of accumulated experience in the apocalyptic realm, anyone daring enough to approach him with malice was swiftly dealt with. Aware that life-or-death situations could trigger the unlocking of human genes, Lin Shi executed his actions with even greater decisiveness, ensuring that he delivered no more than the necessary blow to dispatch his adversaries. The world around him had become a canvas of pure white, while the hearts of men had descended into a profound darkness. After dispatching the fifth foolhardy individual of the day, Lin Shi, somewhat exasperated, affixed his bloodied Nepalese dagger to his waist. Indeed, fewer individuals with a sense of self-preservation dared to approach him. However, during lunch, an oblivious soul did appear. "Young man, I beg of you, could you spare some food? I haven't eaten in 2 days," implored a kind-faced woman of around 50, dressed in a patchwork cotton coat, as she entered the printing shop where Lin Shi was resting. Lin Shi cast a cold glance at the approaching woman, his tone frigid. "Take another step closer, and you shall meet your end." The woman's advance faltered, and tears glistened in her eyes. "The heavens have left me no escape. My children are far away, leaving me here to suffer alone. Young man, I do not ask for much, just a morsel to sustain me. I would trade you this coat for a bite to eat." She stood at the threshold, undeterred. The prospect of exchanging a single mouthful for a reasonably warm coat seemed enticing. Perhaps someone would begrudgingly part with a meal for such a deal. Lin Shi's gaze grew colder still as he rose and approached her. The woman, believing he had acquiesced, displayed a flicker of hope. Yet, as Lin Shi drew near, a glint of malice flashed in her eyes, revealing a sharp steel spike concealed within her coat. Before she could raise her hand, a flash of cold steel caught her peripheral vision. Her world began to spin, and the last image she beheld was Lin Shi standing over a familiar headless corpse, her own. This was the final thought that crossed her mind. Lin Shi sheathed his knife, kicking the woman's lifeless body out the door, casting a cold glance at the numerous prying eyes nearby before returning to his meal in the afternoon, while gathering gold. Lin Shi was suddenly startled by a commotion. The ruckus did not emanate from the vicinity, but rather from some high-rise apartments. "Soldiers, I am here. The army has arrived. We are saved. Soldier, please save me. I have not eaten for 3 days." In recent days, despairing cries have echoed throughout the apartment complex, with residents lamenting the absence of the military and the government's failure to come to their aid. Lin Shi had long harbored suspicions. He believed that the military's actions would soon materialize. Just yesterday, he seized the opportunity to visit another port, where he discovered that the majority of the containers had been opened, with valuable supplies already taken away. Recalling the day he encountered the troops, Lin Shi had no doubt that the soldiers had received orders to expedite the collection of resources. This was a prudent course of action. Without supplies to pacify the populace, even if the military managed to maintain order in the city, the survivors on the brink of starvation and freezing would remain discontent. Driven by cold and hunger, they might even oppose the troops, inciting chaos and rebellion. This indicated that the highest commander of the military in Shi was not a fool. Indeed, the military finally took action. Contingents of soldiers, fully armed and equipped, appeared throughout Shi. To the disappointment of the survivors, these soldiers did not bear the coveted supplies, but rather distributed sheets of paper resembling flyers. The soldiers seemed oblivious to the corpses strewn across the streets, engaging instead in the mundane task of posting notices as if in a pre-apocalyptic world. They affixed these papers at conspicuous locations throughout the city, with some soldiers directly handing flyers to individuals. Lin Shi received one such paper, which appeared to be handwritten, or perhaps a notification. Chapter 71. Complete storage space. He scrutinized the flyer. In recent days, unusual weather patterns have emerged, severing communication with other cities. In light of these exceptional circumstances, our unit will implement the following measures regarding extreme weather. Notice 1. Starting tomorrow, citizens not affected by blizzards may queue outside the Shanghai apartments in the eastern suburbs with their identification cards to register their personal information and receive a week's worth of survival supplies. Households with elderly or children may present their identification documents to collect supplies on their behalf. Those who attempt to collect supplies fraudulently or in excess will have their supplies revoked and will permanently lose their eligibility to receive aid. Notice 2. The military will construct shelters in the eastern suburbs of Shi. All individuals who participate in the construction for a duration of 100 days will gain the right to reside in a shelter. Those who contribute to the construction will receive 2 additional meal rations each day and an extra set of winter clothing each month. Requirements: ages 16-45, physically fit, and free from chronic illnesses. Individuals with special skills will be given priority. Notice 3. Due to the need for shelter construction, those who donate various building materials will earn contribution points based on the quantity submitted. Accumulating 500 contribution points will grant the right to reside in a shelter. Contribution points may be exchanged for supplies. Detailed exchange information will be posted outside the Shanghai apartments in the eastern suburbs. Notice 4. Starting today, a squad of soldiers will patrol each district daily, armed and ready. Citizens are prohibited from engaging in resource theft, murder, or acts of violence against women. Any offenders discovered will be shot on the spot. The remainder of the official notice was extensive, and Lin Shi skimmed through it. His previous suspicions were confirmed. The eastern suburbs had indeed caught the official's attention. When he had previously tasked Liao Peng with searching for land, he had noted the significance of that particular area. After all, there are few plots of land that meet the requirements for building a shelter. The small hill that serves as his safety haven is located in the western outskirts of Shi, quite distant from the eastern suburbs. With its elevated terrain and limited area, even if land were to be requisitioned, it would be impossible to claim the mere 300 square meters he possesses. Thus, he felt secure in constructing his refuge. Before long, crowds began to gather in the streets and alleys, surrounding the soldiers who were distributing leaflets. "Comrades, is there any food? I'm starving. I'm so cold. Do you have any spare clothing? Young man, my child is ill. Do you have any medicine?" The besieged soldiers could only repeatedly explain, "We haven't brought any supplies. You can collect provisions tomorrow in the eastern suburbs. It's all written on the leaflet. Please step aside. We need to complete our mission first." Upon realizing that these soldiers truly had no supplies, the crowd became increasingly agitated. What good are leaflets in times of life and death? You arrived so late. My father has already passed. If you had come earlier, perhaps my father would still be alive. He was only in his 60s. Don't you soldiers ever bring food when you go out? Do you have any idea how much we common folk are suffering? What are you soldiers even worth? Strip them of their clothes. The throng grew larger, bearing a menacing air that suggested they would not let the soldiers leave without offering something in return. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out, silencing the crowd momentarily. But soon, the air was filled with even louder shouts and curses, and some began to resort to violence. A burly man with a buzz cut shoved the soldier who had fired, glaring fiercely. "If you have the guts, then kill me. I'm declaring here today that unless you bring something out, you won't be leaving. Let us see if you dare to fire that weapon." "Exactly. None of you are leaving. Your guns are meant for the enemy, not for us common people." Let us see if they dare to make a move. The crowd echoed in agreement, and the atmosphere was charged with impending conflict. Lin Shi watched this scene unfold leisurely from the roadside, curious to see what kind of orders the commanding officer of the Shushi troops had issued to these soldiers. For one to develop Shushi into the largest official shelter, the commander must possess considerable skill. Bang! As another gunshot echoed, the previously boisterous burly man looked down in disbelief at the blood seeping from his chest before collapsing. Only then did the crowd fall into a true silence. The lead soldier's stern gaze swept over the crowd as he declared, "Instigators shall be executed. If you seek supplies, go to the eastern suburbs tomorrow. Now, disperse immediately." The crowd hastily scattered. Lin Shi observed everything keenly, casting a glance at the sky before departing the area with the flow of people. The gold he had collected today was sufficient to upgrade his space. He planned to return home first and then visit the eastern suburbs the following day. Now that he had established himself in Shushi, it was imperative to gain a thorough understanding of the local rulers. He passed the entrance of Wulong village on his way back. Lin Shi noticed that the villagers were, astonishingly, holding a funeral. Over the past few days, he had been coming and going at odd hours, barely catching sight of the villagers of Wulong. From afar, one could discern that nearly every household in the village had draped white cloths, a grim indication that the village had suffered numerous losses. Yet, amidst this dire moment, with the impending return of the next snowstorm uncertain, these villagers still found the fortitude to conduct funerary rites. Lin Shi found himself at a loss for words, torn between labeling them as ignorant or foolish. He quickened his pace, eager to return to the safety of his shelter. After greeting the Demon King, he presented the gold and other precious metals he had collected that day. A mix of tension, excitement, and anxiety coursed through him. But above all, there was an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi softly uttered, "Upgrade the storage space." Much of the golden trinkets vanished from his hands, and a brilliant golden light suddenly radiated from his brow. The entire interface of the treasure basin flickered with chaotic symbols. Lin Shi's pupils widened, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding transformation. The last time the treasure basin interface exhibited such intense fluctuations was when it absorbed the second ancient coin. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily. The Demon King stood nearby, utterly mesmerized. Though he had grown accustomed to Lin Shi's whimsical transformations, witnessing a human emit light was an unprecedented spectacle in his existence. The Demon King's mouth hung agape, oblivious to the drool pooling at his feet, his eyes reflecting an unmistakable admiration for Lin Shi. After a considerable pause, the treasure basin interface reappeared before him. Treasure basin. Storage space. Complete. The volume of space can expand with the increase of the user's internal source power. Capable of storing living beings. Function. Item duplication 381. Upgrade required currency points 1,240,000. The phrase capable of storing living beings caught Lin Shi's attention. He understood the implications of those words. Hastily, he examined the space with his mind. To his astonishment, the entire area had expanded to an infinite expanse, rendering the items within diminutive. Previously, the nearly 10,000 containers he had gathered at the port occupied a third of the space. After upgrading 4 times yesterday, those supplies now merely occupied a tiny fraction of the area. But now, the space appeared as if it had been split in 2.1 half remained a vast vacuum, while the other had astonishingly transformed into a plot of land the size of a football field. Chapter 72. Experimenting with space. The newly emerged land within the space lay barren, resembling a desolate wasteland, with only grayish-black soil scattered across its expanse. Lin Shi immediately felt compelled to experiment. Naturally, he would not use the Demon King for this trial. The Demon King was his ally, and any mishap would lead to regret. Stepping out of the safety of his shelter, he surveyed his surroundings, noting that apart from the endless white snow, there seemed to be no other signs of life. His gaze then fell upon the villagers below, in Wulong village. Wang Liang's countenance was grim as he navigated through the homes of the villagers. "Uncle Wang, the outside world has descended into chaos. Do you think we could postpone the funerals for the elders, or perhaps simplify the arrangements?" Wang Liang proposed as he entered one villager's home. The man referred to as Uncle Wang retorted, his voice laced with anger. "Postpone to when? One cannot be certain when another blizzard may strike. Leaving my father confined at home for 10 days or even half a month. Such a scenario is unacceptable. When a person passes away, they must be laid to rest, and considering the numerous elders who have already passed, holding just a single funeral is quite a simplification. What more simplicity do you desire? Wang Liang, filled with frustration, exclaimed. A life lost is a life lost. We, the living, must continue to persevere, correct? We cannot allow the deceased to obstruct the paths of the living. How much has my father contributed to the village during his lifetime? Liangzi, the village chief, often reminds us that one must not be selfish. We are a collective, destined to advance and retreat together. Do you wish for my father to be left to decay in the wilderness? Spare me your heartless words. Wang Liang visited over a dozen households, receiving nearly identical responses. Internally cursing, he stormed away with a grim expression. The village chief had always intended to groom Wang Liang as his successor. Given a few more years, once the chief had passed on, he would undoubtedly have become the next village leader. Yet now, with the chief's sudden demise, Wang Liang had yet to establish his authority in the village, and the villagers refused to heed his calls to organize funerals for the deceased. In recent days, nearly every household in the village had suffered a loss. Unlike the individualistic nature of urban neighborhoods, the villagers had, through the chief's years of effort, developed a strong sense of unity. With so many friends and relatives lost in such quick succession, one villager proposed adhering to the traditional customs for the funerals of the departed, and astonishingly, all the other villagers agreed. The village, situated in the outskirts near the mountains, had residents who cultivated their own food and were accustomed to drying vegetables and curing meats. Thus, for the moment, they had not descended into chaos like the cities outside, where people were resorting to theft and violence over scraps of food and clothing. However, Wang Liang had ventured outside and seen the turmoil. People were committing heinous acts for mere morsels. If they did not devise some strategy soon, once the village's food supplies were depleted, they would face the same fate as those outside. This urgency was the source of Wang Liang's agitation. At that moment, he felt acutely aware, as if he alone were sober amidst a sea of inebriation. He suddenly realized that the village chief's ideologies could not contend with the current circumstances. Enraged, he exited Uncle Wang's home and kicked the snow-covered ground at the foot of the mountain, cursing. It's all that wretched scoundrel's fault up there. One day, I shall make him pay. Wang Liang unleashed a torrent of curses, invoking the ancestors of Lin Shi in his fury, as if such expressions could alleviate the pent-up frustration within him. Had it not been for his encounter with Lin Shi, he would have remained in the village, patiently awaiting his turn as the chief's heir. Just then, Wang Liang noticed a shadow trailing behind him. As he turned, a hand landed upon his shoulder. Lin Shi had descended the mountain and spotted a lone villager. He intended to use a villager from this community to test his spatial abilities. The residents of this village harbored hostility towards him, making it a convenient trial. Coincidentally, Lin Shi overheard Wang Liang cursing him. A cold smile crept across Lin Shi's lips as he placed his hand on Wang Liang's shoulder, channeling his intent. Wang Liang turned to face Lin Shi, their eyes locking in surprise. Lin Shi pondered, why did the space not respond? Wang Liang remarked, this person looks quite familiar. Suddenly, a look of terror overtook Wang Liang's face. Before he could react, Lin Shi swiftly incapacitated him with a precise strike, re-establishing communication with the space. This time, there were no obstacles. Wang Liang vanished from Lin Shi's grasp. The creatures placed within the space must be devoid of consciousness, mustn't they? Lin Shi furrowed his brows as he surveyed the situation within the confines of the space. To his astonishment, a figure lay upon the previously barren ground. It was none other than Wang Liang, whom Lin Shi had just rendered unconscious. With a mere thought, Lin Shi transported Wang Liang back to the snowy expanse. He discreetly relocated Wang Liang to a secluded corner and seized a handful of snow, shoving it into the latter's clothing. It was not long before Wang Liang was jolted awake by the biting cold, his instinctive reaction being one of terror as he caught sight of Lin Shi. Anticipating this, Lin Shi delivered a forceful punch to Wang Liang's mouth, silencing his scream before it could escape his throat. No sound shall escape your lips, or you shall meet your demise, Lin Shi warned, his gaze cold and murderous, prompting Wang Liang to nod frantically in compliance. The single blow had already dislodged several of Wang Liang's teeth. Lin Shi then attempted once more to draw Wang Liang into the space. This time, he distinctly felt a resistance. As he focused his intent on enveloping the man, an invisible force thwarted his efforts. Bloodied and terrified, Wang Liang watched as Lin Shi's hand remained poised upon him, immobile. The unknown dread was the most terrifying of all. He had no inkling of Lin Shi's intentions. Listen closely. Regardless of what sensations you experience, do not resist. Otherwise, I shall end your life. Do you understand? Lin Shi's gaze bore into Wang Liang, who nodded desperately in response. Lin Shi endeavored to connect with the space once more. The resistance he faced was noticeably diminished, yet something still felt amiss, preventing his success. In the next heartbeat, he seized Wang Liang by the throat, gradually tightening his grip. Wang Liang's eyes bulged with desperation as he struggled against Lin Shi's hold. With a swift motion, Lin Shi employed his other hand to break Wang Liang's wrist, preventing further resistance. In his current state, it was trivial to shatter a man's bone with bare hands. Lin Shi's grip only grew tighter, all the while maintaining his mental connection to the space, attempting to draw Wang Liang within. Just as Wang Liang's eyes rolled back in his head, Lin Shi's hand relaxed, and he succeeded. Though Wang Liang was not yet dead, he had narrowly escaped suffocation. Suddenly liberated from Lin Shi's grasp, he erupted into a fit of coughs, still disoriented regarding his surroundings when Lin Shi pulled him back from the space. This process was repeated several times, until Lin Shi was certain that to draw a person into the space, the individual must be incapable of resistance or possess a weakened will. Furthermore, time flowed normally within this living space, allowing inhabitants to breathe and move. Although the inability to contain a normal human was somewhat underwhelming, Lin Shi was not solely fixated on humans. The consciousness or willpower of animals was somewhat weaker than that of humans, perhaps making them easier to ensnare within the space. A notion began to form in Lin Shi's mind, yet he needed to return and confer with the Demon King to validate it. At that moment, Lin Shi's eyes flickered slightly. Ignoring the already dazed Wang Liang, he turned his ear to the surrounding sounds. After listening attentively for a moment, Lin Shi pressed himself against the snow, straining to hear. Mere seconds later, he rose with a grave expression. If he had not misheard, at least two beasts, or perhaps source beasts, were approaching this way. Given the current environment, the likelihood of encountering source beasts was considerably heightened. Lin Shi cast one last glance at the barely conscious Wang Liang before swiftly snapping his neck. Wang Liang's neck was brutally snapped. A glimmer of relief flickered in his eyes. Today proved to be more terrifying than a nightmare. He contemplated that if there were to be a next life, he would never dare to speak ill of others behind their backs again. Thus, he concluded his thoughts. Lin Shi swiftly returned to the safe house. Chapter 73. Lin Shi's ambition. It was the time when dusk was about to fall. The villagers of Wulong village were primarily at home, preparing their evening meals. Among the living villagers, the stoves were ignited, sending up wisps of smoke into the air. Previously, Liao Peng had counted 96 households in this village, with a total population not exceeding 400. However, in recent days, nearly half of the villagers had perished. Yet, there remained a considerable number of survivors. Due to the ample supply of food, the concentration of humanity and their sense in the village was markedly greater than that of the dispersed individuals in the towering buildings. If no source beast had appeared, the villagers would have lived longer. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the previous scent of blood, unexpected guests arrived in the village that night. From the vantage point of the safe house, when Lin Shi beheld 5 exceptionally large wild boars charging into Wulong village, he knew that tonight would not be a peaceful one. With no evolvers present in the village, even if there were, they would be unable to fend off the source beasts. Upon hearing the screams that erupted from Wulong village, Lin Shi turned away, retreating into the safe house. He approached the Demon King and inquired, "Demon King, shall we play a game?" Lin Shi waved at the Demon King, enticingly suggesting, "In a moment, I will take you to a place, and you can help me see if that place is enjoyable. Do not be afraid. I will return you swiftly." The Demon King tilted its head, pondering the meaning behind Lin Shi's words. Lin Shi placed his hand atop the Demon King's head, connecting his consciousness with the space. In the next moment, the Demon King appeared in the spatial realm, looking utterly bewildered in Lin Shi's mind. He observed the Demon King springing up in the space, scanning its surroundings with heightened vigilance while emitting a series of anxious growls. Woof. Woof! Lin Shi hurriedly transported the Demon King back from the space. Upon returning to the familiar safe house and seeing Lin Shi, the excitement in the Demon King's eyes nearly overflowed, as if it were about to leap into Lin Shi's embrace. With patience, Lin Shi explained to the Demon King multiple times, soothing it before allowing it to enter the space once more. This time, the Demon King exhibited far less anxiety, running freely within the expanse of land. The spatial area was approximately the size of a basketball court, and when the Demon King reached the boundary, it was halted by an invisible wall. Lin Shi attempted to communicate with the Demon King through his thoughts. Demon King? Can you hear me? The Demon King abruptly looked up, scanning the space. Observing the Demon King's reaction brought joy to Lin Shi's heart, confirming his suspicions. He issued another command. Demon King, try digging. Though puzzled as to why it could not see its master yet could hear his voice, the Demon King obediently began to dig in place. With powerful hind legs, it quickly excavated a pit. Lin Shi then transported the Demon King out of the space. The Demon King, still in the motion of digging, suddenly realized it had returned home, wearing a completely bewildered expression. Turning his head, Lin Shi found his lips nearly stretching to the back of his ears. A surge of elation filled his heart, and the notion deep within him grew increasingly clear and intense. Indeed, the treasure basin could accommodate source beasts. Human hearts are unreliable. Thus, he must endeavor to assemble his own army of source beasts in this apocalyptic world. Only then would he have a day to exact revenge on the Shen family. Lin Shi crouched down and patted the Demon King's head, his gaze resolute. Demon King, we must grow stronger swiftly. In the future, I shall make you the king of source beasts. The commotion in Wulong village did not subside until the early hours of dawn. In the middle of the night, Lin Shi ventured out once more to inspect the situation in Wulong village. The following day, although the Demon King's injuries had healed, Lin Shi resolved to set out alone. Today, he intended to explore the eastern suburbs. To avoid drawing attention, Lin Shi deliberately donned a rather inconspicuous coat and concealed his face with a mask. He retrieved Lin Shi's identification card from his pocket, having decided to bring it along in case the notice he saw on the flyer about survivors needing to register information proved necessary. He had kept Lin Shi's ID because, despite his ordinary features, the contours of his face bore some resemblance to his OWNIT, might prove useful at some point. To enhanced the authenticity of his disguise. Lin Shi even used an electric razor to trim his hair into a style reminiscent of the one in Lin Shi's ID photo. When he donned the mask, his appearance bore a striking similarity to the photograph. If the soldiers conducted a lax review, it was unlikely they would detect any discrepancies. Satisfied with his reflection in the mirror, Lin Shi ensured the Demon King had ample food before descending the mountain. Before heading to the eastern suburbs, Lin Shi first returned to Wulong village. The village, which had been bustling with smoke and activity just the day before, now lay in eerie silence. Numerous houses had collapsed, and the interiors were stained with vast pools of blood, yet not a single corpse could be found. It was evident what fate had befallen the villagers. As for the two wild boars, they were nowhere to be seen. Lin Shi had suspected that the wild boars he encountered on the mountain could not possibly be limited to just one or two. Perhaps, deep within the mountains, there were still numerous mutated wild boars or other beasts. He needed to grow stronger swiftly. As for the deceased villagers of Wulong, Lin Shi bore no obligation to save them. Their demise at the hands of the wild boars was, to him, the best possible outcome. Henceforth, no one would trouble him near his safe house. Confirming that no living souls remained in Wulong village, Lin Shi departed and headed east. As he made his way toward the eastern suburbs, he encountered many people, all heading in the same direction, evidently summoned by the same notice. The journey was peaceful, with no one daring to act violently. Occasionally, small squads of soldiers could be seen patrolling the streets. The trek from the western to the eastern suburbs would likely take an entire day on foot. Lin Shi found an unoccupied spot to retrieve his snowmobile, avoiding the crowd as he rode a considerable distance. It was only as he approached the eastern suburbs that he sought a place to stow it away. Finally, he arrived at the eastern suburbs around noon. Upon his arrival, Lin Shi realized that, although he had come swiftly, he had not arrived early. Many residents who already lived in the eastern suburbs had gathered in throngs at the entrance of the Shanghai apartment. Additionally, numerous survivors had already made their way to the eastern suburbs after receiving notifications the previous day. Although the nighttime temperature is a stark drop of 10 to 20 degrees compared to the day, some individuals, burdened with sick relatives on the brink of starvation and freezing, have cast aside their concerns about the cold and desperately made their way to the eastern outskirts. Many survivors appear emaciated and frail, their steps unsteady. Amidst the throngs of people and the cacophony of voices, Lin Shi cannot even catch a glimpse of the entrance to the Shanghai apartment. He has come to gather information, thus he does not rush forward. instead choosing to stand quietly at the periphery of the crowd, observing the situation. Before long, a jarring blast from a horn pierces through the noise, followed by a gruff voice resonating in everyone's ears. Silence. Everyone, listen up. Form 5 lines and queue up. Disruptors will be shot. The mere utterance of the word shot carries an ominous air. If this does not immediately intimidate the survivors, the synchronized sound of soldiers chambering their weapons at the apartment entrance certainly does, finally quieting the uproar. A moment later, some astute survivors begin to push their way to the front, forming a line. Others scramble to join the queue. Lin Shi positions himself at the rear of one of the lines. At this juncture, the voice from the loudspeaker shifts to a younger tone, far less menacing than the previous speaker. Everyone, please line up, have your identification ready. After registering your identity, you may enter the compound to collect supplies. Point 1 identification card entitles you to one portion of supplies. If a family member is collecting on your behalf, please present a household registration book or marriage certificate as proof. Those who attempt to claim more than their share will lose the permanent right to receive supplies. We ask for your understanding during this special time, as we must take measures to prevent disorder. If you have lost your identification, you may register for verification here on the right. Those seeking employment, please register for an interview on the left. Lin Shi stands at the back of the crowd, observing intently. Though he cannot see clearly, the steady progression of the line indicates that the scrutiny is not overly stringent. After a while, a commotion arises at the front. My surname is Chen. What is the issue with my son taking my wife's surname, Huang? Why can't I collect the supplies? A man at the front of the line shouts passionately. The registrar responds, to collect on behalf of a family member, please present a household registration book or your wife's identification and marriage certificate. I came all the way from the South District, and I didn't bring those documents. Without proof, you may only collect your own supplies. Hey, aren't you supposed to serve the people? What kind of service attitude is this? Do you believe I won't file a complaint against you? The man attempts to continue his outburst but is abruptly silenced by the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. Do you not understand what he is saying? Identification is necessary to collect on behalf of someone else. Without it, you can only claim your own portion. Now, either go collect your share or return home for your documents. Disruptors will be shot. The voice belongs to the earlier gruff speaker. The man clad in a green military coat possesses an imposing stature, with a ruggedly handsome face marred by an eye of an unsettling murky hue, a testament to past injury, lending his otherwise stern visage an added air of menace. The voice, laden with an air of menace, coupled with the chilling sensation of the gun's barrel pressed against his forehead, rendered the raucous man so terrified that his legs buckled, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Why yes. Rising to his feet, the man seized the identification tag from the registrar's hands and scurried through the right-hand passage into the apartment. Observing this scene, many others, who harbored similar intentions as the disruptive man, promptly extinguished their ambitions. The pace of the queue quickened slightly. Before long, individuals who had previously registered to collect supplies emerged from the apartment, brandishing large black bags. The attention of those still waiting in line immediately shifted to the bag, as if they yearned to peer inside and discern its contents. A bold voice rang out from the crowd. Hey, what did you get? Yet, the individual offered no response, tightening his grip on the bag and hastily departing. As the queue continued to advance, after 3 hours of waiting, Lin Shi found himself near the front, with merely a dozen people ahead of him. Throughout the afternoon, he discerned that aside from the stringent scrutiny involved in collecting supplies on behalf of others, individuals merely needed to register their identification details and answer questions regarding their pre-apocalyptic professions to gain access to the apartment for supplies. Those whose occupations aligned with the criteria for constructing shelters were further enticed with an additional opportunity, redirected to another area. Lin Shi's attention was particularly drawn to a man standing resolutely before the soldiers. This individual exuded an aura of steely resolve, his sharp gaze commanding authority comparable to that of the armed soldiers flanking him. Earlier, a soldier had approached him to report, and Lin Shi vaguely overheard the soldier address him as Major General Lin. Could this man indeed be the leader of the Shushi forces? Lin Shi refrained from scrutinizing him further, wary of attracting attention. Before long, it was finally Lin Shi's turn. He produced the identification card of Xiao and presented it before the registrar. The registrar glanced at Lin Shi, recorded his age and gender, and inquired, "What was your occupation before? Why are you wearing a mask?" Lin Shi coughed several times, his voice hoarse, and replied, "I've been coughing quite severely these past few days. I suspect I might have contracted some FLU. Do you have any medicine among your supplies?" He coughed again, forcing the words out. "I was an accountant." The staff member scrutinized Lin Shi's identification once more before handing back the ID along with a metal tag, stating, "Take this tag to collect your supplies." Next, Lin Shi accepted the items and proceeded through the passageway delineated by the soldiers into the apartment. Once inside, the layout was straightforward, with 2 armed soldiers stationed every meter along the path. It was a veritable fortress of vigilance, with sentries every 5 steps. By simply following the corridor flanked by the soldiers, he would reach the supply collection point. He examined the cold, metallic tag in his hand. It was a rectangular piece of metal, reminiscent of aluminum alloy, bearing an stamped emblem of the Summer Kingdom. It appeared to have been hastily cut from a larger sheet of aluminum alloy. The edges uneven and potentially hazardous to the touch. The process of creating the metal tag and the procedure for entering the apartment to collect supplies seemed somewhat superfluous. Yet Lin Shi understood that distributing supplies directly at the apartment entrance would be unwise. If the materials were simply piled outside, they would be susceptible to harsh snowstorms or snowfall, rendering them difficult to transport and store. Furthermore, with so many survivors around, the sight of supplies would inevitably provoke a frantic rush among the desperate, leading to potential chaos. An influx of individuals seeking to seize the goods could incite a riot, making it challenging to defend the entrance of the apartment. The current method effectively managed crowd control, deterring those with malicious intent. Anyone attempting to snatch supplies within the apartment would find themselves confronted by layers of vigilant defenses. This approach minimized the likelihood of unrest and unforeseen incidents, achieving a balance of external vigilance and internal leniency. This was merely what Lin Shi could conceive. Perhaps there were even more reasons beyond his contemplation. As he turned a corner, he encountered an individual returning with supplies. Lin Shi casually glanced at him, and to his surprise, the person appeared somewhat familiar. Qian Liang, clutching the supplies protectively, looked around warily, fearful of losing what he had managed to acquire. He had endured considerable hardship over the past few days. Although he initially outsmarted others to obtain 2 pieces of clothing and a bit of food, he soon found it impossible to deceive anyone further. Moreover, he had been robbed, nearly losing his life in the process. After being starved for 2 entire days, he had rushed here before dawn, finally securing some supplies. That moment, Qian Liang noticed that the person across from him was observing him on that day. Lin Shi had been masked and wearing a hat, accompanied by a formidable presence, so Qian Liang did not recognize him. "What are you staring at?" Qian Liang glared at Lin Shi, hastening his pace towards the apartment entrance. Chapter 75. The peculiar young man Lin Shi recalled that Qian Liang was the individual he had encountered a few days prior and withdrew his gaze. The supply distribution area was located within the apartment's management hall, and upon Lin Shi's arrival, he found a queue forming inside. However, the crowd was not as overwhelming as that at the apartment entrance. Lin Shi was compelled to join the line once more. After a while, an elderly lady maneuvered around from behind, briskly advancing to the front of the line and seamlessly inserting herself ahead. Immediately, someone voiced their discontent. "Hey, ma'am, why are you cutting in line?" The elderly lady, hands on her hips, responded defiantly. "My legs are not what they used to be. After walking for half the day, they are sore. It is only right for you young folks to show some consideration. Can't you see the soldiers remain silent?" The crowd glanced at the expressionless soldiers guarding the supplies, and some could only swallow their grievances in silence. Yet, others could not contain their frustration, saying, "Haven't we all walked a long way and waited in line just like you? Just because you're older doesn't give you the right to push ahead. You've walked quite a distance. Your stamina isn't necessarily superior to ours." The elderly lady cast a disdainful glance at the speaker. "Young man, everyone else is silent. Why do you insist on making a fuss over this trivial matter? Can't you be a bit more magnanimous? Continuing this argument benefits none of us. Stay quiet and heed the wisdom of elders if you wish to avoid misfortune. Do you understand?" "Fearless," she retorted, her eloquence rendering the other party seemingly unreasonable. The young man gritted his teeth, seething in silence. "Humph. Ignoring the advice of elders will lead to joy for only a few years, won't it?" At that moment, a young man in front of Lin Shi suddenly laughed, stepping forward to pull the elderly lady out of the crowd. Everyone was quite astonished that someone would dare to stand up at such a moment. Those who had initially been displeased due to the elderly woman's queue jumping began to show expressions of delight. Although they were reluctant to stir up trouble, they were pleased to see someone addressing the annoying woman. Lin Shi watched the scene with great interest. "What are you doing? Why are you pulling me?" The young man displayed considerable strength, and despite the woman's struggles, she was forcibly pulled out of the queue. The elderly woman turned to rejoin the line, but the people in front quickly huddled closer together, denying her the chance to squeeze back in. Realizing she could no longer cut in, the woman pointed at the young man who had pulled her out and shouted, "Are you out of your mind? Why didn't he cut in front of you? Do you live by the sea or something, to be so nosy?" The young man merely smiled and returned to his place in line. Standing behind Lin Shi this time, the elderly woman was furious but didn't dare make a scene, so she continued to mutter insults behind the young man. "You're such a wicked person. Look, you still have to wait in line again. You think you're doing a good deed, but no one intends to let you back in." At this moment, the young man leaned towards Lin Shi and asked, "May I return to my spot?" Lin Shi gestured for him to do so. The young man raised an eyebrow, casting a triumphant glance at the elderly woman, and stepped back in front of Lin Shi. Lin Shi found this individual quite intriguing. It was merely a matter of positions in line, so it didn't matter whether he let him pass or not. What captivated Lin Shi was the young man's demeanor. His actions and attitude were perplexing. Unlike those around them who had succumbed to a sense of despair in this apocalyptic world, this young man exuded a carefree and positive demeanor reminiscent of a bygone peaceful era. While everyone had been standing in line, Lin Shi hadn't noticed the difference, but after witnessing this exchange, he immediately sensed the young man's uniqueness. Perhaps feeling Lin Shi's intense gaze upon him, the young man suddenly turned his head, winking at Lin Shi. His eyes were bright and clear, devoid of the despondency, hopelessness, and wariness that plagued almost everyone else around them. Yet they held an emotion that Lin Shi couldn't quite decipher. "Thank you," the young man said with a smile. Lin Shi nodded, lowering his gaze to avoid further eye contact. Regardless of how remarkable he seemed, he was still just an unrelated individual. After waiting for over half an hour, it was finally Lin Shi's turn to collect supplies. Like everyone else, he handed over his metal tag. Once the staff examined it, they retrieved a black bag from a cart behind them and handed it to Lin Shi. The bag was fluffy, weighing perhaps only a little over 10 pounds. Nearby, someone who had just received their supplies opened their bag on the spot and angrily threw its contents on the ground, exclaiming, "Is this all we get to eat for a week? Are you trying to starve us?" Lin Shi took a glance inside the bag. It contained several packets of instant noodles, 3 loaves of bread, a sausage, 2 candles, a box of matches, a few packets of cold medicine, and some vegetables and fruits that had already begun to freeze. Discontented murmurs arose from the crowd. Perhaps due to earlier disturbances, soldiers quickly approached to retrieve the fallen bag, coldly stating, "If you don't want it, go find something else." These items were brought back at great peril by our people, who risked losing their limbs to the cold. Even the troops stationed in Shushi are ill-equipped with the necessary clothing to withstand such extreme cold. Even if there were sufficient clothing collected, items such as waterproof snow boots and gloves are virtually non-existent in Shushi. Over the past few days, as supplies were gathered and transported, numerous soldiers within the ranks have suffered frostbite, with some even losing fingers and toes to the bitter chill. The situation outside is well understood by all, and ultimately, even the most defiant individual cannot utter words of bravado. In a fit of anger, he seized his bag and strode towards the exit. Having these supplies is fortunate. In a few months, such provisions will be unattainable, Lin Shi mused. He had yet to leave when he noticed a large notice affixed to the wall of the hall. It detailed the exchange rates of supplies for contribution points, as well as the conversion of contribution points back into supplies. Beside it, there were paper and pens available for everyone to copy the information for their own records. Lin Shi also took a piece of paper and transcribed a list. 100 kilograms of sand could be exchanged for 5 contribution points, 100 kilograms of cement for 10 contribution points, and 100 kilograms of rebar for 20 contribution points. A plethora of construction materials followed with their corresponding exchange rates. Additionally, there were items such as undamaged circuit boards, various electrical appliances, automotive parts, and an array of precision components, all listed for their contribution point values. What truly tantalized the onlookers was the detailed list of supplies available for exchange with contribution points. Chapter 76, Supply Exchange List. The list of exchangeable supplies for contribution points reads, 5 contribution points could be exchanged for a pack of instant noodles, a loaf of bread, or a sausage. 10 contribution points for 5 gene of charcoal, a liter of diesel, or a candle. 20 contribution points for a cotton jacket, a quilt, or a size 5 battery. 200 contribution points for a military flashlight or a military loudspeaker. 500 contribution points for the right to occupy a single-person shelter. 1000 contribution points could procure a cold weapon, with options including an entrenching tool, a military knife, or a bayonet. 2000 contribution points could yield a dagger gun, with power comparable to a pistol within 10 meters. 3000 contribution points for a bow and crossbow, specifically for the Summer Kingdom's troops, or a handgun. 5000 contribution points could be exchanged for a gene capsule, which repairs genes, strengthens the physique, and accelerates the healing of internal and external injuries in small amounts, and 10,000 contribution points for a gene tablet, which repairs genes, strengthens the physique, and accelerates the healing of internal and external injuries to a certain degree. The earlier supplies could be obtained by survivors willing to invest their time and effort into collecting contribution points. Particularly, some electronic components could be exchanged for dozens of contribution points each. With a stroke of good fortune in finding a few, one could resolve their basic needs. What astonished Lin Shi was the unexpected appearance of 2 items that should not have been listed: the gene tablet and the gene capsule. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Upon seeing these 2 items, his mind raced back to the pills and capsules he had received from the Shen family. Although it was surprising that the troops possessed such items, it was not entirely implausible. If the Shen family had them, the state surely must have developed them as well. In his past life, Lin Shi had heard rumors of individuals in the military unlocking their genetic potential. To Lin Shi's astonishment, the commander of Sha City had the audacity to present such an item as an incentive for the survivors. Ordinary individuals possessed no comprehension of this peculiar pill. It purportedly repairs genes, and indeed, it can restore a degree of genetic integrity, but only for those who have unlocked their genetic locks. For an average person, ingesting it would yield merely a trivial absorption of the source material, resulting in a marginal enhancement of physical strength, far inferior to the benefits gained through rigorous exercise. As for its capacity to mend injuries, Lin Shi conceded that it held some efficacy, albeit solely in cases of minor wounds. In instances of severe trauma, such as what Shen Jinbin had experienced, one would require 6 pills in a single dosage merely to cling to life, followed by the necessity of modern medical intervention for recovery. Presently, in the absence of contemporary medical apparatus, even consuming 10 pills would lead to demise for those grievously injured. Thus, this purported benefit was decidedly lackluster. Lin Shi discerned at a glance that this item was merely a gimmick, akin to the grand prize of a scratch-off lottery, designed to entice individuals into purchasing it. A contribution of 10,000 points was unattainable within a short time frame. Reaching such a milestone would likely take several years. What truly piqued Lin Shi's interest was the bow and crossbow valued at 3,000 contribution points. He pondered whether the prowess of the bows and crossbows from Xiao country would surpass that of the interception crossbows manufactured by Lighthouse country. Given Xiao's rich history of archery, observing the presence of batteries and flashlights, Lin Shi speculated that the Sha City forces must possess a considerable cache of military supplies, securely sealed or buried underground, untouched by the electromagnetic storm. However, aside from trivial items like flashlights and loudspeakers, it was unlikely that anything of significance would be made available. Lin Shi casually jotted down a list and, upon exiting the supply distribution center, noted that it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and in approximately 1 hour, darkness would descend. Upon returning to the entrance of the Shanghai apartment, he heard soldiers using loudspeakers to disperse the still thronging crowd. In half an hour, today's supply distribution will conclude. Those who have not yet received their supplies may return tomorrow. Additionally, soldiers with military loudspeakers roamed the area, notifying those arriving later. Discontent and complaints rose from the masses, with some reluctant individuals refusing to disperse. Lin Shi stepped out of the Shanghai apartment with his bag. He soon noticed several malevolent gazes directed at him. These individuals had fixated on him the moment he exited the building. The proximity to Shanghai apartment, coupled with a heightened presence of patrolling soldiers, offered little comfort. Lin Shi smirked inwardly, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor as he continued onward. After traversing 2 kilometers and passing through an uninhabited street, these individuals could no longer restrain themselves. 6 masked men divided into 2 groups, blocking his path forward and backward. One of the masked men brandished a fruit knife, pointing it at Lin Shi as he declared, "Kid, hand over what you have, and we might spare your life." Lin Shi raised the bag in his hand and shook it. "Here you go." A flicker of delight crossed the masked man's eyes as he stepped forward to seize the bag. Yet, as he approached, Lin Shi swiftly lunged, grasping the masked man's right hand and driving the fruit knife into his abdomen. In a flash, he withdrew the knife and charged towards the two assailants who had yet to react. Moments later, the icy ground lay strewn with 6 silent corpses. Since the incident involving Shen Jinbin, Lin Shi has made it a point to ensure that a corpse is entirely devoid of vital signs before he departs, or to directly consign the body to his spatial realm. Given the prior characteristic of his space that disallowed the accommodation of living beings, any corpse that could be admitted into it was undeniably beyond the threshold of life. Initially, he had intended to store the bodies of these individuals within his space. However, inexplicably, after extinguishing the lives of these 6, he was beset by an unsettling sensation of being observed, though he could not ascertain its source. Lin Shi remained vigilant, refraining from utilizing his spatial abilities, and after confirming that these individuals were irrevocably deceased, he rose to leave. Long after his departure, a figure emerged in the snowy expanse, clutching a grotesquely contorted head. Had Lin Shi been present, he would have recognized that the lifeless visage belonged to the woman who had previously cut in line at the supply distribution point. Astonishingly, the individual bearing the head was none other than the seemingly innocuous young man who had stood in front of Lin Shi in that very line. The young man gazed in the direction Lin Shi had taken, a cryptic smile gracing his features. How intriguing! Once Lin Shi vacated that street, the elusive sensation of being scrutinized dissipated. Err on the side of caution. He traversed several kilometers, bag in hand, before seeking refuge in a secluded corner to store the bag in his spatial realm. After altering his appearance, he retrieved his snowmobile and set course for the western outskirts. By the time he was halfway home, darkness had enveloped the landscape. Once night fell, Lin Shi ceased to conceal himself, boldly accelerating his snowmobile onto the main thoroughfare. The desolate streets were illuminated solely by the beam of his headlights, drawing the attention of numerous shivering survivors traversing the path. "What in the world is that?" someone exclaimed in surprise. "A snowmobile. Hey, big shot, give me a ride." Another exclaimed, envious, "Damn it, where did a snowmobile come from in Shushi?" Someone questioned, grappling with existential disbelief. There's still a vehicle that can operate? Tomorrow, I'll seek one out too." Another thought, harboring a glimmer of hope. Lin Shi's features were obscured by his goggles and mask, rendering him unrecognizable, while others could only watch him vanish into the night with a mix of admiration and envy. Upon reaching the western outskirts, Lin Shi stored the snowmobile within his spatial realm to prevent anyone from tracking him via the traces left in the snow. After erasing his footprints, he returned to the outskirts of Wulong Village, where the clock was nearing 7 in the evening. Yes, he stepped into Wulong Village. An uncanny feeling washed over him. Since the onset of the extreme cold, the absence of insect chirps and bird calls rendered the already quiet night even more profoundly silent. The entire village was shrouded in darkness, merging into an impenetrable void. In that obscurity, the entrance to the village appeared to yawn like the maw of a monstrous beast, waiting for Lin Shi to enter. A sense of danger stirred within him as he contemplated the shadows. Although the village was devoid of living inhabitants, nighttime threats typically stemmed not from humans, but from feral beasts or even source beasts that roamed the mountains in search of sustenance. Wulong Village, being a mountainous settlement, naturally bore a higher likelihood of encountering such creatures than other locales. With every advantage comes a corresponding disadvantage. Hence, the very isolation he had sought from the crowd increased the probability of an encounter with a source beast. Lin Shi donned his infrared night vision goggles, prepared for whatever lay ahead. In the depths of night, any warm-blooded creature within a 200-meter radius would be rendered visible under the infrared night vision goggles. Without hesitation, he retrieved his weapon and proceeded along the path leading outside the village. To one side of this path lay a field, while on the other stood the humble abodes of the villagers. The night was still, with snow blanketing the ground, and the expanse of wild grass in the field was unobstructed, offering a clear view. Lin Shi focused his attention on the village side, advancing cautiously step by step. After several minutes, he had yet to spot anything suspicious. The only sound accompanying him was the faint crunch of his footsteps in the snow. Could it be that he was being overly suspicious? Lin Shi pondered silently. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. Caution was the key to survival. In a world turned upside down, It was far better to expend some time and energy being overly cautious than to fall victim to one's own negligence. After a few more minutes, a sudden flash of red light appeared in the infrared night vision goggles. It was merely a fleeting moment before it vanished behind the buildings. What was that? Lin Shi stood still, alert and on guard. A gun now graced his hand. The sight of the red light confirmed his instincts. There was indeed life within Wulong village. The flash had streaked through the air, undeniably not human. Lin Shi held his breath slightly, focusing intently on the spot where the red light had just disappeared. Approximately 3 to 4 minutes later, an unusual sound echoed, and the red light flickered once more in the infrared goggles before fading away. This time, it was much closer to his position. Seconds ticked by, and Lin Shi remained poised. Just as the red light reappeared in his line of sight, he swiftly aimed and fired. Bang! The gunshot caused the oncoming creature to stumble, plummeting from the air with a dull thud as it landed in the snow. Yet, as if undeterred, it quickly regained its footing and lunged toward Lin Shi. Now, Lin Shi could clearly discern what it was. Astonishingly, it was an ape-like creature. In the infrared goggles, this primate's arms appeared exceptionally robust, and it moved with both hands and feet, its palms larger than a basin. This was evidently a mutated gibbon. The sound Lin Shi had previously heard was the result of this gibbon swinging amidst the village's structures. As the gibbon approached within 100 meters, a prompt emerged from his treasure basin. Detected a first-tier source beast within 100 meters. Rather than feeling alarmed, Lin Shi was elated, retracting his gun and drawing out a military knife. He intended to test whether he could tame this gibbon. Although he had already conceived the notion of forming a source beast army, if the source beasts were untamable, then even if the space could harbor living creatures, his plans would be futile. He would use this gibbon as a trial to see if his ideas would bear fruit. Having unlocked the second tier of his genetic lock, he could also assess his true combat prowess against this first-tier gibbon. Lin Shi's eyes gleamed with determination as he brandished the military knife and charged toward the massive gibbon. The gibbon, seeing Lin Shi approach rather than flee, swung its palm, larger than a basin, toward him with a whooshing sound. Sensing the foul odor of its fur rushing toward him, Lin Shi deftly dodged. He slashed down at the gibbon's arm with his knife. The blade sank an inch into the flesh, only to be caught in the gibbon's powerful muscles, unable to penetrate further. Such formidable defense. His strength had multiplied several times compared to when he had first unlocked the first tier of his genetic lock. Xiao think that this long-armed gibbon has sustained injuries that are even less severe than those of the previously mutated wild boar. The pain radiating from its arm provoked a furious roar from the gibbon, which then swung its other arm down towards Lin Shi with great force. Lin Shi swiftly abandoned his military knife, leaping back to evade the blow. The spot where he had been standing was immediately showered with snowflakes. He had no doubt that had that strike landed upon his forehead, it would have shattered like a watermelon struck in his safe house. In an instant, the genetic lock quietly activated. Lin Shi's gaze transformed, imbuing him with an aura of profound intensity, and a surge of power coursed through his being. His mind rapidly assessed the gibbon's strengths and weaknesses. As a primate, its defensive capabilities were inferior to that of a wild boar. Yet the gibbon's arms appeared exceedingly strong in both power and defense, clearly having undergone mutation. Xiao subdue this gibbon. The target for attack should be its body. Having missed Lin Shi, the gibbon swiftly extended its arms, launching itself towards him in a powerful embrace. Those arms, measuring at least 2 meters in length, nearly obstructed all avenues of retreat for Lin Shi. A military knife reappeared in Lin Shi's grasp. As the gibbon's arms encircled him, he cleverly used its momentum to propel himself, planting a foot upon the gibbon's shoulder. With the activation of the second stage of the genetic lock, his strength and speed surpassed that of any first-stage source beast. Grasping the gibbon's fur with his left hand to stabilize himself, he plunged the sharp military knife into the gibbon's neck. In a matter of seconds, the tide of battle shifted. The gibbon howled in agony. Under the precise control granted by the genetic lock, Lin Shi deftly avoided the gibbon's carotid artery, driving the blade deep into its neck. With a lateral exertion, he could sever half of the gibbon's throat. Unfazed by whether the gibbon could comprehend him, Lin Shi declared with chilling intent, "Submit to me, or I shall slay you." Chapter 78. What breed of dog is the Demon King? Although the gibbon could not comprehend Lin Shi's words, animals possess an innate fear of death. It understood the sensation of having its life precariously held in someone else's grasp. The mutated gibbon, evidently more intelligent than ordinary creatures, chose not to engage in a futile struggle but ceased its assault, remaining motionless. Had Lin Shi been able to gaze into the gibbon's eyes, he would have seen them wide with panic and fear. Lin Shi immediately attempted to communicate with the space, seeking to draw this gibbon within. However, this endeavor was not as seamless as when he had pulled the demon king into the space. He sensed a resistance as he tried to bring the gibbon into his domain. Applying more pressure, Lin Shi drove the knife deeper, threatening with a voice steeped in menace. "Do not resist." Time was of the essence. The activation of the genetic lock lasted only 8 seconds, after which he would succumb to weakness. Should he fail, he would have to eliminate the gibbon immediately to avert any threat to himself. Aware that wild animals could not grasp human language, he resolved to unleash his murderous intent, hoping the gibbon would grasp his meaning. If that failed, he would have to devise another plan in the future. Internally, Lin Shi began a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2. In the next moment, the long-armed gibbon vanished from the snowy ground beneath him. Lin Shi landed. Success. He hastily directed his consciousness into the space to assess the situation. The gibbon appeared bewildered in the expanse of space. Noticing the persistent trickle of blood oozing from its neck, it instinctively grasped a handful of earth and pressed it against its wound, then began to survey its surroundings. Lin Shi withdrew his consciousness, and in the next moment, a wave of weakness washed over him. Unlike before, he did not stagger and collapse, but rather steadied his legs to maintain his balance. Drawing his weapon, he held it firmly while continuously scanning the area with his infrared night vision goggles. Despite his frail condition, he dared not let his guard down, for he was still outside, enveloped in the darkness of night. The possibility of encountering another source beast loomed large. If only the Demon King were by his side. Lin Shi mused. The reason he had not brought the Demon King into the space before was due to concerns about potential risks associated with housing living creatures within it, such as insufficient oxygen over time or other unforeseen drawbacks. Lin Shi had initially planned to venture into the mountains in the coming days to capture a wild beast for testing. Now, fortuitously, he could utilize this gibbon for the trial. Once it was confirmed that the space could indeed accommodate a source beast for an extended duration, he would ensure the Demon King accompanied him on future excursions. With the Demon King's vigilance, he would no longer need to fret over safety after unlocking his genetic lock. Gaining his composure, Lin Shi took deliberate steps toward the safe house. Half an hour later, he finally returned to the sanctuary. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the Demon King hurriedly approached, curiously sniffing at Lin Shi. Habitually, Lin Shi reached out to stroke the Demon King, ruffling its newly grown short fur a few times before heading off to wash and change out of his blood-stained clothes. The acquisition of a source beast was a significant triumph for him. Whether this gibbon could be fully tamed like the Demon King remained to be seen in the unfolding events. After dinner, Lin Shi attempted to communicate with the gibbon within the space. However, despite its intelligence, having lived in the wild, it could not comprehend human language at all. Instead, it was startled by the sudden voice and began to dart anxiously about the confines of the space. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shi glanced at the obedient Demon King, engrossed in watching a tutorial video, and said, "Demon King, I have a task for you." The Demon King turned its head, looking at Lin Shi with a puzzled expression. "Woof?" A few minutes later, in the realm of consciousness, Lin Shi sighed as he observed the comical chase unfolding between the dog and the gibbon. The gibbon fled ahead while the Demon King chased it, barking excitedly. The crux of the matter lay in the Demon King's expression. Despite Lin Shi's request for it to engage with the gibbon amicably, the Demon King had inexplicably adopted a grimacing smile. The sight of such a visage on the Demon King's canine face was utterly grotesque, resembling that of a deranged individual. It became evident that communication between different species was not as effortless as he had presumed. Lin Shi helplessly rubbed his forehead. Initially, he had believed that since both were source beasts and the Demon King was so astute, subduing a gibbon would pose no challenge. However, Lin Shi realized he had been overly hasty. Although both were mammals, the difficulty of communication was akin to that between a foreigner unversed in the language of Xiao and a native who had never learned a foreign tongue, particularly when the gibbon was situated in an environment fraught with unfamiliarity and trepidation, making it all the more improbable for it to engage with the suddenly appearing Demon King. Moreover, upon encountering the long-armed ape, a fellow source beast, the Demon King seemed to unleash an innate nature, suddenly adopting a rather impish demeanor. It was at this moment that Lin Shi realized he had never truly discerned the breed of the Demon King. With a mere thought, he summoned the Demon King from the confines of space. As the Demon King emerged, it appeared somewhat reluctant to leave, gazing at Lin Shi as if eager for further exploration. Lin Shi offered a wry smile and remarked, "It's still a bit shy after just arriving. Let us wait a few days before attempting again." He scrutinized the Demon King with earnest attention. Now that the previously shaved fur had grown back a bit, the color of its coat was becoming discernible. With pointed ears, its fur was a shade of gray-black, while the area from its neck to abdomen was white, as were its paws. Except for its black nose, the mouth and the area around the eyes were white, yet between the eyes and forehead, there was a stripe of gray-black fur. Although Lin Shi had never owned a dog, he couldn't shake the feeling that the Demon King's appearance was somewhat familiar. The Demon King tilted its head, locking eyes with Lin Shi. He immediately dismissed his inner musings. It couldn't possibly be. The Demon King was exceedingly gentle, never destructive, and its size was significantly larger than that of such a breed, with longer fur to boot. Lin Shi compared the Demon King to a dog he had seen in a movie on his computer, scrutinizing it closely as he inquired, "Demon King, you are Alaskan Malamute, aren't you?" The Demon King blinked and replied with a bark. Lin Shi felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was evident that the self-healing abilities of source beasts were indeed remarkable. Upon awakening the following day, Lin Shi discovered that the long-armed ape's wounds had ceased bleeding. He procured some fruits from another vacuum space to feed the ape. During each feeding, he engaged in conversation with the ape, allowing it to acclimate to his voice. This long-armed ape proved to be even more intelligent than Lin Shi had anticipated. The intellect of mutated beasts typically saw an enhancement, especially considering that primates already possess a higher IQ than ordinary animals. Realizing it was unable to venture anywhere, the long-armed ape gradually settled down, no longer frightened by Lin Shi's sudden appearances. 2 days later, the long-armed ape displayed a marked reduction in anxiety and could even frolic with the Demon King. Lin Shi rubbed his forehead and pulled the exuberant Demon King from the space. Over these past 2 days, he had confirmed that keeping living beings in his space for extended periods posed no issues. Today, he intended to venture to the eastern suburbs to gather gold. In the previous days, he had only scouted the area and lacked the time to collect gold. Over the past 2 days, he had visited all the gold shops in the other 2 suburban directions. In total, he amassed over 100 kilograms of gold and other jewelry, which was just enough to upgrade the item replication feature. Following the upgrade, the data for the treasure basin was as follows. Treasure basin, storage space. Complete. The capacity of the space can expand with the user's source power, capable of storing living beings. Function. Item replication 765. Funds required for upgrade, 2.48 million. The number of item replication instances increased by 384, and the required funds had doubled. This marked the 8th upgrade. Lin Shi took the time to replicate various types of materials within the space. Expending 15 instances of replication, he replicated generators, medicines, survival tools, winter clothing, and other items in relatively smaller quantities. The rapidly depleting resources of coal and wood were also replicated. There remained 750 copies of the other items. After once more admonishing the Demon King and the Gibbon not to engage in conflict, Lin Shi stored the Demon King in his space, completed his attire, and ventured outside. Today, a heavy snowfall blanketed the world, compelling Lin Shi to don a waterproof and insulated ensemble, ensuring that every piece, from his hat to his boots, was impervious to moisture and snowy conditions. Inadequate waterproofing renders even the thickest garments ineffective against the cold, as melting snowflakes would saturate one's clothing only to freeze again, chilling one to the very bones. On the road, survivors could be seen braving the elements with umbrellas, their feet encased in nylon and plastic bags to guard against leaks. Occasionally, they would shake off the snow clinging to their umbrellas to lighten their burden. The sight of Lin Shi's attire evoked envy and jealousy among the other survivors, their eyes glistening with desire. Since the military and Shushi had distributed supplies, news had spread, prompting families from surrounding villages and counties to converge upon the city. The blizzard and plummeting temperatures claimed many lives in less than half a month. Those arriving from the outskirts would tap on windows, confirming the absence of inhabitants before forcibly entering through locks or broken panes. They would discard frozen corpses onto the streets, repair the windows, and settle in as though it were their own home. Consequently, The number of survivors in Shushi began to swell at an alarming rate, disrupting the fragile order that had only just begun to re-establish itself. While the main roads remained relatively safe from direct confrontation, the smaller paths and deserted areas were littered with corpses, lifeless and unblinking, lying in the snow. As night fell, the bodies were once again concealed beneath the heavy snowfall, leaving no one to count the number of lost souls buried beneath the trails they traversed. Lin Shi prepared to deal with a few indiscreet individuals, intending to find a secluded spot to retrieve his snowmobile. Upon entering a narrow alley, he was met with the sounds of desperate pleas not far off. Such occurrences had become all too familiar, and he chose to ignore them, turning to seek a different location. "I'll fight you to the end," a loud shout erupted, accompanied by hurried footsteps drawing nearer to Lin Shi. "Quickly chase him, you little brat. Don't let me catch you, or I'll skin you alive." Qian Liangliang burst forth in a frantic dash, escaping from 3 individuals bent on robbery and murder. Spotting Lin Shi was akin to discovering a lifeline. He cried out, "Help! There are robbers and murderers." Seeing Lin Shi feign ignorance and continue walking, a flicker of malice crossed Qian Liangliang's eyes. He reached out, attempting to grasp Lin Shi's back, thinking that if he would not assist, he might as well use him as a shield. However, Lin Shi's back seemed to possess an uncanny awareness. He subtly shifted to the side, allowing Qian Liangliang to grasp nothing but air. Momentarily taken aback, Qian Liangliang dared not linger and attempted to flee again. Yet, as he moved, he unexpectedly tripped over a foot that had appeared beneath him. Caught off guard, he lost his balance and fell into the snow, landing in an undignified manner. It was Lin Shi who had extended his leg. Looking down from his elevated position, Lin Shi regarded Qian Liangliang with a wry expression. Perhaps due to the smallness of Shushi, this marked their third encounter. Qian Liangliang shot Lin Shi a resentful glance before attempting to rise and escape once more. But the delay allowed the 3 pursuers to close in on him. One man, clad in a black down jacket, swiftly raised his foot and viciously kicked Qian Liangliang, who had just risen, sending him crashing back into the snow. "You little brat, think you can run? Dare to kick me? Try kicking me again." Just as Qian Liangliang attempted to rise, the man plunged a knife into his leg. Instantly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. "Shut up! If you scream again, I'll kill you. Where's the food? Hand it over quickly." In agony, Qian Liangliang cried, "My food was robbed a couple of days ago. I truly have nothing left, brothers. Otherwise, I wouldn't be out here alone looking for supplies, only to be caught by you." He turned to Lin Shi, his eyes filled with venom as he pointed at Lin Shi, exclaiming, "Look at how well he is dressed. He must have food at home. I also know he has a dog. If you kill that dog, you could feast for several days. I beg you, brothers, spare me." Qian Liangliang had recognized Lin Shi as the person he had seen with the dog a few days prior, as Lin Shi's attire was so distinctive that it was unforgettable in the entire Shushi city. Meanwhile, the Demon King, playing with the gibbons in his space, remained oblivious to the fact that someone had their eyes on his canine companion. The 2 other assailants, upon hearing Qian Liangliang's words, licked their lips and immediately advanced towards Lin Shi with knives drawn. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he reached for his waist. At that moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps approached. Lin Shi halted his movement. Such a sound could only be produced by well-trained soldiers in the vicinity. One of the assailants, evidently experienced, hurriedly whispered, "Oh no. This brat just shouted too loudly and attracted the soldiers." He quickly propped Qian Liangliang up, shielding him behind himself, and covered the bloodstains on the ground with snow. Another man pressed the knife against Qian Liangliang's back. "Warning, you must not speak out of turn. If we are discovered, you'll be the first to die. If you cooperate with us, we might let you live, understand?" Qian Liangliang nodded fervently. A third man threatened Lin Shi. "Dare to call for help, and we'll kill you first." The 3 men skillfully assumed their stances, and in just a moment, a squad of soldiers approached, inquiring about the situation. The man blocking Qian Liangliang put on an apologetic expression towards the leading soldier and said, "We are 5 individuals out looking for supplies. My brother just fell and cried out a bit too loudly. We truly apologize." Qian Liangliang was firmly shielded behind one of the men and attempted to signal subtly, but upon feeling the knife's tip pierce his clothing from behind, he immediately dared not move. The other 2 hastily adopted harmless expressions. The leading soldier scanned the group with suspicion, then glanced at Lin Shi, whose attire was evidently different from theirs, and asked, Is that so? Chapter 80. The Fall of Gold. It was evident that these soldiers were aware of the current situation in Shushi City. The three thugs immediately broke into a cold sweat. If the soldiers of the Shushi military discovered a robbery, they would promptly arrest the perpetrators and take them to the nearby security office. It was rumored that the security office had been overcrowded these past few days. Anyone thinking that the current security office was akin to the pre-apocalyptic one, complete with provisions and accommodations, was sorely mistaken. Those who are captured are confined with dozens of others in a single cell. They are deprived of food and bedding. While being crammed together may prevent them from freezing to death, the filth, chaos, and persistent hunger, coupled with the uncertainty of their confinement's duration, create an agonizing ordeal that is truly terrifying. Of course, one could resist, but the consequence of such defiance is death. The murderers would be shot on the spot. The three assailants turned sharply to fix their gaze upon Lin Shi. Qian Liang, who was shielded behind one of the assailants, wore a look of ecstatic delight, silently screaming within, "Damn it, blink quickly, and I might be saved too." Just when everyone expected Lin Shi to cry out for help, he cast a fleeting glance in Qian Liang's direction. Due to their positioning, he caught sight of Qian Liang's ecstatic expression. He shook his head at the soldiers, signaling, "I am not being held captive." The joy on Qian Liang's face froze, giving way to disbelief. The three assailants exchanged surprised glances but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, cries for help echoed from the street outside, with someone bellowing, "Help!" The leading soldier's expression tightened. Disregarding the strange atmosphere surrounding the five individuals, he quickly led his team outside. Once the soldiers departed, the three assailants resumed their menacing demeanor. One of them, staring daggers at Lin Shi as if he bore a grudge for his father's death, barked at Qian Liang, "Strip off your clothes and shoes, and get out." Qian Liang had thought he had missed his chance to seek help from the soldiers and was doomed to die. Seeing that the three were genuinely going to let him go, he paid no heed to the cold and hastily removed his clothing and shoes. He could guarantee that he had never undressed this quickly. Even on his first time in BS he stripped. He cast a triumphant glance at Lin Shi and mouthed, "You deserve it." Another assailant addressed Lin Shi. "Kid, you see, we only seek wealth, not bloodshed. You performed well just now. Take off your clothes and hat." And also, however, before he could finish, a sharp pain pierced his neck, and the remainder of his words faded away. As Qian Liang hurriedly undressed, a sudden thud echoed nearby, as if a heavy object had fallen into the snow. He turned to look, witnessing a scene he would never forget. The three men, who had just moments ago worn expressions of ferocity, now lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies and heads forever severed. The expression on one head still bore a fierce countenance, seemingly unable to comprehend its own demise. In an instant, Qian Liang understood why Lin Shi had refrained from seeking the soldiers' assistance. There was no need to. Faced with Lin Shi's cold, unfeeling gaze, Qian Liang, even in the midst of removing his trousers, knelt in the snow with a thud, banging his head against the ground. "Spare me, brother. Spare me, please." Lin Shi, of course, had no intention of letting go of someone who dared to threaten him, and swiftly brought his knife down towards Qian Liang's neck. In that moment, as if realizing his inevitable fate, Qian Liang suddenly had a stroke of inspiration and exclaimed, "Brother, I know a place with a wealth of gold." Lin Shi's hand, poised to strike, suddenly halted and instead rested against Qian Liang's neck. His eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at Qian Liang with a chilling intent. "How do you know I require gold?" "Big brother," Qian Liang replied, a peculiar blend of laughter and sorrow tugging at his lips. "The tale of how you, accompanied by a large dog, smashed a gold shop and vanquished a monster has long circulated in this vicinity. Hee, I too have heard about it." Cold sweat broke out on Qian Liang's forehead, quickly crystallizing into frost, until soon his head was enveloped in a blanket of white. Lin Shi inquired, "Do you know where a substantial amount of gold can be found?" I do, Qian Liang exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency. "I previously worked at an establishment where my superior had a penchant for purchasing gold, and..." At this juncture, Qian Liang hesitated slightly in his tone. Lin Shi, growing impatient, interjected, "Are you toying with me? How much gold can one person acquire? Do you truly believe that the gold possessed by your acquaintance surpasses that of a gold shop?" Realizing that his life hung precariously in Lin Shi's hands, Qian Liang hurriedly retorted, No. It's not just a little. There is certainly a great deal. I've heard many people have delivered gold to him. He is indeed my superior. He furtively glanced at Lin Shi, aware that such revelations were not meant to be shared. Yet, given the current state of affairs, what did it matter? If his life was forfeit, who would care about potential retribution from his superior? Seeing Lin Shi's murderous intent momentarily dissipate, Qian Liangliang comprehended that his life was spared for the time being. Where is it? Lin Shi pressed. Originally, he had intended to gather gold in the eastern suburbs today before venturing to nearby cities. However, lacking prior reconnaissance in those cities would significantly impede his collection efforts. Accelerating the process was thus most desirable. Qian Liangliang's eyes flickered as he forced a smile. Hee, big brother, if I divulge that information, wouldn't I be sealing my own fate? I'm not that foolish. How about this? I'll take you there, and once you acquire the gold, you let me go. What do you say? Lin Shi sheathed his knife. Get dressed and lead me there. As he observed Qian Liangliang hurriedly donning his attire, Lin Shi's voice turned frigid and piercing. Should I not find the gold I seek, you will come to deeply regret having lingered in this world for even a moment longer. Having endured 8 years in the apocalypse, he was well acquainted with various methods to render existence unbearable in extreme cold. A shiver coursed through Qian Liangliang as he cast a glance at the 3 individuals nearby. Their blood congealed into icy shards. He quickly asserted, I absolutely wouldn't dare. Once Qian Liangliang had dressed, Lin Shi, concealing his actions with a backpack, retrieved a golf ball from his spatial storage. This had been collected from a shipping container at the port, which contained sports equipment. He presented the golf ball to Qian Liangliang, instructing, hold this in your mouth. Qian Liangliang stared incredulously at Lin Shi. With narrowed eyes, Lin Shi's threat was unmistakable. If you dare to shout or scream once we are outside, I will kill you. A ball of this size, when held in one's mouth, would effectively render speech impossible. Reluctantly, Qian Liangliang complied, placing the ball in his mouth and donning the mask that Lin Shi had handed him. Externally, there was nothing amiss. Initially contemplating an escape opportunity, once they reached the street, a sense of foreboding washed over Qian Liangliang, and he found himself pondering whether he should voice an unspoken curse. Chapter 81. The quest for gold. After more than 2 hours, Lin Shi and Qian Liangliang arrived at a villa district near the eastern suburbs. Throughout their journey, Qian Liangliang had nearly succumbed to despair. Lin Shi's vigilance was astonishing. He had found no opportunity to escape. The houses in the entire villa area appeared to be a notch lower than usual in the low-lying areas of Sha City. The first floor had become uninhabitable. The incessant snowfall had accumulated to over 3 meters deep. The first floor was completely submerged, and the villas, which typically stood at an average height of 3 stories, now only reached 2. Following Qian Liangliang's directions, the two approached a villa. Is this the place? Lin Shi inquired, pointing at the entrance, which was almost entirely buried in snow. Qian Liangliang nodded with a whimper. After scanning the surroundings and confirming that no one was nearby, Lin Shi seized Qian Liangliang and, amidst his terrified whimpering, hurled him onto the second-floor balcony, which was just over a meter above the snow. He then leapt up after him. Qian Liangliang landed on the balcony, dazed and seeing stars. As he attempted to rise, his gaze met another pair of eyes through the glass, a pair of murky, yellowed eyes that fixated on him. Woo-woo-woo. Terrified, Qian Liangliang stumbled backward, nearly falling off the balcony again. Upon seeing Lin Shi ascend, he hurriedly pointed into the room. As Lin Shi entered, he immediately spotted a figure lying within the floor-to-ceiling window. It was a corpse. He pulled open the window, finding the door had not been locked. Inside was a bedroom, housing 2 bodies. One lay on the bed, a middle-aged woman, while the other was sprawled on the floor. A middle-aged man. The man's eyes were wide open, staring blankly in the direction of the balcony. Clear signs of trauma marked his body, indicating foul play. Upon recognizing the man's face, Qian Liangliang pointed and whimpered uncontrollably. Lin Shi instructed him to remove the golf ball lodged in his mouth so he could speak. After some effort, Qian Liangliang finally managed to dislodge it and, in an agitated tone, exclaimed, "This is my boss." Observing the signs of disturbance within the room, Lin Shi furrowed his brow. Someone has been here. What? Qian Liangliang, glancing nervously at the signs of a ransacked room, feared Lin Shi might lash out in anger and end his life on the spot. Perhaps we should search further. The gold might not have been taken yet. Even as he spoke, he doubted the likelihood, knowing that thieves would hardly overlook anything of value. Although gold held little worth in the current circumstances, what if the world were to return to its former state one day? Qin Liangliang hoped for an opportunity to slip away while they searched. Lin Shi cast a discerning glance at the fidgeting Qin Liangliang and said, "You search, and I will watch you." Realizing that his intentions had been uncovered, Qin Liangliang, feeling defeated, began to rummage through the room. The clothing, bedding, and even curtains of every bedroom had been torn away, leaving the place as barren as if a flood had swept through. As he searched, Qin Liangliang's spirits sank further, and he couldn't help but steal glances at Lin Shi's expression. "Hurry up, or I will kill you," Lin Shi urged. With no choice but to press on, Qin Liangliang continued his search. Finally, upon opening what appeared to be a study, he shouted with excitement, "The safe is still here." The safe is not large, yet it is quite heavy. Without power tools or cutting equipment, it cannot be forcibly opened in a short period. Perhaps this is the reason why the bandits chose not to take the safe. Lin Shi cast a cold glance at the agitated Qin Liangliang. Even if this place were filled with gold, it could not contain a significant amount. Upon hearing this, the previously elated Qin Liangliang was immediately drenched in cold sweat, flailing his arms in a desperate attempt to convince Lin Shi. There must be other locations with gold. It cannot possibly be limited to this. He often sees news reports about corrupt officials hiding money in walls or under mattresses. Lin Shi surveyed the entire study, knocking against the wall. There was nothing unusual. "Does your superior have any peculiar habits or quirks?" Lin Shi inquired. "Peculiar habits or quirks?" Qin Liangliang scratched his head in deep thought. Suddenly, something struck him, and he looked up, saying, "He enjoys listening to rock music." "Does that count? Enjoys listening to rock music? A middle-aged bureaucrat in a high-ranking position enjoys rock music? Yes, I heard that he even had a soundproof room built specifically for listening to rock music and would invite people over to enjoy it together. However, he treasures his sound system dearly and never allows anyone to touch it." Qin Liangliang replied. In the room they had just searched, there were several enormous speakers. "Let's check that room again," Lin Shi instructed. The two returned to the room with the speakers. The decor was luxurious, featuring a massive screen, flanked by 6 extravagantly designed large speakers. Opposite was a genuine leather sofa. Lin Shi suspected that gold might be hidden in this room. He directed Qin Liangliang, "Dismantle the sofa and take a look." Qin Liangliang approached the sofa while Lin Shi made his way to the speakers. With such large speakers, it should be quite easy to hide something inside, he thought. Placing his hand on one of the speakers, he gave it a shake. The first speaker felt normal. The second, too, was unremarkable. However, upon reaching the third, Lin Shi immediately sensed something amiss. This speaker was particularly heavy, weighing more than double that of the previous two. Lin Shi promptly established a mental connection with the space, extending his consciousness into the speaker. Indeed, he discovered gold within. Furthermore, it consisted entirely of rectangular gold bars. The size of these gold bars was comparable to those Lin Shi had previously purchased from the bank, each weighing approximately 10 kilograms. This speaker contained a staggering 53 bars. He then placed his hand on the other speakers, casually asking, "How long has your superior been with your organization?" "I heard he has been there for around 20 to 30 years, Qin Liangliang responded. Lin Shi nodded, which made sense. This speaker also contained over 50 bars. While Lin Shi meticulously collected the gold, Qin Liangliang, who was searching for items within the sofa, revealed a sinister expression. He reached into a pocket and, when he pulled his hand out, it held a sharp blade. Cautiously, he approached Lin Shi, who had his back turned. The carpet on the floor muffled his footsteps, and as Qin Liangliang drew nearer, the expression on his face grew increasingly menacing. If it weren't for the presence of 3 people today, he would have already counterattacked and seized the others' possessions. Regrettably, the unfolding events were entirely beyond his expectations. How careful this fellow may be, a person inevitably drops their guard at times, just like now. In Qin Liangliang's mind, he could almost envision himself slicing through Lin Shi's neck with a razor blade. The look of despair and shock on Lin Shi's face. He stepped closer, slowly raising the blade in his hand. "What are you doing?" Lin Shi turned his head, his calm and unruffled gaze meeting Qin Liangliang's grotesque visage. Qin Liangliang froze in place, taken aback by Lin Shi's sudden response. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shi had already noticed, biding his time for the final strike. After all, this person had become utterly useless. Chapter 82. Acquiring gold. Lin Shi swiftly drew his knife and severed Qin Liangliang's head from his shoulders. Having dealt with this nuisance, he continued to inspect the remaining 2 speakers. Each of the 2 speakers contained 50 to 60 gold bars, and combined with the previous finds, the total exceeded 200 bars. Over 2 tons of gold. If this were before the apocalypse, it would be worth more than 500 million Xiao country currency. Lin Shi couldn't help but marvel at the cunning of this leader, hiding gold right beneath his nose while inviting others over to enjoy rock music. Typically, individuals of this leader's age would not have an affinity for rock, and it was unlikely they would return for a second visit. Moreover, no one would suspect that such a wealth of gold lay hidden within the speakers. Normally, only the first 2 speakers would be activated, making it difficult for anyone to raise suspicion. After thoroughly checking the other areas and confirming there was nothing left, he returned to the room where he had discovered the safe. Generally, the thickness of a safe ranges from 6 to 8 centimeters. Lin Shi pondered whether he could extract the gold from within the safe without direct access. Since his last experiment with telekinesis, he had found that his ability to penetrate distances with his mind had improved. On the safe side, Lin Shi summoned the Demon King from the spatial realm. Alert me if anything approaches. The Demon King immediately assumed a vigilant stance, its heterochromatic eyes sharpening as it scanned the surroundings. Lin Shi placed his hand on the safe, reaching out to the spatial realm. Unlike retrieving gold from the speakers, as his consciousness entered the safe, he encountered a heightened sense of obstruction. As his awareness delved deeper, he felt a dull pain throb at his temples. Yet, it was not yet at its limit. Lin Shi furrowed his brow, concentrating intently as he continued to probe. Finally, he succeeded. As the contents of the safe were transferred to his spatial realm, Lin Shi silently exhaled in relief. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Wiping his brow, he examined the items he had just acquired. To his dismay, he found only a small sum of cash, 2 gold bars, and some jewelry. The value of these items paled in comparison to even a single gold bar he had discovered in the speakers. However, Lin Shi quickly dismissed his disappointment. The unexpected bounty of over 2 tons of gold was already a remarkable stroke of fortune. Perhaps he should explore the villa area further? Adhering to the principle of making the most of his visit, Lin Shi collected all the wooden furniture within the villa into his spatial realm. Disassembled wooden furniture could be used for firewood, and many people might still be unaware of the wood's value. In time, it might become scarce. He also gathered various pots, pans, and utensils, taking anything he deemed useful. Having thoroughly ransacked the villa, Lin Shi recalled the Demon King into the spatial realm and departed from the balcony. With a gentle landing, noticing that the day was still young, he resolved to explore this villa district for any additional discoveries. The presence of inhabitants could be discerned by observing whether the snow at the entrances had been cleared. In some instances, the snow had been neatly pushed aside, while in others, the doors lay buried beneath the snowdrifts. Lin Shi sought out those villas whose entrances were concealed by snow. Within half an hour, he had scoured 2 more uninhabited villas and one. Everything of value had been removed, leaving no traces of disarray, suggesting that the owner had relocated independently. The other exhibited no signs of occupancy whatsoever, yet it contained furniture coated in layers of dust. Regardless of their utility, Lin Shi decided to take them nonetheless. After 2 rounds of searching, his space had accumulated a variety of odds and ends, yet he had found no trace of gold. Indeed, the prospects of striking luck in the villa district appeared slim. Without specific knowledge of where gold might be located, the efficiency of such searches paled in comparison to raiding a gold shop. Exiting another uninhabited villa, Lin Shi contemplated his departure when a faint sound, reminiscent of something dropping into the snow, suddenly caught his attention. Immediately following was the sound of something emerging from the snow. Lin Shi turned his head warily to investigate. A young girl clad in a beige down jacket was climbing out of a snow pit, brushing off the snow from her body. The bulky down jacket did little to conceal her curvaceous figure, while a fluffy rim of fox fur on the hood obscured half her face. Lin Shi, hidden behind his goggles, felt a flicker of recognition. This girl was the one he had nearly collided with while riding a shared bicycle, part of a heavily guarded entourage. After encountering the port's military personnel that day, Lin Shi had grown increasingly convinced that he had almost run into members of the military, not mere soldiers. The man known as Uncle Xiao had exuded a potent sense of threat. Now, having unlocked the second stage of his genetic lock, Lin Shi understood just how formidable that man truly was. Such strength and reaction speed indicated that he was at least a first-stage genetic lock wielder. Likely one with rigorous training. With such protection, this girl might very well be a relative of an important figure within the military. If she was present, it was highly probable that the man referred to as Uncle Xiao was also nearby. Although Lin Shi's current abilities matched those of Uncle Xiao, he had no desire to entangle himself with troublesome individuals. Thus, he quickened his pace to distance himself from her. However, after only a few steps, he sensed someone trailing behind him. He halted, turned around, and to his astonishment, found the very girl following closely behind. Lin Shi regarded Lu Pianran, his brows knitting beneath his goggles. Unable to restrain himself, he accelerated, attempting to shake her off. The last time he had encountered her, the weather had yet to turn cold, and he had been clad in light attire, half his face obscured by a raincoat. This time, however, he was dressed more warmly, his eyes completely concealed. Hence, even based on her observations of his silhouette, it would be implausible for her to recognize him. Lin Shi scanned the surroundings once more, yet he did not catch sight of the man known as Uncle Qiu. To his surprise, despite his acceleration, the girl continued to keep pace with him. "Hey, wait a moment, don't run." Lu Pianran exerted herself to the utmost, finally managing to keep pace with Lin Shi, albeit breathlessly. Initially confined within the villa, she had sought a breath of fresh air. Upon stepping outside, Lu Pianran was confronted by a vast expanse of white, with not a soul in sight, which instilled a sense of trepidation within her. "Hey, why do you flee upon seeing people, lurking about like a specter? Halt at once," Lu Pianran exclaimed playfully, yet Lin Shi showed no inclination to stop. Frustrated, she brandished the firearm given to her by Uncle Qiu for self-defense. "If you run again, I shall fire." Sensing the palpable threat behind him, Lin Shi ultimately came to a halt. He turned to face Lu Pianran, his tone dripping with impatience. "Why are you following me?" Lu Pianran retorted sharply. "Is this road yours? Who says I'm following you? I merely found your furtive behavior suspect and wished to inquire a few things." Her tone only deepened Lin Shi's frown, as she resembled a haughty young lady freshly emerged from the confines of academia, oblivious to the perils that surrounded them in this dystopian world. She spoke with an air of condescension that grated on him. Rather than engage further, he issued a warning laced with menace. "If you continue to follow me, I shall kill you." Chapter 83. Sudden conflict kill me? Lu Pianran was taken aback by Lin Shi's threatening demeanor, instinctively retreating a couple of steps before indignation surged within her. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. With the firearm in her possession, it was she who held the power to kill. "I command you to take me away from here at once, or I shall shoot." Indeed, Uncle Qiu's words rang true. There were no virtuous souls outside. With this realization, she felt no qualms about using the gun to intimidate this elusive man. Lin Shi remained silent, contemplating whether to eliminate the girl before him. The forces backing her were evidently formidable, and even if he were to dispose of her, it would inevitably lead to complications. Choosing to disregard her, he turned to leave. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached rapidly from a distance. Xiao Jun had just visited an old friend in the villa district and, upon discovering Lu Pianran's absence, raced back in alarm. He swiftly reached her side, inspecting her for injuries, his tone a blend of concern and reprimand. "Xiao, are you all right? What were you thinking sneaking out like this? Where are you headed?" Lu Pianran stuck out her tongue. "Sorry, Uncle Qiu. You keep me cooped up in the villa every day. I was simply too bored and wanted to take a stroll." Other guards tasked with Lu Pianran's protection hurried over, encircling her with a formidable presence. Xiao Jun pulled her behind him, eyeing Lin Shi warily. "Who was that?" With disdain, Lu Pianran shot a glance at Lin Shi and distorted the truth, declaring, "I was walking along just fine when he threatened to kill me." In that moment, Lu Pianran hoped Xiao Jun would reprimand the oblivious Lin Shi, unaware that her words had ignited a tense standoff. Upon hearing her accusation, Xiao Jun's brows furrowed, a wave of murderous intent directed at Lin Shi. The others instinctively reached for their firearms concealed within their garments. A flicker of lethal intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes behind his goggles. Was this an intentional provocation? As Lu Pianran sensed the unsettling atmosphere, she hurriedly tugged at Xiao Jun's sleeve, her voice tinged with unease. "Forget it, Uncle Qiu. Just look at me. I am perfectly fine. Let us not dwell on past grievances." Yet, her words did little to quell Xiao Jun's murderous intent. Lu Pianran remained oblivious to the perils lurking beyond their immediate surroundings. They were all too aware of the threats that loomed. The very notion that someone would dare to target the individual they were sworn to protect was utterly intolerable. Even in the face of such malevolence, one must not falter. Upon hearing Lu Pianran's plea, Xiao Jun and the others regarded Lin Shi with increasingly hostile gazes. Xiao ran, "Step back." Xiao Jun exuded confidence that he could easily subdue such a petty thief. With that, he stomped down hard on the snow, leaving a deep imprint in his wake, and launched himself towards Lin Shi like a swift arrow. Lin Shi was not one to linger. In a flash, he reached behind him and drew a handgun from the concealed space. He refrained from defending himself, for his experiences in the post-apocalyptic world had taught him that explanations held no value in such dire moments. Even if his adversaries harbored doubts, they would seize him before seeking clarity. Lin Shi was resolute in his belief that he could not place his safety in the hands of another's conscience. As Xiao Jun's body shifted, Lin Shi had already aimed his firearm at the oncoming threat and fired. At such close range, one would expect no ordinary person to evade the bullet. Yet, in an astonishing moment, Xiao Jun's eyes widened in surprise, and he narrowly dodged the projectile. The murderous intent in Xiao Jun's gaze surged. His initial plan to apprehend Lin Shi for questioning evaporated in an instant. This young man was far more perilous than anticipated, armed and evidently prepared for confrontation. Eliminate him on the spot. Xiao Jun commanded, advancing towards Lin Shi. With narrowed eyes, Lin Shi seized the opportunity amidst the chaos as the others readied their firearms, and without hesitation, he fired a second and third shot. Not at Xiao Jun, but at the 6 individuals standing before Lu Pianran. The 6 protectors of Lu Pianran, unable to evade, fell as 2 of their number were struck down. Just then, the remaining 4 unleashed their bullets toward Lin Shi. In that fleeting moment when the bullets flew, Lin Shi's demeanor transformed dramatically. His genetic locks spontaneously unlocked, allowing him to dodge the 4 incoming projectiles with an agility that left only afterimages in his wake. This surreal spectacle unfolded like a cinematic scene, captivating in its visual impact. Upon witnessing Lin Shi's own unlocking of genetic potential, Xiao Jun's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed loudly, "Wait, this is a misunderstanding." He had not anticipated that Lin Shi was a formidable individual who had unlocked his genetic locks. Those who possessed such abilities stood above 99% of humanity. If he truly intended to harm Lu Pianran, there would be no opportunity for her to escape to safety. The other 4 halted their gunfire, their expressions one of shock as they gazed at Lin Shi. Was evident they understood the implications of evading so many bullets. Yet at that moment, Lin Shi was already consumed with lethal intent. Having drawn first blood, any talk of misunderstanding was now moot. He harbored no faith that killing their comrades would leave no lingering resentment. Without hesitation, Lin Shi unleashed a barrage of bullets, firing 3 shots in quick succession, resulting in the deaths of 3 individuals. Xiao Jun drew his own firearm, aiming it at Lin Shi in a desperate attempt to intervene. "Stop. That was a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this. If you join us, we can overlook everything that transpired before." Though Lin Shi had already slain several of his subordinates, 100 ordinary lackeys could not compare to the significance of a genius capable of unlocking the genetic lock. With a cold smirk, Lin Shi responded, he could never join any organization. At this moment, the genetic lock had been activated. Once the time expired, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, it was either his demise or that of his opponent. Moreover, it was the adversary who had provoked him first. The murderous intent emanating from Lin Shi only intensified. With a single shot, he eliminated the last man standing in front of Lu Pianran and aimed his firearm at the terror-stricken Lu Pianran. "Stop it!" Xiao Jun shouted, his voice laced with urgency, as he deflected the bullet Lin Shi had fired towards Lu Pianran and charged at him with fervor. Given the proximity between Xiao Jun and Lin Shi, and with the activation of the genetic lock enhancing his speed, he swiftly reached Lin Shi's side after intercepting the bullet aimed at Lu Pianran. Intending to subdue him first, Lin Shi relinquished his emptied handgun. As Xiao Jun's fist, propelled by the force of his own momentum, came hurtling towards him, Lin Shi reacted swiftly to catch it. Xiao Jun, taken aback by Lin Shi's reflexes, was not surprised. After all, once the genetic lock was activated, one's speed surpassed instinctual capabilities. Even if he intended to express that even if Lin Shi had also activated the genetic lock, he would not be a match for him. However, mastering the second phase of the genetic lock required time for adaptation. Xiao Jun had been entrenched in the first tier for a full 5 years. Chapter 84. Eliminate them all. Yet he did not anticipate that Lin Shi catching his punch was not the conclusion. A fierce glint flickered across Lin Shi's face as he exerted force through his arm, tightly gripping Xiao Jun's fist and twisting it with great strength. A barely audible cracking sound ensued. At the very moment Xiao Jun's punch was intercepted by Lin Shi, his arm was twisted into a grotesque spiral by an overwhelming force. Impossible! Xiao Jun's pupils dilated in disbelief, his gaze akin to that of a person who had seen a ghost. The second tier. It must be the second tier of the genetic lock. Lin Shi's eyes gleamed with mockery. Next time, be more discerning before making a move. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Jun had yet to register the excruciating pain of his shattered arm when Lin Shi's other hand struck. No. Xiao Jun wished to reason with Lin Shi, to convey that he had no desire to antagonize a genius capable of autonomously unlocking the second tier of the genetic lock. He wanted to clarify that the previous events were all misunderstandings. Yet Lin Shi offered him no opportunity. Since he had already made an enemy, all threats must be eradicated. In this regard, Lin Shi would never waver. He seized Xiao Jun by the neck and, with an expressionless countenance, exerted a lethal grip. Crack! Xiao Jun's eyes widened in disbelief as Lin Shi twisted his neck with brutal finality. Even in death, he fixated on Lin Shi with incredulity, unable to comprehend why he had encountered someone capable of autonomously unlocking the second tier of the genetic lock, and how such a misunderstanding had transpired. The scene before him finally jolted Lu Pianran, who had been paralyzed by fear, into reaction. Lu Pianran's scream pierced the air. Everything unfolded too swiftly, too rapidly for her to believe she was not merely dreaming. After Lin Shi had snapped Xiao Jun's neck, he discarded him onto the ground like refuse. What had seemed to transpire over an extended duration was, in reality, a matter of mere seconds, from Xiao Jun's sudden aggression to Lin Shi's gunfire. Culminating in the instantaneous elimination of Xiao Jun indeed, Lin Shi was somewhat astonished. He discovered that Xiao Jun could maintain the activation of the gene lock for more than 3 seconds. Initially, he had believed that a higher tier of the gene lock would result in a longer duration of activation. However, this notion was now dismissed. It turned out that even without elevating the tier of the gene lock, one could still enhance the duration of its maintenance. This was a matter he intended to study thoroughly upon his return. At that moment, Lin Shi radiated an aura of lethal intent, resembling a Shura emerging from the depths of hell. Lu Pianran could hardly fathom that, with merely 2 utterances, she had inadvertently caused the tragic demise of Uncle Xiao, who had watched her grow up. Moreover, she had also led to the untimely deaths of several protective figures, akin to elder brothers, right before her eyes. Had this occurred prior to the apocalypse, her previous unreasonable provocations and distortions of truth might have resulted in little more than minor misunderstandings, perhaps leaving others with a fleeting grudge. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that the apocalypse had arrived, shattering the rules and order. Her words, at such a moment, acted as a spark igniting a powder keg, explosively embroiling 2 otherwise unrelated factions. The fault lay in the fact that she had always been excessively sheltered, lavished with undue affection, speaking and acting solely according to her whims, without regard for others or the consequences. Such a temperament, in the face of the apocalypse, would inevitably exact a toll. After a piercing scream, Lu Pianran fainted from the intense emotional upheaval. Aside from Lin Shi, no one else remained standing. The cold wind howled, and the ground was stained with blood and bodies. In the frigid snow, blood burst forth in clusters of crimson ice flowers. Lin Shi was grappling with the aftereffects of the gene lock when, shortly thereafter, 3 furtive figures emerged from the villa at the end of the road. After a cautious observation, they hastened towards the battlefield where Lin Shi stood. The trio consisted of a middle-aged man and 2 young men, each wielding a weapon, a tang dao, a broadsword, and a sword. It appeared that someone in this family had a penchant for collecting cold weapons. One of the younger men, somewhat apprehensive, said, "Dad, that person is terrifying. Do we really have to approach?" "Fear not, that man's gun is out of ammunition. Did you not just use the binoculars to see him toss it to the ground?" replied the middle-aged man. The timid youth pressed his lips together, fear flickering in his eyes. But when I had just raised the binoculars, I saw him twist another person's head off with his bare hands." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man regarded his son as if he were a fool, then, with piercing eyes, glanced once more at the immobile Lin Shi, stating, "Have you watched too many movies?" From this distance, You merely caught a fleeting glimpse. Surely, you must have misjudged. Look at him. He stands there motionless, a clear indication that he must have sustained severe injuries not long ago. The other, slightly older young man, patted his brother on the shoulder. Ah Hua, the world outside is in chaos. Nothing could be more perilous than this. Didn't he dad often teach us that risk is proportional to gain? Let me tell you, once those impoverished souls run out of food, they will come to rob us. If we do not procure some means of self-defense, our neighbors will inevitably turn against us. This elder youth evidently possessed a keen understanding of the treachery of human nature. He continued to encourage his younger brother, saying, "We have all trained in martial arts. Consider it akin to butchering a pig. Do not be afraid. Once we acquire the firearms, we shall indulge in the same lavish lifestyle as before." Since the onset of the apocalypse, life had become a veritable nightmare for those accustomed to a life of luxury, suffering from hunger and inadequacy in warmth. Even if today had not unfolded as it did, they had already intended to raid another household in the coming days. The middle-aged man looked at his eldest son with a sense of reassurance and urged his youngest, "Hurry, we must not allow others to get ahead of us." The trio quickened their pace, drawing nearer to Lin Shi. The recent gunfire had startled many, including those who had been hiding in the secret rooms or basements of their villas, prompting them to stealthily emerge and assess the situation. Soon, they noticed their astute neighbors, who typically remained concealed within their homes, had also ventured out. Consequently, more individuals joined the throng, comprising men, women, and 2 elderly persons. Someone suddenly shouted, "There are many guns over there." Instantly, these individuals resembled cats catching the scent of blood, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Due to the distance and the swift conclusion of the battle, they had scarcely witnessed how the individuals beside Lin Shi had met their demise. All they could see was a solitary figure remaining amidst a scattering of handguns. Fortune favors the bold, and they felt compelled to seize this opportunity. If no one took the lead, they might have hesitated, but now emboldened by the crowd, they felt less inclined to believe in their misfortune and the possibility of perishing before others. "Run faster. We must not allow the Wang family to procure the firearms." One portly middle-aged man shouted breathlessly upon seeing the trio of Lin Shi's father and sons drawing near. "Darling, run swiftly. I am right behind you. We cannot let others seize the guns first, or we shall be at their mercy." Another woman called out. Many shared similar sentiments. Although the villa district was not densely populated, over 20 individuals rushed out. People often succumb to mob mentality, particularly the greedy, whose rationality is eclipsed by avarice. This group had already envisioned Lin Shi's accumulated spoils as their own. Naturally, Lin Shi sensed the commotion around him. He felt little surprise at the encroaching crowd. In the pre-apocalyptic world, anyone witnessing such a scene of blood and corpses would have fled as far as possible. However, in the apocalypse, instances of being ambushed while pursuing one's desires were not uncommon. At that moment, he felt utterly drained, still reeling from the aftereffects of the genetic lock. Yet, he was not alone. Lin Shi calmed himself and reached out to the consciousness communication space, directing his thoughts to the Demon King, who was still engaged in chasing the gibbons within the space. "Demon King, prepare for battle." The Demon King immediately ceased its pursuit of the gibbons, its eyes sharpening with a newfound clarity, as if it comprehended in that instant. "My master is in danger." It raised its head and barked once. Before long, the trio, emboldened by their proximity to Lin Shi, arrived at his side. Observing Lin Shi's stillness, they felt a wave of reassurance wash over them, greedily eyeing the handguns that lay within reach. "Dad, watch me as I go and kill him. You stay back and provide support?" The elder youth's gaze was fierce as he stepped forward a few paces. Having trained in martial arts for several years, he immediately discerned that Lin Shi's stance was unstable, his body trembling ever so slightly, a resolute glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. The middle-aged man nodded, instructing his younger son to cautiously circle around to retrieve the gun. However, just as the youth advanced towards Lin Shi with his blade drawn, the figure of the Demon King materialized out of thin air. The elder youth could only perceive a massive shadow lunging at him. Before he could comprehend what it was, his neck was severed. The middle-aged man and the youth, who was preparing to fetch the weapon, finally recognized that a ferocious giant dog had inexplicably appeared. "Clean the scene. Eliminate them all." Lin Shi's voice, devoid of any emotion, emanated from behind his mask. Without hesitation, the Demon King pounced, tearing through one man's throat and then turning to leap at the middle-aged man. Chapter 85. The Demon King's Fury. The Demon King raised its head to regard those audacious enough to target Lin Shi. Its eyes seemed to emanate a sense of superiority, as if a higher life form was exerting dominance over a lower one. In that moment when their gazes met the Demon King's heterochromatic eyes, a chill ran down the spine of all who beheld it. The middle-aged man, lacking any means of evasion, was forcefully brought down into the snow. His chest was pierced by the Demon King's sharp claws. The middle-aged man's young son, paralyzed with fear, witnessed the Demon King retract its claws from his father's body, still dripping with blood. Realizing he was on the brink of death and yearning to flee, his legs betrayed him. Trembling uncontrollably, a foul liquid seeped from his loins. The Demon King's eyes flickered with disdain, and with a swipe of its paw, it sent the stinking human flying, landing directly in front of the portly middle-aged man who had shouted the loudest. Upon glancing down, the portly man was horrified to see that the person at his feet had nearly half of their skull obliterated, brain matter mingling with blood oozing from the shattered head. The trio of rivals he had regarded as formidable adversaries had vanished in an instant. A monster! He screamed, bolting away in a frantic panic, faster than he had arrived. Others, witnessing this spectacle, felt their greed evaporate in an instant, turning to flee in a frenzy. Those who had surged forward, fearing they might be outpaced, now wished they had not run so swiftly, longing to sprout four legs. Yet, their speed was no match for the Demon King. With each leap, it claimed another victim, its pristine white claws soon drenched in crimson. Some, realizing escape was futile, attempted to wield their weapons in a desperate act of resistance. However, such feeble attempts posed no threat to the Demon King. Humans could scarcely contend with a beast, let alone one that had undergone evolution. After slaying a dozen individuals, the Demon King's already crimson eye glowed even more ominously. In that moment, it seemed to revert to the form it had before knowing Lin Shi, displaying an extraordinary ferocity, devoid of the gentleness it exhibited during their interactions. The scene was a near one-sided slaughter. Some sought to exploit the chaos, attempting to stealthily approach Lin Shi to seize the handgun lying on the ground while the Demon King was preoccupied. Yet, upon noticing someone nearing Lin Shi, it abandoned its previous target, lunging towards the individual encroaching on Lin Shi. With a single bite, it severed half of the assailant's shoulder. In its eyes, aside from Lin Shi, the only human it acknowledged, the rest were merely walking prey. A chilling scream abruptly ceased the moment the Demon Lord's claw grazed the neck of the unfortunate individual. After dispatching this audacious soul who dared to approach Lin Shi, the Demon Lord turned his attention to relentlessly pursuing the remaining humans. The one-sided slaughter swiftly neared its conclusion. With the Demon Lord's speed and keen sense of smell, none of these individuals could escape. They all transformed into lifeless bodies, never to air again. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shi finally revealed a smile. Forming an alliance with the Demon Lord was indeed his most astute decision. The explosive power of the gene lock was undeniable, yet its endurance left much to be desired. He must devise a strategy to remedy this critical flaw. Otherwise, in times of peril, he could not afford to activate the gene lock lightly, as the aftereffects of the gene lock began to wane. Lin Shi was astonished to discover that the duration of these aftereffects was, in fact, shorter than the previous occasion. Reminded of the changes he experienced after absorbing source energy on two prior instances, a gleam flickered in his eyes. Perhaps with sufficient source energy, he could mitigate the side effects of activating the gene lock. Lin Shi approached the instigator of all this turmoil, Lu Pianran. With a swift motion, a military knife appeared in his hand, preparing to end her life. Yet, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. This woman's identity was anything but ordinary. He was now certain that he had forged an irreconcilable enmity with Lu Pianran. However, it would be prudent to ascertain the identity of the forces behind her, lest he find himself at a disadvantage in the future. With this in mind, Lin Shi resolved to allow her to live a while longer, storing her within his space. Subsequently, he collected all the corpses from the villa, erasing all traces of the carnage. Altering his attire and summoning the Demon Lord back, Lin Shi departed from the now desolate villa district. By the time he returned to the safe house, dusk had settled in. Meanwhile, Lu Pianran, confined within Lin Shi's space, regained consciousness. Upon awakening, she was met with the menacing gazes of a dog and a gibbon, both staring intently at her. The imposing figures of the Demon Lord and the gibbon, coupled with the oppressive aura of the source beast, caused Lu Pianran to faint once again. It was only when Lin Shi commanded the demon lord to douse her with a bucket of icy water that Lu Pianran let out a startled scream and regained her senses. Chapter 86. The origins of Lu Pianran. Suddenly drenched from head to toe by a bucket of icy water, Lu Pianran jolted upright with a startled cry as she sat up. She found herself face to face with the demon lord's massive visage, prompting yet another shriek of terror. Silence. Lin Shi's voice echoed within the confines of the space. If you make another sound, I shall slay you at once. Upon hearing that familiar phrase, Lu Pianran instantly recalled the earlier scene in the villa district and, clutching her head, pleaded, "Don't kill me." Lin Shi reclined on the sofa in the safe house, idly toying with a pin, and declared, "I will pose a question, and you shall provide an answer. Should you fail to cooperate, my demon lord will tear your flesh bite by bite." Overwhelmed with fear, Lu Pianran dared not lift her gaze, repeatedly asserting, "I will cooperate, I will cooperate. Please, do not harm me. My father is wealthy. As long as you spare me, I will grant you anything you desire." First question. Who are you? I am Lu Pianran, a university student in this city that I originally resided in, but after a sudden power outage, Uncle Xiao brought me to that villa. Having been thoroughly terrified, Lu Pianran was now devoid of her psychological defenses, responding to Lin Shi's inquiries without reservation. Lin Shi continued to inquire, "You previously stated that your father is the most formidable person in Sha City. Who exactly is he?" Upon hearing the mention of her father, Lu Pianran's previously flustered demeanor suddenly regained some composure, her eyes flickering with a hint of brightness. A loud roar, echoing just above her head, startled Lu Pianran, prompting her to respond hastily, "My father is an officer in the military of Sha City." A glimmer of realization crossed Lin Shi's eyes as he pressed further. "What is his rank?" "He is a major general." Lu Pianran's gaze momentarily shifted. Lin Shi's tone grew icy. "You are lying. There is no major general in the Sha City military by the surname Lu." He distinctly remembered the imposing figure of a man commanding respect from the crowd, who was addressed as Major General Lin when he went to collect supplies that day. Taken aback by Lin Shi's knowledge, Lu Pianran quickly corrected herself. "I'm sorry, I haven't finished, and my father is a staff officer next to the Major General." A scoff escaped Lin Shi's lips, laced with derision. A mere staff officer is the most powerful person in Sha City's military? Instinctively, Lu Pianran raised her head to retort, "My dad saved that Major General's life. That connection is different. Even the Major General has to heed my father's words. My father is the most formidable." It was at this moment that she realized she was, in fact, in an unusual predicament. "What is your father's name?" Lin Shi inquired. "Lu Pong. My father is named Lu Pong." Subsequently, Lin Shi posed several more questions, such as what Lu Pong looked like and whether Lu Pianran had any other relatives. She answered each query with ease, but when Lin Shi asked about the information regarding the gene locks in the military, Lu Pianran was utterly at a loss. Why now? Lu Pianran had risen to her feet, surveying her surroundings, but the ever-watchful Demon King kept her from wandering freely. Curiosity began to triumph over her underlying fear, and she countered Lin Shi's inquiries with, "I truly know nothing about the gene locks you mentioned. Where is this place? Where are you? Please let me go. You can ask my father for money or anything you desire. He will surely provide it." She clenched her hand tightly beneath her somewhat soiled-down jacket, vowing silently, "Once I return, I will ensure my father has you executed to avenge Uncle Xiao and the others." Yet, unbeknownst to her, that opportunity would never arise. Lin Shi offered no response to Lu Pianran, instead addressing the Demon King, "Demon King, execute her." After issuing the command, he turned his attention away from this woman who had lost all value. He had no desire to allow her to linger in his domain, consuming resources. As for the threat posed by that Major General staff officer, Lin Shi had not revealed his identity throughout the ordeal, and all witnesses from that villa district were now deceased. Even if the military personnel later uncovered some clues, they would remain oblivious to his identity. Lin Shi retrieved over 2 tons of gold bars collected that day from his space, casting a glance at the interface of the treasure trove. Treasure trove, storage space. Complete. The volume of the space can increase with the user's internal source power, capable of storing living beings. Function. Item duplication 750. Wealth points required for upgrade, 2. 480,000. This would mark the 9th upgrade of item duplication. Lin Shi muttered to himself, Upgrade item duplication. As a familiar golden light flashed before his eyes, the interface of the treasure basin transformed into treasure basin, storage space. Complete. The volume of space can expand with the increase of the user's internal source power. Capable of storing living beings. D function. Item duplication 1478. Wealth points required for upgrade. 8.4 million. An astonishing increase of 728 times. Lin Shi felt that this 1478 times would suffice for at least 2 or 3 decades. By continuously duplicating the resources he already possessed and utilizing the copies while retaining the originals, he could attain an inexhaustible supply of materials. If this pattern of upgrades continued, the next increment should be an addition of 1456 times. However, during the last upgrade to the 10th level, an anomaly had occurred, preventing the original space from expanding. Instead, it transformed the space, which could only store inanimate objects, into one capable of storing both inanimate and living entities. Thus, Lin Shi was greatly intrigued by what the 10th upgrade of item duplication would entail. The upgrading process lasted merely a few minutes. Upon returning his consciousness to the space, he was met with the sight of Lu Pianran. Utterly lifeless. To his astonishment, Lu Pianran had been killed by a gibbon. At that moment, the gibbon's arms were smeared with red and white brain matter. The Demon King stood beside the gibbon, casting an encouraging glance at it. Could the Demon King actually command the gibbon? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Demon King, did you instruct it to do this? He inquired directly. Woof. The Demon King raised its head high, seemingly responding to Lin Shi. It extended a claw, pointing at Lu Pianran, and barked again at the gibbon. The gibbon's fist, the size of a wok, came crashing down once more upon the already deceased Lu Pianran. This was truly an unexpected delight. Lin Shi transferred Lu Pianran's corpse to the vacuum space. He released the Demon King and generously rewarded it with a sumptuous dinner. He also treated the gibbon in the space to a lavish feast of fruits. Unlike the previously mutated wild boar, this gibbon, even in its altered state, had not developed a taste for meat. Meanwhile, the Demon King seemed to disdain human flesh altogether. To avoid drawing attention, Lin Shi refrained from venturing outside for the next few days, dedicating himself to diligently practicing his health cultivation techniques at home. Just the day after he had eliminated Xiao Jun, who had abducted Lu Pianran, Lu Peng finally received word of the disappearance of Xiao Jun and Lu Pianran. Chapter 87. Investigate immediately. Dongjiao Shanghai Apartment.in, the property management building repurposed by the military for office use. What? Xiao Jun and the others are missing. What about my daughter? Lu Peng, seated in the property building managing military affairs, stood up with a loud thud, slamming his hand on the table upon receiving the report from his subordinate. Yes, sir. This morning, while delivering supplies, we noticed someone breaking into Miss Lu's villa. Upon apprehending the intruders, we discovered that there was no trace of Miss Lu or Commander Xiao inside the villa. The soldier replied truthfully, having been tasked with delivering living supplies and food to Lu Pianran's group every 3 days. In the entire Shushi military, it was well known that Lu Peng was extremely concerned about his daughter. As a staff officer for Major General Lin, Lu Peng often assisted in handling various chores, deploying patrolling soldiers, and other matters. He was unable to relocate to the villa to live with his daughter, yet he remained deeply concerned about her well-being. Lu Peng, a man in his 40s, bore the marks of his extensive military career, making him appear several years older than his actual age. His skin was dark, his features unremarkable, and the only striking aspect was an eagle-like hooked nose that seemed discordant with the rest of his visage, imparting him with a somber and austere aura. This moment, his face was etched with urgency, the deep furrows of his brow tightening into a singular line. Where is the intruder who breached the villa? Have you interrogated him? The soldier replied. He is just outside in the corridor. We have already questioned him on his way here. He claims to have come from another area, seeking supplies within the villa district, and stumbled upon the opportunity to trespass. Bring him in. Lu Peng's countenance darkened, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Also present in this temporarily commandeered office was another individual, donned in military officer attire. He appeared significantly younger than Lu Peng, yet his relaxed posture suggested he was not subordinate to him. Had Lin Shi been present, he would have recognized this individual as Wang Chao, the officer he had encountered at the port previously. Seeing Lu Peng's distress, Wang Chao reassured him, Comrade Lu, do not fret. Let us first dispatch someone to search. It is possible that the little girl, in her playful nature, has wandered off. You know Xiao Jun's capabilities? There should be no cause for alarm. Upon hearing this, although Lu Peng's internal anxiety persisted, his demeanor visibly softened. He understood his daughter well. She indeed possessed a playful spirit, and perhaps Qiu Jun, unable to resist her charm, had accompanied her outside. However, given his knowledge of Qiu Jun, he knew that if they had ventured out normally, they would not have left the villa unguarded. With everyone now missing, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Lu Peng's heart. Qiu Jun was not merely Lu Peng's subordinate but his comrade in arms. Years prior, the country had suddenly summoned a cohort of soldiers to trial a new genetic drug purported to create super soldiers. Lu Peng, wary of potential dangers, had opted not to participate, while Qiu Jun had volunteered and subsequently became one of the first individuals to unlock the genetic potential. He had been promoted 2 ranks as a result. The current task of safeguarding Lu Pianran fell to Qiu Jun, bolstered by their long-standing friendship and aided by Lu Peng's timely rescue of Major General Lin several years ago, which enabled him to easily borrow personnel from him. The soldier received his orders and shortly returned, escorting the intruder into the room. This man, in his 30s, immediately protested, "Sir, I merely noticed there was no one inside and wanted to retrieve a few items. Who doesn't he do that these days? I have a 3-year-old child and a 60-year-old mother at home. I implore you. Enough of your excuses. Answer only what I ask." Lu Peng grimly interrogated him. The responses he received mirrored those of the soldier. The soldier inquired, "Sir, how should we proceed with this individual?" "Imprison him. You are to assemble several teams at once and scour the vicinity of the villa for any signs of Qiu Jun and Pian Ran. Additionally, investigate whether there are any traces of combat around the villa and ascertain if anyone has seen Pian Ran or her companions leaving in the past few days. Scrutinize every relevant lead meticulously." Understood. If not for the pressing matters at hand, Lu Peng would have eagerly gone in person. The current absence of any visible individuals or bodies allowed him to reassure himself that the situation was not as dire as he had initially imagined. Soldiers dragged away the man who was incessantly crying out for forgiveness and admitting guilt. Subsequently, several squads were hastily summoned to rush to the villa area where Lu Pianran had previously resided. However, despite digging through the ground with great effort, they uncovered no clues that time. Lin Shi and Qiu Jun had been engaged in combat outdoors, and during the retrieval of the bodies, Lin Shi had removed the blood-stained snow that had fallen to the ground, storing it away. Later, he had even leveled the area where the snow had been cleared with the Demon King before departing. After a night had passed, any remaining imperfect traces had been flawlessly concealed by the heavy snowfall. The soldiers found that nearly all the inhabitants of the villa area had vanished, yet they uncovered no other leads. Instead, they unearthed a few survivors who had been hiding in the basement from the cold. Bringing them back to Shanghai apartment, Lu Peng personally interrogated these individuals. However, since they had been on the outskirts of the villa and sheltered in the basement, they had not even heard the commotion from Lin Shi and Qiu Jun's battle that day, and were entirely unaware of the events that had transpired, let alone able to provide any clues. Lu Peng contemplated subjecting these individuals to harsh interrogation, but was reprimanded by Major General Lin, who insisted on releasing them. The individuals returned to the villa, lamenting their misfortune, unaware that they had narrowly escaped not just one calamity, but 2 in the following days. The survivors of Shushi noted that the number of patrolling soldiers on the streets had suddenly more than doubled. Although Major General Lin had chastised Lu Peng, he was also aware that Lu Peng was most concerned about his only daughter. Consequently, he proactively dispatched personnel to assist in the search for Lu Pianran and Qiu Jun. Yet, Lu Pianran and Qiu Jun had been taken away from the villa area by Lin Shi using his spatial abilities. Outside the villa area, it was impossible for anyone to have seen their tracks. After several days without any leads, they instead captured numerous troublemakers. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, comfortably ensconced in the safe house, remained oblivious to the turmoil that had erupted outside due to these events. Even if he were aware, he would not experience any emotional turmoil, as Lu Pianran had indicated. Her father's deep concern for her made such a situation inevitable. At this moment, Lin Shi had been diligently practicing his health-preserving techniques in the safe house for an entire week. Throughout this week, apart from regularly stepping outside to shovel the snow atop Anshan, he had not ventured beyond the threshold. He immersed himself in his training. Finally, he was able to autonomously unlock his genetic lock. Chapter 88. Autonomously unlocking the genetic lock. Lin Shi stood in the living room, clad in short sleeves and shorts, holding his breath and concentrating. He sensed a faint yet palpable source of power within him. After 7 days of relentless training in his health-preserving techniques, Lin Shi discovered that he seemed to possess an additional form of energy. This energy flowed through his body like blood, faint yet providing an extraordinarily comforting sensation. In the past couple of days, he had attempted to control this source of power and made a remarkable discovery. "Open!" Lin Shi exclaimed softly, directing the source of power within him to disperse throughout his entire being. A sensation akin to an electric shock surged from the depths of his heart. He seemed to hear a distinct crack emanating from within his body, as if something had been unshackled. Instantly, he found himself in a state of having unlocked the genetic seal. Success once again. Lin Shi felt a surge of exhilaration as he lunged toward the Demon King, who was cowering in the corner of the living room. The Demon King desperately squeezed itself into the corner, its canine visage adorned with an array of expressive emotions. Its mouth slightly agape and eyes wide with alarm, it seemed to convey a message of helplessness. "Here it comes again. Please don't approach." Lin Shi hoisted the Demon King up, flinging open the door to the safe house like a gust of wind, and hurled the creature into the snowy expanse outside. Despite the frigid temperature plummeting below 30 degrees Celsius, Lin Shi was clad only in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Yet, he felt no chill. Instead, a warm current coursed through his limbs. "Demon King, let us practice," he declared, and no sooner had the words escaped his lips than he charged toward the Demon King, who was shaking off the snow accumulating on its body. The Demon King attempted to execute a roll, a technique Lin Shi had taught it over the past few days, to evade the punch aimed at it. But as it sprang up, Lin Shi's earlier strike had been a mere feint, swiftly retracted. He advanced 2 steps in the direction the Demon King was dodging, crouching low to deliver a sweeping kick. The Demon King, caught off guard, tumbled into the snow with a resounding thud, landing face first. "I told you before, human techniques are exceedingly cunning. You must observe closely and adapt accordingly. Even in combat with me. Take it seriously now. It's your turn to strike first," Lin Shi instructed. The Demon King, numbly rising to its feet, cast Lin Shi a mournful glance. One that spoke of many forced engagements, as Lin Shi continued to spar with the Demon King. He diligently guided its offensive maneuvers. 10 seconds later, the time for the genetic seal had elapsed. This was not the first time Lin Shi had actively unlocked the genetic seal in recent days. It was, in fact, the 6th. Ever since he discovered that source of power within him 2 days prior, he had endeavored to manipulate it and mastered the technique to unlock the genetic seal. Albeit with varying degrees of success, it seemed that either the frequency of unlocking the genetic seal or the increasing potency of his inner source had prolonged its duration. He no longer felt the same debilitating weakness that accompanied previous unlockings. Lin Shi was confident that given a bit more time, he would master this newfound power flawlessly. Noticing a sudden shift in Lin Shi's vigor, the Demon King's eyes sparkled with determination. A grin crept across its face as it lunged at Lin Shi once more. Anticipating the Demon King's retaliatory charge, Lin Shi deftly rolled aside, declaring, "Today's battle is concluded. Let us return home for dinner." After the genetic seal was lifted, Lin Shi regained mobility, though he still lacked considerable strength. He hastily jogged a few steps back inside, leaving the Demon King fuming in place, howling in frustration. "Oh, whoa, you lack martial virtue." It was only after Lin Shi prepared a feast of roasted meat that he managed to pacify the irate Demon King. Ever since indulging in a delightful roast 3 days prior, the Demon King had developed an insatiable craving for it, finding even raw meat unappealing. Day after day, it lingered by the oven, making its desires known to Lin Shi. Lin Shi skewered chunks of meat onto massive iron sticks and placed them into the oven. Beef skewers, lamb skewers, pork belly skewers, and skewers of mutated wild boar sizzled and dripped with savory juices within the oven. Emitting an alluring fragrance, after grilling a batch of meat, he prepared several skewers devoid of any seasoning, extracted the iron sticks, and placed them on a plate for the Demon King to indulge in. Meanwhile, he took out some fresh lettuce to wrap around the grilled meat, creating a delightful combination. The crisp, fragrant lettuce paired with the rich, fatty lamb. Each bite was a source of sheer satisfaction. However, consuming too much grilled meat could become overwhelming. So Lin Shi retrieved a watermelon from his space, ran outdoors, and buried it in the snow. Moments later, he unearthed a perfectly chilled watermelon. Were it not for the frigid temperatures outside, Lin Shi would have relished the idea of barbecuing with charcoal outdoors, for the flavor of grilled meat over charcoal is truly unparalleled. After enjoying lunch, the Demon King, with a look of contentment, licked his lips and nudged Lin Shi's leg, gazing up at him. Did he wish to enter the space again? The Demon King nodded his head eagerly. Lin Shi found himself both amused and exasperated. Each time the Demon King left his domain, he would go to retrieve it from the gibbons. Yet, what reason did he have to deny the request of his companion? In recent days, the gibbons had been notably obedient to the Demon King. Once the Demon King was settled in the space, Lin Shi took a moment to rest before preparing his attire. He intended to venture deep into the back mountain today to see if he could capture a solitary source beast to bring back in the Star Sea apartment. Lu Peng fumed. How is it possible that I cannot find them? He angrily seized a cup from the table and hurled it to the ground before the reporting soldier. The suppressed fury in his voice was palpable. You are to conduct a thorough search of the entire Shushi city. Scour every possible location. I want them found even if you have to overturn the entire city. Yes, Commander Lu. The soldier responded promptly. Once the soldier departed, Lu Peng slumped into his chair, his chest heaving with agitation. As days passed without any news of Lu Pianran, his ominous premonitions intensified. He had not closed his eyes since last night. With so many soldiers tirelessly searching for 7 consecutive days, having scoured all of Shushi, yet still no clues emerged, this was telling. Liu Peng's heart sank with the dreadful possibility that his daughter had met with misfortune. Most of the soldiers dispatched to search for her had been recalled to their posts. Dimming the hope of finding Lu Pianran, a flicker of resentment crossed Liu Peng's eyes as he harbored deep-seated anger towards Major General Lin Tianrui. He had saved Lin Tianrui, this ungrateful wretch. And yet when he requested assistance in locating his daughter, he faced nothing but evasion. Truly a heart of stone. However, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, Lu Peng vowed not to surrender. He must see his daughter alive. If she were to have perished, he would ensure that the one responsible for her demise would suffer a fate worse than death, torn to shreds in this moment. Consumed by hatred, Lu Peng failed to consider the arduous tasks the soldiers faced. They were tasked with gathering supplies, distributing resources, patrolling, and repairing essential equipment. Some soldiers even had to engage in manual labor alongside survivors to construct shelters. Time was of the essence, and any delay meant more lives lost among the survivors outside. Even within the ranks, several soldiers had already made the ultimate sacrifice. Yet, these considerations eluded Liu Peng's thoughts, as his mind was solely occupied with the search for his daughter. If he could not find her, he would ensure that others would pay the price for her absence. Liu Peng's gaze turned menacingly fierce as he rose to his feet. Tucking the dagger he had retrieved from the drawer into his waistband, he strode purposefully towards the door. The soldiers stationed at the entrance saluted him respectfully in a chilling tone. Liu Peng commanded, "Where are the criminals we apprehended a few days ago? Lead me to them." Chapter 89. In search of clues despite the soldiers' inability to locate traces of Lu Pianran and the others in recent days, they had captured numerous individuals engaged in acts of robbery and violence along the pathways. The soldiers guided the somber Liu Peng away from the Shanghai apartment. Meanwhile, on the balcony of one of the apartment buildings, Wang Xiao and a burly man stood observing as Liu Peng exited the complex. "Chief, aren't you going to do something about him?" Wang Xiao inquired, his gaze fixed on Liu Peng as he dwindled into a distant figure. Lin Tianrui, his face devoid of the authoritative solemnity he had displayed while maintaining order in front of the apartment, waved his hand nonchalantly and sighed. "Forget it, Liu Peng has only one daughter, a precious gift from his deceased wife. We both understand how significant she is to him. If it were us, we would likely lose our composure as well." Having spoken, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his inner jacket pocket, handed one to Wang Xiao, and took a puff himself. "Has there been any news regarding that girl in Xiaojun?" Wang Xiao accepted the cigarette but did not smoke it, instead placing it in his pocket as he sighed in response. "No, still no news. Given the time that has passed, the chances of finding her seem rather bleak. Chief, why not inform Liu Peng that you are recalling the soldiers and sending your personal guards to search for her?" "What? Are you afraid he might harbor resentment towards me?" Lin Tianrui replied casually. "If we find her, I will inform him then. If not, there's no need to mention it. Everyone knows what kind of person I am. He saved my life and has been by my side for so many years. Some things need not be spoken." Wang Xiao's eyes twitched slightly. "Chief, are you perhaps overly confident in your personal charisma?" Yet he dared not voice this thought aloud. Instead, he asked, "Do you think it possible that survivors unlocked their genetic locks and clashed with Xiaojun, resulting in their deaths?" "I have considered that possibility as well. Since the solar storm, the number of soldiers within the ranks who have activated their genetic locks has risen to 13 among ordinary survivors. There could very well be those who have unlocked theirs as well. However, Xiao Jun has had his genetic lock activated for 5 years now, and you know well that such power is not something an ordinary person can easily adapt to. A normal individual who has just unlocked their genetic lock wouldn't be able to handle things so smoothly. Even if Xiao Jun were to let his guard down as Lin Shi spoke, he suddenly paused, the cigarette but extinguished by the cold wind. He discarded it onto the ground, opting not to continue but instead stated, "In the coming days, have Li Qiu take over Lu Peng's work for a bit. Consider it a short break for him." Understood. Wang Chao refrained from questioning Lin Shi's doubts. Deep down, he too was aware that an ordinary person could not cause a genetically enhanced individual and several soldiers to vanish without a trace. It was highly likely that another force was at play. As for which faction it may be, Wang Chao suspects that Lin Shi might already have his own conjectures. Liu Peng departed from Shanghai apartment and made his way to the detention center located in the western suburbs of Shushi. After the apocalypse struck, those caught robbing supplies and abducting women were cast into this forsaken place. Following inquiries from the soldiers, the prison guard led Liu Peng to a cell where a few recent captives were being held. "Sir, the criminals apprehended in the past week are all contained here." "Open it." The guard hesitated. "These individuals are on the brink of madness. If we open the door, we might not be able to contain them." Liu Peng reiterated, "Open it." Seeing Liu Peng's insistence, the guards signaled the other guards to prepare and unlocked the cell door. An overwhelming stench of excrement, mingled with the metallic odor of blood, rushed forth as the door creaked open. Liu Peng grimaced immediately. Over 100 individuals were crammed into a cell designed for scarcely a dozen, sitting or standing in a tight cluster. Those seated were nearly back-to-back, their arms pressed against one another, with no space to lie down. The floor was strewn with feces and dark, congealed blood, which, although somewhat frozen in the low temperature, still emitted a nauseating odor that was hard for any newcomer to endure. The prisoners' eyes glinted with desperation, driven by hunger to the point of madness. On ordinary days, some would resort to gnawing on their fellow inmates when starvation became unbearable, and violent altercations occurred daily. The guards turned a blind eye, merely dragging out the deceased at regular intervals. In this apocalyptic era, they could scarcely manage the good. How could they expect the wicked to be rehabilitated as they once were? Unless they could endure until the wretched state of affairs reverted to normal. Upon seeing the door swing open, a dozen prisoners nearest to the entrance surged forward. "Food? Is there any food? Let me out. I'm starving to death. Kill those guards and let us escape. Rush out." The guards, clearly accustomed to such scenes, brandished their batons, striking the foremost prisoner with a swift blow. The man crumpled to the ground. The other two guards wasted no time, unleashing their weapons indiscriminately. Those who dared to cause chaos were met with brutal force. Outside, 2 armed guards remained vigilant, and after the 9th corpse appeared on the floor, order was finally restored. Liu Peng's shadowy gaze swept across the crowd as he spoke slowly. "Listen carefully. A week ago, did any of you see suspicious individuals entering the Haitian Villa area on Huayuan Road? Or did you observe anything unusual along Huayuan Road?" He continued, "If anyone provides credible information, I can arrange for their departure from this place, along with sufficient food and winter supplies." Upon hearing the prospect of escape and sustenance, the prisoners clamored eagerly. I know. I have a lead. I saw something." The chaos erupted once more. Liu Peng bellowed, "Silence. Form a line. One at a time. If anyone dares to deceive me, they shall learn the price of their treachery." Chapter 90. The clouded leopard. Despite the threats, these individuals continued to scramble to provide leads for the slim chance of escape. Liu Peng, after listening to a multitude of claims, discerned that most were merely attempting to fill the air with nonsensical chatter. Following yet another blatant lie, Liu Peng erupted in fury, drawing his dagger and plunging it viciously into the liar's neck. With an impatient glare suffused with murderous intent, he surveyed all the inmates in the cell and declared, "I have warned you, do not deceive me. Any further lies, and you shall meet your demise immediately." This proclamation silenced those who had contemplated spinning more tales in hopes of fortune. Just as Liu Peng began to feel that this path was fruitless, an inmate hesitantly stepped forward. "Sir, last Wednesday, I observed 2 suspicious individuals heading towards the Haitian Villa district." Liu Peng, exercising patience, inquired, "Were they men or women? What were their distinguishing features?" The man pondered before responding. They were two men. One of them is Qian Liang. I know him. We reside in the same building. The other man I have never seen before, but he wore a black tactical jacket, a black hat, a mask and goggles, along with a pair of exceptionally warm boots. I was particularly envious and thus observed them closely. They appear to be headed towards the villa district, but I did not follow them and cannot be entirely certain. A glimmer of insight sparked in Lu Ping's eyes as he probed for further details, such as Qian Liang's identity and occupation, as well as more specific information about the two men. Regardless of its veracity, this was the only lead he had at present. Upon returning to his unit, Lu Peng immediately initiated an investigation into Qian Liang's background. As for the informant, Lu Peng had no intention of fulfilling any promise. He was merely a prisoner destined for death in a few days, hardly worthy of his consideration. That afternoon, Lu Peng received the fundamental details regarding Qian Liang. Upon seeing the name of Qian Liang's superior, Lu Peng abruptly rose to his feet. This name was one he had encountered when Lu Pianran had taken residence in the villa district. This individual was indeed one of the residents there. Gather the team. We are heading to the Haitian villa district immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Shi was clad in a lightweight, agile white combat suit, wielding a crossbow as he meticulously searched through the dense forest. He opted for the crossbow over a firearm, as it offered greater concealment. The handgun lacked sufficient firepower, while an AK-47 could easily startle wildlife in the vicinity. Should a herd of beasts be drawn to the noise, even he would have to flee. The crossbow was specifically designed as a weapon for jungle warfare. As a hunter in the wild, one must remain hidden and deliver a silent, lethal strike to their prey. To enhance his stealth, Lin Shi had even coated his crossbow with a layer of white paint. However, it seemed that the tropical fauna of the Shushi mountain forests were scarce, as few survived. After more than 3 hours of delving deeper into the mountainous terrain, Lin Shi had yet to yield any results. Suddenly, he halted, crouching low and cautiously advancing towards the left front. Several hundred meters away, on the snowy ground, a clouded leopard was tearing into a deer it had unearthed from the snow. This clouded leopard was larger than a Siberian tiger, and Lin Shi was almost certain that this creature had undergone a mutation. However, to be completely certain, one must approach within 100 meters, as the treasure bowl only issues alerts for source beasts within that range. Lin steadily advanced towards the cloud leopard. The deer beneath the leopard's jaws had clearly succumbed to the sudden onslaught of extreme cold. When unearthed, its body was rigid, frozen solid. Though fresh, the deer presented a challenge for the leopard, which seemed to struggle with its bite. Seizing the opportunity while the cloud leopard was engrossed in gnawing on its frozen prey, Lin drew closer to the 100-meter mark. The treasure bowl indeed emitted a notification. Detected a first-tier source beast within 100 meters. It was a source beast. A look of delight spread across Lin's face. The cloud leopard, being a creature of speed, would undoubtedly have its swiftness enhanced after its transformation into a source beast. In a previous life, there had been a cheetah that had undergone a similar metamorphosis. This cheetah moved like a shadow, striking unseen, and many who attempted to hunt it met with failure. If Lin could tame this cloud leopard, it would undoubtedly bolster his combat prowess. At that moment, the cloud leopard seemed to sense something, lifting its head. Lin swiftly concealed himself behind a withered tree. The dry branches provided cover, and coupled with Lin's camouflage, the leopard failed to detect any anomaly and resumed its focus on the meat. Just as it lowered its head, a white arrow sliced through the air, piercing through its hind leg with a forceful impact. This shot was aimed with the intention of capturing the cloud leopard alive. Otherwise, Lin would have targeted its head. The leopard let out a pained cry, attempting to flee. However, the injury severely hampered its speed. Lin quickly readied another arrow and released it. Whoosh! The other hind leg of the leopard was also struck. The cloud leopard collapsed into the snow, unable to rise again. Everything seemed too effortless, but this was predicated upon Lin's possession of equipment in this life. Had he remained an ordinary person, armed only with a kitchen knife or a paring knife, he might not have dared approach a wild beast, let alone a source beast. Lin retracted his crossbow and, wielding a broadsword, swiftly approached the injured cloud leopard. This sword had been left behind by the trio of father and sons from the villa area. The cloud leopard finally laid eyes on the one who had harmed it, its crimson eyes glinting with malice. It attempted to rise while fiercely roaring to deter Lin's approach. The sound it emitted bore a striking resemblance to a cat's meow. Lacking any real intimidation, Lin stood a meter away, his gaze, laden with murderous intent, locked onto the leopard's eyes. "Submit to me, and I shall spare your life. Meow, meow." The cloud leopard issued a threatening growl. Lacking the intelligence of a gibbon, it could not comprehend human speech, and even when faced with the threat of death, its ferocity remained undiminished. When Lin attempted to reach out to it, the leopard snapped its jaws. He remained unperturbed. If one plan failed, another could be devised. Lin reined in his hostility and summoned the Demon King. It was time to see who was fiercer. As the Demon King descended, excitement gleamed in its eyes upon hearing Lin's command. It bared its teeth and, with a fierce roar, approached the cloud leopard. Woof! Gradually closing the distance, in terms of size, the Demon King had the advantage, making the cloud leopard appear as diminutive as a mere kitten. The leopard struggled to rise, only to tumble back into the snow, emitting threatening growls. The Demon King advanced, pressing its paw firmly onto the leopard's head, forcing it into the snow, and no matter how the cloud leopard writhed, it could not escape the grasp of the Demon King's formidable claws. "Good dog," Lin praised softly, placing his hand upon the cloud leopard, attempting to draw it into the spatial realm. The cloud leopard struggled fiercely, and, as expected, failed for the first time. Lin gazed at the Demon King and said, "Show it some color." Upon hearing this, the Demon King lifted its claw and, as the cloud leopard raised its head, struck it sharply on the forehead with a resounding slap. Chapter 91. The bounty order. The cloud leopard was sent sprawling onto the snow, unable to rise for a considerable time. After engaging in numerous sparring sessions with the Demon King, Lin had gained a vivid understanding of its strength. While the Demon King's speed might not be superior among the source beasts, its power was immense. Even after unlocking the second stage of his genetic lock, Lin found himself only slightly stronger than the first stage of the Demon King in terms of strength. Should he endure such a blow directly, he would likely be rendered unconscious. This strike rendered the cloud leopard defenseless. Lin once again communicated with the spatial realm, and in the next moment, both the cloud leopard and the Demon King vanished from the snow. A flicker of joy ignited within Lin as he conveyed to the Demon King, "This cloud leopard is now in your charge. Ensure it behaves." The Demon King responded with excited barks. Lin then prepared to return. Capturing source beasts required patience. Attempting to subdue too many at once could lead to chaos within the spatial confines. At present, having secured the cloud leopard, the gibbon merely observed as the Demon King toyed with it. Had the gibbon not yet been tamed, the scene would have unfolded as a battle among 3 source beasts. Building a source beast army was not a task to be rushed. On his return journey, Lin retrieved an axe from the spatial realm and proceeded to fell several dead trees along the way, bringing them into the space. The following day, Lin sought to venture into the mountains once more, but alas, the weather turned against him, unleashing a fierce blizzard. He was compelled to remain in the safe house to practice his rejuvenation techniques. The blizzard raged for a full 3 days before finally relenting, and every few hours, Lin found himself venturing out to clear the accumulated snow from the mountaintop. The Demon King would also emerge to assist in the snow removal. To Lin's delight, the gibbon had begun to respond to some simple commands. While not as easily directed as the Demon King, it was a promising start. Many trees were half buried under the weight of the snow. The situation in the city was dire. In Wulong village at the foot of the mountain, the first floor of self-built houses had completely vanished, and the second floor was nearly buried as well. This bout of blizzard had further diminished the number of survivors in Shushi. On the 4th day, as the blizzard abated, transforming into light snowfall, Lin stood at the door, observing the sky, and patted the Demon King, which had squatted beside him, its head reaching his chest. "Today is a good day to venture out away." The Demon King immediately responded with an excited howl. Lin chuckled, interrupting the Demon King's exuberance. "Cease your howling. You might attract real wolves. Today, Lin intended to gather gold, while he planned to let the Demon King roam freely in the mountains. The Demon King had spent its days at home, alternating between training and resting, and Lin had long recognized its surplus of energy. Although the spatial realm provided ample room for the Demon King to exert itself, the cloud leopard had become decidedly more compliant in recent days, and the Demon King could not bully the docile beast indefinitely. The cloud leopard now fled at the mere sight of the Demon King. Over this period, the Demon King's fur had fully grown out. The creature's physique had expanded significantly since their initial encounter, now adorned with a voluminous coat that bestowed upon it a regal presence. Its current appearance would undoubtedly instill a sense of trepidation in unsuspecting passers-by, rendering it exceedingly conspicuous. Perhaps it would be best to allow it to frolic in the mountains. Remember to return before dusk, all right? Don't get carried away, and if you encounter any larger beasts, refrain from approaching. Understood? Keep in mind the combat techniques I taught you. Do not recklessly engage. Should the snowfall intensify, seek shelter before hurrying back. Do not lose your way. Lin Shi earnestly cautioned the eager demon king, feeling inexplicably like a mother admonishing her child before their outing. Clearing his throat, he attempted to mask his unwarranted verbosity. The demon king paced before him, awaiting the command to dash forth. Just as Lin Shi anticipated that the demon king would sprint into the woods without a backward glance, it unexpectedly halted after traversing several dozen meters, turning to gaze at Lin Shi with its tail drooping. Lin Shi, puzzled, observed as the demon king suddenly bounded back. Whimpering softly, the demon king nuzzled against Lin Shi, settling at his feet, refusing to depart. "What is it? Do you no longer wish to play?" Lin Shi inquired, astonished. The demon king looked up at him with its big, watery eyes, affectionately nudging against him. In that moment, Lin Shi comprehended the delicate expression. It feared being abandoned and hesitated to leave. The demon king could not speak, and Lin Shi was unaware of the creature's past before it became a stray. In that instant, Lin Shi felt a pang of empathy. He crouched down and embraced the demon king. "All right, I merely intended for you to enjoy a day of play. You are my dear companion, and I shall never forsake you." Lin Shi reassured the creature repeatedly that he would return home before nightfall, promising not to abandon it. Only then did the demon king venture into the woods, glancing back every few steps. Meanwhile, Lin Shi returned indoors, changing into attire akin to that of the other survivors outside, before departing the safety of his shelter. He had grown somewhat resilient to the cold. His internal energy replenished itself after each expenditure, ensuring warmth as long as he possessed it. The choice of clothing was merely for appearances, to avoid appearing too peculiar. However, this was only applicable in the harsh conditions of Shushi, where daytime temperatures plummeted to over 30 degrees below zero, in the frigid north, where temperatures could plummet to 50 or even 70 degrees below, he would still struggle. To obscure his identity, Lin Shi donned a mask. As he ventured into the city, he was struck by the numerous changes that had transpired. The streets were now populated by far fewer survivors, and a palpable sense of anxiety permeated the air. He noticed a notice affixed to a wall, with several individuals gathered before it. Approaching for a closer look, he felt a chill run down his spine upon reading the contents, a wanted poster. Astonishingly, it featured one or two likenesses, one of which was Qian Liangliang, while the other depicted his own attire from the day he had visited the villa. Beneath the images was a bounty notice, promising substantial rewards for any information leading to the capture of the individuals depicted. The promised resources were quite considerable. Since he killed Lu Pianran and his companions, he has not ventured outside for over 10 days. He is unaware of when this notice was posted. Adhering to the principle of asking when in doubt, Lin Shi turned to the man beside him, who was also examining the wanted poster, and inquired, "Brother, what is the situation? Why is there still a wanted notice at this time?" The man appeared to be of a relatively good temperament. Noticing Lin Shi's attire, which was even more threadbare than his own, he cast a sympathetic glance and replied, "You must be from out of town, right? This wanted notice has been up for 3 days now. I heard that the 2 individuals depicted in the sketch killed someone of great importance within the military, hence the manhunt. The reward is truly enticing. I check it every day. You should take a look as well. If we manage to locate these 2, we could ensure our families are well fed." Chapter 92. Inquiring for information upon hearing this, Lin Shi chuckled nonchalantly. "Haha, without surveillance or cameras, finding someone is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It would be far more pragmatic to seek out supplies." Standing right before this man, he could barely be recognized, and the corpse of the other individual from the wanted notice remained hidden in his own space. Those who hoped to acquire resources by hunting down individuals would find their aspirations utterly futile. The man sighed heavily. "Alas, who doesn't he know that? I merely glance at it. One must dream of sudden wealth even without buying a lottery ticket, right? In these times, surviving is exceedingly difficult. One must allow themselves a glimmer of hope." Lin Shi surveyed the hurried passers-by on the street and remarked, "Why are all these people in such a flurry?" The man lowered his voice. "Isn't it due to this wanted notice?" Anyone spotted wearing goggles or a black windbreaker is seized by those desperate for resources and taken to the eastern outskirts. Now everyone must be cautious about their attire, lest they resemble the individuals depicted in the wanted notice. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, relieved that he had not donned goggles today. Otherwise, it would have been yet another predicament. He surmised that those behind Lu Pianran would conduct a thorough investigation into this matter, but he did not anticipate such an uproar. Upon seeing the glimmering image of Qian Liangliang on the wanted notice, he realized that someone must have seen him abducting Qian Liangliang en route to the villa. Qian Liangliang had no connection to this affair, and the fact that he was also included on the wanted list indicated a lack of substantial evidence. Merely having seen them enter the villa area was enough to implicate them. It was evident that the individual named Lu Peng preferred to err on the side of caution rather than let any potential culprit slip away. Lin Shi and the man exchanged casual banter about recent events among survivors. He harbored no concern regarding the wanted notice. If necessary, he simply would not wear that particular outfit again. The man appeared to be quite talkative, incessantly lamenting the dwindling supplies available in the eastern outskirts. Nowadays, aside from a small amount of food, nothing else was distributed weekly. Candles could only be exchanged for contribution points. Without candles, one would be left in complete darkness at night. Even needing to be cautious while using the restroom a few days prior, a significant event had stirred the survivors. The military had somehow procured several excavators and commenced digging in the vacant lot of the eastern outskirts. It was rumored that most of the shelters would be constructed underground. The man also mentioned that he had applied to work as a laborer, but was turned away due to being too frail and lacking strength. The survivors flocking to register are predominantly robust young individuals and a few skilled technicians. Furthermore, a curious incident unfolded. The man suddenly grew enigmatic, pulling Lin Shi aside and leaning in to whisper, "I'm telling you this because I find you likable, but you mustn't breathe a word of it." Lin Shi nodded in understanding. "I've heard that the military is currently recruiting evolvers. You know, those individuals with extraordinary strength, akin to the superheroes in films." Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, but then realized the man was likely referring to those capable of unlocking their genetic locks. His eyes widened in astonishment. The military is recruiting evolvers? Does this mean they have already discovered ordinary people who can unlock their genetic potential? However, when exactly does unlocking genetic locks transform one into a superhero? If they are superheroes, it would only last for mere seconds. He nodded in agreement, responding, "Like those superheroes from Marvel?" "Precisely," the man affirmed with a knowing glance. "I've heard that anyone who enlists in the military can immediately enter officer training. Not only will they secure permanent residency in a shelter, but they will also receive supplies from the military, ensuring they will never have to worry about food or clothing again, achieving promotions and accolades, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of life." The man enthusiastically enumerated the benefits of becoming an evolver, his eyes brimming with envy and resentment. Lin Shi offered a few casual agreements, but having gleaned no further useful information, he bid farewell to the man. Previously, when he went to the gold shop in the eastern suburbs to collect gold, he had failed to gather any due to an unexpected encounter with Qian Liangliang. Initially, he had intended to return to the eastern suburbs today to gather gold, but this wanted poster extinguished his plans entirely. Having once donned similar attire as the Demon King while raiding for gold in the city, it was inevitable that someone might connect the dots. Perhaps someone was already waiting for him near the gold shop in the eastern suburbs. Lin Shi promptly turned westward, deciding to expedite his plan to gather gold from the cities surrounding Sha City. He would first head to Lunan City, located to the west of Sha City. As per usual, he needed to navigate through a secluded path to retrieve his snowmobile. As he walked, Lin Shi pondered the recent news of the military's recruitment of evolvers. He found himself curious about the proportion of ordinary people capable of unlocking their genetic locks. Aside from himself, he had only encountered Su Qinxin as an ordinary person who had unlocked her genetic potential since the onset of the apocalypse. Of course, this was also due to the limited number of ordinary individuals he had interacted with. Lost in thought, he caught sight of a slender, short man approaching him. The man wore an old-fashioned felt hat and a mask, revealing only his eyes. His oversized cotton coat seemed more like a quilt draped over him. The two exchanged a fleeting glance before quickly averting their eyes and continuing on their separate paths. As they drew closer, the man, who was initially set to pass by, suddenly leaned toward Lin Shi. Anticipating this move, Lin Shi swiftly seized the man's hand, which was reaching for a military knife at his waist, his gaze turning icy. Before he could utter a word, the man shot Lin Shi a cunning look and shouted first, Help! Someone is robbing me with a knife. Chapter 93. Do you need assistance? Upon hearing the cry for help, a patrol of soldiers in the vicinity quickly rushed toward their location. The soldiers had yet to arrive. Sun Kongwen cast a sinister glance at Lin Shi and whispered, "You little bastard, are you not going to let go?" Before the apocalypse, Sun Kongwen was a habitual thief, but after being apprehended multiple times due to the abundance of surveillance, he had finally reformed. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, fate had granted him a chance to return to his nefarious ways. He roamed the streets, preying on solitary individuals, stealing when possible, and creating a ruckus when he could not. With the absence of cameras, as long as he was not caught in the act by the soldiers, he could evade proof of his thievery. Sometimes, after the soldiers departed, he would follow his victims to continue his thefts. If he could not steal, he would resort to ambush, killing the victim and seizing all their belongings, leaving nothing behind, not even their undergarments. In recent days, several souls had met their demise at his hands. A cold glint flickered in Lin Shi's eyes. What was happening? The soldiers arrived. "Sir, this man is attempting to rob me. Look, he is gripping my hand and is armed." Sun Kongwen feigned panic, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Shi. Playing the victim with practiced ease, Lin Shi could tell immediately that this man was no novice at such antics. The soldiers noted Lin Shi indeed held the man's hand, yet refrained from jumping to conclusions. Inquiring, "Is this true?" Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, replying, "He just tried to steal from me, and I caught him." "Steal from you? With such fine clothing, why would I steal from you? Look at your tattered rags. You can't even keep warm. What could I possibly want from you?" Sun Kongwen retorted passionately, spitting as he defended himself, yet inwardly he pondered. How could this man, dressed so lightly, still have such warm hands? "Do you have any evidence?" Lin Shi glanced at the soldiers and released his grip. "None." Immediately, a gleam of triumph flickered in Sun Kongwen's eyes. The soldiers then questioned him. "You claim he attempted robbery. Do you have any proof?" "His knife is proof enough, isn't it?" Sun Kongwen indicated Lin Shi's weapon at his waist. The soldiers were left speechless. Who nowadays didn't carry a knife? If that constituted robbery, the local detention center would be overflowing. "Without evidence, we can only escort you home to ensure your safety," the soldiers informed Sun Kongwen. He feigned reluctance, nodding, "Very well." Afterward, he shot Lin Shi a defiant glance, mouthing, "Just wait and see." The corners of Lin Shi's mouth curled into a slight smirk beneath his mask, his gaze icy. Those familiar with him understood that he was angered. "Since there's nothing wrong, may I take my leave?" Lin Shi addressed the soldiers. They nodded in assent. As Lin Shi reached into his pocket, mimicking a gesture of hands in his pockets, something suddenly fell to the ground. A large piece of dried beef tumbled onto the pristine snow with a thud. This was a treat Lin Shi had prepared in the safety of his shelter, ideal for days when he wished to avoid cooking or venturing out. It was seasoned with an array of spices such as chili and cumin, making it particularly enticing against the backdrop of the white snow. Both the soldiers and Sun Kongwen glanced down at the mouth-watering jerky. At that moment, Sun Kongwen's eyes were glued to the meat, watching intently as Lin Shi tucked it back into his pocket. His mouth watering uncontrollably. It had been over half a month since he last savored meat. Lin Shi swiftly retrieved the jerky he had dropped and tucked it back into his pocket, leaving without a backward glance. Meanwhile, Sun Kongwen, after turning a corner with the soldiers, cast a furtive glance around and halted, saying, "Commander, since that person has already departed, there's no need for you to escort me home. I must visit my second uncle's house. Thank you." With that, he broke into a light jog, vanishing from sight in an instant. Once Lin Shi exited the street, he slightly slowed his pace. It wasn't long before a malevolent gaze began to follow him. Lurking just behind, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. The bait had been taken. After 2 more minutes, he turned into a narrow lane flanked by old houses, and the malicious gaze soon dissipated. Lin Shi's eyes glimmered as he continued forward. After walking for another 2 minutes, a sudden sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed from behind him. Lin Shi turned to find Sun Kongwen, who had been lurking around the corner of a wall, wearing a triumphant grin. This ambush had proven effective time and again. As long as the target turned around, they were doomed. As Lin Shi pivoted, Sun Kongwen lunged out with a glistening sharp knife. A wicked smile plastered across his face. Aiming for Lin Shi's back, brimming with confidence, even amidst the act of violence, He couldn't resist licking his lips, his mind already preoccupied with thoughts of dividing the jerky into several portions. Unfortunately for him, he had just struck a solid wall. Lin Shi had anticipated his appearance. Just as Sun Songwen's blade was about to pierce the unsuspecting prey, Lin Shi had already spun around, seizing Sun Songwen's wrist with a fierce grip. An overwhelming force surged through Sun Songwen's wrist, bending it painfully. The knife clattered to the ground. Sun Kongwen could barely suppress a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, but Lin Shi showed no mercy, delivering a powerful punch to Sun Songwen's face. The force of Lin Shi's might was fearsome, shattering Sun Songwen's visage and caving in his nose. Though severely injured, Sun Kongwen was not yet dead. He could hardly believe that the plump sheep he had eyed moments ago had transformed into a ferocious wolf. Just as Lin Shi prepared to deliver the final blow to the scoundrel, a voice suddenly called from above, "Do you need assistance?" Lin Shi jerked his head up, his gaze sweeping through the flurry of snowflakes, landing on a young man perched upon the rooftop, the very same youth who had stood in line before him that day. When had he arrived there? How had he gone unnoticed? Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly to that moment. Just as Sun Kongwen was about to meet his demise at Lin Shi's feet, he unexpectedly clutched Lin Shi's still outstretched leg. With Lin Shi's attention captivated by the young man above, he was caught off guard and stumbled forward. Sun Kongwen, his eyes already pulverized by Lin Shi, locked gazes with him, his grotesque face attempting to instill fear. With his other hand, he thrust his fingers violently towards Lin Shi's eyes. Lin Shi's pupils contracted, not out of fear of Sun Songwen's horrifying visage, but rather in response to the sudden display of combat instinct from one who was moments away from death. There could be only one explanation for such precision. Genetic lock. Was this mere coincidence, or something more? At that instant, his first reaction was to conclude that the young man above was intentionally orchestrating this situation. Had it not been for his sudden utterance, Lin would have already crushed the thief's head beneath his foot. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively raised his hand to fend off the probing fingers aimed at his eyes. Feeling the sharp nails pierce his skin, he rolled away on the ground, evading the subsequent assault from Sun Kongwen. The individual activating the gene lock could only maintain it for a mere 3 seconds. There was no need for Lin to engage head-on with someone under the watchful gaze of an ambiguous foe. After dodging, Lin retreated a couple of steps. Sun Kongwen, having injured one hand, attempted to continue his pursuit, but the duration of the gene lock had expired. Sun Kongwen convulsed and collapsed anew. Lin raised his gaze once more, but the figure of the young man had vanished from sight. The prostrate Sun Kongwen lay twitching, soon falling silent. Dead? Lin raised an eyebrow. He did not bother to check the thief's pulse. Without a hint of hesitation, he brought his foot down to shatter Sun Songwen's skull. The already sunken head shattered instantaneously, exploding like a watermelon dropped onto the ground. Lin wiped the repugnant brain matter from his leg onto the snow. Instead of climbing to the rooftop to investigate, he simply turned away from the narrow path. After Lin departed, a sound of clicking emerged from above. How decidedly cautious, devoid of any curiosity. How dull. Chi Yun, sword in hand, crouched atop the roof, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Alas, Lin did not ascend. Otherwise, he would have faced the culmination of Chi Yun's long-anticipated lethal blow. Tio evokes such a sense of threat within me. Who exactly are you? Chi Yun chuckled softly, sheathed his sword, and vanished from the rooftop in a series of agile movements.